Chapter 381, All Troublemakers Will Be Left Behind. William traveled for 2 days before arriving in the town where he had saved Matthew and Leah from the members of the organization that the Crown Prince had sent to capture them. It was the nearest town to Lant that had a teleport gate he could use to reach the capital. Naturally, William didn't enter the town using his flying carriage. He had ordered Dave to land 2 miles away from the town where they would travel by foot. Lionheart, the wyvern, as well as the llamasus that accompanied William, entered the Thousand Beast domain. Since he knew that the members of the organization were the ones in control of the Helen Kingdom, he didn't want to attract any unwanted attention. He planned to go to the capital city, Gladiolus, and reunite with Est and Isaac. There, they would form a plan about how to deal with the organization and the Crown Prince who had betrayed their kingdom. Several children wandered the streets looking for something to eat. After the adults had turned to statues, all of them were left to fend for themselves. The same thing was happening to all of the settlements in the southern continent. If not for the fact that the heirs of the ruling nobles had returned to their territories, things might have escalated beyond anyone's control. Just like Matthew and Leah, who had been trained to oversee their lands, the other heirs also took action. They gathered the survivors to form teams that would handle the hunting of food, cooking, and other necessities that would give their lives some sort of normality. Even so, some places were worse than others, just like this town in the countryside. It seems that the heir of the town's mayor had died during the dungeon outbreak, leaving no one to handle the aftermath and lead the survivors during this time of need. William saw several children sitting in front of their houses while holding their stomachs in hunger. Dave, who had once been a commoner, took pity on them and offered them his own food to alleviate their hunger. However, no matter how good his intentions were, it brought about unexpected results. Several children, who saw him giving away food to others, ran towards him and begged him for food. Their loud voices were heard by others nearby, which also increased the number of children asking for food to eat. Conrad's expression became grim as he saw his friend being swarmed by teenagers who were older than them, demanding that Dave give them all of the food in his possession. When Dave said that he had nothing more to give, the teenagers snatched the food that the chubby boy had given to the younger kids he had seen first. This made Dave very angry, and soon a brawl, consisting of several teenagers ganging up on the chubby boy, started. Conrad wanted to help, but was held at bay by William. "It's going to be fine," William said as he held Conrad's arm firmly. "Let Dave handle this." Conrad frowned and reluctantly obeyed William's order. He watched the brawl with a serious expression with the intention of helping Dave at the first sign of weakness. Although their numbers were greater, Dave was no pushover. He had survived the dungeon outbreak as well as several other life and death battles. How could a group of ordinary teenagers beat him in a fight? 5 minutes later, the teenagers that started the fight lay on the ground unconscious. Dave didn't hurt them too much because they were just civilians, and not trained warriors. After the fight ended, the children who numbered in the hundreds looked at Dave in fear and admiration. None of them moved away, because there was no place for them to go. It had been several weeks since the adults had turned into statues, and almost all of the food they had was now gone. They were only barely able to survive by drinking water, but that wouldn't last for long. "Sir, what should we do?" Dave asked. "Should we leave them all behind?" William sighed internally as he looked at the hundreds of children that had gathered around them. The surviving children in this town were almost 1,000, and the red-headed boy had no idea on how he could help them all. "Let's take them with us to Gladiolus," Conrad proposed. "The capital may have the resources to support them for the time being." Dave gave William a pleading gaze. He also wanted to save the children who were starving in this town that was located in the countryside. "Very well," William agreed. He then stepped forward and raised his voice. "Listen, all of you. I am a knight of the kingdom and serve directly under the king. All those who want to eat food can follow me to the capital." The children's ears perked up when they heard the word food and looked at William with expectant gazes. "Naturally, I will only take the obedient ones," William stated. "All troublemakers will be left behind. How about us? Can we come too?" One of the teenagers who had fought Dave earlier regained consciousness. The others were also starting to stir and looked at William with sorrowful expressions. They knew that they did a bad thing. Even so, they only did it out of desperation. They hoped that William would forgive them and take them as well to the capital of Gladiolus where there was food to eat. "I will allow it," William said firmly. "However, I will not accept any other wrong actions coming from any of you. Do I make myself clear?" The teenagers felt that they were given a new lease of life and hurriedly agreed to William's condition. Some of the children didn't know if they should go because their parents' statues were still inside their homes. However, William told them that their parents were safe. He added that his own relatives had also turned into statues, but they were not in any immediate danger. Using his charisma, the half-elf convinced the children that their parents would be sad if they were to die of hunger before the curse was lifted. William assured them that the curse would automatically be dispelled in the future, which made the children sigh in relief. "Urchitu, show yourself," William ordered. A portal appeared behind him. Suddenly a giant, white ox, stepped out of the portal, which made the children scream in fear. "Do not worry, he is a guardian beast that protects our kingdom," William shouted in order to calm the children who had panicked at the appearance of the giant beast. "He will ensure that all of you will safely reach the capital. So, you don't have to be afraid. Just follow my orders." Urchitu wanted to retort that he wasn't a guardian beast of the Hellen Kingdom. However, he knew what William wanted to accomplish by summoning him, so he didn't make him lose face in front of the children. After the initial shock had passed, the children became more orderly because although they only half believed William's declaration of being a knight of the kingdom, the appearance of Urchitu gave them hope. The Urchitu was a giant minotaur that stood on 2 legs. It looked so strong and powerful that the children looked at it in awe and fear. This allowed William and his 2 knights to lead them all to the teleport gates. William summoned one of his high-quality magic crystal from this 1000-beast domain in order to power up the teleport gate and allow the hundreds of children to cross it. Dave and Conrad had gone ahead and waited in the capital where the connecting gate was located. William and Ian stayed behind to ensure that all the children were safely sent to the capital of Gladiolus. The system had already done a full sweep of the town and didn't find any members of the organization. However, it found several children that were too weak to leave their homes and joined the migration to the capital. William summoned the Cercopes monkeys in order to retrieve these weakened children and carry them towards the teleport gate. The sky was already starting to turn dark when the last batch of children, who were carried by the Cercopes monkeys, crossed through the gate. It took William 9 hours to finish this town-wide evacuation. Although this task delayed him from doing his mission, his heart was at peace. He knew that he would feel very guilty if he left these children behind to fend off for themselves when he could have helped them. The red-headed boy asked the system to do one final sweep of the town to ensure that no children were being left behind. After another full sweep of the surroundings, the system gave the all-clear signal, which meant that everyone had been accounted for. Only after hearing the system's confirmation did William and Ian step into the portal that would lead them to the capital. As William stepped into the gates, his determination to overthrow the organization became stronger. He would not allow an organization that could start a war and sacrifice millions of lives to have their way with the Hellen Kingdom. Chapter 382, The True Meaning of Jealousy. William had temporarily taken the children of the town to the Hellen Royal Academy. The sudden arrival of hundreds of children in the capital had caused a disturbance among the local kids who were being managed by the sons of the Prime Minister of the kingdom. When the Crown Prince was taken to prison, Connor decided to temporarily assign the Prime Minister's 19-year-old son to handle the affairs of the kingdom. To his surprise, the candidate he chose was quite capable and used his circle of friends, who had also grown up in the capital, to handle the needs of the survivors. Brendan Schwartz, the Prime Minister's son, was groomed to take his father's place as soon as he retired from his position. He had single-handedly kept the capital of Gladiolus afloat amidst the chaos that had descended among the children within the capital of the Hellen Kingdom. Naturally, there were also members of the organization inside the capital, but none of them paid attention to the sudden appearance of more children in the city. Connor had ordered them to take the treasures of the kingdom and evacuate the city as soon as possible. As his last act of kindness, Connor left the granaries of the kingdom untouched, which Brendan used to help feed the survivors. The leader of the organization was still on the fence about what he should do with Crown Prince Lionel and his brother, Prince Rufus. Callum proposed that they take the 2 princes to be used as hostages, if ever an opportunity arose. Connor thought that this was a sound proposal because even though the 2 princes had betrayed their kingdom, they were still the princes of the nation. They hadn't lost their value and could be used as bargaining chips in the future. Aside from the remaining members of the organization who were tasked with disabling the traps and protection of the treasury, the rest had already moved to their headquarters where the statues of King Noah and the important nobles of the kingdom were stored for safekeeping. Connor was using this brief moment of peace to use all the manpower in his disposal to search for the monument that had disappeared from under his grasp. The corner of Dave's and Conrad's lips twitched when they saw Archatu mixing the rice gruel in the 3-meter-wide yin-yang cauldron using a giant ladle that William had just crafted using alchemy. Earlier, William asked Dave and Conrad to grab the giant pots that were in the kitchen to cook rice gruel for the children that they had brought with them. Since it was already evening, he asked the kids, who knew how to cook, to help with the food preparations as well. After securing several pots and pans from the kitchen of the Royal Academy, the cooking process began. Just like the city of Gladiolus, the Royal Academy had its own food reserves that it used to feed the children who were studying inside their institution. When Archatu saw the yin-yang cauldron, it mentioned something in passing that piqued William's interest. "I wonder what rice gruel would taste like if it was cooked using the yin-yang cauldron." That was what Archatu had muttered when William was about to put it away. After hearing this casual question, William also became curious. He even wondered what a rice gruel would taste like if it was cooked using the yin-yang cauldron and the flames of purification. Because of this, the two decided to conduct an experiment. The one who would cook the rice gruel would be Archatu, while William focused on controlling the flames using the flames of purification. Ian didn't do anything and simply watched from the side. He didn't specialize in cooking because that task was left to his twin, Isaac. Mohawk, the leader of the giant apes, was busy throwing in some pieces of meat and other seasonings per William's instructions. The three were so focused on their task that they didn't notice Dave's and Conrad's presence. Both boys were already holding a bowl of rice porridge each and looking at this scene with dumbfounded expressions. Naturally, it didn't take long before William noticed them and invited the two to join them for dinner. "How are the children?" William asked while he decreased the power of the flames. "They're currently eating," Dave answered. "So far, the commander's threat worked and none of them are causing trouble." William nodded. The reason he had summoned Archatu in front of the kids was to scare them and prevent them from doing anything bad. This deterrence worked and all of them were behaving properly. After they finish eating, bring them to the public pool, William commented after pondering for a while. "Separate them by genders. I will have the Angray birds and the Cercopes monkeys guard the girls' area to prevent any boys from causing mischief." Dave and Conrad nodded their heads in agreement. The children who had been left behind were like homeless people who hadn't bathed for days. Naturally, there were those who cared about hygiene, but since the town was located in the countryside, not everyone prioritized cleanliness over food. This was very true during these dark and difficult times. "It's done," Archatu said after stirring the ladle one last time. It then proceeded to grab the bowls that William had prepared beforehand and started to pour rice gruel into them. The first bowl he handed to William, the second it handed to Mohawk, the third it gave it to itself. The three ate at almost the same time and their expressions changed drastically. Delicious," William stuttered as he ate more of the rice gruel that they had just cooked. "It seems that our experiment is a success," Archatu agreed as he ate from the big bowl that William had made for him. Dave and Conrad ate their rice gruel hurriedly. After emptying their bowls, they asked if they could try some of the porridge that their comrades had cooked. "Go ahead," William said with confidence. "Dang, I should really get a chef job class. Maybe it will taste even better if I equip that profession while cooking." If the god of alchemists saw that his precious yin-yang cauldron replica was being used to cook rice gruel, he would definitely throw a tantrum and whack William's head in anger. Lily, Issei, and David were already laughing in the temple of the gods when they saw this scene. The alchemist god was also a member of the neutral faction and one of the richest gods in the temple. All of his pills would be auctioned in the god shop and the chosen candidates of the gods would bid, using their hard-earned god points, to get his miraculous pills that would give them power beyond their wildest imaginations. After William and the rest finished eating, he cleaned his yin-yang cauldron using his water magic and stored it back inside his storage ring. He was just about to go to his room in the Solaris dormitory with Ian when he saw a familiar face walking towards him. "You sure know how to create a ruckus," Est said as he looked at William with a fed-up expression. "Instead of seeing me first, you brought these kids to the academy without saying a word. If not for the fact that Isaac was scouting the city for news, I wouldn't have known that you had arrived in the capital." William scratched his head as he walked towards the handsome boy who was giving him the "you're gonna sleep on the floor tonight" glare. The half-elf lightly cleared his throat as he gave his explanation. "Actually, I planned to see you first, but the circumstances didn't give me the opportunity to do that." William sighed. "The evacuation of the town took a lot of time. I planned to look for you tomorrow, but who would have thought that you missed me so much that you came here personally? William flicked his hair in arrogance as he gave Est a dazzling smile. By the way, have you seen Wendy? William asked. I've missed her, too, and, if possible, I want to sleep with her. Tony Ian, who was standing beside him, pinched his waist in irritation, while Est stepped forward and pulled on his ears. Clearly, both of them were very dissatisfied with William's choice of words. How could he possibly look for Wendy when the two of them were already here in front of him? The pitiful half-elf had been dragged away by the two jealous boys, leaving the dumbfounded Isaac, Dave, Conrad, Urchatu, and Mohawk behind. That night, William understood what jealousy truly was. Inside his spiritual world, two beautiful girls made sure that the red-headed boy wouldn't commit the same mistake again in the future as they performed the union of souls, to help the annoying half-elf speed up the recovery of his sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, in the Armstrong Duchy, Wendy, what's wrong? Spencer asked when he saw his twin sister suddenly look in the direction of the city of Gladiolus. Wendy frowned as if deep in thought. She didn't understand how or why, but somehow, she thought that she heard William's voice call out her name. Nothing, big brother, Wendy replied as she returned to the task of reading the documents that were submitted by the retainers of their duchy. She thought that she was imagining things because she wanted to see William so badly. Every night, Wendy dreamed of the place called Asgard where her adult self lived together with her husband, Will. Wendy was very jealous of her adult self. Not only did the Valkyrie Wendy look mature and charming, she was also someone that took the initiative. The Will in her dreams would sometimes resist her advances, but her overwhelming strength would render him helpless. Wendy would often wake up hot and bothered in the morning after the husband and wife had shared a steamy night together. Deep inside, she wished that there would come a time when William and her would really, truly, be married. Not solely in her dreams, but in reality as well. Chapter 383, Ambition's End Part 1. The next day, William was about to do his own investigation to gather news in the city in regards to the movements of the organization when he felt a very familiar presence within the academy. It didn't take long for William to identify who this presence belonged to, and he felt both shock and joy at the discovery. Immediately, he headed towards the garden in the first-year magic division where he recently had a face-off with Carter. It's good to see that you are safe, Fourth Master, William said. His tone was laced with relief and happiness knowing that one of the most dependable veterans of Lant wasn't affected by the continental spell that had turned everyone into statues. Ezio hummed as he patted William's shoulder. You did well. Among William's masters, Ezio was very straightforward and didn't like sugar-coating his words. This was why William was quite happy to receive praise coming from the man who always walked in the shadows. You're going to gather information, I presume? Ezio asked. William nodded. Yes, Fourth Master. Very well. I will also share the information that I have gathered while staying here in the capital, Ezio stated. First off, Crown Prince Lionel and Prince Rufus are no longer in the capital. They were taken by the members of the organization to their headquarters in the northeast. William listened attentively to Ezio's explanation. Frankly, he had wanted to give the Crown Prince a good slap on the face for trying to kidnap his big sister and big brother during their return to Lant. Unfortunately, he had missed his chance because they were no longer in the capital. Ezio explained that the organization had also started to pull out from the capital and were all gathering at their headquarters. He had tried to gain some information by capturing some of the members of the organization, but none of them knew anything. All they knew was that their leader was recalling all of them without giving any further explanation. After telling him about the current state of the organization, Ezio returned to the domestic problems that the kingdom was currently facing. Brendan Schwartz is a very capable young man. He was able to handle the immediate problem within the capital, which was the food shortage. Ezio praised the son of the Prime Minister due to his ability to quickly solve the problems that had propped up after the adults had turned into statues. However, because he is very capable, he has started to have thoughts about this kingdom. After the two princes had been taken away, he thought of himself as the de facto regent of the Hellen Kingdom. Since he is the son of the Prime Minister, he indeed has the authority to give out orders while the members of the royal family are not present in the capital. William scoffed because he had already seen how greedy people could be when they gained power and influence. You mean to say he is planning to become the king's regent, Fourth Master? Exactly. Ezio nodded. The leader of the organization sent one of his subordinates to inform Brendan that they would pass the control of the Helen Kingdom into his very capable hands temporarily, while they handled some important matters. I think this is where Brendan's plan to become the new ruler of this nation started to bloom. William sighed and scratched his head. The last thing he wanted to deal with was an ambitious mouse who thought that it could play king while the cat was away. Ezio looked at the young man with a smile on his face. Although the time he had spent with William was short, he knew that the red-headed boy had already formulated a plan about how to deal with the son of the Prime Minister. Brendan sat on the throne of the Helen Kingdom with a smug expression on his face. If he had done this during normal times, he would have immediately been charged with treason and sent to the gallows to die. However, right now, no one in the kingdom had the authority to make him pay for this crime. The organization had already taken away the two princes, leaving the throne unattended. As for the youngest prince, traces of his whereabouts were nowhere to be found. Although this raised a concern towards his plan of becoming the regent of the kingdom, he didn't think of it as a big deal. Prince Ernest was just a child and posed no threat to him. One of the lackeys standing by his side smiled as he looked at the imposing throne in front of him. He had seen this throne several times in the past, but he had never seen it this close before. Lord Brendan, it seems that the fate of the Helen Kingdom is now on your hands, the lackey said with a flattering smile on his face. If there's anything that you need, just tell me. I, the House of Caldwell, will follow it without fail. The other lackeys that had become part of Brendan's small circle had also raised their voice to proclaim their allegiance. Brendan smiled and nodded his head as if he was indeed a king who was showing benevolence to his subjects. Your loyalty will not be forgotten, Brendan stated crispily. As long as I sit on this throne, your families will prosper. Thank you, Your Excellency. Lord Brendan is truly magnanimous. A prodigy among prodigies. Words of flattery fell like rain and Brendan basked on it with a benevolent smile on his face. The dozens of noble heirs that had pledged their allegiance to him may not be the heads of the ducal families, but they were influential families nevertheless. Sons of marquises, viscounts, and barons were fighting against each other in order to get into his good graces. Brendan allowed them to flatter him for the sake of raising his ego. Suddenly, the doors of the throne room swung open and a red-headed boy, holding a wooden staff, swaggered in as if he owned the place. Brendan frowned because he recognized who the uninvited guest was. How could he possibly not recognize the youngest knight commander of the Helen Kingdom? He then gave the red-headed boy a kind smile as he stood up from the throne. Lord William, it is good to see that you have recovered from your injuries. Brendan nodded his head to acknowledge William's rank and position. Right now, the kingdom is in a state of strife. Foreigners have invaded the land and the peace of our kingdom is in danger. If possible, I would like to humbly request your help in order to protect our citizens from the threat of invasion. Brendan had been schooled properly by his own father about how to talk to high-ranking nobles of the kingdom. William had to agree that Brendan was indeed a capable young man because his choice of words were on point. If not for the fact that he had already known about his greedy ambitions, William might have considered working hand in hand with him in order to deal with the current problems that the kingdom was facing. Sadly, William had no time for bullshit, so he decided to handle the matter his own way. Brendan Schwartz, as the Knight Commander of the Helen Kingdom, I hereby find you guilty of treason, William announced in a righteous voice. You are hereby asked to surrender obediently or suffer the consequences. The corner of Brendan's lips curled up into a smile when he heard William's words. A moment later, he laughed out loud as if ridiculing the boy for his stupid declaration. Lord William, I tried to be civil with you, but it seems that your position has clouded your vision. Brendan sneered. The one who can bring him down will become my prime minister. Get him. William smirked as several portals appeared behind him. The most notorious member of William's legion appeared inside the throne room and hurled a barrage of curses at the snot-nosed nobles who thought that they could beat the half-elf with their superior numbers. FCK off. A yellow bird headbutted one of the noble brats and sent the latter flying. Several other rainbow birds dealt with their targeted nobles the same way, which made William chuckle from the side. Although the rainbow birds didn't look imposing, they had already raised their rank to the peak of the Class D and were also equipped with William's lollipops. Several magical darts flew through the air as the angry birds unleashed their magic missiles. The angry birds were like miniature, cursing, kamikaze jet fighters that brought fear into the hearts of the young nobles that had sided with Brendan. Brendan snorted and raised his hand to summon his beast companion. A winged tiger appeared inside the throne room and gave out a mighty roar. It was a class of beast that the Prime Minister had given Brendan on his 18th birthday. It had been with him for more than a year already, and their bond had grown quite strong over that short period of time. "Kill him, Alistar," Brendan ordered. Brendan had seen how strong William was during the battle against Kingsley at the half-elf's knighting ceremony. However, he didn't believe that the red-headed boy was capable of dealing with a class of monster that could only be fought by a team of mithril rank fighters. Chapter 384, Ambition's End, Part 2. William raised an eyebrow because a winged tiger was a very rare beast in the Helen Kingdom. Even so, he wasn't perturbed by this overgrown cat with wings. William had been fighting against centennial and millennial beasts ever since he was young, and the tiger's intimidating presence almost made him yawn. "Come out and play with this cat, Archie." William wasn't able to finish his command because a rainbow-colored anteater suddenly appeared in front of him and curled up into a ball. It then increased its size to 2 meters before hurtling itself to the winged tiger, who had been caught completely by surprise. A roar of pain erupted in the throne room as the winged tiger slammed into the wall. Kusaganaga didn't give it any opportunity to regain its footing and repeatedly slammed its body with its full-powered charge. William winced when he saw the bloodthirsty anteater pound the helpless tiger to oblivion. Only when the winged tiger had lost its consciousness did the anteater's rampage stop. The little beast arrogantly raised its head in the air as its small foot stepped on the head of the unconscious tiger. Its futile attempt to look imposing was greatly hampered by its adorable stature, which made William scratch his head. A thud sounded in the room as Brendan fell on his bum, looking at the unbelievable results of the battle that had started only a few minutes ago. His eyes locked on the small, rainbow-colored anteater that was standing arrogantly on top of his beast companion's head. "Do you have any other tricks?" William asked in a teasing voice. "Go on, take them out while you still have a chance." Brendan shifted his attention on William as he clenched his fist in frustration. Aside from being a scholar, he was also blessed with grade B talent in magic. However, for some reason, he had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to defeat the smiling half-elf in front of him even if he gave it all he had. "Lord William, I think we can talk things out," Brendan said as he stood up from the floor. "Like I said earlier, this kingdom is in need of talented people to help it survive the current situation. If you like, you can become the king, and I'll be your prime minister. Together we can reshape the Helen Kingdom and bring it to new heights. This is a good offer, don't you think so?" William admired Brendan's quick-wittedness. Since the son of the Prime Minister wasn't able to beat William in battle, Brendan immediately chose to act servile in order to get into his good graces. This shift in attitude was a tactic used by ambassadors and other officers of the kingdom who specialized in negotiations. William had seen similar cases when people had pleaded with him for mercy, but Brendan's attitude made the half-elf quite impressed. "This is a dangerous person," William thought as he narrowed his eyes. "Capable but dangerous. If the son is already like this, I wonder what the father is like." William didn't really care about the politics of the Helen Kingdom. Just like his grandfather, James, they were people who preferred to do things their way. They didn't want to be bound by laws or authority and would even smack anyone that would try to put them down. The half-elf also understood that Brendan only acted this way due to the convenient circumstances that fell on his plate. As someone that was born to serve the king of the next generation, ambition was a very important attitude to have. Frankly, William was at the fence about how he should deal with Brendan. On one hand, he could just imprison the teenager and look for someone to take his place. On the other hand, he could use his amazing managerial skills to let the kingdom function properly. "If I tell you to go west, would you dare to go east?" William asked. "I will go wherever you want me to go, Lord William," Brendan replied with a calm expression on his face. "If I tell you to jump, I'll ask you how high I should jump." William nodded as he looked at Brendan with a serious expression. "You still want to become the regent of this kingdom?" "Yes," Brendan replied. William smirked. He thought that the older boy would deny his ambition, but to his surprise, the latter admitted it openly. "You are an incredible person," William praised, "and very dangerous as well. To be honest, I just want to lock you up until all of this is over." Brendan nodded in understanding. "Of course you can do that. But I dare say that no one in this kingdom will be able to do the things that I can do during this chaotic time. I hate to admit it, but you are correct. Right, so, how about my proposal? You can become the king and I'll be your prime minister." William shook his head firmly. "I do not wish for dominion. Such a shame. Brendan sighed. We need someone who will lead the people, and I believe that Lord William would be the right person for the job. Also, Sir William, I just want to tell you one more thing. We have no grudges against each other. This is true. William crossed his arms over his chest as he eyed Brendan. The boy only had an average-looking face. A face that you could easily be forgotten if he blended in with the crowd because no one would give him a second glance. But there was one thing that made him stand out in William's eyes. It was a feeling of cleanliness. This was a trait that was very common among professional assassins. If Brendan had chosen to become an assassin, instead of a scholar, he might have been a very dangerous foe that would bring terror to his enemies. I think I know what to do with him now. William grinned as he looked at the boy in front of him. His attitude towards Brendan had a complete reversal and the latter shivered because William was looking at him as if he was a very beautiful prostitute that was being sold in a brothel. What, are you serious? Est asked as he looked at William as if he said something ridiculous. Me, the regent of the kingdom? William nodded. Of course I am serious. I don't trust anyone else, aside from you, to manage the capital while I am away. I will leave Dave and Conrad by your side to act as your bodyguards. With them around, you don't have to worry about anything. But, I don't think I am the right person for the job. Did you forget what I told you before? William patted Est's shoulder and gave him a teasing smile. Heroes are not born, they are made. A hero is an ordinary individual who finds strength to persevere and endure in spite of overwhelming obstacles. Look at the bright side, at least this time, we're not fighting against a terror hand. Yes, we are not fighting a terror hand, but something more sinister like an unknown organization and thousands of elves right outside our border, Est argued. You're not wrong, William nodded in agreement. But, if not you then who? Do you have any recommendations? How about Prince Ernest? Est proposed. The shrimp is still too young and too henpecked to handle the affairs of the K Kingdom. William shook his head. If you don't want to take the position then I'll just let that guy named Brendan Schwartz handle everything. At least, he is capable of managing the K Kingdom while I am away. Est frowned. Naturally, he knew who Brendan was. He also thought that the son of the Prime Minister could fill in the role of a temporary leader while the royal family was out of commission. However, for some reason, he didn't like the idea of handing over the authority of the royal family to another person. Fine, but I will need some help. Est compromised. I can't do it alone. William smirked. Don't worry. I already made preparations for this. Chapter 385. Meeting with the Diabolical Hell Ape, Part 1. Lord Est, it's a pleasure to be of service to you. Brendan pressed his closed fist over his chest as he bowed respectfully. Lord William had already told me the details. I will do my best to serve you faithfully in the absence of the royal family. Thank you, Est stuttered as he looked at the son of the Prime Minister. He and William had only talked about this very same person a few hours ago, and now, Brendan was standing in front of him acting all servile. Can I ask you a question? Est asked. His curiosity had gotten the better of him as he looked at the average-looking man with short blonde hair and blue eyes. Of course, Brendan replied. How did William convince you to work for me? He introduced me to someone. Est tilted his head in confusion. Introduced you to someone? Est's curiosity grew as he looked at the Prime Minister's son with a serious expression. He wondered just what kind of person William introduced to Brendan in order to make him act this way. A very amazing person. Brendan smiled. When he saw the man that William had introduced to him a few hours ago, an electrical shock passed over his body. It was as if he was meant to meet that person. Like the last piece of the puzzle falling into place, Brendan knew then and there that he had found his true calling. He was already looking forward to studying under that man's tutelage, and the condition for that to happen was to serve Est as his right-hand man. Lord Est, I know that you have a few more questions, but Lord William has left me with some orders, Brendan said as he opened a scroll in his hands. For now, it would be best if we gathered the survivors on the outskirts of the Hellen Kingdom and bring them to the capital. Understood. Est snapped to attention as soon as he heard that they needed to rescue the survivors in the towns that were the farthest from the capital. I suggest that we send some representatives to these areas and have them evacuate to the capital, Brendan explained. Right now, we have enough grain to last us 15 years. All of them are magically preserved in the granary of the royal warehouse. Even if we bring in 10 million more mouths to feed, it will only shorten our reserves to 4 years. Aside from that, every duchy has their own granaries. If we can get in touch with the local nobles, we could ask them to coordinate with us when it comes to sharing resources. Est nodded. This was the first time that he was hearing these kinds of things, and his impression of Brendan grew by the minute. The most pressing matter right now is the threat on our borders. Brendan frowned. Lord William told me that he would handle this matter, so we should just focus on rescuing more survivors, and finding ways to gather food and other resources. Also, we should build a local night force that will ensure that no crimes will be committed in the capital. Brendan gave Est a serious gaze as he continued his explanation. Even though the majority of the survivors are children, some of them are also in their late teens. Their age might make them bully the younger kids and take advantage of them. This is something that we should prevent at all costs in order to gain peace within the city of Gladiolus. Understood. Est nodded. Is there anything else that we should do for the children? One step at a time, Lord Est. If you focus on everything, Brendan replied, you will not be able to accomplish anything. Let's rescue the survivors first, and form a night unit that will patrol the city. This will give the survivors a sense of security if they see that there are uniformed officers upholding the law. The two finished their meeting in half an hour and immediately went to action. Their role was to maintain the stability of the kingdom. The first thing Est did was order Dave to travel to the Armstrong Duchy where Spencer and Wendy were located. Among the heirs of the high-ranking nobles, Wendy was someone that he could count on when it came to accomplishing the things that William wanted to have happen. Although he still felt conflicted about Wendy being William's first girlfriend, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only blame the curse that was placed on his body because he had met William as a boy, and not as a girl. Brendan also sent some of his trusted subordinates, whom William had beaten up earlier, to use their manpower to reach out to the survivors on the edges of the Hellen Kingdom. Although they were still reluctant about Brendan becoming someone else's subordinate, they still decided to follow him. After all, as long as the one they were following was the person that was calling the shots, they would definitely get an opportunity to make a good impression, and show Est how capable they truly were. As for William, he had already left the capital in order to gather forces to fight against the organization and the Elven army. The two were riding on the back of a llamasu as they headed towards the forest where William was planning to meet someone. Are you sure that leaving without telling the young master is a good idea? Ian asked while hugging William from behind. It will be fine, William replied. Est will understand because both of us have responsibilities now. Also, time waits for no one. Every second counts. What William didn't tell Ian was that he was still not used to suddenly being intimate with Est, even while she was in her girl from inside his sea of consciousness. The transition from becoming his best friend to a lover was so sudden that William struggled to accept it right away. For now, he planned to take his time to nurture their feelings for each other so things wouldn't become awkward for the two of them. Still, the night that Est had spent with William inside his spiritual world was not in vain. Her real name is Estelle. If I'm not mistaken, her name means star, William mused as they neared their destination. It's a very good name. Estelle had taken the initiative to tell William her real name, because she was jealous of Ash. She also wanted the boy she liked to call her by her real name and not the fake name that she had to use because of the curse placed on her body. You're thinking about her, right? Ian asked. William didn't need to turn around to know Ian's current expression. Jealous. Instead of answering him, Ian asked him another question. Ian already knew Est's feelings for William and had long accepted it in her heart. Since that was the case, why should she make things difficult for the boy she liked? Do you think the Lord of the Forest will accept your invitation? Ian asked. William quieted down as he pondered the answer to this question. After arriving at the capital, the first beast he wanted to invite was the diabolical hell ape that ruled the forest near the Hellen Royal Academy. He was Soglav's sovereign and a very powerful beast that would definitely bolster William's forces if it were to agree to his request. We'll know soon enough, William said softly as he guided the llamasu to where the most powerful aura was located. William had already communicated with Soglav and asked him to relay a message to his sovereign. The demonic dog agreed because it had already planned to hug William's thigh until it reached the millennial rank. Soon, a wide clearing appeared in their vision. Waiting for him in the wide clearing was the diabolical hell ape. However, it was not alone. Gathered around it were the other rulers of the forest. All of them were expecting William's arrival, and they were very curious whether their sovereign would accept his proposal or not. Chapter 386, Meeting with the Diabolical Hell Ape, Part 2. William stood in front of the diabolical hell ape, and his gaze never left the millennial beast's eyes. In the past, the ape had used its overwhelming pressure to knock him unconscious with a single stare. Now, that same powerful stare was aimed at his body once more. Although the pressure was the same as he remembered, he was not the same boy that had met this beast for the first time. He had undergone many battles in the time that he had spent at the academy, and it had further strengthened his ability to hold his ground against strong opponents. "Good," the diabolical hell ape said via telepathy. "Your eyes have more strength in them now compared to the first time we met. Now, tell me, child, why have you come to meet me?" William knew that if the diabolical hell ape wanted to harm him, he would definitely not be its match. He had a feeling that even Urchatu, the giant white ox that was now part of his herd, would not be strong enough to face off against the sovereign of the forest. Unlike Urchatu and the other powerful beasts in the continent, the diabolical hell ape wasn't affected by the spell. It was born from a place where miasma was everywhere. Its body had long surpassed the limits of ordinary creatures, making it almost immune to debuff spells that would weaken it. "I am here to ask for help," William replied after organizing his thoughts. He knew that he needed to pick his words wisely in order to command this mighty beast to lend its aid. "I am about to fight against the organization that was responsible for casting the continental spell, which has turned all the adults in the continent into statues. If possible, I would like to ask for His Excellency's help in dealing with them." The diabolical hell ape nodded in understanding. "That spell was truly powerful. I have never seen a spell of such magnitude in my lifetime. However, this is an affair between humans. I don't see any reason for us to fight. Also, what can you offer us so that we will accept your proposal?" William was expecting that the negotiation would head in this direction. Although he had a few treasures in his possession, he wasn't sure that the sovereign of the forest would be interested in them. Because of this, he decided to take a gamble. "Is there something that His Excellency wants in return?" William inquired. He knew that, as a being that had already reached the millennial rank, there were very few things that could pique its curiosity. "Oh, so you're asking me what I like? Now, this is something I didn't see coming." The diabolical hell ape smiled a devilish smile that matched its sinister profile. "I thought that you were going to present me with priceless treasures and allow me to choose from them. Although I do have those treasures, it will be best if I just give His Excellency what he truly wants. That way, I will be able to secure your help wholeheartedly." "Smart. But, the question is, are you capable of giving me what I want? What is it that you desire, Your Excellency?" The diabolical hell ape looked down at William with a serious expression as he pondered the thing that he really wanted to possess. A few minutes passed in silence, but no one within the clearing said anything. William, Ian, and the rest of the creatures in the forest waited for the giant ape to state what he wanted. Finally, the sovereign of the forest stated his demand. William's expression became serious, but he was not alone. Ian, Soglav, and the rest of the rulers of the forest looked at the giant ape in shock when they heard his wish. "I want to become human." 5 simple words. Yet, those 5 words relayed how serious the diabolical hell ape was. William didn't dare to ask the millennial beast to repeat what it just said because he knew that the answer would be the same. If anyone who didn't know the temper of the diabolical hell ape were to hear this request, they would definitely laugh out loud. Why? Because it was a ridiculous request. A request that seemed impossible. But no one within the clearing dared to laugh. Because they know that the millennial beast would end their life the moment they did something disrespectful to it. After a few minutes of silence, William took a deep breath and asked the giant ape a question. "Your Excellency, I just want to confirm something," William said as he stared at the sovereign of the forest with a serious expression. "Do you just want to be able to take human form, or do you really want to become a human?" The diabolical hell ape replied firmly and without room for negotiations. "A true human. However, I still want to retain the power I currently have. If you can make it happen, I will put my life on the line to aid you in your request." "Your Excellency, may I ask why you want to become human?" "You don't need to know." The diabolical hell's ape carried a tone of finality. William knew that asking for more might jeopardize his chances of being able to ask it for help. Now that the millennial beast had stated its terms, it was now time for him to find a way to make it a reality. "System, is there a way to do this?" "Host, if we use the God Shop, we can definitely do it. However, the cost will be not lower than 100,000 God points, which we currently don't have right now." William sighed internally. He had just been given a loan of 1,000,000 God points by the gods in the temple. His face was not thick enough to ask for more. "Your Excellency, I cannot grant your request," William replied honestly. The expression of the diabolical hell ape remained calm. It didn't expect that William would be able to grant his request. If it was easy, he would have already turned into a human long ago. "Then we have nothing more to talk about," the diabolical hell ape stated. "When you find a way to turn me into a human, you will know where to find me. Until then, you will be barred from returning to this forest." The giant ape was about to leave when a thought crossed its mind. "If any of the rulers of the forest, aside from Soglav, want to accompany you, then I will allow it. However, once they decide to join you, they will no longer be welcome in my domain." The beasts in the forest looked at their sovereign, and the giant ape only gave them a light snort before walking away. It had already said everything it wanted to say. Whether the rulers of the forests wanted to join William or not, he had already given them his explicit permission, in exchange for being expelled from his domain forever. The rulers of the forest, who planned to discuss terms with William, hesitated because of their sovereign's ultimatum. Frankly, they were fine with the current lifestyle they had. They were just jealous of Soglav's increase in strength and ranking due to the resources that were given to him by the red-headed boy. They all had a difficult choice to make now. Should they join William and take a gamble? Or should they stay where it was safe and where they could live their lives without having to fight against strong opponents? The beasts were all pondering the answers to these questions while the half-elf stood in place. Only Soglav was grinning ear to ear. Naturally, he already knew the answer to these questions, but he had no intention of saying anything. For him, the less competition he had, the more rewards he would gain by staying by William's side. As the boy's first demonic business partner, Soglav had no intention of sharing his resources with anyone. It hoped that his comrades in the forest would all back down. That way, he would be able to cross into the centennial rank in the not-so-distant future. After all, he was not like the other rulers in the forest. He didn't want to stay in a small place for the rest of his life. Soglav also wanted to travel the world. It was a demonic beast that had a thirst for conquest. Although it liked to play it safe and stay away from dangerous situations, it didn't mean that it was a coward. It was only waiting for the right moment, to open its razor-sharp fangs, and go in, for the kill. Chapter 387, Lord of the Wilds Part 1. The Lamassu soared in the sky as William guided it to the southern region of the Hellen Kingdom. It had been 3 days since he had his meeting with the diabolical Hell Ape. As he expected, none of the rulers of the forest approached him after being given a stern warning by their sovereign. His next destination was the whimsical forest. The place where he met Athon, tamed the hippogriffs, the griffin Lionheart, met the centaur race, and captured the wyverns. After the battle with the werehyenas, the centaur chieftain told William that he could ask them a favor as repayment for lending his hand to save their tribe. Although the red-headed boy felt a little guilty to use the favor in this manner, he didn't have much of a choice. What he needed now were fighters that would lend their aid to his cause. The matter of the diabolical Hell Ape would be put on hold for now. He had no time to worry about things that were outside of his control. The Lamassu soared above the trees as it traveled to their next destination. None of the creatures in the forest challenged its approach, because it was a Class A beast. Although there were beasts that were of the centennial and millennial rank inside the forest, they didn't meet any of them along the route that William had chosen for them. The system had already detected these powerful beasts and had labeled their location on William's map. Naturally, William avoided these places as he headed deeper into the forest. After the battle between the centaurs and the wyverns, the centaur race had decided to migrate deeper in the forest. Their allies the hippogriffs, the deer, the moose, and the wild bison followed them as well. The centaur chieftain's good friend was a millennial beast. With its help, the centaur tribe was able to relocate and live peacefully within its domain. Bastian, the captain of the centaurs, had given William a special artifact that would lead him to their new home. Centaurs were prideful creatures. Once they had given their word, they would do it. This was why William was feeling very guilty, because he was going to use their favor to ask them to fight in a war that had no relation to them. 3 hours after arriving at the whimsical forest, William finally arrived at a grassland where hundreds of deer, moose, and bison were grazing. Not far from there, were dozens of hippogriffs resting near a river. As soon as they sensed the Lamassu approaching their location, the alpha of the hippogriff gave a war cry and several of its companions soared into the sky alongside it, to fight against the intruder that had entered their sanctuary. The sounds of running hooves resounded in the grassland as a platoon of centaurs rushed to the scene wielding their bows and arrows. The centaurs had already knocked their arrows on their bows when they heard a shout come from the rider of the lamassu that had entered their airspace. "Everyone stand down. It's me, William," William shouted. "Bastian, hold your fire." Bastian immediately raised his hand in a stopping gesture to prevent the centaurs from releasing their arrows. The alpha of the hippogriffs also recognized the shameless brat who had extorted him in handing over some of the members of its herd. Honestly, it wanted to attack William, but the boys, "I dare you to do it," glare deterred it from doing anything reckless. It only gave the boy a hateful shriek before returning to the ground to guard his herd. The alpha of the herd had already made a decision. If William came once again to snatch members of its herd, it would throw all caution to the wind and fight the half-elf to the bitter end. Fortunately, they were not the reason why William had returned to the whimsical forest. Although William was tempted, he didn't want to antagonize the alpha beast who was already glaring at him with hate. "Welcome, friend," Bastian greeted William as soon as the lamassu landed on the ground. William smiled. "Thank you. I have come to talk to your chieftain. Is he around?" Bastian nodded. "Did you come here because you are going to use the favor that has been rewarded to you? Very well, follow me." William didn't expect that Bastian would be this casual when it came to his purpose for coming to the whimsical forest. Although things were going smoothly, he was still feeling anxious about whether the centaur chieftain would honor their promise or not. Bastian guided William to a valley, not far from the grasslands. Hundreds of centaurs were hard at work as they skinned the wild animals that they had hunted down in the whimsical forest. When they noticed Bastian's approach, most of them greeted him. They also greeted William, whom they recognized as a hero that had helped save their tribe in their time of need. "Centaurs do not forget the favor we owe," Bastian said as he guided William towards the biggest structure inside the valley. "Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will honor our pledge. We are the Chiron tribe. Never forget that, William." William nodded. Earlier, he was still doubting whether the Chiron tribe would honor their word. Now, all of those worries disappeared completely. Bastian's words were filled with pride and determination. It would be disrespectful if William were to challenge his tribe's dignity. The residence of the centaur chieftain was quite big. It was as if it was built to host celebrations that could sit over 100 centaurs at the same time. When they neared the entrance, William felt an unfamiliar presence that made him raise his guard. A powerful beast, and its strength is even stronger than the diabolical hell ape. William couldn't help but be shocked at this unexpected development. For him, the sovereign of the forest was already at the peak of the millennial beasts. He didn't expect that he would find someone stronger than it during his visit to the centaur tribe. Could it be a myriad beast? William thought as he followed behind Bastian. "I have only met the myriad ant queen, but this presence is stronger than hers." Although William wasn't a studious person, he still knew that the Hellen kingdom didn't have a guardian beast protecting it. There's no point in overthinking things. William sighed in his heart. "I just hope it won't turn hostile when it meets me." Soon they arrived at an imposing gate that Bastian said led to their great hall where their chieftain usually held his conferences. The powerful presence that William felt was undoubtedly behind the double gates. He took a deep breath to calm himself as Bastian opened the gates to lead him inside. There, he saw a creature that was over 4 meters tall. It had the head of a stag and antlers adorned with 2 golden bangles on each side. Its antlers looked so majestic that Spire's own antlers seemed to be dwarfed by its elegance. It had the body of a man, and a dark green snake had coiled itself around his arm, resting its head on its shoulder. Out of instinct, William had activated his appraisal skill to see the identity of the beast that was currently staring back at him. Cernunnos. The Horned One. Lord of the Wilds. Protector of the Forest. Threat level, SSR mid. Myriad beast. Can be added to the herd. Success rate, 0.000001%. Chapter 388. Lord of the Wilds Part 2. William's pupils shrank as he read the information in front of him. He had only seen the first half of the myriad beast's information, but it was more than enough to tell him that his hunch was right. What he felt was an existence that was stronger than the diabolical hell ape. He stood in place, daring not to move as he read the full information of the being that was in front of him. Threat level, myriad beast high. This myriad beast is often referred to as Horned One because of its majestic antlers that are second to none. He is a protector, and a provider, which has also earned him the title the Lord of the Wilds due to his power and influence to control every beast living inside his domain. The torque on its antlers symbolizes life and death, and holds the power to control nature and life magic. This myriad beast has a dual personality. Due to being able to wield the power of life and death, it sometimes has a gentle personality and, at times, is a death god that will reap the lives of others. Just like the forces of nature that are wild and unpredictable, it is both a giver and taker of life. It would be best to tread carefully in the presence of the one who is said to also wield the power to summon the ancient treants to fight by its side. FCK. William cursed internally. He didn't know if he should praise or slap himself for picking this time to visit the centaurs in the whimsical forest. The myriad beast in front of him was no laughing matter. It had a dual personality, which made it very dangerous. The only advantage that William possessed at the moment was that this particular beast was also a herd-type creature. He hoped that out of respect for his profession, Sir Nunnos wouldn't do anything to harm him and Ian, who was right beside him. "Forgive me, Great One." Bastian pressed his closed fist over his chest as he greeted Sir Nunnos. Our friend, William Von Ainsworth, had arrived. He came here to see the great chieftain. Bastian wasn't able to finish his words because Sir Nunnos silenced him with a stare. It then looked at the red-headed boy who was also looking back at him with a calm expression. "Ainsworth, you say? Are you related to James, perhaps?" Sir Nunnos inquired. It had a neutral expression on its face, so William didn't know if it had a good relationship with his grandpa or not. "He is my grandfather," William answered. "Your Excellency, do you know of him?" "Of course. How could I forget James?" Sir Nunnos nodded. "We've known each other for many years. In fact, both of us met 50 years ago." William smiled because it seemed that the myriad beast and his grandfather were old acquaintances. "Since you are related to him, then you can die now." Sir Nunnos roared as the dark green snake that was resting on his arm increased its size and charged towards William with the intention of eating him whole. William hurriedly grabbed Ian's hand and vanished from where he stood. He had retreated to the Thousand Beast domain in order to escape the attack of the myriad beast who seemed to have a vendetta against his grandfather. Sir Nunnos clicked his tongue when he saw that William was able to escape his attack. It then recalled the dark green snake, which obediently coiled itself on his arm again and rested its head on his shoulder. Bastian's body became stiff as he stood in place. He didn't expect that their benefactor would be attacked by the guardian that ruled these lands. "Your Excellency, he was the boy who had saved our tribe when the wyverns attacked," Bastian commented. Sir Nunnos paused before shifting his attention to Bastian. The pressure he was radiating earlier disappeared and was replaced by a gentle and refreshing aura. "Eh? Why didn't you say sooner?" Sir Nunnos inquired. "Your Excellency, you didn't wait for me to finish. Are you saying that it was my fault?" Bastian hurriedly shook his head like his life depended on it. After living with Sir Nunnos for a while, they had realized how quickly its mood changes. However, most of the time, it was gentle and kind. Sometimes, it would even mediate between the conflicts of the denizens of the forest when it affected the balance of nature within its domain. Due to its nature, it didn't mind if both sides killed each other because it was part of the natural cycle. Still, whenever Sir Nunnos was in his aggressive mood, it would still be lenient enough and not kill anyone right off the bat. Clearly, Sir Nunnos and James didn't have a good relationship and might even be enemies for the myriad beast to instantly attack the young boy who was a guest of the Chiron tribe. "Are you okay, Ash?" William asked as he helped his mermaid lover who had instinctively transformed to protect him when the dark green snake charged towards them. Ash had two forms, her usual mermaid form and her mermaid battle form. If she was on land, then she would stand on two legs and fight. However, her strength would be halved when fighting on land. Only when she was in the water could her full power be unleashed. She was wearing sea blue armor that seemed to be made from a metal that William wasn't familiar with. His only gripe was that the armor was quite revealing and showed Ash's curves, which the red-headed boy had already claimed for himself. "Well, at least it's not bikini armor," William thought as he stared at Ash's battle regalia. "Have you stared enough?" Ash asked as she bumped her closed fist on William's head. "What's wrong? Why did that millennial beast attack us? I thought it knew your grandfather." William raised both of his hands in order to calm the mermaid who was throwing a barrage of questions at him. "Correction, it wasn't a millennial beast, that one is a bona fide myriad beast," William answered. "Second, how was I to know that my old man and Sir Nunnos had bad blood between them? This is the first time I've seen the Lord of the Wilds, and the first thing it did after asking a question was attack me." Ash calmed down a bit after hearing William's explanation. However, that calmness soon disappeared as the words that William had said registered in her mind. That was a myriad beast. Ash stuttered as she covered her lips with her hand. How can you tell? It's because this is not the first time I have met a myriad beast, William replied. He trusted Ash, but the system had warned him repeatedly to not tell anyone about his appraisal ability because it might cause some problems if people were to discover it. There were also appraisers in the world of Hestia, but most of them could only appraise weapons, armors, jewelry, accessories, and artifacts. However, none had the ability to appraise beasts and people. The system even added that if William were to upgrade his shepherd job class to its final form, he would gain the ability to appraise the true name of any mortal in the world of Hestia. Having the ability to know the true name of named beings was a priceless ability because it would give William the power to control their lives. This was why the system had advised him to never tell a soul about it. Not even to his family, masters, and lovers. If that was a myriad beast, and it's on bad terms with your grandfather, then what do we do now? Ash asked anxiously. If we leave this domain, won't we appear in the same place we were standing a while ago? William once again nodded his head to affirm his lover's worries. Don't worry, I'm not going to harm you again. At least, not until after you've finished your business with the Centaur chieftain. William's and Ash's bodies stiffened when they heard the voice of the beast they had tried to speak to just a few minutes ago. The two exchanged a glance before their heads slowly turned to the side to see the 4-meter-tall Cernunnos standing a few meters away from them. Chapter 389, Negotiation with the Centaur Race, Part 1. William summoned his staff and Ash summoned her sword. The two of them took a fighting stance as they faced the myriad beast who had, for some reason, appeared inside the thousand-beast domain. How did you get here, Your Excellency? William asked. How did you manage to enter my domain? This was the first time someone had entered his domain without his permission. Not only that, the one who entered it was the Lord of the Wilds that had attacked with the intention of killing him earlier. Good question, Cernunnos replied with an amused expression on his face. Very well, I will tell you the reason as compensation for attacking you earlier. The myriad beast casually sat cross-legged in front of William as if the domain belonged to him. The other inhabitants of the thousand-beast domain had sensed his presence and immediately gathered to William's side, with the exception of Ella. Although Ella had sensed the myriad beast, she remained inside the magic crystal cavern to watch over the three sleeping beasts. Even so, she was paying attention to the uninvited guest and would immediately come to William's aid if Cernunnos tried something funny. First and foremost, the entire whimsical forest is my domain, Cernunnos explained. The moment you entered the forest, you were already inside my jurisdiction. Since this is my deep domain, I have absolute control over whatever I want to do inside it. William was surprised to hear this. He never thought that the forest, that could be visited by anyone in the Helen Kingdom, was actually a domain that belonged to a myriad beast. I wonder if the Sword Saint is aware of the existence of this myriad beast, William thought as he looked at the myriad beast who seemed to be keen on telling him how he managed to enter his domain without permission. The second reason is because when the entrance to a domain opens, it will remain open for less than a minute, Cernunnos continued his explanation. Even if the entrance disappears, it is still there, only invisible. Do you understand? William frowned. This was the first time he heard of these things and it made him anxious. Seeing the red-headed boy's reaction, Cernunnos chuckled. Relax. Not everyone can enter a domain that easily. Even myriad beasts and demigods can't enter someone else's domain that easily. Like I said earlier, you entered my domain then opened the gateway to your own in order to escape my attack. This caused a rift in my domain. As a domain master, I have the ability to fix or pry open the rift that appeared in my territory. Before I forget, not all myriad beasts and demigods have domains. I just so happen to be one of those few beings that has my own domain. William nodded. Although he didn't know if Cernunnos was telling the truth or not, it didn't change the fact that the myriad beast was now inside his domain. Based on the information he gathered from his appraisal skill earlier, the Lord of the Wilds had two sides. Right now, it was the good side of Cernunnos that was talking to him. This gave him a little peace of mind, but he knew that this myriad beast's mood could flip anytime, so he didn't want to act disrespectful to it. Your Excellency, is there a way for me to prevent any uninvited guests from entering my domain? William inquired. Those who have the same abilities as you. Cernunnos shook his head. No, the only way to prevent anyone from entering your domain is by choosing a safe location before you open the gateway that leads inside it. The Lord of the Wilds then gave William an appraising stare. He could feel James's bloodline flowing inside the boy's body and determined that he was indeed the annoying man's grandchild. Well, even though you made a mistake in allowing someone to enter your domain without your permission, it wouldn't change the fact that, if you hadn't done what you have done, you'd be dead by now. This is also a fact. So, good job in surviving the attack of a myriad beast. William didn't know if Sir Nunnos was complimenting him or pitying him. All he knew was that the Lord of the Wilds didn't seem to want to kill him right now. After finishing his explanation, Sir Nunnos scanned his surroundings. Its eyes, that could see every nook and cranny of the whimsical forest, weren't able to examine William's thousand-beast domain in detail. This was a normal thing because this particular domain didn't belong to him. After seeing that further prying would bear no fruit, Sir Nunnos once again shifted his attention to the boy who was looking back at him with a guarded expression. Boy, unlike the Minotaur race, there are beasts that won't bat an eye in killing the disciple of the Eternal Guardian, Sir Nunnos stated. Although I will pay a hefty price in doing so, make no mistake that not even you are safe from beings that far surpass your current level of strength. Even if they were to fall under the jurisdiction of the Eternal Guardian, they would not bow to you and give you face. William's expression remained serious throughout Sir Nunnos' explanation. He already understood that not all herd-type creatures would get along with him. Even so, he still nodded his head to acknowledge the myriad beast's sincere warning. Thank you for the wisdom you have imparted to me, Your Excellency, William replied. Sir Nunnos nodded and stood up from the ground. Let's go back to the Great Hall. The Centaur Chieftain is waiting for you. The Lord of the Wilds didn't wait for William's reply and disappeared from where he stood. William immediately asked the system to find the myriad beast's location. He also extended his senses throughout his domain to see if Sir Nunnos decided to take a stroll inside it. Half a minute later, the system and William confirmed that their uninvited guest had truly left the thousand-beast domain. Let's go together, Ash said. Don't even think about leaving me here while you deal with that myriad beast by yourself. William looked at his mermaid lover before reluctantly nodding his head. The thought of letting Ash stay inside his domain while he negotiated with the Centaur Chieftain crossed his mind. However, before he could even say his thoughts out loud, Ash had already shot it down. Very well, but stay close to me, understand? William asked. Ash nodded firmly. She didn't want to be baggage for William, but she didn't want her lover to face his challenges alone. After holding each other's hands, both of them returned to the Great Hall where the Centaur Chieftain and the moody Sir Nunnos were waiting for them. William hoped that the negotiation with the Centaur race would proceed smoothly now, so that he could leave the whimsical forest as soon as possible. Chapter 390. Negotiation with the Centaur Race Part 2. Welcome to the Chiron tribe, young William. Vral, the Centaur Chieftain of the Chiron tribe, said as he extended his hand to shake William's hand. William extended his own hand and held Vrol's hand firmly. The two smiled at each other as they finished their handshake. Bastian told me everything, Vral said in an apologetic tone. Sir Nunnos is prone to mood swings. I hope you don't hold a grudge against him. William gave a sidelong glance towards the myriad beast that sat cross-legged in the corner of the Great Hall. If possible, William wanted to have a private talk with Vral, but Sir Nunnos seemed to be interested in the reason for William's visit. Knowing that he had no other choice but to negotiate with Vral alongside Sir Nunnos, William steeled himself and replied with a smile. How can I possibly hold a grudge against His Excellency? William replied, I am someone that holds a grudge. But, if I say that out loud, this moody myriad beast will slap me into meat paste. The Centaur Chieftain nodded with a smile. However, before they could continue their discussion, Sir Nunnos opened his eyes and glanced at William. Ah, I forgot to tell you, I can read people's minds as well, Sir Nunnos commented. So you like holding grudges? What a coincidence. I like holding grudges as well. William's body stiffened as several beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He wanted to curse out loud and give the bastard beast the middle finger for not telling him that he could read minds. Ha! Ha ha ha! William laughed. So His Excellency also likes to hold grudges. They say that birds of the same feathers flock together. When I saw His Excellency for the first time, I knew that the two of us would get along well. Sir Nunnos laughed as well. Ha ha ha, you're just saying that so I won't slap you and turn you into meat paste, right? Quote. Yes, honesty is a virtue. Make sure to remember that in the future, little Will. Ian, who was watching from the side, covered his lips with his hand. This was the first time he had seen the narcissistic, and arrogant, William become timid. He found it funny enough that he could barely restrain his laughter. Usually, it was the half-elf who always had the final say on things. Even when the two of them were inside his spiritual world, William would always tease and bully her, and she was unable to fight back. Seeing this as so refreshing, Ian thought as he glanced at the red-headed boy who was squirming in his seat like he was suffering from diarrhea. Fortunately, Vrall was a good host and immediately threw an olive branch to save William from his current predicament. "Young friend, you visited us here to ask us to repay the favor we owed you, right?" Vrall asked. "Tell me, how can our tribe be of service to you?" William looked at the centaur chieftain that was at the peak of the centennial rank and gave him a thumbs up in his heart. He was finding it hard to take the initiative to open the discussion in regards to his reason for visiting the Chiron tribe due to Sir Nunno's presence. "Sir Vrall, I came here to ask for the tribe's aid in fighting against the organization that was responsible for casting the continental spell that affected the entire continent. I don't know if you are aware, but all the adults have turned into crystal statues. My goal is to find a way to break the curse and free the adults from their crystal prisons." Vrall rubbed his chin after he heard William's explanation. Naturally, he had also seen the continental spell as it descended upon the land, but it didn't affect them much because Sir Nunnos had shielded his domain from the effects of the Aurora Borealis. Vrall was also not aware that the adults in the human lands had turned into crystal statues. As a creature of the forest, it didn't really care about the affairs of men, but hearing such a story made him frown. "Let me get this straight. You plan to fight against this organization with the members of our tribe, right? Also, aside from this organization, you also want our help to resist the invasion of the elves as well?" "That is indeed the case, Sir Vrall." William nodded. The red-headed boy was currently at his wits' end about how to fight against the organization and resist the elven invasion at the same time. The half-elf didn't believe that the current Helen Kingdom could withstand an elven invasion even if all the survivors were to fight with their life on the line. Vrall closed his eyes as he pondered how to deal with the current situation. Naturally, he was duty-bound to send some of his warriors to assist William because this was the promise that their tribe had made. The problem the centaur chieftain was facing at the moment was the number of warriors that he could assign to William's cause. After the Wyvern incident, their tribes had suffered many casualties. Many of their warriors died in fighting against the wyverns and werehyenas, and he couldn't send a lot of men to aid William in his quest. After careful consideration, the centaur chieftain opened his eyes and gave his answer. "I will place Bastion's company under your command," Vrall stated. His subordinates only number 100, but all of them are seasoned fighters. "I apologize, but I cannot send more warriors to assist you in your endeavors." William knew that the current Chiron tribe was unable to give him many warriors. Frankly, he had already prepared himself to accept any reinforcements that they could give him, but the force that was assigned to him still exceeded his expectations. Although 100 centaurs was only a tenth of the Chiron's tribe current forces, it didn't change the fact that all of them were Class C mid-beasts. Bastion, their leader, was a Class B low centaur, and William had seen how proficient he was in commanding his subordinates. He was very happy with the centaur chieftain's generosity and thanked him for the help that he had given him. After the two finished their discussion, Sir Nunnos cleared his throat as he stared at the half-elf that was itching to leave his domain. "Although I don't know how strong this organization is, it is very clear that 100 centaurs are not enough to fight them," Sir Nunnos said. "Also, the elven race is superior to humans. Even if you manage to beat the organization you spoke of, you have no chance of beating the elves. In my eyes, this endeavor of yours is fruitless. Your best alternative is to surrender and ask for favorable conditions." William could understand why Sir Nunnos thought like this. In the face of the elven prodigies, the human survivors were like toddlers that were waiting to be bullied by adults. They just didn't have the ability to resist their invasion, especially when they succeeded in finishing the teleport gates they were building. According to Takam, this gate is a one-way gate that would allow elves from the Silvermoon continent to teleport to the southern continent. This very notion made William very anxious. This was why he planned to sabotage the elven teleport gates once he finished dealing with the organization. It's futile, Sir Nunnos declared as he read the plan in William's head. "But, I'm curious as well. How will you, the grandchild of that bastard James, be able to pull it off? This remains to be seen." The Lord of the Wild stood up and took one of the bangles hanging on its antlers off and gave it to William. "Wear this in your arm," Sir Nunnos said in a tone that wouldn't accept "no" for an answer. Treat this as a lucky charm. Who knows, this might save your life once. William gingerly took the golden bangle from the myriad beast's hand and wore it on his arm like a bracelet. The bangle adjusted its size to match William's arm size and stayed in place. The half-elf didn't feel anything special about the bangle, but he had no doubt that it was not an ordinary accessory. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your generous gift. William bowed respectfully. Ian, who was standing beside William, also bowed his head to thank the myriad beast. Cernunnos didn't say anything else and left the great hall without a second glance. The Lord of the Wild had stayed inside his domain for hundreds of years without interacting with the outside world. Although Cernunnos didn't mind who got to rule the human lands, he was very keen on witnessing the struggles that would take place during this chaotic time. The golden bangle was a life-saving item. It would save William's life once before returning to Cernunnos' hand. However, until that time arrived, the Lord of the Wild would be able to see the world through William's eyes. It was looking forward to seeing the battles that James's grandson would be fighting in the future. Perhaps, by doing so, it would learn more about human emotions. Emotions that it still couldn't understand after so many years of living in the whimsical forest. Chapter 391, Thousand Beast Valley. Bastian and the rest of the Centaur warriors marveled at William's Thousand Beast domain. Although it couldn't compare to the size of the whimsical forest, it was still spacious enough to fit their entire tribe, and still have space for more. Bastian looked at the towering Urchitu, who was looking back down at him. The two stared at each other for a while before introducing their names to each other. Urchitu, Bastian. After that brief exchange, they chatted with each other, while William purchased log houses for the centaurs to live in. Fortunately, each house only cost him 2 god points each. After careful consideration, William placed the centaur camp in the south where the quiver trees were located. Since the centaur race were also proficient archers, William bought 7 more quiver trees that would supply them with normal and elemental arrows. This made Bastian and the other centaur warriors look at William more favorably. God points, 2080. Because William had been too busy in the real world, he wasn't aware of the changes that had happened inside the Thousand Beast domain. When the Hidden Valley was relocated to William's domain, some of the animals weren't able to flee and had been trapped inside ever since. Naturally, these beasts had nowhere to run and were forced to submit to the Thousand Beast domain's local tyrants. Ella personally visited the valley, which had been renamed the Thousand Beast Valley, and talked to its inhabitants. Although the animals that had been trapped in the valley numbered almost 300, the good news was that all of them were magical beasts. William was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the list that the system had prepared for him and checked its contents with anticipation. Class D beasts. Vicious hunting swines equals 23 individuals. Red-horned rabbits equals 47 individuals. Malevolent berserker bees equals 168 individuals. Class C beasts. Black-winged panthers equals 10 individuals. Crimson cavern wolf spiders equals 38 individuals. Class B beasts. Supreme killer koalas equals 6 individuals. Very nice, William exclaimed as he saw the list of monsters that were now part of his beast domain. Aside from the black-winged panther, that had tried to eat him when he was doing his archery training, the rest of the beasts in the list were unknown to him. He was very curious to meet them all, especially the supreme giant killer koalas whose name made William wonder if they were really the cuddly koalas he remembered back on Earth. William didn't waste any time and visited the valley to see the new additions to his King's Legion. Ian followed behind him because she was also curious about the beasts that had been added to William's domain. When the two of them arrived at the valley, he saw several blood-red bees that were at least a foot long. The flora of the valley had been untouched, so the malevolent berserker bees had no problem with their food supply. These beasts were omnivorous and preyed on both flowers and beasts alike. Naturally, they still preferred flowers over meat, but they would not hesitate to kill in order to protect their hive from any intruders. William marveled at the hive that was as big as a 3-story house. The bees immediately encircled him when he approached their hive, but none of them attacked him. Ella had forbidden them from attacking anyone inside the Thousand Beast domain, and the queen bee agreed to her orders. Since they were now part of William's King's Legion, he was able to communicate with them even though they weren't part of his herd. William talked to the bees and asked them if he could get some of their honey. The half-elf was very curious about what kind of honey the bees produced. However, before he could even get what he wanted, several bees returned to the hive carrying goblin body parts. William watched as the bees chewed on the goblin flesh before flying to the hive to produce their honey. After seeing that scene, William's craving for honey vanished completely. He then bid the bees goodbye, while the latter insisted that he take some of their honeycombs with him. William shuddered when the bees gave him 2 honeycombs filled with honey that they produced from eating goblin meat. The half-elf wasn't able to decline their kind offer and hurriedly stored the honey inside his storage ring. He didn't plan to eat this honey personally, but since he already had it in his possession, he might as well use it as a syrup for pancakes that he would serve to pesky guests that come to annoy him. The next place he visited was the nest of the Crimson Cavern wolf spiders. Just as their names suggested, they lived in the caverns that were located in the caves of the valley. The half-elf didn't have any arachnophobia. Even so, he still wasn't able to stop himself from shuddering when the 2-meter-tall, black and red striped, spider wrapped its hairy legs around his body when it gave him a hug as a greeting. William endured its warm greeting for half a minute before he politely backed away and bid it goodbye. Ian stayed over 20 meters away from the spider because she was not fond of insects, especially spiders the size of a carriage. The black-winged panther's den was at the heart of the valley. William was already aware of how strong this beast was because he had fought against it inside the forest. If not for Blitz, the hawk and John's animal companion, he might not have been able to escape its pursuit in one piece. Panthers didn't usually live in groups. But black-winged panthers were different. They were prized for their cubs, and blacksmiths liked to use their steel wings as ingredients when forming weapons and armor. William's arrows were forged from the wings of a black-winged panther and they were very durable. Adventurers usually captured them because of this, so these magical beasts had forsaken their solitary ways and banded together to repel anyone who would dare to hunt them down. After meeting the alpha of the panthers, William made his way to the last creature on his list, which was the supreme killer koala. They were located in the western part of the valley where giant eucalyptus trees could be found. Ian's eyes became gentle when she saw the meter-tall cuddly beast gnawing on leaves as they leaned their backs against the tree. The koala had gray-brown fur that seemed very soft to touch. Ian was very tempted to touch it, so she approached it without thinking much. Ian had completely forgotten that the name of this beast was Supreme Killer Koala, and not Supreme Gentle Koala. As soon as Ian was 10 meters away from the cuddly koala, it immediately bared its fangs and grew in size. The meter-tall koala transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant with razor-sharp fangs and claws. A wall of ice appeared in front of the Supreme Killer Koala and stopped its mad charge towards the panicked Ian, who was caught completely by surprise. William summoned his wooden staff and didn't show any mercy. He pummeled the beast's head left and right until it returned to its original form. Just like the malevolent berserker bees, the Supreme Killer Koalas were omnivores. However, when given the choice, they would happily eat meat instead of leaves. After regaining its senses, the koala hurriedly apologized to William and Ian, whom it had attacked earlier. It insisted that it lost its rationality for a moment because it hadn't eaten meat for a long time. Because of this, William gathered all the koalas in the western part of the valley, and transferred them into the goblin crypt. This way they could feast to their heart's content and no longer lose control of their bloodthirsty nature. Chapter 392, The Best Gift of All, Part 1. After parting ways with the Chiron tribe and the myriad beast that was prone to mood swings, William continued his journey to gather allies. This time, his destination was towards the north of the Helen Kingdom. According to Takam, there was a giant trollhound that was hunting around the base of the Corinter Mountains. Since this particular beast wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary, Takam ignored its existence. Naturally, William knew the identity of this giant trollhound. This time, it had the perfect bait to make it join his team, since he was about to fight against the same organization that had made it, and its kin, suffer. They had been traveling for 4 days before they decided to rest at a valley they found along the way. William had allowed the centaurs and some of the other creatures inside his 1,000-beast domain to hunt the wild beasts that inhabited the area. Centaurs liked to eat meat as well, but they didn't like eating goblin meat. For them, it was disgusting, so William accepted their proposal to hunt every now and then when an opportunity arose. Ash was also weary of their long days of traveling, and William couldn't bear to let his lover suffer. The two spent some tender moments in a hidden hot spring on the northern side of the valley. After that, they had a light dinner before sleeping in the villa inside the 1,000-beast domain. When William opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Ash's sleeping beside him. She was sleeping peacefully in William's embrace. The red-headed boy looked at her with a gentle gaze, as he moved away the strands of hair covering her beautiful face. William knew that if his current self traveled to the past, and told his younger self that the person whom he always quarreled with would end up becoming his lover, that younger version of himself wouldn't believe it, and would even spit on him and say, "You mad, bruh." William chuckled internally as he thought of this scene, because he himself found it hard to believe. While he was pondering about such things, a notification appeared on his status page. Happy 15th birthday, host. I wish you more experience points to level up all your job classes and enough stamina to keep your lovers satisfied. The system also played a happy birthday song that made William realize that he had completely forgotten that it was indeed his birthday. He checked the date on the lower right side of his status page just to be sure that the system wasn't pranking him. Day 13, month of strength. William looked at the date for a few more seconds before shifting his attention back to the sleeping beauty in front of him. To think I'd be celebrating my 15th birthday with you. Lady Fate sure knows how to crack a joke. William planted a kiss on Ash's forehead as he held her firmly in his embrace. I guess we can spend one more day here to rest before we go to the north, where it is cold year-round. The two of them would always sleep inside William's sea of consciousness during the night. Ash insisted that, even when resting, she wanted to help speed up the recovery of William's spiritual world. William welcomed her proposal because Ash had a habit of hugging him tightly as she closed her eyes to sleep. This habit had rubbed off on William, and he too looked forward to hugging his mermaid lover every night. 2 hours later, Ash finally stirred from her slumber. Good morning, William said with a smile. Ash sleepily kissed his lips before returning his greeting. Good morning. What time is it? Around 8 in the morning. You must be very tired if you oversleep this much. I'm not used to traveling non-stop and going from place to place. William smiled as he kissed her lips before helping her to stand up. The half-elf decided to hold a little celebration to commemorate his birthday, while also giving Ash some time to recover from their hectic traveling schedule. What? Ash looked at William in a daze. Today is your birthday. Why didn't you tell me sooner? William scratched his head. He wanted to say that he had completely forgotten about his birthday and was only reminded by the system. However, he couldn't do that, so he just said that he suddenly remembered that it was his birthday after waking up. Sorry, I don't have any gifts that I can give you, Ash said as she looked at William with a pout. I would have been able to prepare something if you had told me a few days ago. William pulled the pouting mermaid to his embrace and kissed her forehead. Silly, you've already given me the best gift of all. William then held Ash's hand and placed it over his chest. The blue gem embedded in William's chest glowed as its previous owner touched it. Thank you, William said softly. This is the best gift that someone has ever given me. I will properly repay you with my body 3 years from now. 3 years from now? Ash looked up at William because she didn't understand what the half-elf was hinting at. William nodded as he whispered something in Ash's ears, which made the mermaid blush from the nape of her neck, up to the tip of her ears. The red-headed boy thought that Ash would get mad at him for teasing her, but contrary to his expectations, the mermaid only rested her head on his chest, and replied in a volume that William could barely hear. I'll be waiting. That was what Ash said, and because of that, the two left William's spiritual world an hour later. Sounds of merry-making echoed inside William's thousand-beast domain as William's companions ate and drank their fill. The half-elf spent 50 god points to buy delicious food and wine for everyone that made them extremely happy. I never tasted wine as good as this, Bastian exclaimed. And this meat, just what kind of meat is this? It literally melts in my mouth and the aftertaste is simply out of this world. That's right, this is amazing. I wish I could bring this wine back to my brothers in the tribe. They would definitely love this. Cheers to William. I pray for more birthdays to come. Cheers. Everyone ate happily and William looked at Urchitu, who was wholeheartedly eating roasted boars one by one. This giant white ox was the first millennial beast that had joined William's herd, and the half-elf wasn't able to stop himself from thinking of the possibilities of having more millennial beasts to bolster up his legion. William imagined himself standing on top of a hill overlooking a mighty beast army numbering in the hundreds of thousands. They were all part of his king's legion and allowed him to move unhindered across the land. If only it were true, William thought as he gazed at the magical beasts that were happily celebrating his birthday. Currently, William's legion was less than 1,000 strong. It was a mere drop in the bucket compared to the majestic scene that he had envisioned. However, someday in the future, he was sure that he could make it a reality. The party lasted until the evening. William had decided to retire for the night because he still needed to continue his journey in the morning. Also, Ash had tried the delicious wines that William had suddenly procured out of nowhere and became dead drunk because of them. She liked them all, but it didn't take long before she got drunk because of her low alcohol tolerance. William decided to take her back to the villa so that she could rest properly. Unfortunately, he underestimated the effects of the wines that he had purchased from the god shop. William would soon realize that it wasn't only Cernunnos whose moods could switch without warning. That night, he would understand that a drunk mermaid was a very dangerous mermaid in more ways than one. Chapter 393, The Best Gift of All, Part 2. William gently laid the drunken Ash on the bed and took off her shoes. After doing that, he took off his own and laid beside her. Will gently pressed his forehead against Ian's in an attempt to synchronize so they could enter William's spiritual world. The half-elf had just entered his sea of consciousness when a pair of arms wrapped around him and a pair of seductive eyes stared up at him. "Will, do you, love me?" Ash asked. William marveled at the light blush that spread on Ash's cheeks, heightening her already beautiful features. "I love you," William replied. "I love you, too," Ash said as she kissed William's lips. William was quite surprised because usually it was him who initiated to kiss Ash on the lips. The beautiful mermaid would only kiss him on the forehead and cheeks, but never on the lips. Perhaps due to the effects of the wine, Ash had suddenly become bold and daring. At first, she started to kiss William's lips with small pecks. However, it then escalated to ravenous and passionate kisses, causing both of them to gasp for breath the moment their lips parted. Of course, this was not the first time that the two of them had kissed. What was different was that Ash was the one taking the lead and William was allowing his mermaid lover to do whatever she wanted. Seeing that William was not resisting her advances, Ash pinned him down on the blue sea that was the same color as her hair. Her hands suddenly ripped his clothes off as if they were made of paper, which caught the half-elf by surprise. Fortunately, we are inside my sea of consciousness, William thought. William could easily create clothes inside his spiritual world, so he didn't mind having his shirt ripped apart. However, he just didn't expect that Ash had this side to her that she had never shown him before. Ash didn't know what William was thinking, nor did she care. She was busy kissing her significant other all over the place. The drunk mermaid kissed his forehead, his cheeks, ears, nose, lips, chin, neck, and didn't stop there. She had become a complete kissing addict after getting drunk, and her kisses were slowly going down towards William's lower half. William hurriedly stopped the drunken mermaid before she crossed the point of no return. He was afraid that his willpower wouldn't last long if little William was kissed by Ash, who seemed to be dead set on marking every inch of his body in her drunken state. Ash tried to resist William, but the half-elf was stronger than her. In the end, William had no choice but to hold her firmly in order to prevent her from waking the sleeping dragon that had already started to stir. "Something is poking me. You're drunk, you're just imagining things," William admonished the little guy who had woken up to poke their drunk lover. He took deep breaths, in order to clear his mind and prevent himself from eating the delicious fish that had landed on his plate. The minutes passed by before Ash finally settled down and laid on top of William. The half-elf didn't dare to let her go, and allow her to do anything she wanted anymore, because he was also close to reaching his limit. He drank a few cups of wine himself and his body had started to heat up due to Ash's sensuous actions. "Will, whom do you love the most?" Ash asked as she playfully caressed William's chest. "Is it Wendy, Est, or me?" "Of course I love you the most," William replied. He was doing his best to not focus on the playful hand that was stoking the fire that was starting to blaze inside his chest. According to the goddess of lust, William must always focus on the lady in front of him and not think of other girls whenever he spends some quality time with them. She added that a lady would always want the man they love to say that they love them, no matter the situation. "Really, are you telling me the truth?" Ash raised her head and gazed at her reflection on William's clear green eyes, which proved that he was only looking at her at this point in time. "Well then, why don't you prove it to me?" Ash laid her head on William's chest once again, where the other half of her heart was located. "Tell me the name of the girl you love the most, and swear it upon my true name." William's body stiffened when he heard the drunken mermaid's challenge. Ash was asking him to give her an honest answer with her true name on the line. This caught William completely by surprise and he was at a loss on how to properly respond to his drunk lover. The half-elf could feel Ash's warm breath as she breathed softly. Her soft and delicate hand rested over the jewel that was embedded in his chest. This was the half of her heart that she had given to William in order to prevent his spiritual world from collapsing completely. If William were to lie to her now, wouldn't that be tantamount to stepping on her trust and the affection that she had given him? William took a deep breath, before finally making up his mind. Since Ash wanted to know the truth, then he would give it to her. This was also a form of love. Ash, snore. William wasn't able to finish his words because the drunken mermaid had fallen asleep on top of him. Not to mention, she was even snoring loudly, which had never happened before. This just proved the potency of the wines that William had bought from the god shop. Since they were being sold there, their quality was superior to the common wines that could be found elsewhere. William held Ash's warm, and soft, body firmly in his embrace as he planted a kiss on her head. Although his feelings for the girl in his arms weren't as strong as his feelings for Belle and Wendy, they were starting to take shape. "I know that you won't believe me, but this I swear is true," William said softly. "I promise to love you, just as much as you love me. So, give me some time to fully show you just how much you mean to me." The corner of Ash's lips raised slightly into a sweet smile. Perhaps it was due to William's words, or perhaps she was having a good dream. However, one thing was sure. The hearts that were beating on both of their chests were slowly, but surely, starting to beat as one. Chapter 394, Return to the Kingdom of Frisia. A swarm of flying ants entered the airspace of the capital of Frisia, but none of the defenders barred their way. Prior to her arrival, Princess Sidoni had written a letter and asked Priscilla to take it to the commander of the Crater Empire, Prince Jason, who was currently commanding the city. After Prince Jason received the letter from his cousin, he personally went to meet her and tell her about the mission that was given to him by his grandfather, Emperor Leonidas. There had been a subtle change in Princess Sidoni's attitude and presence after she had left the Corinter Mountains. She no longer hid her face behind a veil and allowed her beauty to be seen by all. The power of her charm had also increased twofold, which would turn average people into mindless slaves who would follow her every command. Naturally, Princess Sidoni held this power back, only allowing a tiny bit of her power to be released into the surroundings. Even so, it was still more than enough to make those with weaker willpower infatuated with her beauty. Prince Jason came prepared and was wearing many protective artifacts that decreased the power of charm spells. Even so, when he first saw Sidoni, he wasn't able to stop himself from drawing a deep breath because of her sensuous beauty. Princess Sidoni didn't care whether her cousin would be charmed by her beauty or not. For her, those with weak willpower were just meant to be used as cannon fodder, in order to accomplish her goal, which was to make William see her as the greatest threat he was going to face. "I've been warned by our spies that your beauty can bring down nations," Prince Jason said as he stared at the sensuous beauty in front of him. "However, I didn't expect that they still failed to accurately describe how beautiful you truly are, cousin." Princess Sidoni's lips curled up into a sweet smile. In the past, she didn't like it when people flattered her because of her beauty, but after being firmly rejected by William, she lost a bit of her confidence. Hearing people affirm that she was beautiful once again sparked the flames that burned inside her chest, fueling her seductive powers to grow by the day. "I already read the plans in the letter, but is it true that grandfather planned to make me the empress of the southern continent?" Princess Sidoni inquired. "I find this hard to believe." Prince Jason pressed his closed fist over his chest as he stared straight into the princess's eyes. "This is what the emperor decreed," Prince Jason stated with pride. "I swear upon my dignity and honor that there is no falsehood in his desire to make you the ruler of the southern continent." Before he set out on his journey, Prince Jason was still doubtful about why his grandfather decided to ask his distant cousin to become the ruler of an entire continent. Prince Jason would be lying if he said that he didn't have any complaints about his mission. However, all of those complaints vanished the moment he laid his eyes upon the most attractive lady he had seen in his life. As a prince of the Crater Empire, Jason never lacked the company of beautiful women. He was also not a vegetarian. He had spent many nights with these beauties to quell his sexual desires. This was why he became enamored with the princess, who was also his cousin. In the Crater Empire, it was not forbidden for relatives to get married. The royal family of the empire had a bloodline trait which made their offspring immune to any disability or genetic defect that came from marrying their relatives. There were also times when such practices were favored because countless powerful members of the royal family had been born due to this method. Although Princess Sidonie was unaware of the thoughts that were currently swirling inside Prince Jason's mind, she was able to sense the desire that had bloomed inside the prince's heart. Morgana giggled internally as she teased her other half about making Prince Jason their mister. A mister is the counterpart of a mistress. I was tempted to use paramour, but decided to just make it mister to make things easier. Take note that this term is only viable to anyone linked to Princess Sidonie or Morgana. If you read the word mister in this story, it will not have the meaning of a male mistress, unless the one saying it is Princess Sidonie or Morgana. Thank you, cousin, for your praise, Princess Sidonie replied with a smile that was sweet enough to rot anyone's teeth. I'm tired from my journey. Can you please escort me back to the capital? Prince Jason unconsciously drew in a deep breath before taking hold of his senses. Princess Sidonie's smile made his heart skip a beat, and he had to use all of his willpower to stop himself from kneeling at her feet. It will be my pleasure, cousin, Prince Jason replied. Please follow me. The bronze dragon that the prince was riding led the way towards the capital. The flying ants returned to their formation with the flying carriage at the center. If Princess Sidonie's father, King Redmond, saw her right now, his heart would definitely be filled with pride. His daughter had managed to make a myriad beast her beast companion, which was something that not everyone could do. Only a handful of emperors and empresses that ruled the central continent had achieved such a feat, and none of them had been able to do it when they were only 16 years old. Princess Sidonie was warmly received by the Crater army. The princess's little brother, Prince Carl, hugged his elder sister the moment she stepped out of the flying carriage. Morgana had already placed a spell on her other half-sibling to prevent Prince Carl from getting charmed by anyone. Both of them were born from the same mother, and Princess Sidonie, as well as Morgana, loved him very much. Don't leave me again, sister, Prince Carl said as he hugged his sister tightly. Princess Sidonie could feel her clothes becoming wet from the tears of her little brother. She affectionately patted the crying child's head as she assured him that she would stay in the capital for the time being. Prince Jason watched this scene and wished that he could swap places with the young prince. His desire to hold the princess in his arms burned deep inside his chest. The Princess of Frisia excused herself and dragged her little brother to her room. She didn't want the members of the Crater Empire to witness Prince Carl's sorry state, so she decided it best to have a talk with him in private. Priscilla followed behind the princess since all of Sidonie's other attendants had been left in Ravenlord Citadel when she escaped. Both of them could only hope that they didn't suffer at the hands of the crown prince as he vented his anger due to the princess's escape. Princess Sidonie's goal was to rally the Crater army and start her own conquest of the southern lands. Her first target was the Aenariontia dynasty where the Ant Queen resided. This was her first step in the master plan that she had prepared to ensnare the arrogant red-headed boy who had dared to reject her. A half-elf that dared to reject the most beautiful lady in the southern continent. Princess Sidonie vowed that the next time she met William, she would make him understand that he had made the wrong choice in not choosing her as his main lover. Chapter 395, I Don't Trust You. Head Prefect Est is gathering volunteers to evacuate the survivors on the outskirts of the kingdom. Spencer raised his head after reading the scroll that Dave had personally handed to him. Dave nodded his head. Right now, we are gathering volunteers from all over the kingdom to bring the less fortunate survivors to the capital. Of course, we understand that you are busy with managing your own duchy right now, so we will not force you to help us. Before Spencer could answer, the door of Spencer's office burst open as Wendy stormed in with an excited expression on her face. Is it true? Will has regained consciousness. Wendy walked straight towards Dave to demand an answer. She had always been thinking about her boyfriend ever since she left William to head to the front lines to protect their kingdom. Wendy had wanted to see him after she returned to the academy from the Ravenlord fortress, but William was no longer there. She felt sad when she learned that Ash had taken him to the northern regions while the war was underway. Ash had left a letter in the room they used in the academy just in case someone were to go there to try and see them while they were away. Because of the urgency of the situation, Wendy and Spencer returned to their duchy to supervise the rescue efforts for the survivors in their territory. Now that she knew that William was already awake, she wanted to be by his side as soon as possible. Yes, the commander is now awake, but he is not in the capital, Dave replied. Unfortunately, the commander has left the capital only leaving a letter behind. Dave explained the contents of the letter after Est angrily threw it on the floor after reading it. On that day, Est wanted to strangle the half-elf that had dumped all of the responsibilities onto him. If not for the fact that William had given him a valid reason for doing so, Est might have left the capital to hunt down the red-headed boy with a vengeance. In William's letter, he had mentioned that he would be traveling the Helen Kingdom, looking for strong allies to help them in their cause. William added that even with the forces they currently had, they would immediately be crushed by the Elven army who was busy consolidating their forces in the nearby Zelen dynasty. Because of this, Est reluctantly accepted his role as the temporary leader of the kingdom, assisted by the son of the Prime Minister, Brendan. Wendy sighed in disappointment because she had missed the chance to reunite with her handsome boyfriend. She felt a little envious of Ian because he was always by his side. However, she also understood that this was for the best. He just woke up and he's pushing himself once again, Wendy muttered softly as she placed her hand over her chest. I just hope that he takes better care of himself. I'll make sure to pamper him the next time we meet. Spencer and Dave looked at the love-struck lady who was already thinking of the handsome half-elf who was currently headed to the north. As Wendy's older twin brother, Spencer had developed a dislike for his knight commander. This was because he was very overprotective of her and didn't want her to hang around with dangerous people who might bring her harm. William was the very definition of someone who liked to court danger. For Spencer, this was someone that shouldn't be connected to their family, especially his twin sister who was currently pining for the half-elf whose current whereabouts were unknown. Dave, on the other hand, already knew that Wendy and William were in a relationship, so he didn't think her actions were out of the norm. In fact, he was very jealous of William because a strong, and beautiful, girl like Wendy was head over heels for him. He hoped that he would also find the love of his life, if he survived the war. Tell Head Prefect Est that we will send a few knights in training to the capital to assist in the rescue operation, Spencer said. I apologize in advance if their numbers are low. We are currently short in manpower. Big brother, how about? No, you're staying here. Wendy pouted, but didn't insist on leaving with Dave to the capital. She knew that their own duchy still had many problems and leaving her big brother behind would only increase his burden even more. In the end, she could only sigh in her heart. However, before Dave left the Armstrong duchy, Wendy had given him a handwritten letter to be passed to William. Dave promised that he would hand the letter to their knight commander as soon as they met each other. He still had many others to visit, so he didn't stay to enjoy Spencer's hospitality. Time was of the essence and many children were starving in places that were far beyond their reach. So, are you in, or are you out? William asked. After arriving in the north, he asked the system to find the whereabouts of the titanic green-scaled trollhound that he had banished from the barony of Branford. Are you telling the truth? The titanic trollhound growled as it looked down on William. Of course, I wouldn't waste my time trying to find you otherwise. I still don't trust you. William crossed his arms over his chest as he gazed at the towering trollhound who was looking down on him. Then tell me, what should I do for you to believe me? William asked. The titanic trollhound pondered for a bit before answering William's question. Truth be told, it didn't trust humans because the ones that had made it suffer were humans. Although the one it was talking to was a half-elf, it was still wary of William's character. I have heard from the humans that the people of the Corinter Mountains have a demigod watching over them, the titanic trollhound replied. I don't trust you, but I am willing to believe in a demigod. If he says that you can be trusted, then I will come with you. That's it. William raised an eyebrow. If you get to talk with the demigod, then you will join me in the battle against the organization. Do I have your word? Yes. The titanic trollhound nodded. If the demigod can vouch for you, then I will fight with you against the organization. Bear in mind that I won't become your subordinate. I don't want to serve anyone again. After the organization has been dealt with, we will part ways. William was half tempted to use one of his pocket cubes to capture the stubborn titanic trollhound, but in the end he didn't do it. Forcing it to become his subordinate would leave a bitter aftertaste, so he agreed with its proposal to only join him to fight against the organization. It's a shame that I can't count on it against the elves, but this is also a good compromise, William thought. Very well, let's go. Let's go meet the demigod of the Corinter Mountains. That way, you will know that I am not lying. The titanic trollhound nodded. The members of its pack also had a vendetta against their captors, so they were itching to pay them back. All of them followed William as they made their way towards the first peak of the Corinter Mountains where Tockham was already waiting for their arrival. Chapter 396, Tocum's Errand. William and the Titanic Trollhound, along with its pack, arrived at the first peak of the Carinter Mountains. Just like always, the leader of the Trollhounds had a unique dislike for humans. However, it still gave William a chance because the half-elf said that he was going to fight against the organization that was responsible for their torture and suffering. The half-elf thought that this was already in the bag since Tocum and him were on the same page. However, what greeted him at the peak of the Carinter Mountain was, "Can you please repeat that one more time?" William's eyes were almost bloodshot as he stared at the oracle of the Carinter Mountains. "The sovereign is currently taking a number 2, Olivia," the oracle of the Carinter Mountains said with a calm expression on her face. "His Excellency explicitly told me that he is not going to receive any guests until he is finished with his business." William almost laughed out loud due to anger after hearing the bullshit excuse of the demigod that refused to meet with him. "Lady Olivia, do demigods take a dump?" The corner of William's lips twitched as he used all of his willpower to stop himself from cursing out loud. "What kind of bullshit excuse is that? Even if you kill me, I won't believe that a demigod takes a dump. Are you for real? Young Wool, don't you know? This is general knowledge," Olivia stated as if it was a very obvious thing. She even gave William a weird look as if he had no common sense. The Titanic Trollhound stared at the red-headed boy with contempt as if mocking him for his lack of knowledge. This made William want to give it the middle finger because it had easily been hoodwinked by the straight-faced oracle who was in cahoots with the demigod she served. In order to get a second opinion, William transferred his consciousness inside his thousand-beast domain and asked Kasaganaga if demigods actually pooped. "Are you stupid?" Kasaganaga asked. "How can a demigod poop? Something must be wrong with your brain. Come out with me for a second," William pleaded. "Help me explain to the oracle and Titanic Trollhound that they are behind hoodwinked by Tocum." The rainbow-colored anteater pondered for a bit before firmly shaking its head. "There are rules between demigods. It is the rule of non-interference," Kasaganaga said with a serious expression on its adorable face. "Since we are inside this demigod's domain, I can't just randomly come out because it would think my action was a declaration of war. Right now, I am not at my peak. Also my instincts are telling me that meeting this demigod in my current state is not a good idea. Although the chances are low, I don't want to risk giving it an excuse to capture me and lock me up. I just regained my freedom. There's no way I'm letting any demigod imprison me again." Kasaganaga was firm as it stood its ground. William could tell that it wouldn't go back on its word, so he couldn't expect any help to come from it. After that short discussion with Kasaganaga, William finally understood that Tocum wasn't meeting him on purpose. Perhaps the demigod had a reason for doing so, but it made things difficult for William. Then, when will His Excellency finish his business? William had no choice but to compromise. Whatever sick joke Tocum was playing, he decided to play along for now. This was to ensure that the Titanic Trollhound would join him in his fight against the organization. "I don't know," Olivia shook her head. "Sometimes, it takes weeks to months before His Excellency finishes his business. If you want to wait, you are welcome to wait on the peak of enlightenment." "Is there no other way to communicate with him?" William insisted. "He only needs to talk to this wonderful trollhound by my side for a few minutes. It won't take too much of his time." Olivia frowned as if William's proposal was very difficult to achieve. At that moment, a scroll appeared in front of the oracle. The one who serves the sovereign of the Carinter Mountain reads its contents before looking at William with a smile. "His Excellency said that it will take a while for him to finish. However, he added that if you are in a hurry to meet him, you should read his letter first." William sighed as he took the letter from Olivia's hands and read its contents. He didn't know what the demigod was up to, but Tocum had always been good to him, so he decided to just play along and see what was written in the letter. "Dear little Will, if you are reading this letter, it means that I am currently busy with you know what. It will take a while for me to finish, so while you wait, why don't you visit the Goblin Crypt in the town of Hartlepool first? Clearing a low-level dungeon is not that hard. So, why don't you clear 2 Goblin Crypts at the same time? Make sure to press your father's keepsake over the dungeon core when you reach the last floor. Also, it might be a good time for you to raise the ranks of your army. I think I'll be done with my business after you have cleared the 2 Goblin Crypts, and raised 5 of your beasts to the centennial rank. Best of luck to you, Tocum." William read the contents of the letter with a dumbfounded expression. First of all, He was surprised because Tockham knew that there were 2 goblin crypts. Of course, William thought that the demigod was just teasing him. However, the words written on the letter were too precise to ignore. The next thing that confused him was the fact that Tockham also knew about his father's keepsake, which was the Ring of Conquest. The last part about having 5 centennial beasts also made him painfully aware that he currently didn't have any beasts in his legion that had stepped into the centennial rank. This reminder was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. William contemplated as he went over the information of the 2 goblin crypts that he had explored in the past. His own goblin crypt consisted of 20 floors, while the goblin crypt in the town of Hartlepool had 30 floors. William had already gained the floor map of the upper floors, so it was only a matter of time before he could clear this condition. He believed that with the current forces under his disposal, clearing the 2 dungeons simultaneously would be easy. Fine, William decided to take a step back and run Tockham's errand first. He was also very curious about what would happen after he cleared the 2 dungeons at the same time. His instinct was telling him that this was not a random errand that the demigod was sending him on because he was bored. Could it be? William thought a possibility appeared inside his head. The half-elf looked at the Ring of Conquest which had once belonged to his father. It was the keepsake that his mother had given him when they parted ways, and it had remained with William to this day. Like the final piece of a puzzle falling in place, William clenched his fist as he looked in the direction of the Helen Kingdom. Although it was exhausting to travel back and forth between the Carinthar Mountains and the capital, he was willing to do it as long as he could gain the power and allies that would help him accomplish the task he needed to do. I just hope that my hunch is correct. William caressed the ring on his hand in anticipation. Chapter 397. This time, I will not let you fight alone. Because William couldn't prove that he could be trusted, the titanic trollhound didn't accompany him in his return to the Helen Kingdom. After resting for a day in the great chieftain's residence on the 3rd peak of chivalry, and making sure that Brianna and Prince Ernest were doing well, William and Ash once again journeyed towards the Helen Kingdom. They planned to make a detour before going to the town of Hartlepool. Their destination, it was none other than the Armstrong Duchy. Although it didn't show on his face, William was very worried about Wendy. He had already seen Est, but he still hadn't seen his first girlfriend since he had woken up from his coma. Surprisingly, Ash even supported his decision. Her reasoning was simple. Wendy is your girlfriend, Ash said firmly. It's only natural for you to see her and lessen the burden in her heart. I'm sure that she's also very worried about your current condition. Because of this, they didn't waste time and traveled 4 days in order to reach the Armstrong Duchy, which had found some kind of stability amidst the hardships that they had faced in the first few weeks after the continental spell had descended upon the land. When the Lamassu flew over the Armstrong residence, the young knights immediately sounded the alarm that an intruder had arrived. Spencer and Wendy came hurrying towards the front doors with their spears firmly held in their hands. When Wendy saw the new arrival, she screamed like a little girl and ran in William's direction. Spencer, on the other hand, frowned, but he made a gesture for the knights to lower their weapons. Some of these young knights were the local trainees of their retainers, so they didn't know who William was. They just looked at him in envy when they saw their lady. Wendy jumped into his arms with tears streaming down her face. The beautiful lady wailed and pounded William's chest, calling him a cheater, a womanizer, and a playboy. Excuse my French. William didn't care that they were being watched by many people as he cupped Wendy's face and kissed her lips. Spencer was very tempted to stab William's bum with the tip of his spear, just like the half-elf had done when he tried to capture the griffin, Lionheart, back in the whimsical forest. The young knights, who had a crush on Wendy, felt their hearts breaking as William kissed the apple of their eyes right in front of them. Although she was caught off guard by William's passionate kiss, the blonde beauty didn't fight back and even wrapped her arms around William's neck. The two kissed for a minute before reluctantly parting from each other. Ian watched this scene with a calm expression because she understood that Wendy was the first girl whom William had opened his heart to. She had a feeling that even if her seal had been broken earlier, she would have found it difficult to find an opportunity to get close to William and make him treat her as his lover. Sometimes, Ash even thought that William's current state was a blessing in disguise. If not for it, she wouldn't have had an excuse to give him half of her heart, which would automatically made him her partner for life. There are times when I have to switch pronouns when it comes to Ian and Est. Bear with me as I find the right balance in order to make the transition smoother. After their public display of affection, Spencer urged the two annoying lovebirds to come inside the residence before the young knights cried a river for their loss. Ian followed a few steps behind William and Wendy in order to give both of them some privacy. The blonde beauty clung to William's arm like a leech that wouldn't let go even if one were to spray salt on her. Naturally, the half-elf enjoyed his girlfriend's affection and whispered words of love in her ear, making Wendy's face beet red. After arriving in the Duke's office, Spencer immediately asked William for his reason for coming to their territory. Naturally, William didn't hide his purpose for coming. I came to see Wendy before I continued my journey to gather allies that will help us resist the organization and the elven invasion, William replied. We only have a few months to prepare, and I'm afraid that we won't have enough forces to stop them from their conquest. Est had already informed everyone about the foreign invaders that had arrived in their kingdom, the elven race and the Crater Empire. However, between the two superpowers, the elven race's threat was more profound because the distance between the Hellen Kingdom and the Zelen dynasty was not that far from each other. The only reason why the elves hadn't attacked yet was because they were busy consolidating the territories of the Zelen Kingdom and also focusing their efforts on building the teleport gates that would allow reinforcements from the Silvermoon continent to arrive in the southern continent. When William said that he planned to go to the town of Hartlepool in order to explore the Goblin Crypt, Wendy's and Spencer's expressions immediately turned grim. The twins had suffered terribly during their first dungeon expedition inside the Goblin Crypt. Although they had been captured, Wendy's fate would have been terrible if not for William's, and the other students in the academy, timely rescue. The Goblin Crypt gave the two of them a very bad memory and, if possible, they didn't want to go there ever again. Do you have a reason for going there? Wendy asked. William nodded and explained the situation concerning Tocum's condition. He didn't mention anything about the gigantic trollhound because he was not sure if this information would leak and reach the organization through different channels. It's better to be safe than sorry, William thought as he hugged Wendy, who was seated beside him on the couch. Ian sat on the chair right next to them and focused his attention on eating the snacks that had been served to them. The constant travels had taken a toll on him and he just wanted to relax for the time being before accompanying William in his dungeon expedition. I'm coming with you. Everyone in the room glanced at the blonde beauty who was looking at William with a determined expression on her face. I'm coming with you to the Goblin Crypt, Wendy declared. This time, I will not let you fight alone. Whatever you plan to do, I will go with you. William frowned. He didn't come to the Armstrong Duchy to get Wendy to accompany him in his travels. He just wanted to let her know that he was safe, then leave as soon as he could to travel to the town of Hartlepool. Wendy's eyes were very determined and William couldn't find a reason to prevent her from coming with him. Deep inside, he missed her company and also wanted her to be with him in his quest to gather allies from all over the Hellen Kingdom. Spencer rubbed his forehead because he had already anticipated that his twin sister would do something like this. The Siskin shifted his attention to William and the latter met his gaze. Half a minute later, both boys nodded their heads in understanding. Although Spencer was reluctant to part with his sister, he knew that William would do his best to keep her safe. Although he disliked the red-headed boy, he had recognized his strength. He just hoped that the twin sister he cared about the most wouldn't suffer terribly as she followed the person she loved. Chapter 398, Conquering the Goblin Crypt, Part 1. William found himself being used as a hug pillow by two beautiful ladies inside his sea of consciousness. They decided to stay for a night in the Armstrong Duchy, before going to the town of Hartlepool in order to start their dungeon expedition. I can get used to this, William thought as he held the two beauties in his arms. He listened to the soft, sleeper, breaths of the two girls that loved him as he basked in their warmth and softness. Ash's spiritual energy transfer was still in effect even when she slept. Wendy's magical powers traveled through her, before being transmitted to William's body as spiritual power. Both of them were nourishing his body and speeding up the recovery process of his spiritual world. For William, these two girls in his arms were very precious. He had long decided to do his best to make them happy and return the love they were showering him with in full. When Belle said that she would allow him to have 9 wives, he thought that she was kidding. Now that he was holding not one, but 2 girls in his arms, he started to realize that there might be some truth in the words of his star-crossed lover, who was still thinking about him from Earth. 9, William mused. There's est, so that's already 3. William recalled all the ladies that he had a close relationship with and felt a minor headache. Aside from his 3 lovers, there were several other girls that came to his mind. One of them was the princess of Frisia, who had openly declared that she wanted his babies. I should stop thinking about this. William sighed internally. He still had to deal with the problems at hand and had no energy to think about his future wife candidates. For the time being, he decided to just focus on his 3 lovers. In regards to the other 6 possible wives, he decided to cross the bridge when he got there. After breakfast, William, Ian, and Wendy wasted no time and teleported to the town of Hartlepool using the teleport gate in the Armstrong Duchy. It had been many months since their last visit, but Wendy still unconsciously flinched when she saw the entrance of the goblin crypt. "Don't worry," William said as he firmly held her hand. "I'll protect you." William cringed internally after he realized that he just said one of the cheesiest lines in existence. In the past, he would snort whenever he read this line in a light novel or heard it in TV shows. Why? Because all of them sounded unrealistic. He just didn't expect that he would be saying the same words in this lifetime. "Thank you," Wendy replied as she returned a firm squeeze on William's hand to tell him that she was really fine. William nodded and closed his eyes. It was now time to form the teams that would explore the dungeons. Urcha 2, along with the Minotaur race, would take care of the goblin crypt that was connected to the Thousand Beast domain. The half-elf was confident that the millennial beast would easily bulldoze through anything that stood in its way. As for William's own party, there was Ian, Wendy, Ella, and the goats. Soglav, Kasaganaga, and the Cercopes monkeys also joined in for fun. Kasaganaga sat on top of Kronos, because the rainbow-colored anteater had become good friends with the denizens of the Thousand Beast domain. Aside from its hatred for the elven race, Kasaganaga had no problem getting along with anyone. Although it was not part of William's legion, it decided to accompany the half-elf during his war against the elven prodigies, who were just outside the Hellen Kingdom's borders. William knew that with the lineup he had prepared for the 2 dungeons, a mere goblin crypt wouldn't be able to stop them. 10 minutes later, the goats ran straight towards the lower floors of the dungeon and ignored senseless killing. Since William had already acquired the maps, he just focused on reaching the lowest floors as fast as possible. The same thing was happening to the goblin crypt where Urcha 2 was stationed. According to Takam, both dungeons must be conquered within 24 hours after setting foot inside them. The hobgoblin leader didn't even last 5 seconds after it appeared in the boss room. As soon as the boss landed on the ground, it received a mega kick from Ella which sent it slamming towards the wall head first. Ian hurriedly opened the chest and grabbed the pair of windborne boots and stored them inside her storage ring. Last time, she had surrendered the windborne boots to Est. This time, she wasn't planning on compromising. Even now, William still wore the boots that he had acquired inside the goblin crypt. They had an auto-size function and were very sturdy. Because of this, the elf didn't think about replacing them with other footwear, unless he was wearing the golden armor that was forged from the golden-scaled crocodile that attacked Lant when he was still young and powerless. Wendy didn't know the meaning behind the boots, and only thought that Ian was taking them in order to not waste the treasure chest. After that short interlude, the group traveled straight towards the 14th floor where the goblin shaman spawned. When they came across a party with a goblin shaman, William didn't bat an eye and immediately skewered it with a glacial lance. Although this creature, that had once terrorized him during his childhood, was no longer a threat to him, he still didn't want to take any chances and killed it on the spot. "Don't worry, I'll let you fight one later," William said as he held Wendy's waist. He knew that his lover had a vendetta against goblin shamans, but he was under a strict time limit. The half-elf was confident that he wouldn't need 24 hours to clear the dungeon. Even so, he didn't want to be careless, so he dealt with the immediate threat before things got out of hand. An hour later, they arrived at the 20th floor where the second boss of the goblin crypt was waiting for them. This was the first time that William would see the boss on the 20th floor of the dungeon. William didn't want to admit it, but he had always wondered what the second boss would be like. Soon, the torches in the arena blazed and a 2-meter-tall goblin appeared in front of them. William raised his brow when he saw the boss that was flanked by 24 hobgoblins composed of shamans, warriors, and hunters. William's appraisal skill buzzed as the information of the boss appeared on his status page. Chapter 399, Conquering the Goblin Crypt, Part 2. Goblin Chieftain. Dungeon Boss. Goblin Overlord. Threat Level, Class B High. The great chieftain of the goblin race is known for its wild and chaotic side. It is very accustomed to bullying those who are weaker than it and will often go on warring expeditions against other goblins in order to assimilate them into his tribe. The goblin chieftain also likes to pillage human villages in order to capture the women and young girls to serve as his tribe's broodmares. They are well known for being lustful creatures and have always been on the list of top 10 creatures that the adventurers should eliminate at all cost. With a guttural roar, the goblin chieftain charged towards William like a mad beast. It became jealous of William because there was one beautiful girl by his side. As a lustful beast, it wanted to capture the girl and have its way with her. William snorted and was about to fight the goblin chieftain head-on. However, he wasn't able to do that because Ian and Wendy, who stood by his side, had already charged at the goblin chief with their weapons drawn. Ian's sword whip and Wendy's spear collided with the double scimitars that the goblin chieftain was wielding. Ash transformed into her mermaid form at the same time that Wendy unleashed her magic. The two girls worked together in order to keep the monster at bay, while the rest of the goats cleared up the goblin chieftain's subordinates. William knew that Ash and Wendy were not fragile flowers that had to be locked up in crystal vases to be admired. Both of them were warriors, and they had their pride as warriors. The two girls were giving William a subtle hint, and the half-elf understood their intentions. "We will not just watch from the side and let you do all the fighting," Ash said internally as the sword in her hand transformed into a whip made of water. Wendy firmly gripped her spear as she prepared to use one of her powerful attacks in order to deal with the goblin chieftain who had entered a berserk state. "Watch me, Will, I'll show you what I can do." Wendy channeled her magic power to the tip of her spear and exchanged a glance with Ash before going in for the kill. Rain Cutter, Infinity Spear. The water whip in Ash's hand blurred as it lashed out towards the body of the goblin chieftain, leaving deep gashes in its chest. Wendy thrust her spear forward and several steel spikes embedded themselves in the goblin chieftain's body. Both girls were still not finished with their merciless combination and pummeled the berserked goblin chieftain over and over until it drew its last breath. Both girls were at the initial stages of the gold rank, while William was in the initial stages of the platinum rank. Originally, the two of them were only at the peak of silver rank. However, due to their desire to become stronger during the war, they trained hard and absorbed magic crystals in order to finally advance to their next rank. This happened while William was still in a coma, and he was pleasantly surprised to see that girls had increased their fighting prowess. "Great job, both of you," William praised the two girls who were panting for breath. The goblin chieftain was a rank higher than both of them, but due to their combined efforts, they were able to neutralize its threat by bombarding it with spells that made it unable to utilize its strength to the fullest. Also, there was a certain red-headed boy who was using subtle dark magic spells to weaken the goblin chieftain without letting the two girls find out. As someone that had trained with Celine for many years, the boy had learned a few tricks from her. Oliver, who was hiding in William's shadow, nodded his head in appreciation. He had been with William many times to act as a bodyguard, so he was well aware of the red-headed boy's personality. His actions to help the two girls made Oliver realize how much William cared about them. The parrot monkey sighed in his heart and wished that his ward, Celine, was there to see how much the boy had grown. He was also starting to doubt if William was really the prince in the prophecy. At the beginning, Oliver wanted William to be the Prince of Darkness. Why? Because if that happened, then he would definitely choose Celine over Celeste when that time came. However, after being with him for so long, he wished that it were not true. After all, in order to become the prince who wielded the power of darkness, William must allow himself to be corrupted by darkness and accept it wholeheartedly. Celine and the parrot monkey had already seen William's state when he had lost all hope for humanity. Both of them didn't want to see him like that ever again. "I'll just let nature take its course." Oliver sighed for the second time. "There's no use worrying about things outside of our control." Oliver watched as the two girls exchanged a high five before looking back at William with smug expressions on their faces. William smiled and looked at his two lovers with gentle eyes. The parrot monkey hoped that the time would come when someone would also look at Celine with eyes filled with love and affection. If William isn't the prince, then so be it, Oliver thought. However, if any other bastard prince dares to harm my mistress, I will rip him apart and feed him to the fishes. I don't care if he's the Prince of Darkness or Prince of Blackness. Anyone who makes Celine cry will die in my hands. It was still a few years before the prophecy was to be fulfilled. Until then, Oliver would watch over his prince candidate and see for himself if the red-headed boy, whom he had personally trained, would fall into despair and allow himself to be corrupted by darkness. Chapter 400. Boss Room Battle, Part 1. We are now inside the room of the Dungeon Core. Urchitu's telepathic message echoed inside William's consciousness as he made his report. Understood, William replied. Stay there for the time being, we just finished beating the boss on the 20th floor. After finishing his short chat with Urchitu, William urged his team to step up the pace. After the continuous battles they faced in the Goblin Crypt, William's quick-shot Shepherd job class had increased its level and was now at level 16. They didn't focus on killing monsters, and prioritized going to the lower floors as fast as they could. Finally, when they reached the 30th floor, William felt that something was off. They didn't meet any goblins along the way as they headed towards the boss room. He was expecting staunch opposition from the monsters once they arrived on the last floor, but so far, nothing blocked their way, which made William and the rest of his team confused. Stay alert, William reminded everyone as they delved deeper on the last floor of the Goblin Crypt. In time, they finally arrived at their destination. A 4-meter-tall golden gate barred their path. This was the boss room and the final hurdle in clearing the dungeon. William glanced at everyone in his group and they all nodded their heads in unison. Ian and Wendy held their weapons firmly and Soglav had already summoned its clone. The Angorian ibexes and the Cercopes monkeys had also prepared themselves for the last battle inside the Goblin Crypt. William pushed open the gates and what greeted them was pitch-black darkness. Even with his dark vision, William couldn't see past 2 meters in front of him. He summoned his wooden staff and took a step forward. His party followed him inside with bated breaths. When the last Cercopes monkey had entered the boss room, the 2 golden gates immediately closed. Darkness descended upon the party for a brief moment before the torches hanging on the walls flared up one by one. William drew a deep breath when he saw the final challenge that he was about to face. Thousands of hobgoblins composed of warriors, hunters, shamans, berserkers, hobgoblin leaders, and a hobgoblin chieftain appeared before their very eyes. William raised his head to look at what seemed to be an elevated platform at the very back of the arena and saw a hobgoblin that was 2.5 meters tall. It held a jeweled bronze staff in its hand and its light green eyes glowed with power. William had fought a similar hobgoblin in the heavenly domain, but this creature in front of him was vastly different from the one he faced. It was as if it was more intelligent compared to other hobgoblins, which made William very wary. Immediately, he activated his appraisal skill to check the final boss that he needed to defeat in order to conquer the Goblin Crypt. Hobgoblin Witch Doctor. Contracted Monster. Humanoid. Threat Level. Centennial Low. Centennial Monster. Hobgoblin Witch Doctors are considered as one of the most powerful mages in the Hobgoblin world. They are dual-element casters which would be very hard to defeat unless you had protective gear that could resist curses and other mind-affecting spells. They are highly intelligent creatures that will use anything to their advantage. It is advisable to fight them with strong and experienced warriors who have fought against them in the past. This will increase the chances of your party beating this monster with minimal casualties. A contracted beast, William frowned. This was the first time he had seen a contracted monster acting as a leader of a monster army inside a dungeon. William was very curious to know how this happened, but he wasn't in the right environment to find answers. Right now, there was only one thing he needed to do and that was to fight. Ian, Wendy, eat the chocolate lollipops I gave you earlier, William ordered. The 2 girls didn't question William's order and immediately took out and ate the lollipops that they had stored inside their storage rings earlier. William summoned Stormcaller and firmly gripped it in his hands. Gate open, William shouted. Several portals appeared behind his back and Fenrir, the Trollhounds, the Rainbow Birds, the Blood Eagle Scadres, the Centaurs, the Crimson Cavern Wolf Spiders, 5 Black-Winged Panthers, and the Supreme Killer Koalas appeared inside the dungeon. William summoned all the members of his King's Legion that were above rank C in this fight against the thousands of goblins that ranked from the peak of rank D up to the Centennial rank. William's quick-shot Shepherd job class had 16 levels. Because of Gavin's blessing, each time the level of his job class increased, he would receive 3 skill points instead of 2. This gave the half-elf a total of 48 skill points which he used to max out some of the skills in his skill tree. Among the skills that were at their max level were, when members of the herd are fighting against opponents that are a rank or several ranks higher than them, all of their stats will increase by 50%. The shepherd may choose one blessing to bestow upon the entire herd. Each spell gives a corresponding +2/0 enhancement to their respective stats. every member of the Shepherd's Legion receives plus 50 enhancement to all stats. All members of the King's Legion gain all of the Shepherd's natural resistances. The 3 remaining skill points were added to his beast taming skill. Skill level 3/5. Ox's strength. William chanted and the members of his King's Legion suddenly had their strength stat increased by 20 points. This skill was only supposed to work for herd-type creatures. However, David and Issei worked together to upgrade the skill in order to allow William to buff his entire King's Legion, instead of limiting it to the members of his herd. The collaboration of the 2 gods allowed William to make all the empowering spells in his skill tree to work with the members of his King's Legion as well. Another skill that had received an upgrade from the 2 gods was the Beacon of Hope that increases all the stats of William's Legion by an additional 50 points. The herd immunity was also another skill that made William's King's Legion very impressive. Since the half-elf had powerful resistances against dark magic and mind-affecting spells, the members of his legion also benefited from this. Last, but not the least, was the heroism skill. This passive ability was probably one of the most amazing skills in William's quick-shot shepherd job class. This skill boosted all the stats of the members of his King's Legion by 50%. What did that mean? It meant that his already strong army would receive an additional boost if they were facing an enemy that was stronger than them. In this case, the centennial rank monster they were facing counted as a monster stronger than them. But, aside from this 50% boost, there was also an additional boost that came from his basic shepherd job class. His first skill, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, gives an additional plus 10 to all stats to the member of his legion. His other stat boosting skill, Way of the Shepherd, gave a 20% increase to the stats of the members of his King's Legion as well. To give an example, the stats of Kronos, who is one of the team leaders of William's herd, would have these stats once all the buffs are applied. Name, Kronos. Level, 40. Health points, 47,647,600. Mana points, 9,359,350. Strength, 101 plus 207. Agility, 158 plus 213. Vitality, 80 plus 158. Intelligence, 50 plus 137. Dexterity, 40 plus 130. Due to the additional buffs, Kronos had jumped from a Class C beast to the initial stages of a Class A beast. This incredible skill lineup would make any member of William's King's Legion wolves in sheep's clothing. The stronger members of William's Legion also received these buffs, which made them more formidable. Soglav had entered the pseudo-centennial ranked category due to the massive boost in its own stats. The demonic dog laughed out loud as he faced the thousands of hobgoblins as if they were 5-year-old kids waiting to get spanked. William and the hobgoblin witch doctor glared at each other before giving the order to attack. The two sides collided and the blood of friends and foes alike stained the floor of the boss room in a dark red hue. Chapter 401, Boss Room Battle Part 2. William switched his subclass to Ice Wizard and buffed all the members of his King's Legion with ice armor. Although they were already strong enough to resist the disparity in numbers, he didn't want to take any chances and bolstered their defenses as well. After imparting the defensive buff to everyone, William jumped on Ella's back and charged through the 1,000-strong goblin army. His target was the hobgoblin witch doctor that was busy casting enhancement spells on its army. Ironically, this particular hobgoblin witch doctor's second elemental magic was life magic. Life magic specialized in healing and providing beneficial buffs to anyone, which made the 1,000-strong goblin army more formidable. The only saving grace was that the hobgoblin witch doctor had just recently reached the centennial rank and its pool of mana wasn't large enough to give its entire army strong buffs. However, it was highly intelligent and focused its powerful buffs on the elites of its army, namely the hobgoblin leaders, berserkers, goblin shamans, and hobgoblin chieftain. The violent collision of weapons, horns, claws, fangs, talons, and magic erupted inside the boss room. William knew that taking out the greatest threat would ease the burden on his legion. It was quite unfortunate that he couldn't summon the members of the Minotaur tribe that were currently inside the room of the Dungeon Conqueror, inside the other goblin crypt. A powerful barrier seemed to be in place which prevented this from happening. William entrusted Ian's and Wendy's safety to the Black-Winged Panthers that were known for their all-around offensive and defensive abilities. Kasaganaga's adorable voice was drowned out by the war cries of the hobgoblins that were dead set on turning it into chopped tofu. Fortunately, the rainbow-colored anteater was not a vegetarian and flattened everything that blocked its path. Its protective scales were among the hardest scales in the world of Hestia, which had earned it the moniker of rolling calamity among its peers. The rainbow birds cursed out loud as they used their lollipops to fire magic missiles to decimate the bulk of the goblin army. Stupid hobgoblins, shit-faced, green-skinned passies. They were the loudest beasts among William's legion, and their curses made all the hobgoblins mad with anger. Because of this, their numbers were thinned greatly by the hobgoblin hunters that targeted them specifically because of their obnoxious mouths. Fenrir and his pack of trollhounds were at the very front of the battle, engaging the hobgoblins in a deathmatch. Due to their powerful regeneration ability, they were able to stand back up even after being hacked repeatedly. The most notorious fighters among William's party were none other than the supreme killer koalas, that had turned into giant rabid beasts, that ripped apart everything that was within the reach of their massive claws. Their skin was very tough, and even though there were dozens of arrows embedded in their bodies, their onslaught never stopped. If they could speak in human language, all of them would just say, "'Tis but a scratch," and continue their killing spree. The centaurs, on the other hand, used their amazing marksmanship and rained arrows upon the goblin army. William's buffs had also been applied to them, and they had jumped from being Class C beasts to Rank A beasts. Bastian and his comrades were very surprised by this additional boost in their strength. However, this was no time to consult William about it. They just focused on thinning out the goblin army with their long-ranged attacks. Meanwhile, deep inside the magic crystal cavern, Thor and Ragnar started to stir. Magical energies gathered inside their bodies like a whirlpool as their bodies glowed. Dia, who was sleeping beside her two brothers, remained asleep. She was not aware of the changes that were happening in her surroundings. Ian and Wendy fought back to back while being guarded by the 5 black-winged panthers. These magical beasts were some of the latest additions to William's herd, and their powers had also increased due to William's buffs. The pantheress, whom William called Shala, was the biggest panther among the group. She had opted to accept William's invitation to join his legion rather than leave the thousand-beast domain. The reason: the pantheress had a feeling that if she let go of this opportunity, she would miss out on a lot of things. Although black-winged panthers were generally solitary creatures, they had decided to stick together and form a group in order to survive inside the hidden valley where the entrance of the Undying Lands was located. Because of this, they remained as one of the dominant groups in the hierarchy, and none dared to mess with them. Shala also understood that she needed to make contributions in order for William to recognize them. Right now, her task was to protect the half-elves' lovers, and she and her team of black-winged panthers ensured that the two ladies were safe. They used their wings that were as hard as steel to block the rain of arrows that were aimed at the two girls. The panthers also went out of their way to block the dark magic spells that were aimed at William's lovers with their bodies. Due to the resistance that William had towards dark magic, these spells only left minor scratches on their tough, magical bodies. Ian and Wendy understood that William had assigned the beasts to protect them, so they didn't charge into the center of the fray like William and the war ibexes. They only fought at the front lines, helping the trollhounds and the Cercops monkey to decrease their enemies' numbers. Stormcaller rumbled in William's hand and icicle shards flew in the air. The hobgoblin chieftain and leaders who were guarding the hobgoblin witch doctor clashed with William and his goats. "Go, Will," Ella said as she stomped her hooves at the hobgoblin chieftain who brandished its scimitars at her. "Leave these hobgoblins to us. Take down their leader first." "Understood. Take care, Mama," William replied as he jumped off her back and charged towards the contracted monster that was surrounded by hobgoblins on all sides. Yes. This is how Ella and William usually communicate. Outsiders only hear me. So, are you an outsider or not? KKKK. Stormcaller shone brightly as lightning bolts emerged from its tip. William thrust his spear and blasted away the hobgoblins that were blocking his way. The smell of charred flesh permeated the air, but that didn't stop the hobgoblins from closing the gap as they charged at William with bloodshot eyes. Icicle Realm. William roared and everything around him was surrounded in razor-sharp icicle spikes that jutted out of the ground. The Icicle Realm is William's territory spell. Similar to a battle domain, it allowed William to create a field of razor-sharp icicles that would soon explode and turn into sharp projectiles that would pierce, slash, and cut anything they come in contact with, except for William and his allies. The hobgoblin defenders screamed in pain as sharp icicles pierced their bodies. Using this brief lapse in their formation, William brandished his spear and cut their heads off from their bodies. The hobgoblin witch doctor pointed its gnarled fingers at William, while chanting a spell. William smiled evilly as he held the spear in his hands and aimed it at the defenders that had formed a wall in front of the hobgoblin witch doctor in the distance. "Quick shot shepherd fourth form," William shouted. Grand Bazooka. Chapter 402, Boss Room Battle End. A powerful explosion erupted from the tip of Stormcaller and blew away the hobgoblins that had formed a wall to protect their leader. Due to the spear's elemental power of lightning, the Grand Bazooka was infused with the lightning element. All of William's quick-shot shepherd skills have no elemental affinity. They were empowered by William's aura. It is similar to the cases where he had infused his weapons with aura to allow them to attack like a remote-controlled weapon. William skidded a few meters away due to the recoil of this war art, but his strong body prevented him from getting seriously injured. As soon as the smoke of the explosion cleared, several void arrows flew in William's direction which the red-headed boy dodged with ease. He didn't waste this opportunity and used his movement technique to close the gap between him and the hobgoblin witch doctor. Soon, the jeweled bronze staff and Stormcaller clashed against each other. To William's surprise, the staff actually managed to withstand his full-powered spear strike with ease. The hobgoblin witch doctor slammed the end of its staff towards the ground, causing a magic circle to appear under its feet. From it, a 2-meter-tall, black-scaled salamander emerged. As soon as it appeared, it lashed its massive tail out at William, which the latter dodged by a hair's breadth. After its attack ended, it immediately released a scorching fire breath towards William as its second greeting. The red-headed boy immediately backed away as he raised his hand to cast a 5-layered wall of ice to block the salamander's attack. The walls of ice exploded, but it was able to cancel the fire breath, which gave the hobgoblin witch doctor time to create spectral hands and a doppelganger of itself, which allowed it to cast a barrage of dark spells towards William whose ice walls had fallen apart. William clicked his tongue as he dodged the volley of spells that forced him to once again distance himself from his opponent. The half-elf activated his appraisal skill to see the information of the summoned beast that made his battle more difficult. Black-scaled salamander. Fire-breathing amphibian. Summoned beast. Threat level, Class A mid. This giant salamander usually lives near active volcanoes because they prefer extremely hot regions to strengthen their bodies. They are able to swim and dive in lava that is hot enough to completely melt a human's body within half a minute of submersion. They are very aggressive creatures and will even fight their own kind when their territories are intruded upon. Their bites are also very poisonous, so extreme care is needed when fighting against them. Just great, William thought as he held Stormcaller in a fighting stance. This contracted beast sure has many tricks under its sleeve. Frankly, William was very impressed with the master of the monster that he was fighting right now. Clearly, the salamander was the contracted beast of the hobgoblin witch doctor, which was the contracted monster of its master. The half-elf frowned as he briefly scanned his surroundings. Most of the hobgoblins around him were being held back by Ella and the goats, creating a clearing for him to fight against the hobgoblin witch doctor, without worrying about outside reinforcements. If he had wanted to kill the hobgoblin witch doctor, William would have definitely used his fatal techniques like Gable to attempt to kill it, or at least, give it a serious injury. However, William didn't do that. He was very curious about how a contracted beast was able to take command of the monsters inside a dungeon. Also, Williams was also very curious to know the identity of the master that had turned the hobgoblin witch doctor into its servant. William didn't know that the witch doctor that he was fighting was the same monster that had secretly attacked Wendy, Spencer, Brutus and Bruno during their dungeon exploration. While the war between the Hellen Kingdom and the two dynasties was underway, Kent snuck inside the dungeon and gave his pet plenty of resources. The contracted hobgoblin shaman used this opportunity to make its breakthrough, and evolved into the hobgoblin witch doctor. Kent was one of the captains of the organization working under Connor and Callum. These two gave him the opportunity to spoil his pet, and increase its rank. With the hobgoblin shaman's help, he was able to collect slaves and sell them to Deus. Kent's endgame plan was to use his pet to take full control of the goblin crypt and use it as his own personal reserved army that he could use whenever he wanted. The plan succeeded and the hobgoblin witch doctor had become the hobgoblin's leader. Unfortunately, Kent was sent to the faraway kingdom of Frisia to capture the royal family once the continental spell had been invoked. Unfortunately, their victory was short-lived and they were forced to retreat due to the arrival of the Crater Empire. William eyed the arrogant hobgoblin witch doctor that was currently riding on the black-scaled salamander's back. While he was thinking of a way to subdue the contracted beast that had summoned its backup, an idea popped inside William's head. He had long wondered if it was possible, but he hadn't put it into practice. He had also forgotten to ask Saintess, the god of contracts, if his idea was possible. Only one way to find out, William muttered as he narrowed his eyes. Icicle Realm. A field of icicles erupted from the ground and trapped the salamander and the hobgoblin at its center. A magical barrier enveloped the hobgoblin witch doctor while the black-scaled salamander endured the razor-sharp icicles that weren't able to penetrate the scales of its body. William used this opportunity to close off the distance and pocket cube, go, William shouted as he threw one of magical cubes that had been gifted to him by Saintess. The cube expanded its size and enclosed the hobgoblin witch doctor, which was still inside its own magical barrier. The cube immediately shrank in size as it flew back to William's hand. William grabbed the cube firmly in his hand as the hobgoblin witch doctor tried to break free from its prison. William sneered at its futile attempt to escape. Saintess had given him a guarantee that any beast that was of the centennial rank and below would be captured without fail. What the half-elf wanted to find out was whether it was able to capture contracted beasts as well. He wondered if the runes personally inscribed by the god of contracts himself could forcefully break the contract of others. Soon, the cube stopped shaking and stayed still in William's hand. William smiled evilly as he tossed the cube in front of him, releasing his newly acquired hobgoblin witch doctor. The black-scaled salamander had a dumbfounded look on its face as it looked at its contractor. It could still sense the connection between the two of them, but something felt different. Tell everyone to stop fighting, William ordered. The hobgoblin witch doctor gave the half-elf an unwilling gaze before uttering a loud shriek which reverberated inside the boss room. As soon as the hobgoblins heard this cry, all of them stopped fighting. The black-scaled salamander also lowered its head in submission to its master's order. The battlefield quieted down as both sides stopped their attempts to kill each other. They all looked at the red-headed boy who had a scammer's smile plastered on his handsome face. It works. Ha 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 ha, I'm so awesome. William laughed out loud because his suspicion had been confirmed. The half-elf's joyous laughter resounded in the battlefield, which made both friends and foes alike look at him weirdly. William didn't care about the stares of everyone around him as he laughed out loud due to happiness. Along with ending the battle inside the boss room, William had also gained a powerful hobgoblin witch doctor in the process. Not only that, he was also able to make hundreds of hobgoblin elites part of his King's Legion as well. With this, William's private army numbered in the thousands. On that day, William's 1,000-beast army had finally become a reality. Chapter 403. We are never alone. After the great battle on the 30th floor, William, Ian, and Wendy entered the room where the Dungeon Core was located. This was not the first time that William had seen a Dungeon Core because he had already dealt with two during the dungeon outbreak months ago. Following Takem's orders, he pressed the Ring of Conquest against the Dungeon Core of the Goblin Crypt. The core glowed brightly and illuminated the entire room. William closed his eyes because the brightness was too much for his eyes. When the light receded, he found himself face to face with a man who seemed to be in his mid-20s. The man had red hair and silver-gray eyes that seemed to be looking straight at him. William was about to say something, but the man had beaten him into it. "Welcome, my son, or my daughter," the man said with a smile. "Forgive me, but I have no idea if you are a boy or a girl. All I know is that, if you are seeing me right now, then you are definitely my child and Arwen's." The corner of the man's lips raised a little as if he was fondly remembering his beloved. William's heart was beating wildly inside his chest. His initial suspicion about this dungeon expedition had finally become a reality. "I am your father," the red-haired man declared. "Maxwell Von Ainsworth, the one and only Dungeon Conqueror in the entire world of Hestia." There was a brief pause before Maxwell continued his explanation. "As you may have already guessed, this is just a recorded message that I have left inside the Ring of Conquest," Maxwell explained. "The reason why I did this is simple. I want you to inherit my powers and become the new Dungeon Conqueror. I don't know how old you are right now, but since you are seeing this recorded message now means only one thing. You are strong enough to meet the requirements to become my rightful successor. There can only be one Dungeon Conqueror at any given time, but I found a way to bypass this rule." Maxwell smiled mischievously as he winked at William. Seeing his father's playful behavior made William feel that the two of them would definitely get along if they were to meet in real life. Along with this realization, The half-elf felt sad because of the missed opportunity of being able to live as a whole family with his mother and father. I have transferred my power as the Dungeon Conqueror inside the Ring of Conquest, which has prevented anyone from acquiring this rare profession, Maxwell stated. And now, I will bestow this hard-sought profession onto you. Although it isn't much, this is the only thing that I can give to you as your father. The Goblin Crypt was the very first dungeon that I ever explored when I was young and foolish. Have you met the Goblin Shaman? That bastard sure plays dirty. Maxwell chuckled. When I finally reached the 20th floor and beat the boss monster, I came face to face with the dungeon core. Maxwell crossed his arms over his chest as his expression became serious. The moment I touched the dungeon core was the same moment that my life changed forever, Maxwell said. That was when I acquired the power of the Dungeon Conqueror. However, I didn't have the strength, or the qualifications, to conquer the Goblin Crypt at that time. Because of this, I left my mark on the dungeon core before leaving the dungeon. Many years have passed since then, and I had forgotten to return and recapture the first dungeon that I had cleared. Instead, I captured other dungeons and they became part of my power. Fortunately, I forgot about the Goblin Crypt at the time, because, if not, I would not be able to give you this opportunity. Maxwell raised his hand and the ring on William's hand glowed brightly. William felt an incredible surge of power enveloped his entire body before a series of notifications appeared on his status page. Congratulations! You have acquired a unique prestige class. Prestige class. Dungeon Conqueror. Host has acquired skill. Dungeon Conqueror. Host has acquired skill. Dungeon Management. Host has learned the skill. Dungeon Search. Host had acquired the title, Dungeon Master. Dungeon Conqueror. A unique profession that allows its bearer the ability to subjugate, manipulate, and control the dungeons that they have conquered. Thousands of years ago, there was a dungeon that had 100 floors and went by the name Ascalon. It was a dungeon where dragon-type monsters spawned, and was also considered to be humanity's greatest adversary during the dark era of mankind. The strongest heroes of that time worked hand in hand in order to conquer the dungeon. One of these heroes became the first Dungeon Conqueror. Whenever the Dungeon Conqueror dies, the power he possessed will disperse into the world and look for its next successor. Only one Dungeon Conqueror can exist at any given time. Allows the ability to conquer a dungeon and make it a part of your power. Requirements: beat the last boss of the dungeon and absorb the dungeon core. Dungeon Management. Allows the Dungeon Conqueror to manage any dungeon that he has conquered. Dungeon Search. Teleport to one random dungeon anywhere in the world of Hestia. Once this skill is activated, the Dungeon Conqueror could no longer use it unless they conquered the dungeon that had been randomly chosen. Dungeon Master. I come as one, but I stand in the tens of thousands. Adds an additional 50 points to all stats. Increase the spawn rate of dungeon monsters by 20%. William took deep breaths as he reigned in the new power that he had acquired from his father. Maxwell simply stood still as if he was already expecting this to happen. 5 minutes later, the red-headed man continued his explanation. Congratulations, you are now a Dungeon Conqueror, Maxwell said, his voice laced with pride. As expected of my child. Maxwell clapped his hands as if to praise William for a job well done. Half a minute later, he stopped clapping and a teasing smile appeared on his handsome face. Your first dungeon is the Goblin Crypt, but it is only the beginning. Unfortunately, you won't be able to conquer another dungeon because of the limitations that I have placed in the Ring of Conquest. In order to break this limit, you need to travel to the Central Continent. Once you're there, one of my acquaintances will come find you. You don't need to look for him, because he will immediately sense your presence once you step into the lands where the true powers in this world congregate. He may not appear right away, because he is a stubborn bastard, but rest assured he will appear when he has determined that you have met the next requirement as Dungeon Conqueror. Maxwell's image started to fade and William reached out his hand unconsciously in order to touch his father, whom he was seeing for the first time in his life. My child, I don't know what kind of challenges you will have in the future, or the enemies you have to face, but know this, Maxwell said as William's hand passed through his body. A Dungeon Conqueror never fights alone. We are never alone. Maxwell's powerful voice reverberated as his projection faded completely. However, there was one final message that reached William's ears as the pure white world crumbled into pieces. Chapter 404. The color of your blood is the same as mine. Arslan, what do we do now? A pretty girl asked the teenage boy who was seated on top of a boulder. Arslan sighed as he looked at the map in front of him. Surrounding him were over 200 young men and women who were waiting for him to make a decision. They were considered to be the elite among the young generation of the Zelen dynasty. However, against the might of the elves, there was nothing they could do. The capital and the 4 surrounding cities around it have already fallen to the elves, Arslan said in a serious tone. According to our friends that are staying in the north, the elves seem to be building a teleportation gate. The faces of everyone surrounding him immediately turned grim. They were geniuses in their own right, so they fully understood what building a teleportation gate meant. They planned to bring in more reinforcements. The pretty girl gasped. What do we do now? This was the question of everyone who had followed Arslan, who was hailed to be the best prodigy of the Zelen dynasty. This same prodigy gathered all of his acquaintances and escaped the capital, which was now being controlled by the elves. In the beginning, they thought about helping their other friends who had been captured by the invaders. However, after a few skirmishes, their numbers had dwindled in size due to the elves' superior strength in battle. After a series of defeats, they escaped to the edges of their kingdom, and hid in a forest near the Helen border, where the fortress that James had defended was located. Arslan scratched his dark brown hair, as he looked at the map in front of him. They had already retreated far enough in the hope that they could organize a mobile army that could do guerrilla warfare with the elves. However, after their first few skirmishes, they finally understood that the elves outclassed them both in physical and magical prowess. The elves were also proficient in forest warfare, which made things very difficult for Arslan and his team of freedom fighters. Paul, you said that the Crown Prince left for the Helen Kingdom, right? Arslan asked. Where in the Helen Kingdom was he headed? Paul, one of the prince's loyal subjects, stood up to answer Arslan's inquiry. Back then, I was with the royal guards who bought time for the Crown Prince to make his escape, Paul replied. His Highness said, if I am able to escape the elven pursuers, I will head to the town of Lant located in the Helen Kingdom. Do you know its exact location? According to the Crown Prince, it is found on the outskirts of the western part of the Helen Kingdom. Arslan rubbed his chin as he contemplated their next course of action. This was the first time that he had learned of the town of Lant and wondered why the prince left to go to that place. There must be a reason why he decided to go there. Of all places, Arslan thought. I guess we should meet up with His Highness first and think of a way to make a comeback. Arslan rolled the map and returned it to his storage ring. He then scanned the faces of the survivors who had resisted the elves alongside him. I'm sure that all of you have realized it by now, but we don't stand a chance against the elven prodigies, Arslan said. I hate to admit this, but they are stronger than us. The teenagers around him reluctantly nodded their heads in agreement. This was the truth, and there was no use in trying to deny it. Our crown prince had fled to this town called Lant, Arslan continued his explanation. It would be best if we reunite with him and plan our next course of action. Do any of you have any objections? Arslan waited for someone to object, but a minute passed and no one said anything. After this brief silence, he nodded his head and gave out his order. Paul, go to. Arslan immediately dodged to the side as an arrow passed through the spot where he sat a while ago. Everyone, follow Paul and retreat. Arslan ordered. Paul, I'll leave them in your hands. Find His Highness. What about you? Paul asked as he summoned his short sword and shield to stand beside Arslan. Several whistling sounds echoed inside the forest as a storm of arrows rained upon Arslan and the other survivors. I'll hold them back, Arslan said as he created a dome of earth to block the arrows aimed at them. Go now, I'll buy you as much time as I can. Paul gritted his teeth as he ran, leading the other survivors with him. The other children looked back at their leader who had created a great wall of earth in order to delay the elves' advance. The sounds of explosions resounded in the forest as Arslan fought tooth and nail against an elven platoon that was sent to look for their whereabouts. The elves had played a little game among themselves and made bets on which team would be able to catch Arslan and his subordinates. Due to their superior strength and abilities, they didn't even bother to call their comrades to assist them in capturing the freedom fighters. Arslan was at the peak of the platinum rank, and was a match for an elven prodigy. However, this was not a one-on-one battle. He was fighting against 30 elven prodigies. The word fighting was an exaggeration. What he was doing was merely buying some time for his comrades to escape as he created a spiked wall of earth to prevent the elves from crossing over. The sounds of explosions resounded on the other side of the earthen wall. Aslan, on the other hand, who had his hands pressed against the earth, was sweating buckets. He was channeling all of his strength into keeping the wall from falling apart due to the elven bombardment. 10 minutes later, the bombardment stopped and the earthen wall collapsed. Arslan panted as he held two short swords in his hand as he faced the hateful elves who had made his friends prisoners. "Looks like we got lucky, Captain." A handsome elf whistled as he looked at Arslan. "We caught the big fish." A delicate-looking elf girl smiled as she appraised the sole human teenager who was standing before them. "Well, I guess his looks are above average in terms of human standards. However, they are still not good enough," the elf girl said as ripples of wind magic formed around her hands. "Capture him alive. Commander Elendor has given us strict orders to bring him back to the capital. You can break his arms and legs, but none of you are allowed to kill him." The elven fighters grinned as they charged towards Arslan, who had already taken a fighting stance. For them, this game of cat and mouse was a very entertaining way to spend their time in the human lands. They had grown bored because those who tried to resist them had failed miserably. Only Arslan and his band of freedom fighters were able to survive their repeated attempts to capture all of them in a drag net. Arslan stood his ground. He knew that it was only a matter of time before he was captured. Even so, he was the type that wouldn't go down without a fight. When the first elf came within his strike range, he unleashed the earthen trap he had prepared beforehand. When he set up the wall, he had also prepared a nasty surprise for the arrogant long-eared brats who looked down upon the human race. An explosion followed by a cry of pain reverberated in the forest as Arslan's special ability, Earth Bomb, exploded upon the unsuspecting elf who had stepped onto it unknowingly. The explosion decimated the elf's entire leg and stained the ground in red. Arslan's victim screamed in pain and rolled on the ground, making the other elves back away from him. Arslan stomped his foot and an earth spike pierced the screaming elf's chest, which ended his life. "You elves always talk about how superior you are to humans," Arslan snorted. "In the end, the color of your blood is the same as mine." Arslan then made a taunting gesture using the short sword in his right hand. "Whoever wants to die next, please, step forward." The true prodigy of the Zelen dynasty raised his head in arrogance. Power gathered in his hand and feet as he prepared to fight the elves with everything he had. Although he was outnumbered, the elves had made a mistake in attacking their camp. The reason why many people in the Zelen dynasty hailed Arslan as its top prodigy was not because of his strength, but his uncanny ability to predict his enemies' movements and place earth bombs in their path. His earth bombs didn't radiate magic, making them difficult to detect even if someone used a powerful magic detecting artifact. This made Arslan's earth bombs very lethal to his enemies. This was why no one in the Zelen dynasty wanted to fight against Arslan and his team during group warfare, because of his uncanny ability to place undetectable traps that were strong enough to kill anyone below the platinum rank. Several other explosions reverberated in the forest as Arslan and the elves fought. It only stopped half an hour later when more than 200 teenage boys and girls had safely left the borders of the Zelen dynasty. Chapter 405, Whether he lives or dies depends on Her Highness' wishes. Paul and the rest of the freedom fighters traveled for 2 days before they reached the fortress that stood between the Hellen Kingdom and the Zelen dynasty. They didn't take the time to look at the tens of thousands of crystal statues because they had already seen plenty of them in their own kingdom. Paul assigned his group to loot the fortress for food, water, and other things that they could use on their trip to reunite with Prince Alaric, who was assumed to be in the town of Lant. Luckily, there were still many horses in the stables, which they used to travel towards the west. All of them rode their mounts with a heavy heart, knowing that Arslan had either been killed or captured by their elven pursuers. A few days ago, when a single elf scout found their base, hundreds of elves gathered to capture them. If not for the fact that Paul's special ability, Eye of the Scout, had accidentally seen the hundreds of elves, who were stealthily headed into their direction, they would have all been captured by now. This was why Arslan decided to make an unwritten rule that at the first sight of even a single elf, all of them would make a hasty retreat. They didn't know that the elves had decided to treat their capture as a game and decided to spread out and search for them as platoons. If they only knew of this sudden change in their pursuers' strategy, they might have stayed behind to help Arslan deal with the elves that had discovered their last camp. "Human scum," the pretty elf girl shouted as she kicked the chained Arslan on the ground. Although they managed to subdue him, Aslan still managed to kill 8 elves because of his lethal earth bombs that exploded without warning. They had journeyed using special means to return to the capital as fast as possible, but she was still feeling irritated because of the loss of her subordinates. This would reflect poorly on her record as a commanding officer, and she might even get a demotion. Arslan was chained using a special metal that prevented him from using his abilities. The prodigy of the Zelen kingdom had wounds all over his body, but they were not serious enough to be fatal. The elves didn't even bother to treat his wounds to prevent him from recovering and finding a way to escape the chains that bound him. 2 more hours passed and they finally arrived at the palace where Elendor was expecting their arrival. The commander of the elven forces sat on the throne where the king of the Zelen dynasty used to sit. Elendor looked at the injured human teenager with interest, while the other elves looked at Arslan with hatred. All alone, but still managed to kill 8 elven hunters. Not bad, Elendor said with praise. Too bad you were born a human. If you were an elf, you would definitely be among the top elites that serve under me. Arslan didn't say anything as he was forced to kneel on the ground. He didn't react to the jeers and taunts of the elves who were also present in the throne room. Elendor nodded his head in appreciation and made a gesture to one of his attendants. The attendant respectfully bowed to Elendor and presented him with a wooden box. Elendor gave the attendant a brief nod before walking towards Arslan with box in hand. The elven guards who had been forcing Arslan to kneel held his arms firmly as Elendor took out the contents of the box and showed it to the prodigy of the Zelen kingdom. "Are you familiar with this?" Elendor asked in a teasing tone. He waved the black collar that was inscribed with elven runes. The moment Arslan saw the slave collar in Elendor's hand, he knew what was coming next. Because of it, he gathered all of his strength and tried to smash his head on the floor to commit suicide. Unfortunately, Elendor had already seen this coming and gave the human a quick kick on his jaw which made Arslan world spin around him. 2 more guards came to secure him in place as Elendor placed the slave collar on the teenager's neck. "Stop," Elendor ordered. "From now on, you are not allowed to commit suicide. You are not allowed to escape, and you are also not allowed to hurt any elves in any manner. Do I make myself clear?" Arslan bit his lip as he tried to prevent himself from answering Elendor's inquiry. However, the runes on the collar on his neck glowed brightly, sending immense pain through his body. Even so, Arslan refused to yield, which made Elendor, as well as the other elves, admire his strength of will. "Not bad," Elendor nodded in appreciation. "I've always wanted to meet the so-called true prodigy of this kingdom. I thought that all of the praise they had for you was mere exaggeration. I guess there is some truth in their words as well." Blood dripped down Arslan's lips as he kept his mouth shut. He was enduring the excruciating pain that made him feel like dying, but he would rather die than submit to the elves who had treated the Zelenians like grass that they could weed out whenever they felt bored. Even though the elven princess had said that such an act was not worthy of a superior race like the elves, many of the elven elites still tortured and beat up the survivors of the kingdom behind closed doors. This was their way of making the humans understand that they were simply rags that the elves could keep or dispose of at their leisure. This excessive amount of torture and beatings had made the survivors lose all hope. In the end, the majority of the survivors had chosen to act servile to the elves instead of choosing to be beaten to death. What happened to those who refused to acknowledge the elven rule? Those who had refused had either been killed in public executions, or sent to prison to receive humiliation and torture. Naturally, these public executions were held when the elven princess was away from the capital to inspect the other human cities that had fallen under their rule. These public executions were witnessed by all the survivors in the capital because those who refused to participate would suffer the same fate. After seeing several executions, the desire to rebel against their invaders had long disappeared in the teenagers who had chosen to become slaves of their own free will. The elves didn't have an infinite supply of slave collars. Elendor chose to only use them on special people, like Arslan who had fallen into his hands. He didn't need to waste his limited number of slave collars on the children and teenagers who had chosen to submit to their rule out of hopelessness and desperation. This was the tactic that the elves had used in order to make the human children submit to them. Elendor glanced down at Arslan who was still refusing to submit to him even with the power of the slave collar. He was about to give the human prodigy an order when the door of the throne room opened. The elven princess, Arwen, entered and looked at the injured and kneeling prodigy on the floor. Arwen knew that she was only a supervisor and had no right to get in Elendor's way. This was why she just looked at Arslan with a sad expression and didn't say anything else. "Welcome back, Your Highness," Elendor greeted Arwen with a smile. "You should have told me that you were returning. I would have escorted you back to the palace personally." "Thank you, Commander Elendor." Arwen nodded. I apologize for coming at the wrong time. Elendor smiled brightly as he walked towards Éowyn. Princess, you can come and see me anytime. I was just enslaving this human because he committed a crime punishable by death. However, since you didn't want senseless killings, I decided to just enslave him. Éowyn stared at Arslan, whose body was trembling every now and then due to the pain he was experiencing. What did he do? Éowyn inquired. Elendor gave the human a sidelong glance before shifting his attention back to the beautiful princess. He was the leader of the rebellion and has killed many elves. Just today, he killed 8 elves before he was captured on the outskirts of the kingdom. He is truly a very troublesome individual. Éowyn frowned. Although she was a pacifist, hearing that elves died at the hands of the young man made her impression of Arslan change. No matter how good her heart was, she was still an elf and they were her people. What do you plan to do with him, Commander? Éowyn asked. Whether he lives or dies will depend on Her Highness' wishes, Elendor said with a carefree smile. At first Éowyn wanted to order Elendor to execute Arslan. However, her teacher, Lady Arwen, had told her that violence was not always the answer to resolve disputes. After a brief inner struggle, Éowyn sighed and gave her verdict. Elendor seemed half amused by the princess's choice, but since he had plans on wooing her, he decided to agree. This way, the princess would feel indebted to him, which he could use to form a closer connection with her in the future. Congratulations, Elendor said as he used his foot to raise Arslan's head. Our princess has chosen you to become her manservant. Make sure to serve her well. I mentioned this earlier, but I will repeat it again. You are not allowed to harm her in any way. Also, you will risk your life to protect her when she is in danger. This is an absolute order. The collar on Arslan's neck glowed brighter. Soon, Arslan fell to the ground, unconscious. He had reached his limits in resisting the power of the slave collar. Elendor made a gesture for one of the elven healers to take care of the teenager's injury before he invited the princess to have lunch with him. Éowyn accepted Elendor's proposal. She knew that the commander had spared the human slave because of her, and because of this, she felt obligated to return the favor. Elendor smiled brightly as he held the elven princess's hand. If giving her a human slave would make her happy, then he didn't mind sending more slaves in order to gain her good graces. After all, he was not content with just being the commander of the elven race. No, Elendor's ambition was greater. What he wanted was to become the future king of the elves. That way, not only would he rule the Silvermoon continent, but all the lands that they had conquered as well. Chapter 406. New dungeon acquired. Inside of the goblin crypt in the town of Hartlepool, William stood still with his eyes closed. The words that his father had told him still reverberated in the core of his being. The red-headed boy pressed his hand over his wildly beating heart as an image appeared inside his head. A man stood proud on the back of a chimera-type dragon with black horns and wings spread wide. He had his arms crossed over his chest as he looked fearlessly at the massive army that belonged to the demon race in front of him. Suddenly, several portals appeared behind him. Resounding roars and shrieks pierced the air as dragons, ancient beasts, and other behemoths descended on the battlefield with fury. More portals appeared around Maxwell as a fearless grin appeared on his handsome face. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. The sky darkened as Maxwell's army of dungeon monsters poured out from the massive portals en masse. It was as if he was summoning all the monsters in the world to fight for him. The demon army momentarily stopped their advance as the countless dungeon monsters roared simultaneously. It was at that moment when William understood why there could only be one Dungeon Conqueror to exist at a time. No army, kingdom, or empire would be able to withstand an attack of this magnitude. Dozens of myriad beasts, hundreds of millennial beasts, thousands of centennial beasts and other strong monsters that were Class B and above. The scene made William's blood boil due to how awesome it was. Frankly, the word awesome was an understatement. Words couldn't describe the feelings that were rising inside his heart. Maxwell turned his head to look at William. There was a playful smile on his father's face as he gave him a brief nod. Soon, an earth-shaking roar resounded across the battlefield as the massive monster army charged towards the demon army. William watched as the dragons rampaged in the sky. He watched as the 8-headed hydras fired dragon breaths of different elements from all of their heads. He watched as giants brandished their weapons left and right, sending demons flying in all directions. He watched until the demons sounded their bugle horns to signal their retreat. The monsters didn't waver and pursued relentlessly as their enemies retreated like the tide. William breathed a long deep sigh before opening his eyes. His father had shown him the possibility that was waiting for him at the end of his journey. The half-elf clenched his fist as he made a vow to himself. "One day, I will come and see you, father," William said in his heart. "Till then, watch over mother for me." It was at that moment when he realized that a delicate hand held his arm and a pair of anxious eyes looked straight at his own eyes. "What happened?" Wendy inquired. "The dungeon core disappeared after you pressed the ring against it. After that, you stood in a daze and no matter how much we tried to wake you up, you wouldn't budge." William patted Wendy's head to assure her that he was fine. "Let's go back. Our mission has been accomplished." Wendy nodded her head and held William's hand. Ian gave the two of them some space as he followed behind them. This was her way of compensating Wendy for the time that she had spent with William inside his spiritual world. William and Ian didn't need to say anything to each other. Both of their hearts were connected, so the red-headed boy understood what Ian was trying to tell him. "Thank you," William said through telepathy. Ian smiled as he walked behind William. "You're not getting any sleep tonight. Is that a threat? Does it sound like a threat?" The two bickered via telepathy as they exited the Goblin Crypt. Now that the Dungeon Core had merged with the Goblin Crypt inside the Ring of Conquest, the dungeon in Hartlepool would slowly disappear over the passage of time. Although William felt sorry that the townspeople would lose a source of income, he didn't have the leisure to wait for the curse to be undone before he increased his private army. William, Wendy, and Ian returned to the Armstrong Duchy to report to Spencer that they were going back to the northern regions. Spencer made one last futile attempt to convince his sister to stay, but Wendy was adamant to stick to her boyfriend like glue. Naturally, William welcomed Wendy's company, which gave Spencer a headache. In the end, Spencer finally agreed and even gave them one of the flying carriages that belonged to their duchy. Instead of a griffin, the one that pulled their flying carriage was the lamassu. As the magical beast soared towards the north, Wendy and Ian laid beside William on the comfortable bed inside the flying carriage. William hugged both of them as he discussed with the system what their next course of action should be. According to the Dungeon Conqueror job class, William wouldn't be able to conquer a dungeon as easily as he had the Goblin Crypt. However, that restriction didn't prevent him from adding another dungeon to his Ring of Conquest. Tocum's second condition was for William to raise 4 centennial rank beasts. William understood the importance of this because right now, he lacked powerful allies that had the centennial rank and above. Tocum also added that although William should also increase the ranks of the Minotaur race to strengthen his forces, the 4 centennial rank beasts should not be counted on their side. Urchatu was already a millennial beast, and the lamassus were all Class A beasts. Tocum's condition stated that he didn't care where William acquired these 4 centennial beasts, but any beast from the Minotaur race wouldn't be counted among the 4. Although William found this second condition to be unusual, he didn't mind doing it because he wanted to form a strong force to contend with the enemies he was about to face. William checked his status page and found an empty slot right next to his Goblin Crypt. The very first dungeon that he had visited had now turned green, which meant that it was an ally dungeon. After merging the recorded Goblin Crypt with the real Goblin Crypt, William had unlocked the true power of the Ring of Conquest as well as the hidden ability Dungeon Conqueror. What was that power? It was the ability to randomly teleport to any dungeon in the world of Hestia that would serve as a dungeon that he could conquer next. This was a heaven-defying ability because it allowed William to practically travel anywhere and capture any dungeon he wanted. This job class is insane, William thought. He was quite thankful that his father had prepared adequately to transfer this power to him. If this power landed in the hands of those who would use it for world conquest, then the chances of them succeeding were very high. Fortunately, there can only be one Dungeon Conqueror at any given time. William sighed in relief as he looked at the ring in his hand, that had accompanied him since he was a baby. It was the ring that had taken William inside the Goblin Crypt, and forced him to acquire the Shepherd job class. If not for the Ring of Conquest activating at that time, William might have spent his childhood living a carefree life free without facing anything dangerous. The half-elf took a deep breath as he made his decision. He planned to have the new dungeon serve as the place for his 1,000-beast army to increase their ranks, in preparation for the battle against Deus, the elves, and the undead army that threatened the peace of his own 1,000-beast domain. So, I just need to activate the dungeon search ability, and synchronize it with the Ring of Conquest to make a connection to that dungeon. This way, I can allow my 1,000-beast domain to access it as well. Am I right, system? William asked. Yes. However, once a dungeon is chosen, we can't remove it from the Ring of Conquest no matter what. Are you fine with this, host? Okay. Let's do this. William closed his eyes and used the dungeon search ability. At the same time, the system synchronized with him and activated the Ring of Conquest. Activating Ring of Conquest. The ring on William's hand glowed as a golden thread shot out from its center. It flew towards the window of the flying carriage and traveled northeast. Half a minute later, it crossed the border of the southern continent and headed out to the wide ocean. The system monitored the golden thread's trajectory as it searched for a random dungeon that would be connected to the Ring of Conquest. According to the system, William would be able to travel to that dungeon no matter where it was located. Simply put, he could travel across continents and back if the dungeon that the Ring of Conquest picked was on another continent. 5 minutes later, the empty slot beside the goblin crypt glowed as the new dungeon was registered. William looked at the form of the dungeon that slowly materialized on his status page. It didn't take long before a majestic city appeared in front of him. He read the bold blue letters that appeared above the picture of the new dungeon and frowned. It was a name that he was familiar with, and it was considered to be a legendary city back on Earth. The notification of the system resounded inside his head as it proclaimed the name of the new dungeon that they had acquired. New dungeon acquired. Dungeon name, Atlantis. Chapter 407. Subclass integration. Atlantis, William muttered as he looked at the information of the new dungeon that had been registered inside his Ring of Conquest. Atlantis. In times long forgotten, there was once a legendary city known for its advanced culture and technology. Many tales abound about how this city disappeared from the face of the world. Some said that, due to its advanced technology, the city traveled towards new worlds and frontiers unknown to many. Some said that it was submerged somewhere in the vast ocean, waiting for someone to discover it once again. Countless people throughout the years have searched for this city born from myths and legends, but none of them were able to find it. Only its name and legacy remained, and even that, too, would also be forgotten in due time: the city of Atlantis. The Lost Empire of a Forgotten World. Difficulty rating, SSR. Number of floors, 100. Monster types, unknown. William felt anticipation as he finished reading the information of this ancient city. Deep down, he was looking forward to discovering the secrets that it held. Wendy stirred in her slumber as she sleepily raised her head to look at William. "Our journey is still long," William said as he kissed her forehead. "Sleep. I'll wake you up when it's time for dinner." Wendy sleepily nodded her head and kissed William's cheek before she closed her eyes to sleep once more. The battle inside the goblin crypt had made her, and Ian, very exhausted. It would take a few more days before they reached the north, where William decided to stay for the time being. The half-elf didn't want to disturb Est and Brendan while they worked to rescue the survivors on the outskirts of the kingdom. Although he didn't know why Deus decided to withdraw quite a few of their forces from the Hellen capital, William had a hunch that it was due to Connor's order to look for the Undying Lands, which was now inside his Thousand Beast domain. He wasn't worried about Est's safety because he had already briefed Brendan on what to do in case the members of Deus returned to take back their control of the capital. Also, Ezio was there to mentor Brendan as the latter underwent his assassin training. Yes, William decided to make Brendan a disciple of his fourth master, Ezio. This way, the son of the Prime Minister's talents wouldn't be wasted. Also, having someone as capable as Brendan would become a big boost to William's private forces in the future. William also decided to bring Ian and Wendy to train the Dungeon of Atlantis in order to help raise their rank and allow them to gain real battle experience. "I almost forgot the advice that Issei had told me back in the Temple of the Gods," William thought as he opened the Familia option in his status page. Strength of stats and abilities will increase, or decrease, depending on the synchronization rate between the host and his Familia member. Synchronization rate, 45%. William didn't stop there and accessed Ash's personal information. Name, Ashera di Cordelia. Race, half-nymph. Job class, Spirit Fencer level 32. After checking the information that he was looking for, William consulted the system to help him conduct an experiment. "Host, you want to try adding a subclass to Ash's main profession?" "Yes," William replied. "Can you test if it's possible?" Connecting to the Familia database. Activating the divinity of the King's chess piece and CPU core. Connection established. Subclass integration commencing. William waited patiently for the system to finish tweaking the Familia settings using the power of the two divinities. He wanted to know if it was possible to bestow a job class that he currently possessed to Ash to allow her to wield its power. According to Issei's theory, if this experiment succeeded, the mermaid would be able to help William increase the levels of his other professions, while that class was equipped to her. Not only would William be able to increase its levels, but Ash would also benefit from it because she would be able to wield the power of whatever profession William wanted to bestow upon her. It didn't take long before William heard the familiar notification sounds of the system, announcing the result of their experiment. Subclass integration has been successfully added to the Familia settings. Host may now add any job class to his Familia member and allow them to use its power. Would you like to add a subclass to Ashura Di Cordelia? Yes, no. William laughed internally as he planted a kiss on the sleeping mermaid's head. Ash didn't react because she was a very deep sleeper. She was not aware that her lover was doing something behind her back that would benefit her in the future. William looked at the job classes that were currently available to him with a serious expression. He wanted to give Ash a compatible job class that would work well with her Spirit Fencer job class. This way, not only would it strengthen his mermaid lover, he would also be able to increase the level of a job class that he was not currently using. After careful consideration, William decided to give Ash the job class Geomancer. However, he still hadn't met the requirements for this profession. The Geomancer profession required the Fighter job class and Earth Mage job class at their max level. Currently, William's Fighter job class was only at level 30. He wasn't able to upgrade this job class to its maximum potential because he didn't have much time to train it before leaving Lant. System: set Fighter as Ash's subclass and split the experience point allocation to 50-50. Understood. Subclass integration successful. Subclass: Fighter level 30. William nodded his head in appreciation. This way, Ash would be able to increase the level of her main class, alongside her new subclass. Due to their experiment, Ash had also gained the ability to gain experience points as a means to increase her rank faster. Usually, people in the world of Hestia became stronger through real-life battles, and the use of beast cores, magic crystals, and spirit stones, to increase their ranks. William felt sad because the only one that could benefit from the Familia setting was Ash. Because of the bond that they shared with each other, the mermaid was recognized by the King Chesspiece as William's Familia member. William's only regret was that he had to wait until he came of age before he could add Wendy and S to his Familia as well. The requirements for the Familia member were strict, so William was helpless against it. For now, he could only focus on increasing Ash's job levels, while giving resources to Wendy in order for her to increase her own profession, which was Magic Lancer. As the Lamassu pulling William's carriage headed towards the northern regions, Princess Sidonie and Morgana were also hard at work in the Kingdom of Frisia. Now that she had arrived at the capital, the Crater Empire started to march west. Their target was to conquer the Aenarion's dynasty, which was currently under the control of the part of Deus that belonged to Connor's faction. The myriad Ant Queen opened her eyes as her ant soldiers prepared to battle. Although she was once the protector of the Aenarion dynasty, she didn't bat an eye and rallied her army to answer her call. Her master, Princess Sidonie, had ordered her to send her troops in a pincer attack in order to take control of the capital. This was the first battle where the Crater Empire and Princess Sidonie's ant army had collaborated to gain control of one of the four kingdoms that had once held total dominion over the southern continent. Chapter 408, A Midsummer Night's Dream, Part 1. Big Brother. Brianna jumped into William's arms as soon as he stepped out of the flying carriage. William held the little loli in his arms and patted her head. You shouldn't always do this. Your image of being the temporary great chief of the northern tribes will diminish if others were to see your current expression. Brianna took a few steps back as she stuck out her tongue. William could only shake his head in helplessness as he helped Wendy and Ian disembark from the flying carriage. It took them 3 days to reach the third peak of the Corinter Mountains from the Armstrong Duchy. How long are you going to stay here, big brother? Brianna asked after William and his entourage settled inside the living room of the great chieftain's residence. We will stay for a while, William replied. There are some things that I must take care of before meeting with your sovereign. Brianna nodded in understanding. She knew better than to pry into the affairs of her big brother, especially when it had something to do with their sovereign, that protected the entirety of the Corinter Mountains. You can stay here for as long as you like, big brother, Brianna patted her chest with confidence. I am the one that calls the shots here right now. William smirked as he playfully rubbed Brianna's hair with his hand. You sure talk big now, huh? Fine, I'll accept your hospitality and stay here for a while. By the way, how are the tribes? All of them have already relocated here. At first, they were reluctant to leave their ancestral lands. However, they changed their minds when I told them that it was the order of our sovereign. Quote. You sure know what words to say to your people. Brianna giggled as she closed her eyes to accept William's act of spoiling her rotten. Prince Ernest sighed beside Brianna because he had already come to terms with his fiancée's and William's close relationship. Ian and Wendy also didn't mind this show of affection because they understood that William only saw Brianna as a little sister and not as a lover. Oh, I almost forgot, William said with a smile. Can you give us a room with a large bed? I'm planning to share the room with Ian and Wendy. Brianna tilted her head as she looked at Ian and Wendy. She could understand why William would like to share the same room with Wendy, but she didn't understand why Ian would also join them as well. Am I just overthinking things? Brianna thought as she nodded her head to acknowledge William's request. We have a room just like that, big brother. It has a bed big enough to fit 6 people. After all, the warriors of the northern tribes usually have 2 or more wives. Brianna suddenly remembered the event that happened not long ago. If William hadn't appeared in the Carinter Mountains back then, Brianna's uncle, Connell, would have married Princess Aila and a few other ladies from the different tribes after the bride selection ceremony. Also, Brianna would have also been forced to marry the second prince of the Xianxia dynasty, who had been turned to ashes by William during their duel. I'll have your quarters prepared right away, big brother. Brianna stood up. For now, I'll let you talk to Ernest. I'm sure that the two of you have many things to talk about. Brianna didn't wait for William's reply and left the living room. She also ordered her maidservants to follow her as they prepared William's, Ian's, Wendy's, and Dave's lodgings. You'd better take care of her properly, Prince Ernest, William said as he faced the youngest prince of the Helen Kingdom. I'll make you sorry if you make her cry. Prince Ernest gave William a curt nod before asking about the affairs of the Helen Kingdom. William didn't hold back any information because the youngest prince had the right to know. Prince Ernest showed a rare expression of anger when he heard that his big brothers had been in cahoot with the organization that was responsible for the war and the continental spell that turned the adults into crystal statues. The youngest prince didn't doubt William's story because he knew that the half-elf wouldn't waste his time to fake a report just to frame his brothers. Where are they now? Prince Ernest asked after a brief period of silence. They're no longer in the capital, William answered. According to credible sources, the organization took them back to their headquarters. Right now, Est and the son of the Prime Minister are handling the affairs of the capital city of Gladiolus. Prince Ernest nodded his head. He was quite familiar with the 2 people that William had mentioned. Brendan is very capable, Prince Ernest stated. He was raised by his father to take his place the moment he retired from service. As for head prefect Est, Prince Ernest's expression softened when he thought of the one that led the first years of the magic division. He is a good choice to lead the people in the absence of the royal family, Prince Ernest commented. The young prince then looked at William with a serious expression before asking a question. Can I go back to the capital? Maybe I can help ease their burden, Prince Ernest asked. My presence will also pacify the survivors. Although I am not as popular as my older brothers, the citizens will still recognize me as their prince. William rubbed his chin as he pondered Ernest's suggestion. It was true that having the young prince return to the capital would give the citizens some peace of mind. After careful consideration, William told Prince Ernest that he would think about it. The only reason why he didn't say yes right away was because of the threat of the organization. Although they had pulled back the majority of their forces from the capital, they could still return at any time, which might put Prince Ernest in danger. Prince Ernest also understood this, so he didn't force this issue. The reason he proposed such a thing was because he was feeling useless. Brianna was currently responsible for taking care of her tribe, while he, on the other hand, had nothing to do but accompany her. This sense of helplessness, and not getting any news from the capital, was making Prince Ernest feel depressed. It was as if he was sent to a foreign land to act as a hostage, never to return to his own kingdom again. Nighttime Anad Asgard, Wendy opened her eyes and found herself in a familiar room. This was not the first time that she had a dream like this and had gotten used to it. Her face reddened in expectation as she waited for William and her adult self to do the deed. What she didn't know was this night would be different from the ones she had experienced in the past. William came out of the shower room with only a towel covering the lower half of his body. Wendy almost drooled when she saw the adult William's lean and toned body that still had a few water droplets sticking to it. This was the body of the man that had made her face turn beet red, countless times in the past. "What's wrong?" William asked. "You're surprisingly quiet today." Wendy turned her head to look behind her, expecting to see her adult self, but what she saw was her own reflection in the full-body mirror inside the room. She then turned to the side, expecting to see the Valkyrie captain sitting on one of the chairs inside the room, but it was empty. A dawn of realization fell on Wendy at the same time that William's hand caressed the side of her face. "Are you sick?" William asked in a teasing tone. "Why are you acting so meek right now?" Wendy's body shuddered as she immediately took a few steps back. She then raised a hand in an attempt to keep the silver-haired man at bay and prevent him from coming close to her. Wait. Something is wrong here," Wendy exclaimed. "Why, you've got the wrong Wendy. What are you talking about?" William frowned. "What do you mean, I've got the wrong Wendy?" Listen, it's not what you think. I mean, I am Wendy, but I am not the Wendy that you are looking for. What nonsense are you talking about? I mean, I am not the Valkyrie Captain Wendy that you married." Wendy exclaimed. "I'm not her." A soft chuckle escaped the silver-haired William's lips. Of course he knew what Wendy was talking about. Although the hair color he had right now was silver, the one inside the body was none other than William, who had used the power of his incubus job class to enter Wendy's dream. He was curious to find out what Wendy was dreaming about right now, so he entered her dream to take a peek. To his surprise, he found himself in the same familiar setting where he would usually make love to the adult Wendy in his dreams. From her words, this means that this is not the first time that she has been here, William mused. Interesting. William watched as the adult Wendy, who used to beat the crap out of him, looked at him with caution. His goal was to only take a peek at Wendy's dream, but the current scenario opened up a possibility to him. What if? William thought as he gazed at the beautiful lady in front of him. Well, I'll find out soon enough. William smiled sweetly, and his smile made Wendy shudder. It was the smile of a wolf that was about to eat a snow-white rabbit that had unknowingly wandered close to its lair. Clearly, tonight would be a different night for the two of them. Chapter 409, A Midsummer Night's Dream, Part 2, rated 18. Disclaimer. This chapter contains scenes not suitable for children. You have watched enough to know what's going to happen next. If you're not comfortable in reading scenes like this, feel free to skip this chapter. Don't come any closer. If you come closer, I'll scream, Wendy said as she backed into the corner of the room. She was currently wearing a semi-transparent, black, one-piece night dress that covered her curvaceous body. The night dress made her want to bury herself inside a hole due to embarrassment. When she had seen her adult self wearing this night dress for the first time, she had secretly felt jealous because the silver-haired William looked so happy when he saw her in that attire. She had also witnessed how the two shared a passionate night that lasted until 4 in the morning before they decided to stop their lovemaking. Now that she was wearing the same night dress, and was in the body of her adult form, Wendy felt like she was about to get eaten whole. She had seen how capable the silver-haired William was in her dreams. Although she had looked forward to being embraced the same way, her heart only wanted her beloved half-elf and not the handsome silver-haired William in front of her. Please, there is someone else that I love, Wendy pleaded. I want him to be my first. I can't make love with you. The silver-haired man stopped walking and the teasing expression on his face disappeared. Wendy thought that the handsome man would not listen to her and continued to approach her if she let her guard down. However, the man didn't move from where he stood. Instead, he looked at Wendy with eyes filled with affection. I'm sorry for teasing you, Wendy, William said. I didn't know that you loved me this much. William waved his hand over his face and the adult version of himself appeared in front of Wendy. Wendy looked at the man's red hair and the light green eyes that looked back at her with love. The blonde beauty's eyes then stared at the semi-pointy ears that proved her lover's race, which was indeed half-elf. Will? Wendy asked, half hoping that what she was seeing was true. It's me, William replied. Wendy was about to go to him to give him a hug, but hesitated in the end. She didn't want to make a mistake, so she decided to ask questions first to confirm whether this was the half-elf she loved or was just a figment of her imagination. How old are you? Wendy inquired. I just turned 15 a few days ago, William answered. You did? Why didn't you tell me? Wendy frowned. Does Ash know? William nodded. She celebrated my birthday with me. She even got drunk and started to kiss. The half-elf abruptly stopped his words, which made Wendy quite curious. Go on. Continue. Let's talk about something else. William walked towards Wendy and pulled her into his embrace. Although he didn't mind talking about how proactive Ash was in her drunken state, he didn't want to talk about other women in front of Wendy. Owen, and the goddess Eros, told him that talking about another woman in front of another lady would definitely lead to a bad ending. In order to prevent that from happening, William decided to take the lead and stir the conversation away from the topic. Wendy tried to resist at first, but William's whispers of love in her ears made her resistance not last long. In the end, the two sat on top of the bed, while hugging each other. "Do you always have this kind of dream?" William asked. Wendy nodded her head as her face reddened in embarrassment. "How often do you have this dream?" William inquired. He wanted to know if the frequency of Wendy's dreams of Asgard matched his own. "At least twice a week," Wendy admitted. "However, after returning to our duchy, the frequency of my dreams increased to 4 or 5 times a week." Wendy raised her head to look at William. "How about you? 2 to 3 times a week as well," William replied. "They started on the night I gave you my lollipop." The night where they did 30 rounds? Wendy asked. "Yes, I did it with her 30 round. What? How did you know that we did 30 rounds? You did it with her 30 times. William suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. At that time I thought that it was only a dream," William replied. She pleaded that I make love to her while being tied to the bed." Wendy snorted. Of course she remembered that scene. How could she possibly forget? It was a very memorable night for her. It taught her a lot of things about how lovers showed their affection to each other. The blonde beauty then held William's shoulder and pinned him down on the bed. "Even if that was only a dream, and the adult me begged you to do it, you still made love to a different version of me. That is considered cheating. Do you plead guilty to your crime?" "Why yes, I pled guilty." William didn't know why, but Wendy's current strength was similar to the strength of the Valkyrie captain in his dreams. It was as if a mountain was pressing on his shoulders and he couldn't budge from her hold. Wendy knew that William wasn't at fault, but she wasn't able to stop herself from feeling a bit irritated because the adult version of her managed to make love to the boy she liked first. Also, the one thing that made her unable to forget that particular dream was the fact that William had done it 30 times. She was about to nag at the boy when she felt something warm and hard poking her backside. Wendy turned around to see that the towel that had been covering William's lower body had been cast aside when she suddenly pinned him down. Wendy looked at little William, who was standing tall and proud. It was as if it was challenging her to go 30 rounds with him. The blonde beauty's face immediately blushed when she remembered that night of intense passion that had been locked away inside her heart. "I'm sorry," William said as he placed his hand on the back of Wendy's neck and gently pulled her close to him. "I was wrong. I didn't think properly back then." His lips pressed over Wendy's and the latter reluctantly returned his kiss. William coaxed his lover with soft kisses and words of love that made Wendy temporarily forget the crime he had committed. The next thing she knew, she was lying on the bed with the half-elf on top of her. William's hands and lips wandered all over her body and it sent a shiver down her spine. The grudge and reasoning that she tried to hold on to melted away due to William's soft and relentless attacks that made her writhe in pleasure. This was not the first time that William had made love to the body of the adult Wendy in his dreams. However, this time, it was different. Although the body was not hers, the person inside it was the first girl who had confessed her love to him in this world. The person that William had recognized as his first wife. William kissed, licked, sucked, and bit Wendy all over. He left his mark on his lover's body to affirm that she belonged only to him. Wendy had long lost her strength as William used the skills he had learned from Owen and Lady Eros to bring the lady he loved to the peak of pleasure. The blonde beauty's body trembled the moment the two of them became one. William was currently in his incubus class. The techniques he learned from the goddess of lust herself made Wendy's sweet and sensual voice reverberate inside the room. "Will, I'm scared," Wendy said as she wrapped her arms around William's neck. I feel weird." William momentarily paused as he kissed Wendy's lips. "Don't be scared. I love you, Wendy." Wendy looked at her beloved's eyes and smiled. "I love you too, Will. Please, make me yours." With his lover's permission, William once again lowered his hips, building up the pleasure with each thrust. Suddenly, Wendy's body shivered at the same time that William released his essence deep inside her. The blonde beauty could feel her beloved's seed filling up her womb and it almost made her lose consciousness due to its intensity. A minute passed as William and Wendy panted for breath. Both of them didn't expect that their first union, inside a dream world, would be so intense that they thought that their spirits were leaving their bodies. After regaining his composure, William looked down at his lover with a fiery gaze. Wendy saw the hungry look in her lover's eyes and her body trembled in fear and anticipation of what was about to come. "You're not getting any sleep tonight," William declared. Wendy sighed as she surrendered herself to the man she loved. Both of them knew that this was only a dream, but they didn't care. They didn't care that it would take them a few years before they gained the adult bodies that they had right now. What was important was that, tonight, they reaffirmed the love they had for each other, while they waited to come of age. When that day came, William vowed that he would no longer hold back and make love not only with Wendy, but to all the women who loved him as well. But, for now, all of his attention was focused on the girl that had made him open his heart. A girl whom he would treasure for the rest of his life. Now and forever. Chapter 410, The Aftermath of a Night of Passion. Ash looked at Wendy, who was sitting inside the big bathtub. The blonde beauty had a very satisfied smile on her face and was currently humming a tune as she soaked herself in hot water. "You seem happy today," Ash said with a smile. "Did something good happen?" Wendy giggled before nodding her head. She even gave Ash a mischievous gaze which piqued the latter's curiosity. The mermaid also noticed that Wendy was like a changed person after she had woken up. Ash could sense that the current Wendy was brimming with confidence and energy, which was quite different from how she had been just a few days ago. "I wonder what happened." Ash was genuinely curious about this sudden change in her friend's character. She also linked Wendy's current bubbly self to the half-elf who was currently inside the Thousand Beast domain to take care of some important matters. "What happened?" Ash inquired. "Spill it." Not telling. Wendy playfully stuck out her tongue as she dreamily closed her eyes. The events that had transpired inside the dream were still in her memory. Originally, she thought that she would forget about this passionate dream the moment she woke up. She had told this worry of hers to William as they held each other after their passionate lovemaking. William smiled and promised her that he would ensure that she would remember the dream even when she was awake. Although she didn't know what William did, the events of what happened last night were very fresh in her memory. In fact, she felt that she could recall this memory anytime, and the images would flow inside her head as clearly as the night they whispered words of love to each other. Ash knew that she wouldn't be getting any answers from Wendy, so she decided to just interrogate William later. She had a nagging feeling that whatever was causing Wendy's radiant expression was something major. "I will get into the bottom of this later," Ash vowed as she joined Wendy inside the bathtub. "Whatever is making Wendy act this way, I want some of it as well." Inside the Thousand Beast domain, a sudden chill passed down William's spine as he checked the conditions of Dia, Thor, and Ragnar. "Mama, did you suddenly feel a cold breeze pass through here?" William asked. "Cold breeze?" Ella tilted her head. "I don't feel anything. Must be my imagination. Make sure to take a hot shower later just in case. We are high up in the mountains, so it's natural to feel cold from time to time." William nodded his head. Although his body was already strong, and he had Lily's lollipops to protect him from the common cold, he still thought that he should take precautions just in case there was something wrong with his body. He had visited the Thousand Beast domain because there had been changes in Thor's and Ragnar's bodies. The stripes on Thor's body had become more pronounced as if they were real lightning bolts. Ragnar, on the other hand, had grown a little bit. He was now about the same size as Thor. Only Dia remained the same and there were no visible changes in her body. "Do you think they will wake up soon?" William inquired. Ella nodded her head. "Yes, I can tell that Thor and Ragnar are about to finish their growth phase. I'm worried about Dia. She's still in a deep sleep and I see no changes in her body." "Don't be. Dia is fine. Her body is taking sufficient magical energy from the magic crystals. Perhaps, her next phase requires more energy, so no visible changes can be seen at the moment." William scratched his head because he was not an expert in magical beasts. If Ella was telling him that Dia was fine, then it must be true. "Have you connected the new dungeon with the Thousand Beast domain?" Ella inquired. Kronos, Aslan, and the others are getting excited about their new playground. William shook his head. "I'm still in the middle of relocating the bestiary from the Goblin Crypt to the first floor of the Atlantis dungeon. It is a very delicate process. According to my estimate, it will take at least 6 more hours before everyone can travel there." Ella nodded her head in understanding. She didn't ask how William was able to do the things he was able to do because there was no need for her to ask him. David had already passed all the information he knew about William's divinities to her, so she left him to his own devices. "Mama, are you also excited to explore this new dungeon?" William asked. "Yes," Ella replied. "I think the other goats are also nearing their limit. Perhaps they will be able to evolve in a month or two." William smiled. "I hope for that as well." Ever since the wolf died, he hadn't raised any other goats again aside from the 13 survivors of his herd. He made sure that they gained enough experience points so that they would become stronger and evolve just like Ella did. The only dungeon that they had officially explored was the Goblin Crypt. William was looking forward to leveling up his job classes in order to prepare for the inevitable war that would come knocking on their doors sooner or later. William bid Ella goodbye and left the magic crystal cavern. There were many things that he had to take care of, and one of them was the good news that he received from the system after waking up. After his passionate night with Wendy, the system had come across a very interesting development that made William extremely happy. Familia Oversoul. Depending on the strength of the bond, the host will be able to use his Familia member's ability and vice versa. Ashera Di Cordelia. Wendy Cy Armstrong. Second Familia member. Wendy Cy Armstrong. Host is able to use Steel Spike skill. Host is able to use Steel Wall skill. Synchronization rate, 35%. For some unknown reason, Wendy was registered as William's second Familia member. Although they did the deed inside the dream, William didn't expect that the king's chesspiece would activate and register Wendy's name as part of his Familia. This opened up new possibilities for William because it allowed him to add a subclass to his first wife candidate, which would increase her battle prowess. Not only that, Wendy would also be able to use the experience points inside the dungeon to increase her rank as well as increase the levels of her job class. However, there was some additional information in Wendy's stats that made William feel like scratching his head in confusion. Name: Wendy Cy Armstrong. Job class: Magic Lancer level 28. Subclass: None. Locked prestige class: Valkyrie. Requirements not met: Valkyrie. Requirements to unlock job class: Soulmate skill: Imperial Lancer, Celestial Bloodline. William didn't know whether he should laugh or cry after seeing this hidden prestige class that Wendy could unlock once its requirements were met. The Imperial Lancer was easy to understand, because it was the second stage of the Magic Lancer. However, he didn't know where he could get the Soulmate skill and the Celestial Bloodline that was also needed to unlock this prestige class, which William believed had a deep connection with Wendy. Asgard, William thought. At the beginning, he thought that the dreams were just dreams. But, now, he felt that he needed to keep an eye out for any developments that might happen in his dreams. Wendy's hidden prestige class was a clear indicator that there was a deeper meaning behind the dreams they were encountering. It was quite possible for Wendy to live her life without discovering this hidden power inside her body. However, since William had already discovered it, he would certainly do his best to help Wendy unlock this power inside her. William exited the Thousand Beast domain and returned to his room within the Great Chieftain's residence. He was just about to look for Wendy when he noticed Ian sitting on the bed. "Are you finished with your tasks?" Ian inquired. William nodded. "There are still things that need to be done, but I am free for now." Ian smiled and walked towards Will. "Since that is the case, can you explain to me what happened to Wendy? She's practically glowing today as if she had been injected with some kind of powerful serum that will keep her young and springy for years." William's body stiffened when Ian transformed into her mermaid form and pressed her hand over her chest. Although he was wearing clothes, Ash's hand rested directly over the gem embedded in his chest. "I don't know what special serum you gave her, but I want some of it too," Ash demanded. "Will, you can't play favorites. Are you going to give it to me? Or must I make you give it to me by force?" Ash's hands then wrapped around William's waist as she gave him a firm hug. Clearly, she had no intention of letting the half-elf go unless her demands were met. Chapter 411, Kisses Are for Adults. William started to sweat buckets as his mermaid lover demanded that he give her whatever special serum that he had injected into Wendy, that made the blonde beauty look so bright and springy today. "What's wrong?" Ash inquired. "Are you saying that I'm not qualified to have it? Whatever Wendy can do, I can definitely do better." William stared into Ash's light purple eyes before making his resolve. He lowered his head to whisper something in her ears that made the body of the young lady who was hugging him firmly shudder. "Ash, are you sure you want to do it?" William asked softly. William didn't know if he could recreate a dream world for Ash, but he was willing to give it a try in order to meet his lover's demand. Ash lowered her head and didn't say anything. William waited patiently for her answer because he didn't want to force her to do anything that she didn't want. Finally, a voice that was barely audible escaped Ash's lips. Juan, it. Even with William's powerful hearing, he was barely able to understand the words that Ash had just said. Even so, the redness that had extended up to the tip of Ash's ears was more than enough to tell him what he wanted to know. However, William still wanted to hear it clearly and coaxed the blushing mermaid to repeat what she just said. I want it. Ash finally relented as she buried her head on William's chest. In the eyes of the mermaid race, I am already your wife. It is only normal that we. Ash wasn't able to finish her words due to embarrassment. Instead, she pounded William's chest with her closed fist in order to hide her bashfulness. What she didn't know was that this gesture of hers only made her look more endearing in William's eyes. He wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered something in her ears. Ash then raised her head and stared at William's eyes. The half-elf nodded and lowered his face to kiss her lips. The two of them were so lost in their own world that they didn't notice the door of their room opening. William and Ash continued their passionate kiss, disregarding those around them. Only when their kiss ended, did they finally realize that they were no longer alone inside the room. Two pairs of eyes stared at the half-elf and the blue-haired girl who were holding each other in a firm embrace. Go on, don't mind us, Wendy said as she chewed on some walnuts. She was currently seated on top of the bed and she was not alone. Sitting right next to her was Brianna, who was looking at William, and the beautiful lady that she had never seen before, with genuine curiosity. Big brother, I didn't know that you were such a good kisser, Brianna praised. Can you teach me? The adorable loli threw a grenade that could be interpreted the wrong way intentionally. Clearly, the little troublemaker wanted to see how her big brother, Wendy, and the lady in William's arms would react to her innocent request. William knew that if he agreed to Brianna's request, even in a joking manner, he would be sleeping on the floor tonight. He also felt Ash's two fingers subtly shift on his waist and knew that he would be in a world of pain if he gave the wrong answer. Brianna, kisses are for adults, William said in a righteous manner. It was as if he was a monk who was free from worldly desires. You are still too young. Save your kisses for when you grow older. Tisk. Brianna clicked her tongue as she grabbed a walnut to eat. Her little prank had failed, so she decided to eat while looking at her big brother in a mischievous manner. However, the next scene that unfolded before her eyes made her drop the walnut in her hand to the carpeted floor, as her jaw dropped in surprise. Ash had reverted back to her boy form and looked at Brianna with a smile. She knew that Brianna was a person that William trusted, so she didn't mind sharing this secret with her. Why, you are a girl? Brianna gasped in shock as she stared wide-eyed at Ian. Ian nodded and pressed a finger over her lips. Keep this as a secret. You understand, right, Brianna? Brianna hastily nodded her head in understanding. She was there when Princess Sidoni had interrogated Ian. Back then, she just thought that William and Ian only had a close relationship because he was one of William's knights. She never thought that Princess Sidoni's accusation was spot on. William felt Wendy's gaze and the latter was looking at him with a very sweet smile plastered on her face. He could tell that his first girlfriend wasn't the least bit bothered by the kiss that Ash had shared with him. This change in Wendy's mindset surprised William. All of a sudden, she felt more mature in his eyes. The Wendy he was familiar with had a hidden inferiority complex that she had openly exposed to him. He used to always assure her not to compare herself to others, especially to his fiancée, Rebecca, because in his eyes, she was already very beautiful. Now, that same Wendy was looking back at him with confidence, knowing that William truly loved her with all of his heart. I guess she stepped into adulthood last night, William thought as he approached his first lover to give her a kiss as well. Ash had already given her consent and William wanted to meet her expectations. The only question was, what kind of scene he would see when he visited her dream tonight. Although he wasn't sure of how far he could take the incubus job class, he was willing to do some experiments in order to understand how the dream world worked. Somewhere in the Helen Kingdom, Connor surveyed the land from the sky, while riding a griffin. He was currently at the southeastern side of the Helen Kingdom, looking for any signs of the dungeon that had vanished without a trace. With the Oathkeeper key in his hands, he was looking for any kind of reaction from the artifact as he did a systematic sweep over the ground. Ever since the Hidden Valley had disappeared, the majority of the members of Deus had split up to look for the signs of the monument that served as the entrance to the Undying Lands. Their comrades, who had accompanied Connor when he inspected the domain, had assured them that it was a domain filled with priceless treasures. This information was enough for the members of Deus to take this mission seriously as they looked for the hidden valley in the territories that had been assigned to them. Connor was getting agitated with each day that passed without results. It was as if he was presented with a very delicious dish from a high-class restaurant. However, before he could even take a bite from his plate, the waiter decided to take it away and clean up the entire table, without leaving anything behind. This made Connor very depressed, and his temper also grew by the day. After another day of fruitless labor, Connor decided to rethink his plans for the Helen Kingdom. Now that the Crater Empire and Elven armies had arrived, his plan to take over the entire continent was no longer possible. In fact, he was quite pissed off on how things turned out the way it did. After all the resources he had spent, and all the years that he had planned to secure the Oathkeeper key and activate the Continental spell, the gains he got were abysmal. The faces of his two colleagues flashed inside his mind. Connor cursed them inwardly because the two of them had taken advantage of all of his hard work, and conquered 3 of the 4 factions that ruled over the southern continent with very little effort. The ridicule and contempt had been very evident in Berthold's and Alessio's eyes when they came to see him. How he wanted to gauge their eyes out at that time, but he held back because fighting the 2 of them at the same time was a very stupid thing to do. Connor felt very helpless. He understood that Alessio and Berthold would not spare him if they succeeded in conquering the Helen Kingdom. He only had 2 choices, and they were to flee or to fight against them. The only reason why he was still hesitant to leave the Helen Kingdom to its fate was the possibility of finding the Undying Lands after their relentless searching. His teeth ached at the thought of having his 2 acquaintances accidentally find the hidden domain after they took over the kingdom. The only solace he had about all of this was that the Oathkeeper key was in his hands. Berthold and Alessio weren't aware of the existence of the Undying Lands. Even if they were to find the monument by accident, they would just think that it was just a structure from the distant past. After pondering for a while, he decided to continue his search for the hidden valley for a few more days before returning to the Helen capital. He had already invested too much to find the secret of immortality that he was unwilling to give up in his search. This gave Est and Brendan enough time to bring all of the survivors, who remained on the outskirts of the Helen Kingdom, back to the capital city of Gladiolus. Chapter 412, Atlantis, the New Frontier. Host. The bestiary has been successfully relocated on the first floor of Atlantis. Also, the connection between the Thousand Beast domain and the new dungeon has been successfully established. William was currently having an afternoon nap on Wendy's lap, when the system notified him of the successful connection between the Goblin Crypt, the Thousand Beast domain, and the new dungeon Atlantis. This allowed the members of his legion to travel unimpeded to the new frontier that was waiting for them. Ian and Wendy still didn't know about Atlantis, and he was planning to tell them about it as well as show it to them as soon as the system finished with the initial preparation. Now it was done, it was time for him to share his secret to his 2 lovers who would not allow him to leave to go on a dungeon expedition without taking them with him. "There is something that I want to show you girls," William said as he propped himself up. "What are you going to show us?" Wendy asked. Ian, who was drinking tea not far from them, raised her head to look at William. She had already seen a few of the half-elf's secrets. However, since William was saying that he wanted to show something to Wendy and her, it meant that it was something that she didn't know about before now. William smiled and extended his hands to his 2 lovers. The 2 girls, in turn, held his hands firmly. Wherever William was going, they would definitely accompany him no matter what. The scenery changed immediately as William teleported the 3 of them inside the Thousand Beast domain. This was not the first time that Wendy had been to this place, but her surprise was still reflected on her face. When she saw William's personal army gathered around them, the giant white ox, Urcha II, and the Minotaur races stood on one side. The centaurs, who were already equipped with their bows, arrows, and lances, were standing at the ready. The Angray birds and Blood Eagle, Scadres, circled around them waiting for the order to depart. Mohawk and the Cercopes monkeys sat on the ground while holding the hollow concrete blocks in their hands. Fenrir and his trollhounds had a look of excitement on their faces as they eyed the red-headed boy whom they chose to follow. Kasaganaga and Soglav were also present. The 2 of them definitely wouldn't miss the opportunity to tag along and see what the new dungeon was about. Ella and the rest of the Angorian ibexes were also raring to go. The new residents of the Thousand Beast domain, namely the black-winged panthers, supreme killer koalas, Crimson Cavern wolf spiders were also gathered to embark on this expedition. As for the goblins, they were still inside the goblin crypt and waiting for William to summon them. Wendy looked at this sizable force with awe and admiration. They were all the subordinates of her lover and it filled her with pride. She was also very happy that William was willing to share his secrets with her. Wendy unconsciously tightened her grip on William's hand, and the latter gave hers a gentle squeeze that put her heart at ease. "I gathered all of you today, because we will be exploring a new dungeon," William declared, as he let go of Wendy's and Ian's hands. "This dungeon has 100 floors, and I'm sure that it will not be an easy task to clear all of its floors. However, I am confident that no matter how long it takes, we will be able to conquer it without fail." Cheers, grunts, howls, and shrieks of approval greeted William's declaration. He then waved his hand and a giant portal appeared a few meters away from him. It was a portal that led to the first floor of the Dungeon of Atlantis, and the members of his herd and King's Legion eyed it with anticipation. "Everyone, let's move out," William ordered. He then walked towards the portal holding Stormcaller in his hands. Wendy and Ian walked beside him like shield maidens, accompanying their chosen warrior to battle. The next to follow were Ella and the War Ibexes. They were William's core team members and their role was to always be by his side. Fenrir and the Trollhounds were the next to cross through the portal. William had already assigned their positions in his legion, and the Trollhounds served as the vanguard of William's army. Next to enter the portal was the Minotaur race. They were William's heavy infantry that would charge at his foes and trample them under their feet. The Cercops monkeys and the Centaur race followed afterward. They were the range units of William's legion that would attack their enemies from a distance. With a powerful shriek, Scadres, along with the Angray birds, entered the portal. They served as William's air support that would attack from the sky when needed. The system had already informed William that the Dungeon of Atlantis was a high-grade dungeon. Each floor was very spacious and even had a sky that allowed flying creatures to roam freely. This proved that this dungeon was definitely different from normal dungeons like the Goblin Crypt that only had a high ceiling. Soglav swaggered inside the portal with a smile. He was looking forward to the treasures that he would find within its depths. Kasaganaga, on the other hand, sat on Shala's back, the lead pantheress of the Black-Winged Tigers. The leader of the Panthers was already acquainted with the little rainbow-colored demigod and allowed him to mount her back as they joined William on this expedition. The Supreme Killer Koalas and the Crimson Cavern wolf spiders were the last to enter the portal. They served as William's rearguard. For the time being, William decided not to include the goblins in this expedition. They were put on standby in case something unexpected happened. William didn't dare to underestimate the Dungeon of Atlantis. A dungeon that had 100 floors and was rated as an SSR dungeon would definitely have a myriad beast as its final boss. The system also informed William that there was a low possibility that instead of a myriad beast, the final boss of the Atlantis dungeon was a pseudo-demigod. William agreed with the system's conjecture. Atlantis was a legendary dungeon. It was not far-fetched for a being of such power to be the top dog of a 100-floor dungeon. It reminded him of the Dracolich inside the Undying Lands, who was also a pseudo-demigod. The only silver lining was that the Dracolich was imprisoned and would stay that way for a few more years. William hoped that when that time came, he would be strong enough to fight against a being that had been alive since the era of the gods. Chapter 413, Sovereign of the Ocean. William looked at the clear blue sky above him, for a brief moment before looking at the marshland in front of him. Just like the system had informed him, the first floor of the dungeon was very spacious and extended for miles. The map in his status page was still shrouded in darkness, but it was slowly clearing up with each passing minute. Scadres and the Angray birds had split up in several directions to help explore the first floor of the dungeon. This allowed William and the system to identify the first batch of monsters that they were about to face. When William saw the monsters that spawned on the first floor of the dungeon, he wasn't able to stop his lips from twitching. The reason? He was quite familiar with this monster because it was the typical beginner mob in most RPG games. Slimes, William muttered. Blue slimes. William looked at the jelly-like creatures who were approaching them very slowly. He still didn't know their abilities, but if his guess was correct, these low-level monsters wouldn't pose much of a threat to them. Fenrir and the Trollhounds immediately charged forward to engage the slimes. The Trollhounds bit them and the blue slimes exploded in their jaws like gelatin. Gained express points. 1. William wasn't surprised by this outcome. After all, a single slime couldn't possibly give that much experience, especially to their current numbers. So any experience points that the half-elf, his familia, his herd and the members of his king's legion gained by killing monsters inside this dungeon would automatically be shared by all of them. Go and explore the first floor, William ordered. All of you group up in teams of 4 and above. If you find anything suspicious, let me know. The members of his king's legion voiced their agreement and they formed their teams to explore the first floor of the dungeon. Ella stayed behind to accompany William, Ian, and Wendy. This was a new dungeon, and she didn't feel safe leaving the half-elf behind. When the 4 of them were about to choose a direction to head in, the system notified William that the exit of the dungeon had been found. Just as the name suggested, the exit of the dungeon led to the outside world. It was different from the pathways or stairways that led to the second floor of the dungeon. William didn't hesitate and led his group to where the exit was. The ones that discovered it were the angry birds as they flew around the skies of the dungeon. When William arrived at the location, he found a shiny teleportation gate that seemed to be untouched by the passing of time. He didn't know how old the dungeon was, but the structure he was seeing in front of him looked so clean that it made him doubt his understanding of Atlantis. Even so, he was curious to see what the outside of Atlantis looked like. "Stay close to me," William said as he looked at Ella, Ian, and Wendy. "I don't know what is on the other side of this gate, but no matter what happens, let's stay together." Ella, Ian, and Wendy nodded their heads in unison. William took a deep breath before taking a step towards the teleportation gate. Ella, Ian, and Wendy followed behind him. After a brief moment of discomfort that could be felt right after using a teleportation gate, William, Ella, Ian, and Wendy found themselves standing on a structure overlooking a domed city that seemed to be submerged under the water. The water above their heads was as dark as the night, but the fishes that swam overhead glowed with their own source of light. This scene looked so surreal that the 2 ladies standing beside William weren't able to stop themselves from gasping in shock from the beautiful sight. However, William felt the hairs on the nape of his neck stand on end because he sensed a powerful presence that was looking in their direction. At the same time, the glowing fishes scattered and swam away as if fleeing from something. With its source of life gone, the ancient city was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, Ian's body glowed as she transformed to her original form. Shock crossed over her face, but it only lasted for a short moment. Her beautiful face suddenly became expressionless as she turned around to face William. "Who are you?" Ash asked in a voice that didn't belong to her. "What are you doing in this place?" The voice that came out of Ash's lips sounded so ancient that it sounded very hoarse. It was as if the owner of the voice hadn't talked to anyone for a long time and it was finding it hard to form the words properly. Even so, it carried a sort of intimidation that demanded answers. Right behind Ash, a giant glowing red eye appeared in the darkness. This giant eye looked down on William as Ash opened her lips to repeat her questions. "Who are you?" Ash asked. "What are you doing in this place?" Ella looked up at the giant eye and gave it a glare. Immediately, the owner of the giant eye focused its attention on the goat standing beside the red-headed boy whom it was talking to. Half a minute later, it refocused its attention to William. This time, the voice that came out of Ash's voice wasn't as intimidating as before. Nevertheless, it still demanded answers. "My name is William and the lady you are possessing right now is my lover," William answered in a respectful manner. He could tell that this beast was very powerful, so making it an enemy was out of the question. "I would appreciate it if you didn't use her as a medium to communicate with us," William pleaded. "I'm sure that I have the ability to talk to you regardless of the language you use." William didn't know how this creature was able to take hold of Ash's consciousness and body. But seeing Ash's expressionless face looking back at him made his heart ache. The creature seemed to think for a while after hearing William's words. Moments later, it released its hold on Ash, which made the latter lose consciousness. William hurriedly caught his mermaid lover and held her tight. He immediately created a pink lollipop and unceremoniously placed it inside her mouth. This was the only thing he could think of in order to cure whatever conditions Ash might have suffered during her possession. The system also scanned her body to check her vital signs. After doing several tests, it had assured William that Ash had just lost consciousness since the readings of her body and mental states were all normal. William sighed in relief as he held Ash in a princess carry. He then stared at the giant red eye that continued to observe them from outside the dome of Atlantis. In that dark and silent world, a series of clicking sounds reached William's ears. The beast was communicating with him using its own language, without relying on a medium. Due to William's skill, wild empathy mythic, he understood what the creature was trying to say. However, he didn't answer it right away because he was busy looking at the information that was provided by his appraisal skill. Leviathan. Guardian of Atlantis. Sovereign of the ocean. Primeval beast. After he finished reading its information, William felt that he was about to suffer from a migraine. He didn't expect that just by visiting Atlantis, he would come face to face with one of the most elusive demigods that resided in the world of Hestia. Chapter 414, Ash's Dreamworld. After the series of clicking sounds ended, William raised his head to answer Leviathan's question. "We appeared in the dungeon by complete accident," William stated. "Because of this, we decided to see what was outside the exit of the dungeon and ended up here." The giant, glowing, red eye focused its attention on William. No one could lie to a demigod, so naturally, the Leviathan was able to tell that William was telling the truth. The clicking sounds returned as Leviathan asked another question. "Our purpose here is to explore the dungeon," William replied. "If His Excellency doesn't want us to wander outside the dungeon and explore the city, then we will obey His Excellency's instructions." After hearing William's reply, Leviathan fell silent. It was as if it was thinking of a way on how to deal with William and the intruders that had entered its domain. A minute passed, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. After that short period of time, the clicking sounds return. "You may only explore the city after you have cleared the 100th floor. Until then, you are not allowed to set foot outside the dungeon. I will kill anyone who tries to explore the city without my permission. Do I make myself clear?" The giant eye narrowed its gaze and a beam of blue light fell upon Ash. William tried to shield his unconscious love, but the light passed through him and bathed the mermaid's body in a blue light. William immediately assigned the system to check what was going on, but the results that came out from its diagnosis was that nothing was wrong. "She is under the curse of a powerful god. I plan to fully remove the curse from her body as compensation, but it is not possible. Because of that, I decided to grant her the ability to retain her true form whenever she is within the confines of Atlantis. Remember, none of you are allowed to step out of the dungeon until you have cleared the final floor." Leviathan gave Ella a brief glance before swimming away. If it was only dealing with William, it wouldn't have even bothered to be polite. However, it was only a demigod. If the hidden goddess beside William decided to come look for him later to seek revenge, it would be unable to offer any resistance. This was why it compromised and compensated William for its reckless act of possessing someone important to him. Ella watched Leviathan go with a calm expression. She had no intention of making things difficult for both parties because the demigod had already compromised. Also, there were certain restrictions that prevented her from using her goddess form frequently. William was worried about Ash's condition, so he immediately signaled for Ella and Wendy to follow him as they walked towards the teleportation gate that would lead them back into the dungeon. As soon as they stepped onto the first floor of the dungeon, William communicated with his legion, and told them that he would be returning to the Thousand Beast domain. He forbade all of them from taking the teleportation gate that would lead them outside the dungeon. William didn't forget to mention his discussion with the demigod. Because of this, everyone under William's command avoided the teleportation gate like a plague. The threat that came from a demigod was no laughing matter. Everyone promised that they would just explore up to the 9th floor and wait for William to return before challenging the dungeon boss. William agreed to their plan because he also wanted to know the types of monsters that spawned on the first few floors of the dungeon. After relaying his orders, he returned to the Thousand Beast domain along with Wendy and Ella. He didn't return to the residence of the great chieftain right away. Instead, he took Ash to the villa inside the domain. This was the house that William had bought from the god shop to serve as his lodging area whenever he visited the domain. Although the system had assured him that Ash had just lost consciousness, he still wanted to check her condition personally. Currently, Ash was still in her mermaid form and there were no signs of her reverting back to her sealed form anytime soon. William pressed his forehead over hers and tried synchronization, but it didn't work. Ash was currently in a very deep sleep and it was possible that the power that Leviathan had bestowed upon her was getting in the way of a successful synchronization. Because of this, William decided to do the next best thing: enter her dream. "I don't know when I'll wake up," William said to Wendy, who was looking at him anxiously, "but rest assured that I know what I am doing. And don't worry, she will be fine." Wendy nodded her head. "Be careful." She knew that William wouldn't allow anything to happen to them, so she didn't hold him back from what he was planning to do. William closed his eyes and activated his incubus skill called Dream Walker. This allowed him to enter a person's dream and manipulate it to a certain extent. However, he couldn't control the direction of the dream according to his wishes. What happened in Wendy's dream world was a special case. They were already in their adult forms, so he didn't need to exert his abilities to twist the dream world to accommodate his wishes. William walked through a dark and long tunnel. He could see a bright light at its end. The red-headed boy walked towards it unhurriedly because the dream tunnel he was walking in wasn't very stable. If William were to force himself towards Ash's dream world, the connection might break and his second attempt would be twice as hard. When William finally reached the end of the tunnel, he found himself standing in front of a clear blue lake. Before William could even look for his mermaid lover, he heard the sound of footsteps coming behind him. William turned around just in time to see the silver-haired William walk straight through him. It was then when he realized that he was in an ethereal state. The silver-haired William walked towards the lake as if nothing happened. He only stopped when he reached the edge of the lake. "I have come to take the test of knighthood," the silver-haired William declared. "I beseech you to bestow upon me a quest." His voice echoed across the lake as he waited for a response. William frowned as he crossed his arms over his chest. He was surprised to see this adult version of himself in this dream, but since he was only a visitor, he couldn't do anything about it. Naturally, he could materialize himself and make his presence known, but he chose not to do that. He had a nagging feeling that the girl he was looking for would appear soon. Just as he was thinking this thought, the clear and peaceful waters of the lake started to churn. Moments later, a beautiful woman with blue hair and purple eyes emerged out of its center. William immediately recognized her as Ash. The only difference was that she was in her adult form, just like the Valkyrie captain, Wendy, in his dreams. "Mortal who has just finished his coming-of-age ceremony, are you sure you are ready to become a knight?" The cool and proud voice passed through William's ears and made him look at this adult version of Ash in a new light. The Ash in front of him had a cold and aloof expression on her face as she stared at the mortal young man who was aiming to become a knight. "Yes. The silver-haired William. Lady of the Lake, please, grant me a quest." Chapter 415, The Lady of the Lake. The otherworldly beauty walked towards William with steady steps. She walked upon the water's surface as if she was walking on land. When she was only 10 meters away from the silver-haired William, she stopped and raised a hand. "If you were an ordinary mortal, I would have bestowed a simple quest upon you," Ash said in that same cold voice that was devoid of feelings. "Unfortunately, you are no ordinary man. The bloodline of Pendragon flows inside your veins, so mundane quests would not be suitable for you. I will accept any quest that you will bestow upon me, Your Excellency." "Very well, young Pendragon. Since it is a quest that you seek, a quest you shall get." A water mirror appeared between Ash and the silver-haired William. Soon, the image of an elf, who seemed to be in deep sleep, appeared on the mirror's surface. "In the land of Alfheim, where the elves reside, there is a girl that goes by the name Acedia," Ash said coolly. "Your quest is to bring her to the Violet Ever Garden, where she will remain for the rest of her life. Once you accomplish this quest, you can return to me to receive your reward and my blessing." The silver-haired William looked at the sleeping elf in the water mirror and burned her image inside his memory. The red-headed William walked in front of his adult self and also looked at the mirror. There, he saw a sleeping elf with very long golden hair that extended to the ground around her. The corner of William's lips twitched as he saw the Rapunzel-like sleeping beauty on the surface of the water mirror. For some unknown reason, he felt that the sleeping girl was familiar to him. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall who she was. Even so, the familiar feeling coming from the golden-haired girl, who was sleeping peacefully on a bed of roses, made his heart ache. He couldn't understand why he was feeling this way. Yet, William knew with certainty that he knew who she was. While William was deep in his thoughts, the adult William inquired of the Lady of the Lake how he would get to Alfheim from Midgard. The red-haired William decided to put the issue of the sleeping elf girl to the side for the time being as he listened to Ash's reply. "Located in the east, deep within the Bridgefell Grove, lies an old oak tree," Ash answered. "It is the biggest and tallest tree in the forest, so you will identify it right away. On the 9th hour, of the 9th day, of the 9th month, a portal between Midgard and Alfheim will appear at the base of the old oak tree. You may enter Alfheim through this passage. However, know that this passage only opens once a year. If you want to return to Midgard, you have to return on the 9th hour, of the 9th day, of the 9th month, and cross the bridge between the worlds once again. The silver-haired William said his thanks and bid goodbye to the lady who was looking at him with a cold expression. The red-haired William watched his adult self walk away as he rubbed his chin in thought. Are these dreams perhaps connected? William thought, or is it just a coincidence? Asgard, Midgard, and now Alfheim. The three worlds that resided within the world tree Yggdrasil were both familiar and unfamiliar to William. He had heard about them when he had learned a little bit about Norse mythology, but his knowledge about it was superficial. He only knew about Odin, Thor, Freya, and Midgard. As for the rest, he had no idea at all. Fool. An irritated voice passed through his ears and William hurriedly looked at the lady of the lake who was glaring in the silver-haired William's direction. You didn't even recognize me after I saved you from drowning when you were 8 years old. The lady of the lake's aloof expression broke down as she gnashed her teeth in anger. Back then you said you would marry me, but after 10 years, you've completely forgotten about me. I knew that humans couldn't be trusted. All of you are thick-headed fools who only know about chivalry and fighting. I hope your head gets kicked by a donkey. After saying a few more curses, the lady of the lake returned to the depths of the water. The lake once again returned to its peaceful state as if the earlier event hadn't happened. William scratched his head because he was at a loss on what to do. The dream was coming to an end and the world was turning blurry. This meant that Ash was about to wake up. The red-headed boy came to see if Ash was all right by entering her dream. However, what he didn't expect was that he would come upon a scene, which made him wonder if the dreams had another significant meaning aside from being dreams. Ash opened her eyes and found herself in a familiar room. She was still half asleep, but she could feel 2 sets of hands that were hugging her from her left and right sides. Do you feel anything strange? William asked. Are you hurting anywhere? Ash's drowsiness faded away when she heard the concern in William's voice. It was as if the haze inside her mind was slowly clearing away and it made her think more clearly. My head just hurts a bit, but aside from that, I am fine, Ash replied. What happened to me? The last thing I remembered was going out of the dungeon. I can't remember anything after that. William sighed as he held her hand firmly. He was relieved that Ash was only feeling a light headache and there were no severe side effects from being possessed by a demigod. I'll tell you everything, William said softly. He then narrated what happened after they left the dungeon and came upon the city of Atlantis. William didn't hide anything and told Ash the conversation he had with the demigod. The half-elf didn't tell her anything about the dream because he didn't know if it was just a one-time thing or not. He planned to visit Ash's dreams several times before he passed on his judgment on whether her dream was connected with Wendy's dream or just a coincidence. His incubus job class was an incomplete version, so the powers that came with it were also not complete. The only time he would be able to use the power Dream Weaver, instead of Dream Walker, was when he had come of age and visited a temple to talk with the goddess Eros. Until then, William could only use his powers as an incubus to subtly manipulate a dream and guide it to his intended result. The chances of this succeeding were not that high, but it was still better than being carried like a leaf on the river's surface. Unable to fight against the flow and being forced to be carried along with it. Chapter 416, Dungeon Points. 2 days had passed in the real world since William's encounter with Leviathan. He had anticipated that the dungeon floors of Atlantis would be quite vast, but he had no idea how vast they actually were. A day in the real world was equivalent to 3 days inside the dungeon. In those 6 days inside the dungeon, William's herd and legion had only managed to fully explore the first 2 floors. Just like he anticipated, the first floor was only composed of slime-type monsters. However, the true surprise was that there were some low-grade herbs that grew on the second floor of the dungeon. These herbs were quite common in the market, but William didn't expect that such herbs would also grow inside a dungeon. These herbs, when combined, could create minor healing potions. These healing potions were equivalent to one of William's red lollipops. Although its effect was minimal, having large quantities of these potions would be beneficial to him. Additionally, these potions could be combined with the sap from the dragon blood tree that was planted in his domain, to create greater healing potions with stronger healing effects. This was an unexpected boon to William, so he assigned the goblins to regularly collect these herbs and bring them to the warehouse near his villa inside the Thousand Beast domain. Another thing that made William happy was the system notification alerting him that his goblin crypt was now ready to receive an upgrade. After obtaining the goblin crypt, William became the dungeon master, which gave him full control over the dungeon. The system had also introduced a new feature to him called Dungeon Points. Each day the Goblin Crypt generated 100 dungeon points. These points allowed William to restructure the dungeon in any way that he wanted. He could add floors, traps, and even control the settings of the spawn rate of the goblins inside the dungeon. He also had the power to add new monsters that were suitable for the Goblin Crypt. The system also told William that the more floors a dungeon had, the more dungeon points it would generate on a daily basis. 10 floors equals 50 DP. 20 floors equals 75 DP. 30 floors equals 100 DP. 40 floors equals 500 DP. 50 floors equals 2000 DP. 60 floors equals 10,000 DP. 70 floors equals 30,000 DP. 80 floors equals 50,000 DP. 90 floors equals 100.000 DP. 100 floors equals 500,000 DP. Dungeon points. 2,458. William tilted his head when he saw the current amount of dungeon points. According to his calculations, he should only have 200 dungeon points because the daily point reward only counted the days outside the dungeon. System, why do I have a surplus of dungeon points? William asked. He was quite happy that he had more than he expected. The reason he asked the system was to know where the points were coming from. Host, it seems that we get 1 dungeon point for every monster we kill inside the Atlantis dungeon. My theory is that whenever a goblin kills something inside the dungeon, it is automatically converted to dungeon points. Doesn't this mean we can farm dungeon points if we unleash the entire goblin army on a mad killing spree? Yes, not only that, but the ranks of the goblins will increase as they gain experience points. It is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A devilish grin appeared on William's face as he explored the settings of the Goblin Crypt. He checked the monsters that could be added inside it. After a brief discussion with the system, they decided to tweak the spawn locations of the monsters inside the Goblin Crypt. Each floor had a spawn limit, meaning, there was a set number of monsters that could spawn on a particular dungeon floor. Once this limit was reached, no other monsters would spawn again, unless some of these monsters were killed. After William and the system finished their brainstorming, they decided to add another floor to the dungeon. The newly made 31st floor would be the home of the Goblin Dogs. Dangerous Goblin Dogs. Dungeon Creature. Threat Level, Class D Mid. Dangerous Goblin Dogs are disease-ridden dogs that nobody wants to get in contact with. Their horrible smell and rabid bites make them one of the most annoying creatures that adventurers don't want to engage unless it is as a last resort. The reason why William chose the Dangerous Goblin Dogs as the latest addition to the Goblin Army was because he wanted these dogs to serve as mounts for his Goblin Army. Yes, it is dangerous and not dangerous. It's a word play for the word dander. Ask Google Senpai for answers. Although they were only a meter tall right now, these dogs were capable of evolving into stronger beasts that were known as scavenger goblin dogs that were a meter and a half tall. This was a Class B beast that was known for its quick movements over almost any terrain. Lastly, it also had one final evolution called the Vicious Nether Hound, that made them Class A beasts. These hounds were true bona fide predators that roamed within the plains of hell. Standing over 2 meters tall, they served as the war mounts of high-tier demons. William currently didn't have the right dungeon to evolve them to their final form. The Vicious Nether Hounds could only be born in the rich miasma that came from hell. Then and only then would these powerful demonic dogs show their full potential. With the Atlantis dungeon right at their doorstep, William was sure that the Dangerous Goblin Dogs would at least evolve to their second form, which was the Scavenger Goblin Dogs. This was the best that William could do in preparation for the war that he was about to participate in. The cost of adding 1 dungeon floor was worth 500 dungeon points. It cost an additional 1,500 dungeon points to make the dungeon spawn 20 goblin dogs a day. William planned to increase the spawn rate of the 31st floor after gathering more dungeon points from Atlantis. He had seen the other goblin monsters that he could add inside his dungeon and he was quite interested in trying them out. One of them was the Goblin Paladin, which cost 1 million dungeon points. The price was truly outrageous, but it allowed William to have a powerful goblin sovereign that would be in the middle stages of the millennial rank. One step at a time, William thought as he watched his dungeon points increase from time to time. Although 1 million dungeon points was still far from his reach, he had no doubt that one day, his powerful goblin army would make anyone tremble in their wake. Chapter 417, William's Third Night. William invested 500 god points to buy 5 more dragon blood trees to be planted in the eastern side of the Thousand Beast domain in order to mass-produce healing potions for the upcoming war. Although he would continue to make lollipops, it would not be enough to cover every member of his army. This was why he prioritized the stockpiling of healing ingredients. Aside from that, William bought 2 additional warehouses to store the other miscellaneous items that they would need for the war. These warehouses cost 100 god points each. Although it was a bit costly for William's limited funds, he knew that they were needed, so he bought them without batting an eye. God points. 700. We have arrows, and ingredients for healing potions, William muttered as he checked the inventory of the 2 warehouses that he had bought. System, do you have any other recommendations? We need weapons for the goblin army. Their weapons are very basic and are far inferior to the weapons of a regular army. William crossed his arms over his chest and nodded. The beast-type monsters didn't need weapons because their bodies were their weapons. Unfortunately, the goblin army didn't have that leeway and needed to equip themselves with weapons in order to maximize their potential. Any suggestions? We don't have enough god points right now, but we can always raid the barracks of the Helen Kingdom. They would definitely have weapons in them. William nodded. Although he was currently using the blacksmith skill to craft weapons for his army, they were just lower-grade weapons that couldn't be compared to military-grade weapons. However, William was still maximizing his blacksmith job class because he wanted a day to come when the members of his legion would be equipped with weapons that were of the same quality, if not higher than Barbados, forged weapons. The red-headed boy sighed once again when he remembered the warm and kind-hearted blacksmith of Lant. All of his early years had been crafted by Barbados and they were of very high quality. Okay, we now have a way to get weapons. Is there anything else that we should focus on? Food, water, and medicine. I don't know if the Atlantis dungeon has beasts that could serve as food, since we have only explored the first 3 floors. Unfortunately, the local monsters are just blue slimes whose only purpose is to serve as a means to farm dungeon points. William nodded. Thanks to the great numbers of slimes that spawned in the dungeon on a regular basis, he managed to add 4 more floors to the goblin crypt, which brought its total dungeon floor count to 35. Each floor had a limit of 500 monsters. William had made all the 5 new dungeon floors spawn Dangerous Goblin Dogs. Dungeon settings. Monster spawn, Dangerous Goblin Dogs. Spawn rate, 20 Dangerous Goblin Dogs per day. Floor 31 to 40 Dangerous Goblin Dogs. Floor 32 to 20 Dangerous Goblin Dogs. Floor 33 to 20 Dangerous Goblin Dogs. Floor 34 to 20 Dangerous Goblin Dogs. Floor 35 to 20 Dangerous Goblin Dogs. Dungeon points. 1845. Currently, William had 110 Dangerous Goblin Dogs which he had assigned to the Goblin Warriors to be used as mounts. They were too small for the Hobgoblins to use as mounts, so William had no choice but to assign the Goblin Warriors to mount them. These Goblin Cavaliers were led by a Goblin Warrior, named Sharks, whom William had personally knighted. The reason he chose this Goblin Warrior to lead them was due to a unique scar on its right cheek, which made it stand out from the other Goblin Warriors. After receiving the King Chess Piece's blessing, this Goblin Warrior had evolved into a Goblin Marauder and received the prestige class Scarred Doom Marauder. Not only that, its Dangerous Goblin Dog mount transformed into a vicious Nether Hound, which almost made William drop Rongomyniad in shock. William checked the information of the 3rd official knight of his King's Legion and nodded his head in appreciation. Name: Sharks. Race: Goblin. Prestige job class: Scarred Doom Marauder. Health points: 22,000. Strength: 150 plus 10. Agility: 70 plus 10. Vitality: 100 plus 10. Intelligence: 40 plus 10. Dexterity: 60 plus 10. 100 Beast Charge. Marauder's Guillotine. Hellfire Blast. Title: Marauder of Terror. Marauder of Terror. When leading a company or riders increase all stats by 100%. Terrain mobility increase by 200%. Can use Empowered Battle Cry thrice a day. Empowered Battle Cry. Increase resistance against mind-affecting spells. Increase the stats of all riders under the lead of the Marauder of Terror by 50%. Duration: 1 hour. Sharks. The Goblin Marauder was a Class B mid-monster, while its mount, whom William named Sparky, was a Class A low monster. The sudden change in their leader's features made all the Goblin Warriors look at William with starry eyes. Unfortunately, the King Chess Piece was not omnipotent. After giving its blessing to Sharks, it went back to being dormant. Even so, with the power of Rongomyniad, he had turned the goblin warriors into goblin cavaliers, raising their ability for mounted combat. The goblin cavaliers were Class D high monsters. William believed that after gaining experience points inside the Dungeon of Atlantis, these green-skinned cavaliers would soon step into the rank of Class C low monsters, which would further boost William's army. Aside from the goblin dogs, William also decided to use the trollhounds, with the exception of Fenrir, as mounts for the hobgoblin leaders. He deemed that this strategy would increase their mobility in the battlefield and make them a more effective fighting force in battle. As always, William blessed these hobgoblin leaders with Rongomyniad, which allowed them to effectively use the trollhounds as mounts as if they were part of their bodies, due to the power of the union of man and beast. These goblin and trollhound cavaliers officially became William's light cavalry units, which were led by Sparky and Fenrir respectively. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Helen Kingdom, after spending 2 days of fruitless searching, Connor decided to return to their headquarters to see if there were any updates from the other search parties that were now scouring the Helen Kingdom for any signs of the hidden valley where the monument was enshrined. "Sir, we still haven't found the monument," Callum reported as he bowed his head. He had been staying in their headquarters to serve as the person in charge of receiving the reports from the members of Deus. Connor sighed internally and nodded his head in acknowledgement. He knew that it was not going to be an easy task to find the Undying Lands in just a few days of searching. The leader of Deus in the southern continent hadn't placed all of the organization's manpower into searching for the hidden valley. He also appointed several teams to spy on the movements of the elves in the Zelan dynasty. He was afraid that Alessio would become impatient and urge the elves to attack the Helen Kingdom while Connor was occupied with his mission. After sorting through the reports, Connor came upon an interesting development. A few days ago, the members of the organization noticed over 100 teenagers entering the borders of the Helen Kingdom. According to the scout of the organization, Watt used a familiar to observe the T-Angers from afar. They were all bruised and battered and seemed to have encountered a battle with the elves. The agent also added in his report that the children took some of the horses in the fortress and headed west. Since his duty was to observe the movements of the elves, he didn't leave his post and just filed a report to their headquarters so the higher-ups could decide what to do with the refugees that had entered their borders. He had already expected such an outcome after the elven invasion, so he wasn't too surprised by the report. However, what concerned Connor was that the refugees didn't head straight towards the capital, but instead, headed west. Connor pondered for a bit before leaving some instructions to Callum to send some men to look for these refugees from the Zelan dynasty. "I will rest for a day before returning to the Helen capital," Connor said. "If there is any news about the Undying Lands, notify me right away." "Yes, my lord," Callum replied before bowing his head respectfully. Connor nodded and went to his chambers to rest. A few minutes later, a small black snake slithered out of the room, undetected, before turning into a black mist. Ezio reappeared a safe distance away from the headquarters of Deus. He had been monitoring their movements and had been on the lookout for the latest news within their chain of command. After weighing the pros and cons, Ezio resolutely headed back to the capital of Gladiolus. Est was a close friend of William's and he didn't want the boy to come to harm. William had already told his fourth master that if the organization returned to reclaim the capital, he should tell Dave and Conrad to take Est and Isaac to the Corinter Mountains. Brendan had already become his disciple and he was quite satisfied with the boy's aptitude. Having him become the puppet steward of the capital would help Ezio keep an eye on Connor, while he shifted his attention to other important matters. Matters that would help ease the burden of the red-headed boy who was doing his best to make ends meet. Chapter 418, Princess Sidoni's and Morgana's Versions of Love Part 1. "Understood, Master," Brendan said with determination. "I will look after the capital while you are away." Ezio nodded and patted his second disciple's shoulder. "I will keep in touch using the method that I told you about. Do not do anything reckless and do not look for me. I will find you when the time is right." "Yes, Master. Farewell." Ezio turned into a black mist and disappeared into the night. He had already informed Dave and Conrad about Connor's imminent arrival to the capital. Est and Isaac were currently helping the two boys take the crystal statues of Est's mother, Herman, and Nana to the flying carriage. Est didn't want to leave the people important to him behind and decided to bring them along. After safely loading the statues into the carriage, they immediately left the capital and headed north. Ezio waited until the four boys had safely left the capital before heading southeast. His destination was none other than the Zelen dynasty where the elves were staying. He would go there to gather information. Of course, if an opportunity presented itself, he would assassinate their commander in order to bring chaos to their ranks. Ezio was quite familiar with the elves. He had several missions within the Silvermoon continent when Maxwell, William's father, was busy fighting against the demons. Although he knew that not all elves were hypocrites, more than half of them were. This was especially true in regards to the patriarchs of some of the elven clans who hated humans to the bone. True to his word, Connor arrived the next day bringing with him over 100 subordinates. The first thing he did was summon Brendan and ask him what the son of the Prime Minister had done in his absence. After His Excellency left the capital, I looked for volunteers to gather the survivors that were suffering on the outskirts of the kingdom, Brendan reported. Since we have plenty of food in the capital, it would be a shame to let them fend for themselves and die. Brianden's voice was filled with such patriotism and righteousness that Connor found it hard to find fault in his actions. Also, he had given the boy the authority to do whatever he wanted during his absence. Although what Brendan did was troublesome, Connor had no issues with it. They can be used as additional hands during the war, Connor mused before nodding his head. He was currently seated on the throne of the Helen Kingdom, while Brianden was kneeling in front of him. Continue gathering the survivors, Connor ordered. Also, bring me the documents that pertain to the defensive capabilities of the capital. I will need all the information that you can give me. Brendan pondered for a bit before giving his opinion. Your Excellency, I think these documents can be found in the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Public Works and Development. Your Excellency, I alone will not be able to search for the documents you are looking for. Connor nodded in appreciation because Brendan was truly helpful when it came to managing the kingdom. Very well, I will give you the manpower you need. He then waved his hand and called out 20 of his subordinates to assist Brendan in finding the documents that he needed in order to strengthen the defenses of the capital. A few minutes after he left, the ring on his finger started to glow. Connor frowned as he activated the long-distance communication device that was given to the leaders who were in charge of capturing the kingdoms and dynasties of the southern continent. A few seconds after activating the ring, a projection appeared in front of him. The sounds of battle could be heard in the background as the anxious face of Connor's subordinate appeared in front of him. "Yes, sir. The capital of Xianxia dynasty is being attacked. It's impossible to defend it," Connor's subordinate screamed as he rolled to the side to evade an arrow that landed in the place where he stood a while ago. "Who is attacking you?" Connor asked. He tried to keep his voice calm, but he was already clenching his fist so hard that his nails dug into his palms. "Is it the elves?" "And no, it's the Crater Empire and the Ant Army," Connor's subordinate replied. He was about to say more, but a 3-meter-tall ant descended on him from behind, forcing the man to take defensive actions. The ant screeched as it spat a corrosive acid on the man that led Deus in the Xianxia dynasty. A blood-curdling scream filled with pain and agony reverberated throughout the room as Connor's subordinate got hit by the ant's attack. Moments later, the man fell on the ground, dropping the communication crystal in his hand. Connor watched as his subordinate turned into a pool of blood as the corrosive acid melted his entire body. The leader of Deus sighed helplessly as one of his trusted aides died in front of him. He was about to cut the connection when he noticed a white, and slender, hand pick the communication crystal up off the ground. Connor's eyes widened when he came face to face with a beauty that could bring the downfall of a nation. Although this was the first time he had seen this beautiful lady, he still had a hunch about who she was. Connor narrowed his eyes as he asked the girl who was looking at him with a devilish smile a question. "Princess Sidoni?" Connor inquired. Princess Sidoni nodded. "You must be Connor. I've heard a lot of things about you." The beautiful girl's hazel eyes glowed with power as she looked through the crystal. Connor felt his breath grow ragged as he stared at those beautiful clear eyes that could bring any man to their knees. If not for the fact that Sidoni was only looking at Connor through a communication crystal, the leader of Deus might have already been charmed by now. Connor used all of his willpower to shake off the feeling of infatuation that was slowly taking hold of his body. He had long heard of Princess Sidoni's ability to charm others, but he didn't expect that it was strong enough to affect him through a communication crystal. This was something completely unheard of and it filled him with dread. "Princess, it is a pleasure to finally meet you face to face," Connor said as he tried to keep his expression calm. "I know that both of us started off on the wrong foot, but it is not too late for us to negotiate a cooperation." "Oh, a negotiation?" Princess Sidoni smiled sweetly. Then, What do you have in mind, Mr. Connor? Princess Sidoni was wearing dark blue light armor. It was the ceremonial armor for the royal family of Frisia, and Princess Sidoni donned it in order to participate in the conquest of the Xianxia capital. With the help of the Crater Empire and the Ant Warriors, the members of the organization didn't stand a chance. Their defenses immediately crumbled and the majority of them fled for their lives. Naturally, Sidoni didn't care whether they lived or died and simply ordered the soldier ants to do whatever they wanted to do. Now that the leader of Deus in the Xianxian capital was dead, Princess Sidoni was now its official ruler. Our true enemy are the elves, Connor stated. The two of us don't need to fight. A tempting offer, but I still haven't forgotten that your men tried to capture me. I am open for negotiations. The crown prince who ordered your capture is currently being detained in our headquarters. If you want, I can give him to you in order to appease your anger. Naturally, I am also prepared to pay an additional compensation if you wish. The corner of Princess Sidoni's lips curled up into a smirk as she stared at the half-elf in front of her. He reminded her of the red-headed boy who had repeatedly rejected her advances. A devious plan formed inside Princess Sidoni's head, which made her other half Morgana laugh out loud. Yes, a plan that would make a certain red-headed boy accept her version of love. Chapter 419, Princess Sidoni's and Morgana's Versions of Love Part 2. Very well, send the crown prince to me and I will turn a blind eye on our grievances of the past, Princess Sidoni replied. As for your proposal for an alliance, that will depend on what he will think. Connor frowned. Yes, Princess Sidoni, my acquaintance. Are you familiar with the young knight commander, Sir William Von Ainsworth? Connor remembered Callum's report that he had seen William and the princess together at Anthium. Based on his subordinate's report, it seemed that the two of them had a good relationship with each other. As to what the extent of their relationship was, Callum didn't know. However, the princess's attitude towards the boy made him think that they were close to each other. What about him? Connor inquired. Is he perhaps your lover? Connor asked his last question in a teasing tone, but to his surprise, the princess's smile stiffened when she heard his words. However, Princess Sidoni quickly regained her composure and answered his question. Sir William and I have a non-aggression pact, Princess Sidoni replied. If you form an alliance with him, then I will not step foot on the borders of the Helen Kingdom. Oh, Connor raised an eyebrow. He had a deal with Celine that he wouldn't touch the half-elf if she didn't turn on them. So far, Celine had kept her distance and hadn't involved herself in the affairs of the organization. Although she didn't help them with the continental spell, she didn't get in their way either. Celine was an important asset to their organization and, if possible, Connor wanted to keep it that way. I'll consider it, Connor stated after careful consideration. I will send the crown prince to you shortly. I'll even throw his brother, Prince Rufus, in as a freebie. In return, please spare my subordinates and let them return to my side. I will also send additional compensation when we deliver the two princes to you, your highness. Princess Sidoni nodded her head. Very well, I will spare your men. Also, as a sign of good faith, I will also not attack the Helen Kingdom for 2 months. Naturally, if you can convince Sir William to ally with you, then we can form a non-aggression pact indefinitely. Princess Sidoni then gave Connor a smile sweet enough to rot his teeth. Thank you for your mercy, your highness. Connor gave a brief bow. I will try to reach out to Sir William and negotiate with him. Good, I'll keep this communication stone, so tell me when you have succeeded in convincing him. Very well. Princess Sidoni gave Connor a playful wink before cutting off the connection. Connor released a long deep sigh after his conversation with Princess Sidoni ended. With this, he had secured the lives of his men. Also, if he could prevent the Crater Empire from attacking the Helen Kingdom, he could focus all of his attention on the elves that he hated the most. William Von Ainsworth, Connor muttered as he activated a different ring in his hand. This ring allowed him to communicate with Callum, who was currently stationed at their headquarters. He ordered him to send men to William's hometown, Lant, to look for his whereabouts. He added that if he was not there, they should look for Celine and ask her if she knew where her disciple was. Connor also didn't hide anything from his most trusted subordinate and told him about his conversation with the princess. Callum listened patiently and waited for Connor to finish before giving a suggestion. Sir, I think that we should ask Celine to act as an intermediary to have a dialogue with the boy, Callum proposed. This way, our chances of convincing him will be higher. Connor pondered for a while as he eyed his right-hand man with approval. It was indeed a good proposal, however, there was one thing that might hinder the negotiation from pushing through. We don't know how the boy will react if he finds out that we are the ones responsible for turning the adults into crystal statues, Connor thought. Also, I don't think Celine wants him to know that she is a member of the organization. A sinister smile appeared on Connor's face as he thought about what William's reaction would be when he discovered that his master was one of the members of the organization that had turned the continent upside down. Connor was faced with another choice. Should he look for William without consulting Celine and use the fact that the half-elf's master was a member of the organization to coerce him to join their ranks? Or, should he just let Celine talk to the boy in their stead? Either way, the boy and his master would have a falling out, which would be beneficial to their organization. For now, search for the boy's whereabouts without looking for Celine, Connor ordered. If you don't find him within a week, send some men to Lant and let them look for her. Understood. Callum nodded in understanding. Although he had concerns in regards to Berthold being part of the Crater Army, he didn't give him too much importance. As leaders of the organization, Connor knew more than anyone else that Berthold didn't hold the final say in the Crater Army. As long as the princess was on his side, the leader of the organization stationed in the Crater Empire couldn't do anything reckless that might jeopardize his position. Connor wanted to exploit the princess to prevent Berthold from making moves against him. For him, this was the perfect plan to lower the number of enemies that he had to fight in the future. Princess Sidoni giggled as she placed the communication crystal inside her storage ring. Several young knights of the Crater Empire stood around her in a daze as they waited for her orders. Prince Jason felt the danger of being around his cousin and stayed far away from her reach. He had already thought of forming a close relationship with her, with the intention of asking for her hand in marriage. However, he didn't intend to become one of her mindless slaves that would cater to her every whim. Prince Jason glanced at Princess Sidoni from afar and felt the blood boil in his veins. He had already conquered the hearts of many women in the Crater Empire and had enjoyed their affection and their bodies. Still, Princess Sidoni's allure was too strong for him to resist. I want to conquer her, Prince Jason thought. I want to pin her down on my bed and hear her beg for me to shower her with my love and affection. Prince Jason had done this numerous times in the past. His feelings for Princess Sidoni soared as he licked his lips in anticipation. It was quite unfortunate that the moment he laid his eyes on the princess, the power of lust had already seeped deep inside his heart. Even though he was wearing protective artifacts to prevent himself from being fully charmed by Princess Sidoni's power, they were unable to stop the subtle workings of the power of lust in the young commander's state of mind. As one of the 7 deadly sins that stood at the apex, lust was the most primitive power of all. Under Princess Sidoni's gaze, even the most disciplined and proud monks, who practiced celibacy, would perform the most depraved carnal acts in order to win her smile. Feeling Prince Jason's fiery gaze, the princess turned her head to look at him. Deep inside her mindscape, Morgana was laughing her heart out. "Darling, you will regret turning us down," Morgana said after laughing. "You should have just accepted our love back then. If you had, you would have already been the emperor of this continent. Still, it is more interesting this way, isn't that right, Sidoni?" Princess Sidoni nodded her head as she hugged her other half. "It's strange, this feeling of wanting to conquer someone. I've never felt this feeling before." "Good." Morgana returned Sidoni's hug and kissed her lips. "Let's compromise. I'll let you have darling first, then I'll have him give birth to our babies at a later time." Princess Sidoni smiled. The image of the handsome half-elf, kneeling in front of her while licking her feet, awoke the sadistic nature that was sleeping deep inside her. "I look forward to that day, big sister." Princess Sidoni cupped the side of Morgana's face. "Please, do your best to make our prince love us with all of his heart." "I will," Morgana said as her eyes glowed with power. She, too, couldn't wait to get her hands on William. The thrill of conquering the arrogant and narcissistic half-elf made Morgana's lustful heart skip a beat. Chapter 420. Love sure makes people become weird. "William, we need to talk," Oliver said as he sat on the branch of the dragon blood tree. William was crafting healing potions using the yin-yang cauldron, which also increased the level of his alchemist job class. William wiped away the sweat on his forehead as he finished making the last batch of healing potions. "Give me 1 more minute, second master," William said as he cleaned the yin-yang cauldron. He used a water spray to rinse it out before using the flames of purification to dry it. William looked at the cauldron and nodded his head in approval. Although he couldn't consider himself as a full-fledged alchemist, the yin-yang cauldron had made alchemy very easy for him. All he needed to do was toss in the ingredients, control his flames of purification, and allow the cauldron to do its magic. After finishing his task, William returned the cauldron to his storage ring and looked up at his second master, who was looking at him with a serious expression. The half-elf knew that whenever Oliver had this look on his face, he was about to tell him something very important. "What do you want to talk about, second master?" William inquired as he leaned against the dragon blood tree to rest. Oliver cleared his throat as if he was thinking of the right way to initiate their conversation. Half a minute later, the parrot monkey sighed as he looked down on the boy who had closed his eyes to rest. "It's about the organization, Deus, that is responsible for casting the continental spell," Oliver said. "My mistress, Celine, is a member of their organization." A minute of silence passed as Oliver waited for William's reaction to his revelation. He knew that the boy was planning to have a head-on collision with the organization, so he decided to tell him that Celine was part of their group. Finally, after several more minutes of silence, William opened his eyes. "Second Master, did Master take part in the spell that turned Grandpa and the others into crystal statues?" William inquired. William used a calm and neutral tone to ask this question. However, Oliver was able to feel the subtle rise in his voice as he said the last word. "No," Oliver answered firmly. "The mistress didn't participate in the organization's plan to turn everyone into crystal statues. In fact, she was the one that told your grandpa and the others that the organization was scheming something. Unfortunately, they didn't tell her all of the details on the off chance that she might divulge the plan to others." William released a deep, long sigh after hearing Oliver's words. He felt relieved that Celine didn't take part in the creation of the continental spell. The half-elf knew that he would find it hard to forgive Celine if she played a role in the spell that turned his loved ones into statues. She still owed him a debt from when she turned him into her slave. A debt that he was planning to make her pay in the future. However, if Celine had taken part in the creation of the continental spell, he would break all ties with her and treat her as an enemy. "Did Master tell you to tell me this?" William inquired. Oliver shook his head. "I did this without consulting the mistress. This was an independent action on my part." William closed his eyes as he organized his thoughts. His master wasn't someone who liked to make her thoughts known to him. Although he was still on the fence about her being a part of the organization he was planning to fight, he knew that Celine would never do anything to hurt him. William frowned as he pondered Oliver's words. All of the important adults know about her involvement with the organization, and Lant has used this to their advantage many times, Will thought as he rubbed his chin. So there is tact silent approval. There must be more to this that I don't know. A few more minutes passed in silence before William finally spoke out his mind. "Second Master, can I believe you?" "You can. Is there a reason behind why Master joined the organization?" William asked. "Of course. However, you need to ask her what the reason is," Oliver replied. "I do not have the right to tell you why Mistress decided to join them." William nodded his head in understanding. He also felt that it was wrong to ask this question to Oliver, so he decided to put this matter aside until he reunited with Celine once again. "Second Master, I won't ask for the reason why Master joined the organization. But, can you answer a question for me?" "It depends on the question, Little Will. There are some questions that I can't answer." William stared at the scenery of his domain before asking the question he had in mind. "What is the goal of this organization?" William asked. To his surprise, Oliver chuckled as he sat on the branch of the dragon blood tree. "Revenge," Oliver replied. "The organization's goal is to take revenge on those that have wronged them. It exists solely for this reason." "Revenge?" William muttered the words absent-mindedly as he stared into the distance. He knew that Celine had suffered a lot during her childhood. Although Oliver hadn't explicitly told him the reason why Celine joined the organization, the hint he gave was more than enough for William to form his own conclusion. "Understood. I'll have a proper talk with Master the next time we meet." Oliver knew that this was William's way of reaching a compromise. The parrot monkey sighed because he felt like a great burden had been removed from his shoulders. He had an internal debate with himself a few days ago about whether or not he should tell William the truth. In the end, he decided that he would rather be the one to break this news to William than let others tell him lies. Lionheart screeched as he landed on the ground. It was almost sunset, so Dave decided to let him rest before continuing their journey towards the Corinter mountain. Conrad's wyvern landed not far away from the griffin. Both knights removed the harnesses that bound their partners and allowed them to hunt for their prey. Est and Isaac disembarked from the carriage to stretch their bodies. Although the flying carriage was comfortable enough, they still felt stiff after sitting and lying all day long. How many more days will it take before we reach the Carinthar Mountains? Est asked Dave after he finished making a campfire. Isaac was already preparing to cook their dinner, so Est had nothing to do except to wait for his trusted retainer to finish his task. One more day, Dave replied. Head Prefect, have you visited the Carinthar Mountains before? No, Est shook his head, but I've heard many stories about them. Is it true that all the warriors of the northern tribes have skin as hard as steel? No, Dave chuckled. The Carinthar Mountains had always been a very mysterious place. Very few people from the Hellen Kingdom had visited the mountains. Since no information was readily available, those who liked gossip started to make up stories of their own. Some of the rumors regarding the Carinthar Mountains involved their warriors being over 2 meters tall and that they had skin as hard as steel. Dave had also heard of these rumors in the past and believed them. If not for the fact that he had actually been to the mountains himself, he would probably still believe the rumors that were flying around in the capital. Est looked towards the north, that was now shrouded in the darkness of the night. Deep inside he was looking forward to reuniting with William so he could beat him up for leaving him behind in the capital. While he was in charge, he had received a letter from Spencer that his sister, Wendy, had joined William in his travels. This news made Est grind his teeth because he felt that he was being excluded from the group. Still, the thought of the half-elf traveling all over the kingdom to gather allies who would fight for them made some of the resentment in his heart disappear. He knew that William was someone who treasured the people important to him. Est wouldn't admit it, but he felt jealous of Ian because she had found a way to unseal the curse on her body. Although it only lasted for a few hours, it was enough for the beautiful mermaid to do intimate things with the half-elf whom he'd liked for many years. Est sighed as he unconsciously pressed his 2 hands over his chest and groped them. I wonder if they will become as big as Celine's when I grow up and the curse is lifted, Est thought. William mentioned back in Launt that he liked girls with big breasts. Est was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice that Dave and Conrad were looking at him weirdly. Isaac, who also saw this scene, averted his gaze. Although he didn't know what his young master was thinking, Isaac could still make a guess. After all, he knew that Est loved William, just as much as his twin loved the boy. Love sure makes people become weird, Isaac thought. I'd better not fall in love with anyone. That way, I can look after the young master and my twin and prevent them from doing stupid things. Isaac made this vow inside his heart as he focused on his task of preparing dinner. Although he liked William as a friend, he couldn't see himself developing any romantic feelings for him. He was content on supporting Ian and Est from the sidelines as they stayed with the man whom both of them had loved for the past few years. Chapter 421, Is He Cheating on Us? Gained Express Points, 15,000. Fighter Job Class has reached its max level. Would you like to advance to the next job class? Ash panted after she dealt the final blow on the giant blue slime that served as the boss on the 5th floor of the Dungeon of Atlantis. William and Wendy stood at the side and watched the battle without supporting her because it was what the mermaid warrior wanted. After receiving the fighter subclass, Ash's techniques in wielding her whip sword had been refined further, which allowed her to fight against the giant slime with ease. William and his group didn't expect that the bosses for the Atlantis dungeon would start on the 5th floor instead of the 10th floor, which was quite common among normal dungeons. This made William and the system realize the vast difference between a lower-ranked dungeon and a dungeon that had been given the SSR rating. System, switch Ash's job class to Earth Mage, William ordered. Subclass has been switched successfully. William walked towards Ash and congratulated her for her victory. Wendy did the same and the three exchanged high fives with each other. Ash, I have something to tell you, William said with a mischievous smile on his face. I don't like that look on our face, Ash replied. Out with it, what are you planning to do? Well, how do you feel about learning Earth magic? Earth magic, are you referring to the magic that my twin sister can wield? William nodded his head. He had already told the 2 girls that he had the ability to bestow upon them new powers that they could use to further increase their strength. At first, Ash and Wendy were doubtful of William's declaration, but soon, they understood that he was not joking with them. William had bestowed the fighter job class to Ash. His goal was to unlock the job class Geomancer, which required both the Earth Mage and the Fighter job class at their max levels. The Geomancer was a unique class because it specialized in magic-based attack. However, there was a trick in using this job class. Its attack would depend on the kind of terrain the user was in. For example, if Ash were to fight on land, or any ordinary terrain, she would be able to wield earth magic. If she was fighting in a swamp, she would be able to use water magic. William was quite curious about what would happen if Ash were to fight inside a forest. Perhaps she would be able to cast wood magic that would devastate her enemies in the wood-favorable terrain. "Just, how are you able to do this?" Ash asked. "I never heard of this kind of power before." William flipped his hair and gave his mermaid lover a dashing smile. "Now you know how strong I am. You are quite fortunate that you chose this handsome half-elf as your lover." Ash and Wendy snorted at the same time. They really loved William, but whenever the red-headed boy started to brag and act arrogant, they got the urge to beat the crap out of him. Seeing that the two girls were itching to give him a good beating, William raised his hands in surrender. "Still, wouldn't it be interesting?" Wendy commented from the side. "If Isaac were to see you wield earth magic, I'm sure her jaw will drop in shock and disbelief." A smile appeared on Ash's lips because she could already picture her twins' reaction. Wendy was right, she was also secretly looking forward to Isaac's reaction once she saw her earth magic. William chuckled before casually wrapping his arm around Wendy's waist and pulling the blonde beauty close to him. "How about you, Wendy?" William asked. "Is the rune mage to your liking?" Wendy nodded her head and looked up at William with starry eyes. "The rune mage is a very interesting job. I love it." "I'm glad that you feel that way." William kissed Wendy's cheek before looking at her current stats. Subclass: Rune Mage level 23. Wendy was a magician with dual affinities. She specialized in metal and wind magic, but since her proficiency in wind magic wasn't as strong as her metal magic, she focused on this more while growing up. However, after clearing the trial of enlightenment, her wind magic had become stronger and became as powerful as her metal magic. Because of this, Wendy was able to fight while wielding two powers simultaneously. This was also why William decided to let her play around with the Rune Mage job class. Just as the name suggested, this mage-type job class' main focus was creating runes. At first, Wendy felt intimidated because she had to memorize 4 different runes and learn how to write them in order to activate its powers. Fortunately, Wendy's aptitude to learn and dual wield was the real deal, so the Rune Mage job class easily became her favorite. By combining 2 or more runes, Wendy was able to cast magic that boosted her overall fighting prowess. One of her favorite runic spells was the Runic Blades. It allowed her to materialize 4 longswords that dealt ethereal damage. These runic blades ignored the enemy's defense and were lethal against those wearing heavy armor. Once the blade cut through their body, it would drastically weaken their strength and slow their reaction time, allowing Wendy to deal the final blow with ease. She also liked the rune traps that she could place on the ground undetected, since they would automatically explode once a target stepped within its range. This was also a trump card that Wendy could use when fighting against multiple enemies and controlling the flow of battle at the same time. William's goal was for her to unlock the Rune Master job class, which required a combination of the Rune Mage and the Fighter job class at their max levels. He believed that with this additional ace under Wendy's sleeve, she would be able to protect herself in the midst of battle. William understood that he couldn't always be with them when they fought on the battlefield. The only thing he could do was to increase their proficiency in wielding their new powers to allow them more leeway during tough situations. "Let's check the 6th floor," William said as she pulled Ash close to him and gave her a kiss as well. "I think we will be facing a different type of monster next." The 2 ladies beside him nodded their heads in agreement. However, before they could even step onto the next floor, the system sent a notification to William, telling him that Est, Dave, Conrad, and Isaac had finally arrived in the Corinter Mountains. "Let's postpone our dungeon expedition," William stated. "Est has arrived. Let's go meet her," Lionheart screeched before descending towards the 3rd peak of chivalry. The survivors of the tribes, who hadn't seen a griffin before, looked at Lionheart with curiosity and admiration. However, when they saw the wyvern that was hovering right next to it, all of them cried out in shock and unsheathed their weapons. Although they hadn't seen a griffin before, they were quite familiar with wyverns. There were snow wyverns that lived near the Corinter Mountains, and they would sometimes conduct raids in order to capture the livestock that they reared in their tribes. Sometimes, The wyverns would also take some of the tribe members during their raids to serve as their food once they got back to their nests. Takam had turned a blind eye in these raids because it was also a way for him to prevent the northern tribes from being overly complacent about his protection. The demigod had declared that he would only aid them during an invasion. However, when it came to monster raids, he ordered them to fend for themselves. This was why the warriors of the tribes had remained strong throughout the years, and had become a force that the Helen Kingdom didn't want to deal with. William walked towards the flying carriage along with Wendy. Ian had already transformed herself into a boy and went to greet her young master and twin sister. Although she liked to stay by William's side, that didn't change the fact that she was Est's retainer along with Isaac. It was her duty to protect Est at all times. "Welcome to the Corinter Mountains, young master," Ian greeted as he held Est's hand to help her disembark from the flying carriage. "It's good to see you again, Ian," Est replied with a smile. He then lowered his head to whisper something in Ian's ear. "Is he cheating on us?" Est asked. "No," Ian replied. "He's been busy gathering allies ever since we left the capital. Wendy and I are making sure that he doesn't do anything funny." The corner of William's lips twitched when he heard the two whispering boys, who were only a few meters away from him. Although they were whispering to each other, William's strong hearing was able to pick up their conversation. William felt that Est's arrival would break the status quo and cause complications in their bedroom arrangements during the latter's stay in the third peak of chivalry. Chapter 422, This is the Power of Love. Brianna had held a small banquet to celebrate Est's arrival in the Corinter Mountains. When the banquet ended, William took Dave and Conrad with him to have a private talk. His purpose for doing so was to know more about the current situation in the capital of the Helen Kingdom. While William was away, Est, Wendy, Ian, and Isaac locked themselves inside William's bedroom to have some girl talk as well. Naturally, the nature of their discussion were the events that had transpired after William had left the capital. Ian narrated everything that they had done since the beginning. She told them about William's meeting with the infernal ape in the forest outside the academy. Then she narrated how William and her were attacked by a moody myriad beast inside the whimsical forest before gaining the help of the centaurs. Ian sighed when she told them about the stubborn titanic trollhound that didn't trust humans. She also mentioned, albeit in a lower tone, the conditions that were given to William by the sovereign of the Corinter Mountains. "Before going to the town of Hartlepool, we stopped by the Armstrong Duchy." Because William missed Wendy, Ian said while giving the blushing girl beside her a sidelong glance. "What happened inside the Goblin Crypt?" Est inquired. She didn't believe for a moment that a demigod would simply ask William to clear a dungeon without a reason. Ian and Wendy glanced at each other before answering Est's inquiry. "William did something unexpected and captured a dungeon monster using a golden cube," Ian explained. "After that, he touched the dungeon core with the ring on his hand and froze on the spot." Wendy decided to continue Ian's explanation because the latter took a glass of water to wet her throat. The moment the ring touched the dungeon core, it disappeared and William just stood there in a daze. No matter how much we called out to him or shook his body, he remained unmoved. Ian nodded her head in affirmation. He only broke out of his daze after 15 minutes. After that, we left the dungeon and returned to the Armstrong Duchy. William didn't tell us what happened, and we didn't want to pry. "I see." Est held the hand of the two girls. "Thank you for being there to support him." The two girls gripped Est's hand and smiled. As William's three lovers, they had already formed an alliance to ensure that William wouldn't randomly pick up girls wherever he went. Isaac watched this scene with a complicated expression. She felt out of place, but there was nothing she could do except listen to the three girls gossip about William behind the half-elf's back. An hour later, William returned to his room and told Est and Isaac that he wanted to show them a secret. Since Est was his lover, and Isaac was her retainer as well as Ian's twin sister, William decided to include the hardworking Isaac into his inner circle. This, Est stuttered. "This is the secret you wanted to share with me." "Unbelievable," Isaac muttered as she scanned her surroundings. William chuckled when he saw Est's and Isaac's reactions after he brought them inside the Thousand Beast domain. Since they would be fighting side by side in the future, he deemed that it was necessary to share some of his secrets with them. Forgive me when I switch pronouns every now and then. I'm sure that you already understand the reason why. This domain is yours." Est gave William a serious expression. "How did you get it?" William crossed his arms over his chest before answering Est's question. "If I told you that I bought it, would you believe me?" No, Est firmly shook her head. I never heard of anyone selling a domain. How about you, Isaac? Isaac shook her head as well. Although she could tell that William wasn't lying, she refused to believe that a domain could be bought just like that. Well, since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. William smirked. He himself knew how ridiculous his words sounded, so he didn't bother to persuade the two to believe him. Actually, there's one more thing that I'd like to show you. William held Est's hand while offering the other to Isaac. What you are going to see next is more unbelievable than this. I hope that the two of you are ready. Atlantis Dungeon, what kind of sorcery is this? Est rubbed her face with her hands. William took her and Isaac to the 4th floor of the Dungeon of Atlantis where the goblin warriors were currently fighting against slimes. Of course, these slimes didn't pose any threat to them. They were merely farming dungeon points as per William's orders, so that he could upgrade the goblin crypt, and increase the number of its floors. William, are you still human? Isaac inquired. Just how are you doing this? You're so silly, Isaac. William happily patted Isaac's shoulder. Of course I'm not a human. I'm a half-elf. I thought you already knew this. Isaac looked at William with a dumbfounded expression. Of course, I know that you're a half-elf. What I mean is, no mortal can do the things you can do. Are you sure you're still a mortal? William nodded his head. I am mortal, but I'm no ordinary mortal. Have you seen a half-elf as handsome as I? Have you seen a half-elf as awesome as I? Have you seen a half? Okay, I understand. Isaac silenced William with a stopping gesture. Are there any other secrets you want to share with us? At this point, I think I can believe anything. Me, too, Est commented from the side. Do you have other things to share? William grinned mischievously as he glanced at Ash and Wendy who were standing not far from him. The two girls understood the hint and decided to show Est and Isaac the results of their dungeon training. Rock bullet, Ash said as she pointed her finger at a slime. Immediately a small rock materialized out of thin air and flew in the direction of the slime, making it explode. Isaac's pupils shrunk when her twin sister cast an earth magic skill in front of her. Ash wasn't able to stop herself from grinning when she saw her twin's reaction. Wendy created 2 hand seals using both of her hands and merged them together. Immediately 4 runic blades appeared around her. They glowed in an eerie light that made Est look at them with curiosity. After observing the floating swords for 2 minutes, she returned her attention to William and asked the question that was on her mind. How? Est asked. Est had already been baffled when she saw Ash use an earth magic skill. She knew that her retainer didn't have dual affinities in magic, so she couldn't understand how the latter was able to do what she did. As for Wendy, although the runic blades were good, Est only thought that the blonde girl had combined metal and air magic together to form this new kind of magic. She looked at the red-headed boy with a heated gaze and demanded an answer. This is the power of love, William answered calmly. Only those who love me will be able to wield these powers. What do you think? Pretty awesome, right? Yes. Est nodded. Where's mine? I'm asking where mine is. You gave Ash and Wendy this power, what about me? The smile on William's face froze because he had completely forgotten about Est. He was so excited to show these powers to his BFF because he wanted to brag. However, he had made a terrible mistake in doing so. BFF means best friends forever, or just simply a very close friend. Beads of sweat formed on William's forehead because he had overlooked the necessary requirements in order to bestow a subclass to one of his lovers. What's wrong? Est asked as she walked towards William. Don't tell me that I can't have these powers as well. Well, there is a right time for everything, William stuttered as he unconsciously took a step back. There is an important requirement that must be met before you can acquire these powers. It is a very difficult requirement. The current you is unable to clear the conditions for these powers to activate. Est stopped walking, then glanced at Ash and Wendy. She then looked at William with a raised eyebrow as if telling him, these two managed to pass the requirement and I can't. About that, I also want to know. Wendy suddenly held William's arm before looking up at him with a curious expression. You said that there are requirements, right? What are those requirements? Can anyone have them? No. William shook his head. Only my lovers get this benefit. Aren't I your lover? Est asked in a challenging tone. Wait, are you telling me that you don't recognize me as your lover? Is that it? Est walked towards William. She only stopped when she was only a meter away from the red-headed boy and crossed her arms over her chest. Est, it's not what you think, William replied as he tried to think of a way to bullshit his way out of this mess. What happened with Wendy was a complete accident and he was not confident that the same could be replicated with Est. Issei had already told him that he was still underage, so the power of his king's chesspiece wouldn't allow him to add more familia members. Unless Est and him rolled in the sheets in their dreams, or something similar, it would be impossible to add his silver-haired lover to the list of his familia members. Left with no choice, William took Est to a place where the two of them could talk in private. He explained why he wasn't able to bestow a subclass on her. Est listened patiently to William's explanation. Est's face turned beet red when she finally understood why William was unable to give her what she wanted. Although she loved William, her heart wasn't ready for something that stimulating. Est's mother, Elizabeth, didn't let Est grow as an ignorant child and taught her about the birds and the bees. She did this to ensure that she wouldn't be taken advantage of when she finally regained her true form. "You're right, we're still too young for this," Est said as she lowered her head. "Thank you for telling me." William sighed as he hugged the very first friend he had made outside of Lant. "Don't worry, when that time comes, I promise that I will take responsibility. Also, I will do my best to lift the curse that has been given to you by the goddess Astrid." Est replied, "I believe you. I'll wait for you, Will. Just don't make me wait too long, okay? I will do my best. Let the gods decide the rest." Chapter 423, Est's Innocence Part 1. Inside William's spiritual world, the subtle sounds of kissing could be heard. A girl with long, silver hair was being held by a red-headed boy in a firm embrace. William kissed Est's soft lips with light pecks while she had her eyes closed and her arms wrapped around his back. 2 minutes later, William pulled back and looked at the beautiful lady whom he considered to be one of his best friends. This was the first time that the two of them had spent some time alone with each other inside his sea of consciousness. After William had explained why he couldn't bestow additional powers onto Est, the latter asked him how far he had gone with Ash and Wendy. Although this was a tricky question, William answered honestly that he still hadn't crossed that line with Ash and Wendy. Naturally, he also told Est about what happened with Wendy and explained that it was something that was out of his control. Est understood this, but she still asked William to share a bit of intimacy with her. This was why both of them had synchronized and gone into William's spiritual world where Est's true form could appear before his eyes. Unlike Wendy and Ash, who sometimes took the initiative, Est was very passive when it came to the things that lovers did. She also wanted to experience kissing, but since she didn't have any experience, she left everything in William's hands. When the half-elf held Est's slender body, and pressed his lips over hers to kiss her, he came to the realization that his third lover was unexpectedly very timid when it came to kissing. She was like a vase that could break if he held her too hard, so William took things slowly and gently. He didn't ravage her lips like he had done with Wendy in their one night of passion, nor did he initiate to intertwine their tongues together like what he did with Ash during Issei's training. He just gave simple, soft pecks on her soft lips, and that was enough to make Est's legs turn into jelly. William looked at his third lover with gentle eyes and waited for her to regain her composure. "How was your first kiss?" William asked. "Was it to your liking?" Est unconsciously touched her lips with her hand as she stared back at William. "It was very different from how I imagined it to be. But..." The silver-haired beauty placed her free hand over her chest as a blush crept up her face. "My heart is beating wildly inside my chest. This was my first kiss and yet, William inquired. He looked at her with loving eyes as he waited for her to continue what she was planning to say. "And yet, I want more," Est replied. "However, I feel as if you were holding back. Is there something wrong?" William smiled and caressed the side of her face. "I was doing my best to hold back. I'm afraid that, if I lose control, I might break you, and I don't want to do that." "Break me?" William then pulled her close and allowed her head to rest on his shoulder. "You were just so cute that I almost lost myself," William whispered. "I know that this might sound rude coming from me, but I'm glad that a curse was placed on you. If not, then I'm afraid that all the guys in the martial, magic, and spirit divisions would fight against each other in order to become your lover." "You're exaggerating," Est whispered back. "No, I'm not. It is the truth." Est became speechless because she could feel the sincerity in William's voice and demeanor. Because of this, she felt something warm spread throughout her chest which made her very happy. The two hugged for a while before William once again kissed his lover's lips. After a few soft pecks, William asked Est if she was willing to try something different. Est hesitated for a brief moment, but she still nodded her head. She was curious about what William meant by trying something different. "Part your lips," William said softly. "And don't bite my tongue." Est timidly obeyed. As soon as her lips parted, William kissed her again, but this time, his tongue entered her mouth. The silver-haired beauty's body shuddered when William's tongue intertwined with hers. It was a very foreign feeling to her, but she didn't resist and allowed William to have his way. Just like the last time, William did it gently. He played with Est's tongue as the latter gradually got used to his soft and gentle attacks. William pulled back and both of them panted for breaths. They didn't know how long the kiss lasted. All they knew was that they had been lost in their own world as they shared their feelings for each other. "That kiss is very different from the one we first had," Est said as she looked at William with moist eyes. "It is more intense." "What is it called? Was it too intense?" William asked, a little concerned. Est shook her head. William smiled then as he looked at his lover's disheveled expression. Est had always been a prim and proper person. Seeing her in this state almost made William want to pin her down and teach her how intense a kiss could be. "It's called a French kiss," William replied. "How was it? Was it better compared to before?" Est closed her eyes to ponder William's question. She had always been the serious type. She even took William's teasing seriously. "The first one was soft and, yet, my heart felt like it was dancing," Est said with her eyes still closed. "I didn't dislike that feeling. In fact, I loved it because I felt how much you cared about me through your actions. The second one was different. I could feel your intense feelings of wanting to make me yours." The shade of red in Est's face became deeper when she felt William's desire to own her through the kiss. William was surprised because although he had held back, his heart and body wanted to leave his mark on the beautiful girl in front of him and make her understand that her lips belonged to him. "This is bad," William thought. "Estelle is pushing all of my buttons. I might not be able to control myself if we continue." Although William had been trained by Owen and the goddess Eros about how to deal with ladies, Est was making him feel like a criminal that was planning to stain something pure with his colors. Chapter 424, Est's Innocence Part 2. "Will, is there something wrong?" Est reached out to touch the side of his face. The moment the warm and soft hand touched his skin, William unconsciously drew a deep breath as he looked at his lover's beautiful crimson eyes. He could see his reflection in them and it made him have a sense of pride, knowing that she would only look at him with eyes filled with affection. "Yes," William replied in a hoarse voice. "You are driving me crazy." Before Est could even understand what William meant by the words, driving him crazy, she found herself pressed against his body as William held her in a tight embrace. William had equipped the incubus job class earlier in order to let Est have a taste of what it was like to share an intimate moment with him. However, there was some kind of force inside Est's body that seemed to be at odds with the powers of the incubus job class. This power wasn't hurting William, because Est didn't perceive him as an enemy. However, her body had been blessed by the goddess Astrid, imbuing it with holy power. Astrid was a member of the righteous faction and Est was her devout follower. The righteous and evil factions naturally repelled each other and this was what was currently happening between Est and William. The red-headed boy was getting the overwhelming desire to corrupt Est and conquer her. This was something that he didn't want to do, so he had to keep these lustful feelings at bay using his willpower. In the end, William decided to switch his subclass and the desire to corrupt the beauty in his arms immediately subsided. William's body suddenly had a subtle glow of light in it, which resonated with Est's own holy power. "Will, what's wrong? You look pale," Est stared at him anxiously. William smiled as he patted his lover's head while trying to regain his composure. William had equipped his Sun Knight job class, which was also part of the righteous faction and the uncomfortable feeling went away. "I'm fine," William said as he hugged Est close to him. "Don't worry, I was just suddenly had the urge to kiss you again. Then kiss me and don't scare me like that." Est raised her head and closed her eyes. She waited for William to initiate the kiss because she liked the feeling of letting the half-elf take the initiative to kiss her. It made her feel that the love she had for the boy was mutual. Est knew that William was just making an excuse, but she didn't want to let this moment of intimacy slip away. She had endured long enough and wanted to be together with William as much as Ian and Wendy had been. Just the two of them. Without her retainers. Without anyone watching. Without any obstacles that prevented her from feeling loved. Even though she couldn't surrender her everything to William due to their age, she was still willing to do her best to understand what it was like to become lovers with the boy that she had loved for so many years. Even without the incubus job class, William was proficient enough to give Est what she wanted. The two kissed, and kissed, and kissed some more until Est found herself lying on the sea in William's spiritual world. William looked down on her with undisguised love and affection. Once again, William didn't need the incubus job class to mark the silver-haired beauty as his lover. He lowered his lips to kiss the nape of her neck, which made Est's body shudder. He kissed, and suckled that part and gave it a light bite, leaving a mark on her smooth, and pale, skin. He could see Est's skin reddened from the kiss mark that he had left on her neck. He wanted to add more, but decided to hold back because he might not be able to stop himself if he continued with his line of thought. "Will," Est said as she reached out to wrap her arms around William's head. "Don't hold back. I am not a vase that will break easily. I am strong." The pair of crimson eyes that looked straight into his own light green eyes made William's heart beat faster inside his chest. The little snow rabbit was offering herself to him, and the red-headed boy was on the verge of turning into a wolf that would eat her up until nothing was left. "Est, don't say those words while you look at me with those eyes filled with yearning," William stated as he planted a kiss on her forehead. "It's a crime. I don't want to be a criminal in," William whispered in Est's ears, which made the latter cover her face in embarrassment. "Seriously, how can my lover be this cute?" William thought as he rested his head on Est's soft chest to feel her heartbeat. Although both of them were still wearing clothes, William's sensitive hearing could still hear his lover's wildly beating heart. He could also feel her warmth, her softness, and the subtle fragrance of her body. William took all of this in as he allowed himself to be lost in these tender feelings that both of them shared. Suddenly, a pair of soft and slender hands rested themselves on William's head and held him in place. The two of them didn't talk, for no words were needed. Est felt very happy because she was finally able to embrace William. Not in his unconscious state, but in a state where the other was able to reciprocate her feelings. She prayed that once the war was over, William would be able to lift the curse on her body. That way, the two of them would be able to hold each other, not only in his spiritual world, but in the real world as well. Until then, she would hold on to his sweet kisses and whispers of love that made her realize that the words that her mother had told her long ago were indeed true. "Est, when the sky falls down, there will always be people who will step up and carry its weight on their shoulders," Elizabeth said with a smile. "Of course you will," Elizabeth chuckled. "If it's you, you are destined to meet such a person. Just know that if he really appears in your life, you'd better hold him close and never, ever, let." Chapter 425, Pillar of Support. "Where did the two of you go?" Wendy asked when William and Est returned to the villa in the Thousand Beast domain. "You've been gone for a few hours." William smiled and sat on the couch beside Wendy. "Est and I did some training." "Right, Est." Est nodded. Her face was calm and collected, which was vastly different from the silver-haired lady within William's spiritual world, who melted with happiness because of William's kisses. Ian looked at her young master with an understanding gaze. After spending time with William over the past few weeks, she knew how passionate the half-elf could be when the two of them were together. She assumed that her young master had been able to share an intimate moment with William based on the slight smile that could be seen at the corner of Est's lips. Wendy rolled her eyes at the half-elf's futile attempt to hide things from her. If she hadn't seen Est's true form, as well as the affection that she had shown William when the boy was still unconscious, Wendy would definitely brush off William's excuse like the passing breeze. Even so, she just kept silent because she had already accepted that her lover was destined to have multiple lovers aside from her. "At least, I am his first wife," Wendy thought as she leaned on William's shoulder. "I will not give away my position to anyone." William didn't know what his lovers were thinking. He just thought that he handled the situation really well and was giving himself a thumbs up in his heart for a job well done. His time with Est was truly sweet. The half-elf enjoyed teaching her how to kiss, and the latter, although a bit passive still, did her best to learn. "Still, I shouldn't use the incubus job class when I am with Est," William mused as he patted Wendy's head while looking at Est. That was the first time William had felt the overwhelming desire to conquer and, in a sense, corrupt his lover by making Est fall into the throes of pleasure. After consulting the system, both of them came to the conclusion that the polar powers of the righteous and evil factions affected different job classes to a certain extent. William didn't want to conquer Est in that kind of manner because she was surprisingly innocent when it came to relationships. She was like a sheep and William was like a wolf. The poor sheep was unaware that the wolf was planning to eat her whole, not even leaving the bones behind. A day's travel in that direction, you will arrive at the town of Lant, a teenage boy said as he pointed at the distance. I am one of Sir William's knights, so I have been in his hometown once. Do you still want me to accompany all of you, or can you manage on your own? If it's not a bother, can you please accompany us till the end? Paul, the new leader of the freedom fighters from the Zelen dynasty, replied with a smile. I will ensure that you get enough food to last for your return journey. Very well, I will guide you safely to Lant. Paul and the other fighters from the Zelen dynasty had traveled for several days on horseback. They used teleport gates and asked many people for directions until they found a teenage boy riding on top of a hippogriff in one of the towns located in the southeastern side of the Hellen Kingdom. All of them were already losing hope, but Paul still urged them forward until they found the boy who was part of William's Knight Order. A day later, is that a millennial beast? A pretty girl gasped when she saw the giant golden ape in the distance. Wyverns, and there are more than one of them, another boy exclaimed as he pointed at the flying lesser dragons that were patrolling the skies. Paul's face became grim as he looked at these powerful creatures. Although there were more than 200 of them in their group, they didn't stand a chance fighting against the Orobro. Adding the wyverns to the equation would just lead to one ending: suicide. What's wrong? The teenage boy asked as he tilted his head in confusion. Aren't you going to Lant? We're almost there. Everyone looked at the teenage boy as if he was insane. Can't you see that millennial beast over there? Paul asked back. Also, those wyverns. We will be dead if they fly in our direction. Ah, so that's it. I understand. The teenage boy nodded his head as if he finally found the answer to his question. I had the same reaction as you guys when I first got here, the teenage boy replied with a smile as if remembering a very fond memory. Don't worry, Luffy and the wyverns won't hurt us. Sheathe your weapons and let me do the talking. None of you are allowed to provoke them. Of course, if you want to die then go ahead. Everyone glanced at Paul as if waiting for him to give an order. Paul hesitated for a while before returning his sword to its scabbard. He made a gesture for everyone to do the same and everyone followed suit. Are you sure it's going to be fine? Paul asked for confirmation. Once we get in the range of those wyverns, none of us can outrun them. It will be fine, the teenage boy replied as he patted his chest. Just leave everything to me. The teenage boy took the lead and everyone followed behind him. The wyverns had long noticed the group of teenagers from far away, but they ignored them. After living in Lant for so long, they had already grown accustomed to seeing people. They would not randomly attack anyone unless they sensed that they were a threat to the townspeople. Luffy stood up and eyed the approaching company of young warriors. He gave a mighty roar as a warning to prevent them from going closer. The horses immediately panicked after hearing the millennial beast's roar. Fortunately, the teenagers were very capable and managed to rein in their horses before they could run away in fright. The wyverns also started circling the teenagers. They were ready to swoop down and attack if any of them did something funny. Luffy, I am one of Sir William's knights, the teenage boy shouted. Is he in Lant? The hippogriff also screeched to inform Luffy and the wyverns that it was an ally. After hearing the boys and the hippogriff's calls, Luffy scratched his head as he made a gesture to one of the wyverns circling in the air. The latter screeched back and flew towards the town. Several minutes later, Matthew, Leah, and Celine stepped out of the gates of Lant. Ironically, Crown Prince Alaric and Princess Aila also came to see what was going on. They had nothing to do in Lant, so sudden changes in the routine immediately caught their attention. When the wyverns screeched and headed outside the town, they knew that something was going on, so they immediately went out to investigate. Paul immediately recognized his crown prince and shouted the slogan of their kingdom. Let the sun of Zelen always shine brightly. Paul shouted, let the sun of Zelen always shine brightly. The teenagers shouted in unison to hail their crown prince. In the Zelen dynasty, they refer to their monarch as the sun. Paul, Prince Alaric shouted in joy as he ran towards his loyal retainer. He had felt very guilty for leaving him behind during their escape from the capital. It's good to see that you are safe, Your Highness. Paul dismounted from his horse and kneeled in front of Prince Alaric. The other teenagers also dismounted and kneeled. Some of them were crying. Finally, they had found their crown prince. He was their last pillar of support after their leader, Arslan, had stayed behind to allow all of them to escape. Chapter 426, His Name Is. After being reunited, Prince Alaric asked Matthew and Leah if the survivors of his kingdom could stay in the town of Lant. The teenagers were very surprised to find an adult who was not affected by the curse and hadn't been turned into a crystal statue. Celine was currently wearing a veil, so none of them were able to see her face. She just stood to the side and listened to Prince Alaric's and Matthew's discussion. She had already observed the teenagers that had arrived at their doorstep and sensed that all of them were in the gold rank. Although this was nothing special for the elves, for the humans, this was a great achievement for their age. Too bad that they still fall short compared to the young warriors of the elven race, Celine thought. Even though she was an elf, she would gladly snap the neck of any elves that dared to point their weapons at her. Celine had no love for her race and there were only a handful of elves that she truly cared about. As for everyone else, all of them could burn in hell. Of course they are welcome to stay, Matthew said with a smile. They can stay for as long as they want. Thank you, Prince Alaric replied. He then took Paul, and his ragtag army of teenage boys and girls, to their temporary residence. Lant still had houses to spare, and letting a few hundred children stay wouldn't be much of a problem. While Prince Alaric was getting information from Paul and the survivors of his kingdom, Matthew, Leah, and Celine returned to the Ainsworth residence to discuss their next course of action. Are you sure that everything is going to be fine? Leah asked. I know that they are Prince Alaric's people, but they might have other thoughts if they spend a few days here. Matthew held his wife's hands and looked at her with a devilish grin. I know what you are thinking, but I am not worried. Also, this is a good opportunity to test the Crown Prince's character. A few days will be enough to see what his real colors are. Celine smiled from behind the veil covering her face. She had not interacted with Matthew frequently, but she approved of the latter's way of thinking. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Celine mused as she thought about James and William. James was an opportunistic bastard. William was the same. Matthew was an angel compared to the two of them, but that didn't mean that he couldn't be devious. As the future Lord of Lant, Matthew had been trained to be a good judge of people. However, even with his knowledge, he still couldn't see what Prince Alaric's goal was. Of course, he understood that the Crown Prince wanted to liberate his dynasty, but that was impossible at this point in time. Matthew wanted to know what their distant cousin would do if he had acquired enough manpower to form a small private force. So, Arslan was left behind, Prince Alaric sighed. This is quite unfortunate. I just pray that he hasn't been killed. That would be a great loss to our kingdom. Paul and the rest of the teenagers lowered their heads in shame. They knew that if Arslan hadn't held the enemy back, they might have already been captured or worse, dead. Don't worry, we will have a chance to stage a comeback, Prince Alaric stated. We just need to wait for the right opportunity. For now, rest here in Lant. You are safe here. Paul hesitated for a brief moment before voicing his thoughts out loud. Your Highness, what is the deal with this town? Paul inquired. Why do they have a millennial beast as their gatekeeper as well as wyverns patrolling the skies? From what I observed, there is nothing special about this town. Can you please enlighten me? The other teenagers also thought the same thing, but they were too embarrassed to ask their crown prince this question. Fortunately, Paul took the initiative. All of them waited for their prince to tell them why this town was protected by so many powerful beasts. Prince Alaric smiled as he looked at his people. Frankly, he also had the same questions when he arrived in Lant. Only after spending a few days inside this crude and quiet town in the countryside did he understand why this place was special. The previous lord of this town is Lord James Von Ainsworth, Prince Alaric smirked. Do any of you know him? Paul frowned. The name sounded familiar, and he was sure he had heard the name before. The other teenagers were also on the same page as him. For some reason, they felt like they should know who James was, but they couldn't recall why he was familiar. Ah, the pretty girl, Arya, who was now Paul's second in command, exclaimed when she remembered who James was. Lord James, the undefeated barbarian that challenged all those who wished to marry Lady Urza many years ago. Arya's eyes widened in shock. Why, Your Highness, are you referring to that Lord James Von Ainsworth? Prince Alaric nodded. You are correct, Miss Arya. The previous overseer of this town is none other than Lord James, who turned the Zellan nobility upside down due to his wish to marry Lady Urza. Now that James's identity was revealed, the teenagers remembered the stories that were told by their parents about the bastard barbarian who whisked away the jewel of their kingdom. James was a legendary figure in the Zellan dynasty because he was the only one who managed to win the heart of the Undying Witch, who was a member of the Aoife family and who was one of the guardian families of their kingdom. The teenager you saw earlier, Sir Matthew, is his grandson, Prince Alaric said. He is the current Lord of Lant. However, that is not why this town is special. Princess Aila, who was listening from the side, clenched her hands together. The image of the handsome half-elf who had fearlessly fought on the peak of cavalry flashed before her eyes. William's image had been engraved inside her mind because there was a time when she wished that the one he had fought for was her instead of Brianna, who was considered to be a princess in the northern tribes. The person I am talking about is currently not here in Lant, Prince Alaric said softly. However, I believe that if we want to reclaim our dynasty from the elves, the one who will lead us to victory is none other than him. The majority of the teenagers that had heard their crown prince's words were quite doubtful. None of them believed that a single person could fight against the elves and help them reclaim their dynasty. Prince Alaric knew that they were thinking. He would have had thought the same if not for the fact that he had seen with his own eyes what William did. The Minotaur race was the guardians of the Zellan dynasty. It would not be easy to make them submit to a single person, for they were very stubborn and wouldn't yield to anyone. However, William was able to do this. Even Urchatu, the great warrior that was second only to the two sons of King Minos, had sworn fealty to him. This had shocked Prince Alaric to his core. In the past, Prince Alaric had asked Urchatu to become his beast companion, but the latter refused. The giant white ox told him that he wouldn't yield to any mortal men and would only bow down to his sovereign, King Minos. This was why Prince Alaric found it hard to believe that the millennial beast and its subordinates had sworn their allegiance to William, who was not even a citizen of their dynasty. Listen well and remember his name, Prince Alaric said with a serious expression. The one person that might be able to create a miracle and drive off the foreign invaders from the southern continent. His name is William Von Ainsworth. Chapter 427, Killing Two Dumb Birds. Achoo! William sneezed and immediately the yin-yang cauldron started to shake. Oh, FCK. William hurriedly teleported inside the dungeon of Atlantis before throwing the contents of the yin-yang cauldron at a squad of Psychoi that could be found on the 7th floor of the dungeon of Atlantis. The colorful fishmen, that were a meter tall and carrying small spears, turned into a pool of goo as their bodies melted in green acid. William looked at this scene with a grim expression as the cloud of green smoke disappeared from the point of impact. Gained express points. 1,500. That was close, William thought as he patted his chest. The system had automatically switched his job class to Wind Mage so that the experience points wouldn't be wasted. The Alchemist and Blacksmith job classes didn't gain experience from killing monsters. They only grow stronger by crafting and concocting. William was currently experimenting with how to create a powerful acid that could melt rare metals. Although he was not aiming to create an acid strong enough to melt adamantium, he was planning to create something close to it. Right now, the Rainbow Bird's main arsenal were the magic missile lollipops. After William had upgraded his main job class, and added 2 members to his familia, the King chess piece had unlocked a new ability that benefited his King's Legion. It was none other than the Equip ability. What kind of ability was this? Just like the name suggested, it allowed William's Herd, and King's Legion, to equip themselves with items. They could also store these items in a special space that belonged to them. Currently, all of the members of William's Legion are able to equip 3 items. Each item should not surpass 5 meters in length and width. This was a great boon to William's private force because this allowed them to carry weapons, ammunition, and other miscellaneous items in their own personal storage. This personal storage could be summoned at will, anytime, anywhere, which made it a very useful ability. After learning about this new feature, William thought about giving the angry birds some acid bombs that could potentially wipe out a group of people using powerful acid, even if they were wearing armor. William's alchemist job class was currently level 10 and he could only upgrade it by doing alchemy. He also didn't have any ingredients for the acid bombs he had in mind, so he was just tossing things inside the cauldron and seeing what stuck. The main ingredient for the acid bombs were William's green lollipops. Since he had no idea what to use to strengthen the effect of the acid lollipop, the half-elf decided to purchase several gallons of acid from the god shop. The acids that William bought were hydroiodic acid, hydrobromic acid, perchloric acid, hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, p-toluenazolphonic acid, nitric acid, chloric acid, god points, 692. These were some of the acids that came from William's world. 10 gallons of each acid only cost 1 god point. Because he could buy it cheaply, the red-headed boy bought 10 gallons of each type of acid to aid his experiments. Since William had no idea of what he was doing, he decided to just mix them all together and see what was going to happen. 200 milliliters of hydroiodic acid, hydrobromic acid, perchloric acid, hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, ketolunazolphonic acid, nitric acid, chloric acid plus the lollipop is enough to wipe out a party of Sayakoi, but it is too unstable. An ml or milliliters. 1000 ml is equivalent to 1 liter. William rubbed his chin as he looked at the pool of goo in front of him. Sayakoi were fish-type humanoids that inhabit the 6th and 7th floor of the dungeon. This was the latest floor that William's army had conquered. According to the system, there was a boss every 5 floors of the dungeon, so William's legion was working hard to find the passage that would lead them to the lower floors. Ash, Wendy, Ian, Dave, and Conrad had also joined the expedition team to train themselves for the upcoming battle that they would face. Since Dave and Conrad were part of William's King's Legion, they were now also able to gain experience points to strengthen themselves at a faster rate. The two teenagers didn't understand what was happening to them, but they could somehow feel that their bodies and techniques were getting stronger with each monster that they killed. Unfortunately, Est and Isaac weren't able to gain this ability to be able to benefit from the experience points. William solved this matter by giving them several high-grade beast cores to help them increase their ranks after battling inside the dungeon to their heart's content. Although they were being left behind by the others, Est and Isaac didn't feel troubled by it. Of course they were a bit jealous. However, knowing that their comrades at arms were getting stronger was a good thing for them as well. Should I lessen the quantity of each acid, or should I just use 2 to 3 types of acid at a time? William muttered as he poked the pool of acid on the ground with a stick. Sayakoi are Class D low beasts and don't wear armor, so I can't tell if this is a success or not. William narrowed his eyes. Lily's acid can't melt steel, but if I condense 20 lollipops into one, they would be able to do that. However, I can only create a few of them if I go with this route. It is not enough to equip the angry birds. William was so lost in thought that he didn't notice that someone had already approached him from the back. A pair of soft and delicate hands covered his eyes and a teasing tone whispered in his ears. Guess who? William smirked internally as he decided to play along with his lover. I wonder who this is. Based on how soft the hands are, I'm sure they don't belong to Wendy, William said as if he properly assessed the pair of hands that blocked his vision. Her hands are very rough and could even be used as a brush to wash clothes. This pair of hands definitely doesn't belong to her. A snort reached William's ears before the pair of hands that blocked his eyes disappeared. However, they went straight to the half-elf's ears, pulling them hard to the side. Mercy, I was just joking. William hurriedly held the hands that were pulling his ears. Such delicate and beautiful hands, how could they possibly be used as a brush for washing laundry? I'm sure they belong to the most beautiful lady in the southern continent. None other than my first wife, Wendy Cy Armstrong, who will soon be called Wendy Von Ainsworth. Wendy finally let go of William's ears and crossed her arms over her chest. She eyed her boyfriend who was rubbing his ears and looking at her with a face filled with injustice. Will, I want to ask you a question, Wendy said with a serious expression. William noticed the seriousness in Wendy's gaze, so he decided to stop joking around and looked at her with a calm expression. Ask. I want to hear an honest answer from you. William nodded. Be at ease. I swear upon my handsome face that I will give you an honest answer. Hearing her lover's promise, Wendy walked up to him and wrapped her arms around William's body as she stared straight into his eyes. Who do you love the most between the three of us? Wendy asked. Est, Ash, or me? Of course I love you most, William answered in a heartbeat. After all, you are my first wife. Wendy felt relieved because he could see the seriousness in William's eyes. She then rested her head on his shoulders and smiled sweetly. It was at that moment when 2 rainbow birds circled above their heads. Suddenly, 2 familiar voices reached their ears. Will, whom do you love the most? Is it Wendy, Est, or me? The red-colored bird asked, perfectly replicating Ash's drunken voice. Of course I love you the most, the blue-colored bird replied, perfectly replicating William's voice. William's body stiffened when he heard this exchange. Beads of sweat started to form on his forehead as he cursed the 2 annoying birds who just dropped a bomb over their heads. Really, are you telling me the truth? The red bird asked. Yes. The blue bird replied. Wendy giggled as she looked at the 2 birds in the sky. Those birds are quite lovely, Wendy said. They can even imitate voices. Did you teach them to say those things? Why yes, William replied. I was trying to teach them how to talk, so I made them speak these lines. How interesting. All right. Suddenly, Ash, Est, and Isaac appeared beside William and Wendy. So, this is where the two of you are, Est said. We just found a path that leads to the 8th floor and we are planning to explore it. I came to find Wendy, but I didn't think that you'd also be here, Will. William gave Est a thumbs up in his heart for her impeccable timing. With this, he would be able to wiggle himself out of this mess. But then, the two rainbow birds raised the volume of their voices as they circled around Ash, Est, and Isaac. Will, I want to ask you a question, the blue-colored bird said using Wendy's voice. Ask. The red-colored bird said using William's suave voice. Be at ease. I swear upon my handsome face that I will give you an honest answer. If earlier, only beads of sweat formed on William's forehead, now, a river was flowing freely. Wendy also tilted her head to the side as she heard the familiar conversation of the two birds circling around them. Who do you love the most between the three of us? The blue bird asked. Est, Ash, or me? Of course I love you most, the red bird answered in a heartbeat. After all, you are my first wife. After saying those last words, the two birds flew away like their lives depended on it. William had summoned Stormcaller and was about to unleash a lightning war art in order to erase the two troublemakers from the face of the dungeon. Mother FCKERS. After all I did for the two of you, William gnashed his teeth in anger as lightning swirled around Stormcaller's body. Lightning God war art. Will, what are you doing? Wendy's icy gaze made William completely stop from continuing his attack. Wendy, I'm just training my skills by killing two dumb birds. I mean, practicing my technique using those two birds as my targets, William replied. It is better to hit moving targets, don't you think? This is true. Wendy nodded her head. However, I'd like for you to answer a question from me first. I have a question, too, Ash said as she lovingly held William's right arm in a tight grip. You will answer this question of mine, yes. Will, me, too, Est said as she walked towards William with the, you'd better fess up or you will regret it, glare. Wendy had already grabbed William's left arm in a vice grip that wouldn't lose to her Valkyrie form's arm lock. Isaac, who was standing at the side, turned her back towards the four of them and looked at the sky. Rest in peace, Isaac said internally. She knew that blood was about to spill and she had no intention of preventing it from happening. Gee girls, listen to me, William said with a face filled with righteousness. This is just a misunderstanding. Allow me to give the three of you a proper explanation. That day, a loud scream rang out on the 7th floor of the dungeon of Atlantis. It was the sound that was similar to a pig being slaughtered and it traveled throughout the entire dungeon, allowing everyone to hear it. Williams heard, Legion, as well as Dave and Conrad, heard William's dying screams. Just like Isaac, they lit a candle in their heart and prayed for the half-elf who was currently being murdered by three beautiful ladies by his side. Chapter 428, A Meeting with the Elven Princess. Halt, who goes there? An elven guard shouted as he stopped a robed figure from entering the city gates. The three other guards, who were currently manning the only gate that was open to the capital city Briar Glen, surrounded the robed figure, brandishing their weapons. Instead of answering, the robed figure took out an insignia that made the expressions of the four guards stiffen. I came to meet the princess, a delicate-sounding voice said. Stand down and let me pass. The four elven guards glanced at each other before sheathing the weapon. They stepped aside and allowed the robed figure to enter the city gates uncontested. After the unknown individual disappeared from view, the four guards returned to their duties. They didn't even talk amongst themselves about the appearance of the robed figure and treated the situation as if the person was just a figment of their imagination. Along the way, the hooded figure encountered several inquiries from the elven guards, but the same thing happened. None of them barred his way and allowed the person to pass. Finally, the robed figure arrived at the right wing of the palace where the princess resided. Halt, these are the princess's chambers. Four royal maidservants barred the door of the royal quarters. They were part of the royal family's personal guards who had accompanied Princess Eowyn to the southern continent. They only answered to the royal family. Not even Elendor could order them around as he pleased. Once again, the robed figure flashed his insignia, which made the royal guards exchange glances with each other. They knew what the insignia meant, but they were still on the fence about whether to allow the stranger to enter the princess's quarters. Please, wait here, the headguard said. I'll inform the princess first. The hooded figure nodded in acknowledgement. The person knew that the head guard had already compromised, so all that he needed to do was wait. A few minutes later, the door opened and the head guard made a gesture for the robed figure to enter. The princess was seated on the couch of the living room, being attended to by 4 maids. Upon seeing the guests' arrival, she waved them away to give the 2 of them some privacy. Although they were reluctant to leave, the servants left the room as per the princess's wishes. When it was only the 2 of them, Princess Éowyn bid her guest to sit and the latter nodded in acknowledgement. "Why don't you take that robe off?" Éowyn asked. "It's just the 2 of us, so there's no need to be reserved." "You're right," the robed figure replied and took off the robe that covered his body. A delicate-looking boy appeared before Princess Éowyn and the latter personally poured a cup of tea for him. The boy thanked her and drank the tea that the princess had personally served him. When he had drunk half of it, he returned the cup on top of the table and looked at the princess, who was looking back at him with a smile. "I didn't expect to see you here in the southern continent, Senior," Princess Éowyn said. "Are you perhaps here on a mission on behalf of the Saintess?" "How should I address you?" "Just call me Kenneth," Kenneth answered. "I am here on behalf of my family. However, the Saintess also approved of me being here." "Kenneth," Princess Éowyn giggled. "Who thought of that name? Was it perhaps teacher who gave you that name?" Kenneth nodded. "She said that it's a good name and that it would serve me well during my stay here in the southern continent." "Did Lady Arwen also predict that this was going to happen?" "No. My reason for coming here was to observe a certain individual." Princess Éowyn raised an eyebrow. The Saintess of the World Tree, Lady Arwen, only had 2 disciples. One was the Elven Princess, the other was Kenneth. Both of them were regarded highly in the Silvermoon continent because they were the only 2 people that had been accepted by the Saintess as her disciples. The insignia that Kenneth had shown the Elven guards was the insignia of the Saintess. Her authority was equal to the authority of the King of the Elves, and very few individuals dared to defy her orders. Even the patriarchs of the ancient Elven clans were wary of antagonizing her. They were afraid that their entire bloodline would be cursed and lose the blessing of the World Tree were they to do so. "This individual must be very special to have your clan personally instruct you to monitor him," Princess Éowyn said with genuine interest. "Is it possible for you to tell me this person's identity?" Kenneth nodded. "Actually, my reason for coming here is to ask for your help. With how things are going, it is imminent that he and the Elven forces will come to a face-off." Princess Éowyn frowned. She didn't know who this person was, but if her senior disciple came to personally talk to her about this issue, it meant that the one Kenneth was monitoring was an extremely important person. "Who? You're also familiar with him. He's none other than teacher's only son." Princess Éowyn's expression immediately became serious. Naturally, she had heard about her teacher's son. The half-elf that was born between the Saintess of the World Tree and the human hero that had defended the Silvermoon continent against the demon race invasion. The princess had long wanted to meet her teacher's only son, because she was curious what the son of the 2 most legendary personages in the Silvermoon continent would be like. "Can you tell me more about him?" Princess Éowyn asked. Kenneth smiled as he recalled William's narcissistic and arrogant attitude. He hadn't seen him since he had left the academy to participate in the defense of the Helen Kingdom at Ravenlord Citadel. The delicate-looking boy was saddened when he found out that William was currently in a coma, due to the spiritual injury that he received during the demon race invasion at the Royal Academy. "He is a very interesting person," Kenneth stated as he looked at the princess with a gentle gaze. "He has teacher's eyes and is quite good-looking. He can be arrogant and narcissistic at times, but if one can see past these annoying traits, they would find him a very endearing person. Be careful, princess. If you give him an inch, he will shamelessly take a mile." Princess Éowyn chuckled. "That doesn't sound heroic. The way you describe him, he is more like a bandit. Also, stop calling me princess. You make it seem like the 2 of us aren't close." Kenneth sighed as he drank the remaining tea in his cup before placing it back on the table. Princess Éowyn smiled and refilled her senior's cup before resuming their conversation. "You said earlier that he and our race would eventually come to a face-off. Why?" Princess Éowyn asked. "As the son of the Saintess, none of our warriors would dare to harm him." Kenneth nodded. "It is as you say, however, not everyone looks at him in high regard. Although his life would be spared, his Helen Kingdom would not be given the same treatment. This is why a battle against him is unavoidable." "Surely you jest," Princess Éowyn countered. "What can a single individual do against our powerful elven army? Of course, we can also reach a compromise and make him the regent of the Helen Kingdom, but it will fall under elven rule." This is non-negotiable. Kenneth picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. He then eyed Princess Éowyn and sighed inside his heart. Princess, I feel the same way as you do, Kenneth replied. A single individual can't do anything against the elven army. However, I have a feeling that he will surprise the two of us. Senior, you think too much. Princess Éowyn said with a serious expression. No one can stand against the might of our elven army. Kenneth smiled and didn't say anything else. He knew that continuing this talk was pointless. Even so, he couldn't shake the nagging feeling inside his head that a battle with William would only end in mutual destruction. The delicate-looking boy had been with William for quite some time. Both of them shared life-threatening battles together, but every time that happened, the half-elf would always prevail. Kenneth wouldn't admit it, but whenever he was with William, he felt invincible. It was as if no matter who they faced, even if the opponent was way stronger than them, they would always come up as the winner. This feeling made Kenneth very conflicted because he didn't want any harm to come to the boy, and yet he was loyal to the elven race. He just hoped that with Éowyn's protection, the narcissistic half-elf would not come to any harm when Elendor and the rest of the elven prodigies stormed the Helen Kingdom to continue their conquest of the humans' lands. Chapter 429, Choices where millions of lives were at stake. Senior, why don't you stay a little while longer? Princess Éowyn said. Kenneth shook his head. I am worried about him, so I'm going back to the Helen Kingdom to find his whereabouts. I only came here to tell you of his existence so that when you meet him on the battlefield, you will keep the elves from harming him. I give you my word that I will do everything in my power to safeguard his life. After all, he is teacher's only son. Good, I can rest easy knowing that you'll be keeping a lookout for him. Stay safe, Éowyn. Let's meet again when fate wills it. Kenneth waved his hand and a magic circle appeared on the ground beside him. A 3-meter-tall black fox with 4 tails appeared by his side. On its forehead was a silver crescent moon that glowed faintly. Let's go, Luna, Kenneth said after he mounted his beast companion. To the Helen Kingdom. The black fox nodded its head and began to float in the air. Soon, it rose towards the sky and flew in the direction of the Helen Kingdom. Princess Éowyn sighed as the flying black fox disappeared from her view. The story that Kenneth had told her about her teacher's son was like the stories in fairy tales about heroes saving the damsel in distress from the hands of the evil tyrant. It made her remember the stories of the human hero that protected their lands against the demon race's invasion. She wasn't able to stop herself from thinking of what the boy would feel if the elven race were to invade his kingdom. Would he feel betrayed? Would he feel anger? Princess Éowyn didn't know the answers to these questions. In fact, the mere thought of facing William on the battlefield made her feel guilty. Teacher, I'm sorry, but I am powerless to stop this conquest of the human lands, Princess Éowyn grieved in her heart. She loved and respected Lady Arwen, just as much as she loved and respected her own mother. This was why she was feeling very guilty at the thought of invading the kingdom of the hero that saved their lands. Still, she was merely an observer. The one who called the shots of the operation was Elendor. This was the will of the patriarchs of the elven clans who wanted to stand up against human tyranny. Of course, not all the elven clans had this thought. The other factions didn't like the idea of invading the human lands, but they were ignored by the patriarchs of the Sala, Nasir, Rhys, and Aeron clans. These 4 ancient clans had resented humans for thousands of years, and were the most vocal among the others when it came to having an aggressive stance against those who were not part of their race. Some of the elders called them the pureblood fanatics. They advocated that their bloodlines should be preserved and not stained by the vile blood of other races. This expedition was a closely guarded secret by these clans. However, they still decided to involve the royal family, so that the Elven Council wouldn't punish them severely for their unauthorized conquest of human lands. The king of the elves reluctantly agreed to have his daughter, Princess Éowyn, accompany the elven fleet as its supervisor. He thought that this was a good opportunity for the princess to experience war and the consequences that would come out of it. Don't worry, teacher, I will do my best to ensure his life, Princess Éowyn vowed. I will also bring him back to the Silvermoon continent, so that the two of you can reunite. Princess Éowyn had seen the sadness on Lady Arwen's face whenever the Saintess looked at the World Tree. One of the elven princess's goals in life was to do something for her teacher. Thinking that Lady Arwen would be happy to be reunited with her son, Princess Éowyn's determination to bring William back to the Silvermoon continent intensified. She sincerely believed that once William and his mother had been reunited, everything would work out in the end. I better discuss this matter with Commander Elendor, Princess Eowyn thought. No matter what happens, Teacher's child must be secured at all costs. Meanwhile in the Aenaryon dynasty, Empress Sidoni sat on the throne as she listened to the reports of the officers of the Crater Army. The conquest of the Aenaryon dynasty was very smooth because the guardian beast personally helped them repel the members of the organization. The Aenaryons had complete faith in their guardian deity. Since the Ant Queen had acknowledged Princess Sidoni to be their new ruler, all of them reluctantly accepted it. The Crater Army decided that it was a good opportunity to hold a grand coronation ceremony to officially declare Princess Sidoni the new empress of the land. The moment the survivors saw their new empress, all of them instantly fell in love with her. Empress Sidoni had unleashed the full power of her charm and made the citizens, who were in the capital, her loyal subjects. Prince Jason looked at this scene with awe. Although he could use violence and intimidation to make the citizens submit, they would still hold grudges in their hearts. However, his cousin's methods were foolproof, which allowed the smooth transition of authority to pass into her hands. Your Majesty, the citizens are very happy because they no longer lack food to eat, one of the ministers reported. We are getting an influx of volunteers that were willing to join the relief efforts and travel to the outskirts of the dynasty to help their countrymen. Also, they are more than happy to spread Her Majesty's benevolence to the subjects that still haven't gained the opportunity to swear their fealty to you. Empress Sidoni nodded her head. Thank you for the report, Minister. I hope that everyone will do their best to ensure that none of my citizens suffer from starvation. Also, see to it that all of their needs are met. I hear and obey, Your Majesty. We hear and obey, Your Majesty. Empress Sidoni looked at the heirs of the nobles of the Aenaryon dynasty and smiled. All of them had fallen completely under her charm. Even the members of the royal family were now bowing to her as if they were mere commoners in the face of their liege. 2 sword saints and 1 grand archmage stood a few steps away from her throne. They were her personal guards that Emperor Leonidas had personally arranged beforehand. These 3 men were, also, in awe of their emperor's granddaughter and felt that their plan to take over the entire southern continent was well within their grasp. They had no doubt, in their minds, that in the face of Empress Sidoni's beauty, intellect, and charm, no man, or woman, would be able to resist kneeling and bowing their heads in submission. I wonder what you're doing right now, Sir William, Empress Sidoni thought with a smile. I sure hope that you think of me from time to time. Don't worry, Sidoni, give it a month or 2 and darling will have no choice but to think of us constantly. For now, you know what to do, right? Of course, Empress Sidoni smiled sweetly. All is fair in love and war. Morgana smirked from inside their shared mindscape. The plan that they had concocted together for their beloved prince was currently in motion. Both of them looked forward to the choices that William was going to make. Choices where millions of lives were at stake. Chapter 430, A Paradise Within Atlantis. William had busied himself with using several job classes like blacksmith, alchemist, and wind mage. When he wasn't crafting or concocting something, he would join the members of his herd and legion in clearing up the dungeon monsters in Atlantis. Whenever he participated in the battles, William would always use his Wind Mage job class because this was one of the key classes needed to unlock the Elemental Lord Prestige job class. In order to unlock this class, William needed to have the 4 mage classes Fire, Wind, Earth, and Water at their max levels. The Wind Mage was among the first classes that he had acquired many years ago, but had never found an opportunity to use. After several days of farming experience points inside the dungeon, William and his army arrived at the boss room in the 10th floor of the Atlantis dungeon. The half-elf looked at the silver gates that marked the entrance to the boss room with a frown. Those who want to venture past these gates, know that only 6 may enter at a time. The message didn't say anything more than that. William knew that he couldn't take the warning lightly, so he decided to personally choose the members who would accompany him inside the room. Only 6 are allowed to challenge the boss of this floor, William said to his comrades. I will be one of the 6 to enter. The rest, I'm going with you, Wendy stated. Me, too, Ash commented. I will also go, S declared fearlessly. Wherever the young master and my twin go, I go, Isaac said in a firm manner. Ella took a step forward and nodded her head. She was coming along as well because she wouldn't allow William to fall into any kind of danger. William scratched his head because his plan to choose who would accompany him was thrown out the window. He could see how determined his lovers were to accompany him into battle, which made him feel like his heart was being scratched by a kitten. The half-elf pondered for a bit before nodding his head. He assumed that since they were just on the 10th floor, the threat of the dungeon boss wouldn't be that high. Besides, he could call upon the power of his heroic avatar if everything suddenly went south. Very well, William agreed. The rest of you can either explore the previous floors or return to the Thousand Beast domain. I will notify all of you if something goes wrong. The members of William's herd and legion nodded their heads in acknowledgement. They had complete faith in William, so they weren't too worried about the dungeon boss battle. All of them scattered and went to do the things they wanted. Some returned to the Thousand Beast domain, while others returned to the other floors to raise their ranks. William watched them go before placing both of his hands firmly on the silver gates that would bring them to the dungeon boss of the 10th floor of Atlantis. Are you for real? William's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the scene in front of him. White sand and a sparkling blue sea appeared before his eyes. Several palm trees stood not far from the shore, creating a tropical paradise that William had only seen in magazines and television. System, are you sure that there are no monsters here? William inquired. No boss monsters. I've already finished doing a detailed sweep of the surrounding area and detected no strong life force that would belong to a boss monster. Only small aquatic animals like fish, crabs, clams, starfish, and a few more harmless creatures are found inside this area. I also consulted the records of other dungeons and came to a conclusion. This is perhaps what is called a safe zone where adventurers can rest during their dungeon expedition. A safe zone. William scratched his head. Naturally, he knew what a safe zone was. He just didn't expect to find it inside a suspected boss room inside a dungeon with a high rating. Will, where is the boss? Wendy asked as she scanned her surroundings. She was still holding her weapon firmly in her hands and her guard was still raised. Ash, and Isaac were the same. All of them were looking around with their weapons ready to strike anything that would come their way. It was only Ella who seemed to be at ease in the current situation. She even had that rare satisfied look on her face as she eyed the beautiful beach in the distance. Be at ease, William said as he patted Wendy's shoulder. There is no boss monster in this place. It is a safe zone. Wendy tilted her head in confusion. This is a safe zone. William nodded. Since we are already here, why don't we stay for a bit? The half-elf immediately notified the members of his herd and legion that they had come across a safe zone and would be staying there for the time being. He did this to ensure that none of them would get worried if he didn't appear for a few hours. William took Wendy's hand and guided her to the beach. Ella, Ash, and Isaac followed behind him. The sand under their feet was very soft, and walking over it was very comfortable. William half-dragged Wendy towards the water's edge and allowed the wave to wash over their feet. The water's temperature was warm yet felt very refreshing. It was at that moment when William suddenly had a great idea as he eyed Wendy and Ash with a devilish smile on his face. System, we can buy regular clothes, right? Those won't cost too many god points, right? It depends on what you are planning to buy, host. Clothes without enchantments or those that are made from normal materials are not expensive. Okay, can you compute how much we are going to spend on these items? William made a list of items to buy and the system used the god shop to check their prices. Host, it will only cost 2 god points at most. All of them are made from normal materials, but their quality is quite high. Good, make the transaction. A minute later, William took out several beach chairs from his storage ring and lined them up on the white sand, under the shade of the palm trees. Next, he took out 2 bikinis, one blue, the other red. Wendy, Ash, please, wear these clothes. William said as he handed Wendy the red bikini, and the blue one to Ash. In the world of Hestia, they also had the so-called swimwear, but they still covered the majority of a person's body. The clothes that William gave to them on the other hand were. Aren't these just underwear? Wendy blushed. Ash was also blushing as she held the pieces of clothing that William handed to her. She shared Wendy's opinion and gave William the pervert glare. Wendy, although they look like underwear they are not, William corrected. These are called bikinis and people wear them to swim. I haven't seen anyone wear this while swimming, Ash immediately countered William's words. Also, it shows too much skin. William wanted to remind his mermaid lover that she was practically naked when she was in her mermaid form. Only faint blue scales covered Ash's chest when she transformed into her true form. It took him a while to coax Wendy and Ash to wear them. As for Est and Isaac, William gave them swimming shorts to wear. After putting on his own swim shorts, William glanced at his 4 companions who looked uncomfortable in their new swimwear. The half-elf unexpectedly drew a deep breath when he saw Wendy wearing the red bikini, with a bashful expression on her face. The sheer impact of her beauty and the striking red color of the bikini made William feel that he needed a cold bucket filled with ice to cool himself down. After breaking out of his daze, he immediately composed a 5-star review in his mind and told the system to post it on the store where it bought the bikinis. William was very satisfied with it, and was quite thankful that the 2 bikinis came in different colors. How do I look? Wendy asked while covering her chest with her hands. Beautiful, truly beautiful, William said as he pulled the shy, blonde beauty into his embrace. You're not allowed to wear this anywhere else. You can only wear this when it's only us. Do you understand? Wendy replied. Deep inside she felt happy because he could feel William's desire to monopolize her. William's gaze then landed on Ash, who was walking confidently in his direction. The beautiful mermaid's charm was just as destructive as Wendy's. Both girls had curvaceous and lean bodies due to the fact that they were always training. The red-headed boy had a wolfish grin on his face as he pulled Ash close to him as well. He sighed in happiness as he hugged the 2 beauties in his arms. It didn't take long before he dragged both girls towards the sea where they frolicked in the blue waters. Est sat on the beach chair and decided to take a short nap. She wasn't jealous of William spending time with Wendy and Ash, because she knew that the half-elf would make it up to her later. Isaac, on the other hand, scoured the beach to catch crabs, clams, and fish to cook for lunch. I'll prepare a seafood feast for everyone, Isaac muttered as she placed the crabs she had just caught inside a bucket. It has been a while since I ate crab. She had always liked foraging for food, and the bountiful beach was the perfect place for her to put her skills to use. After half an hour of playing in the water, Wendy returned to shore and laid down on one of the beach chairs. The warm and soft breeze felt so comfortable that it lulled her to sleep. Ash, on the other hand, transformed into her mermaid form and pulled William into the depths of the sea, where both of them shared passionate kisses. Ash made sure to constantly transfer air to her beloved as they danced in the underwater world, surrounded by colorful fishes that served as a beautiful backdrop for the 2 of them. The past few days had been hard on all of them. William had busied himself in making acid bombs for the angry birds, while Wendy, Est, Ash, and Isaac joined William's legion in exploring the dungeon floors of Atlantis. They only met up with each other when it was time to sleep. By that time, all of them would be too exhausted to do anything aside from gathering in William's sea of consciousness to help him recover at a faster rate. This was also why William decided to take a short break with his lovers and enjoy this new paradise that seemed to have been made just for them. Ella had already exited the boss room, after ascertaining that there were no threats that would endanger William's and his lover's safety. She returned to the Thousand Beast domain in order to watch over the 3 kids who were still fast asleep. For her, as long as William was happy, she would support him all the way. When she arrived at the makeshift nest of the 3 kids, she noticed that Thor's and Ragnar's bodies were glowing slightly. Ella's expression became serious as she monitored the fluctuations of the magical energies surrounding Thor and Ragnar. Suddenly, a strong burst of magical energy erupted from their bodies and they floated in the air. The magic crystals inside the cavern emitted an intense light which flew in the direction of the 2 beasts floating in the air. Half a minute later, the glowing lights receded and the 2 beasts landed on the ground. Ella didn't do anything and just observed from where she stood. Thor and Ragnar opened their eyes and looked at Ella sleepily. Thor shook his head in order to drive the drowsiness away. Ragnar, on the other hand, blinked twice before emitting a wide yawn. They then walked towards Ella and looked at her with expectant gazes. Woof, ruff. Ella lowered her head and nuzzled her 2 grandkids. They were now bigger than before and she could sense that both of them had grown stronger after completing their first growth phase. Thor and Ragnar were quite satisfied with their grandma's affection as their 2 tails wagged from side to side. Ella then looked at the coiled-up snake inside the nest, who was still sleeping peacefully. Ella wasn't too worried about her, because she already understood that DIA's growth phase was still in its middle stages. It would take a strong stimulus for her to wake up from her slumber. The only thing that Ella was sure of was that, when Dia finally opened her eyes, she would be stronger than her siblings. I hope you wake up soon, Dia, Ella thought. War is upon us and William will need your strength. Ella gave Dia one last glance before taking Thor and Ragnar outside of the cavern. The 2 kids would definitely boost William's strength, and she looked forward to how both of them would perform during their training inside the Dungeon of Atlantis. Chapter 431, second top priority. It had been several days since Connor had returned to the capital city of Gladiolus to manage the affairs of the Hellen Kingdom. Working beside him was none other than the son of the Prime Minister, Brendan. Connor liked the boy's work ethics and even thought about formally inviting him to be a member of Deus because of his outstanding management skills. However, he didn't do that because he still didn't trust him completely. For now, Connor decided to observe him and see if he could find any weaknesses that he could exploit to make the teenager become a loyal member of Deus. "How is the migration of survivors coming along?" Connor asked. Brendan stood and bowed respectfully before giving an answer. This earned him a nod of appreciation from Connor, who liked obedient and capable subordinates to work under his wing. "Sir, the majority of the survivors are now making their way towards the capital," Brendan reported. "The migration is being delayed because the teleport gates can only be used at fixed intervals every day." Connor nodded. He was also aware of this inconvenience, however there was nothing he could do about it. The one who had complete control over the settings of the teleport gates was none other than King Noah. The royal family has a unique artifact inside the castle that they could use to manipulate certain things within the Hellen Kingdom. With this artifact, the king would be able to change the settings of the teleport gates, barriers, defensive mechanisms, and attack runes embedded in the capital city's walls to resist any kind of invasion. Connor had tried to make Prince Lionel tweak the settings of the teleport gates, but the Crown Prince was unable to even activate the unique artifact. The leader of Deus cursed King Noah for not even teaching his heir the basics of controlling this important tool that could have made his life easier. What about our food reserves? The food reserves we have can last up to 5 years. Good. Is there anything else you would like to report? Brendan looked like he was hesitating to say something, so Connor urged him to speak his mind. "It is about the princes of the Hellen Kingdom," Brendan said. "What are your plans for them, sir?" Connor frowned as he looked at the teenage boy in front of him, who returned his gaze fearlessly. He could see the ambition in Brendan's eyes, and the leader of Deus chuckled internally because he thought that he had finally found out Brendan's desire. "You don't have to worry about Prince Lionel and Prince Rufus," Connor replied. "They are no longer here in the capital." "May I ask where they are now?" Briandon inquired. "I am feeling restless knowing that the two of them could return anytime to take my authority away from me." Connor smirked internally because Brendan had just confirmed the hunch he had in mind. "Your appetite is big, boy," Coroner thought. "Still, I guess making him the puppet ruler is still better than having a moron sit on the throne. At least, I don't have to worry about the kingdom suddenly collapsing because the one at the top is giving stupid orders to his underlings." Connor pretended to be deep in thought before answering Brendan's questions. "Both princes are currently in the Aenarion's dynasty. Do not ask why they are there because I won't be telling you any more information about them. As for the youngest prince, you also don't have to worry about him. Prince Ernest had disappeared and was nowhere to be found. The members of the organization assigned to monitor him were unable to locate his whereabouts. It was as if the prince had disappeared into thin air a few days before the continental spell was unleashed." Even so, Connor wasn't bothered. A young prince without any followers was no longer a prince, but a helpless child. Prince Ernest didn't pose any threat to them, so he was less inclined to waste any manpower to look for his whereabouts. Brendan sighed in relief before returning to his seat. He read the reports of his underlings who had also participated in the migration of the survivors. Ezio had instructed him to gather any information that he could get from the organization. Since the Shadow Assassin had decided to check the movements of the elves, he decided to let Brendan take charge of the information gathering in the Hellen Kingdom. This way, they would be able to maximize their strengths and do their individual missions respectively. Suddenly, the ring on Connor's hand started to glow. He ordered Brendan to leave the room and return after an hour. The latter obeyed and left the leader of Deus to his devices. "Report," Connor ordered as Callum's image projected in front of him. "Sir, there are no signs of the young knight commander in the Hellen Kingdom," Callum reported. "We've already asked around using our vast network and no signs of him have been seen anywhere." Connor tapped the top of his desk as he thought of what to do next. Having William as an ally would allow him to form a non-aggression pact with Princess Sidonie and the Crater Empire. This was tantamount to having a possible ally in order to attack the elves using the hammer and anvil military strategy. Connor would act as the decoy and allow the elves to focus their forces on him, while Princess Sidonie and the Crater Empire would hit them from the back. When their prey had been cornered, with no place to run, that is when Connor would unleash his trump card and annihilate all the pointy-eared bastards who dared to step inside his territory. For that to happen, he would need to talk to William. At that exact moment the door opened and a man who seemed to be in his early 30s entered the room with a smile. "Sir, there is something that I'd like to discuss with you," the man said as he walked towards Connor. "Floyd, you should really know how to knock before you enter my office," Connor replied in displeasure. "I am in the middle of an important talk. You barging in like this makes things difficult for me." "Important talk? Sounds interesting." Floyd's smile widened. "Go on, Sir Connor. Tell me the details of this important talk. Perhaps I can be of assistance to you. Before that, can you tell me why you are here instead of focusing on the task that I have given to you?" "It is exactly because of this task that I came here to see you, sir. I've run into some difficulties along the way and I require some more resources and, perhaps, an audience with the creator of the Super Soldier Project." Connor frowned as he eyed the scholar that had joined their organization not too long ago. Floyd was the one responsible for building the laboratory in the barony of Branford, which William had ransacked. "Resources that I can give you," Connor replied. "However, an audience with the creator of the Super Soldier Project. Just what do you want to discuss with her?" Floyd didn't wait for Connor's invitation and directly sat on the chair beside his table. What she wrote was truly amazing. Only a true genius would be able to come up with a way to turn ordinary beasts and humans into killing machines that are very hard to kill. I want to discuss with her on how to enhance the capabilities of the super soldiers and further increase their fighting prowess. You want to meet the creator to discuss a way to make the super soldiers more powerful? Exactly. Floyd nodded. Now that I've told you the reason for my visit, tell me more about this important talk that you were having with Sir Callum over there. Floyd waved at Callum's projection and the latter snorted back at him. Connor and Callum both didn't like Floyd's disrespectful attitude, but they had to admit that he was a very capable individual. This was why the two tolerated him to a certain extent even though the scholar always brute-forced his demands on the two of them. "We are talking about how to have a dialogue with the youngest knight commander of the Helen Kingdom. Do you know him? Isn't he the disciple of the genius who created the Super Soldier Project?" Floyd's expression became animated. "Yes, William Von Ainsworth is also Celine's one and only disciple," Connor explained. "We have been looking for him, but his whereabouts are currently unknown. Because of this, I plan to head over to Lawn to talk to her personally." "Nonsense," Floyd replied in a righteous tone. "As the branch leader of our organization, you don't have to go out of your way to meet with Celine. Since I also want to meet and talk to her, why don't you give me this task? With this, you will be hitting two birds with one stone. I'm sure that you have many important matters that need your attention." "Right, sir." Connor eyed the sorcerer as he considered his proposal. Floyd idolized Celine and had read all of the research documents that she had worked on while she was still active in the affairs of the organization. Floyd had always wanted to meet his idol. Connor and Callum were aware of this, but since Celine had secluded herself in Lawn and asked not to be disturbed, they didn't tell the scholar about her whereabouts. "Can I trust you to do this task properly?" "Of course, sir. I promise that I won't let you down. Give me all the information about this William and I'll handle this task perfectly." Connor pondered a bit before passing a few documents to Floyd for him to read and understand the things they know about Celine's sole disciple. "I'll assign people to accompany you. Just make sure to be polite and don't use any kind of threat." "It's fine, sir." Floyd waved his hand to cut off Connor's reminder. "I am a meticulous person. I'll make sure to accomplish this task without fail. As for the men you are going to assign to me, I don't need them. I'll bring my own subordinates to meet with Lady Celine." Connor reined in the anger that was starting to rise in his chest. The only reason he was holding himself back from giving Floyd a slap on the face was due to the fact that the Super Soldier Project was in its final phases. Conflicts at such a crucial stage would not benefit his organization, so he decided to just clench his fists under the table to stop himself from beating up the man in front of him. "Well then, please, send these resources to my laboratory, sir," Floyd said as he placed a scroll on top of the table. "I'll be taking my leave, and no, you don't have to see me to the door. I can do it myself. Have a good day, Sir Connor." Floyd left the room in a hurry. He seemed to be very excited about the opportunity of finally meeting Celine. Connor watched him go with a cold expression on his face. Callum, who saw the exchange, lightly cleared his throat in order to catch his leader's attention. "Sir, are you sure this is a good idea?" Callum asked. Celine might not like Floyd's pushy attitude. Although he is annoying, it is true that the super soldier project is important to us, Connor said after organizing his thoughts. It might be a good idea to let them meet once. Celine is his idol, so I don't think that he will do anything to harm her or offend her. Callum sighed and reluctantly nodded his head. For some reason, he had a very bad feeling about Floyd's meeting with Celine. Connor also shared his opinion, but he believed that the scholar wouldn't overstep his bounds. After all, Floyd wasn't much of a fighter. He was a scholar, so fighting was something he let his subordinates do. As long as Floyd didn't do anything stupid, Connor was confident that he could patch things up with Celine if he gave her suitable compensation. The leader of Deus rubbed his forehead to ease the anxiety he was feeling. Their first priority was to find the monument that would lead them to the Undying Lands. The second was the super soldier project that they would use to fight against the elves. As long as these two things were in his control, he wouldn't have to worry when the temporary alliances fell apart after dealing with the elven army. Connor called for Brendan once again to continue their work in dealing with the current problems that the Helen Kingdom was facing. If not for the fact that 2 foreign invaders had trespassed his domain, the entire continent would have already been under his complete control. He didn't care about the process. All he cared about was the result. And the result he wanted was the one-sided massacre of the elven race whom he hated to the bone. Chapter 432. So, you chose death. A week later, Floyd brought 100 men with him to travel to Lant. He still needed to tie up a few loose ends in his laboratory and assigned his subordinates to take care of the experimental subjects that were currently in their final stage. Floyd was aware that Celine was a powerful dark sorceress. Although he idolized her, he was someone who would do anything to get what he wanted. It doesn't matter if he used force, schemes, or deceit to get his way. As long as it worked, he was fine with it. Since that was the case, he decided to bring his seasoned elites to assist him in his endeavor. Although settling things peacefully was the ideal result, having a plan B when things didn't go his way was a very normal thing for him to do. Anyone who wielded dark magic should always be treated with caution. What people didn't know was that dark magic had 2 branches. Dark magic, the regular dark magic which most dark magicians were capable of using, and true dark magic that was imbued by the power of the ancients. If a dark magician and a true practitioner of the dark arts fought, the winner would always be the latter. There was simply no chance that someone who wielded dark magic, bereft of true darkness, could win against those whose very hands and feet were bound by an entity that was darker than black. Celine was one of those who wielded true dark magic and was not afraid to use it if anyone dared to tick her off. Some say that there were 3 strict requirements before one could wield the true power of darkness. The first one was betrayal. The second, enslavement, and the rumored third requirement was to completely, and utterly, surrender oneself into darkness. Whether these rumors were true or not, nobody knew. Only those who wielded the true power of darkness knew these secrets, for they do not share this with the unworthy. After several days of travel, Floyd and his men finally arrived at the border of Lant. However, they couldn't proceed any further, for they noticed several strong existences guarding the small town that they were planning to visit. A millennial beast and over a dozen wyverns, one of Floyd's subordinates said with a frown. What kind of town is this? Although they were not afraid of having a brawl with the Orobro and the wyverns, that didn't mean that they could just provoke them willy-nilly. They were still powerful beasts in their own right, and one mistake could lead to a tragic ending. What now, sir? A skinny man wearing a black robe asked. Floyd frowned. The reason why he brought 100 men with him was to ensure that he could subdue Celine if their talk got out of hand. He had no intention of sending them to fight against these strong beasts and risk any casualties on their side. Kel, Kaz, Kurt, Floyd called out. Sir. 3 men with identical faces stepped forward and bowed their heads respectfully. Kel, you have already met Celine in the past, right? Floyd inquired. Yes, sir, Kel replied. I've delivered 2 letters to her under Sir Connor's order. Good. Now, give this letter to her. Make sure to wait for her reply before you return to me. Kel took the letter and merged with the ground. He and his brothers had the unique ability to become completely one with the earth. This allowed them to travel unimpeded to many places. Because of this, they were assigned many missions to spy on and infiltrate heavily guarded locations that other people wouldn't be able to bypass. Floyd smiled because he couldn't wait to meet his idol in the flesh. He just hoped that Celine would agree to his request. That way, he wouldn't be forced to use his plan B. Celine was lazing around on her sofa when she heard a knock on her door. She immediately stood up because the knock that was used was the hidden code made by the members of the organization when they planned to communicate with each other. When she opened the door, she didn't see anyone, but she wasn't the least bit bothered by it. She casually picked up the letter that was left on the doorstep and read its contents. Upgrading the Super Soldier Project. Celine mused. So, someone picked up the research I tossed aside when I was still active in the organization. Connor also wanted to meet with William to talk to him. Celine read everything in the letter and frowned. She had no intention of working with the organization at this point in time because she was only interested in dealing with the elves. Aside from helping them with the creation of the artificial miasma and giving them some half-finished projects, like the Super Soldier Project, Celine had chosen to distance herself from them. She devoted herself to doing experiments after receiving the organization's payment of the extremely rare ingredients that she had lost because of the unexpected attack of the golden-scaled crocodile. Celine had also busied herself in training William, so she didn't have time to participate in the discussions and planning within Deus. Also, the fact that Connor wanted to meet her disciple made her raise her guard. If possible, she didn't want William to meet Connor at this point in time. Celine was afraid that William would immediately become hostile with the leader of Deus after what their organization had done to his family and kingdom. The beautiful elf entered her house once more to write a short letter, which she left on her doorstep. A minute after Celine closed the door, the letter merged with the ground and disappeared completely. She dares to refuse my proposal. Floyd read Celine's handwritten letter with a dumbfounded expression. How absurd. Such a waste of God-given talent. This won't do. Floyd carefully folded Celine's letter before placing it inside his storage ring. If I remember correctly, that William boy had 2 cousins, Floyd thought. Celine might change her mind if I take them as hostages. I'm sure she doesn't want her disciple to feel sad, so she will compromise and agree to talk with me face to face. He then stared at the town in the distance as he decided to proceed with Plan B. Kel, Kaz, Kurt, Floyd said. Go pay a visit to the Ainsworth residence first. Capture any red-haired person you see and bring them here. One of them is a teenage boy, the other, a child not more than 5 years old. If you are discovered, escape immediately. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir, the triplets said in unison before they merged with the ground. They were Deus' best infiltration agents that could practically go anywhere because they had mastered being one with the earth. Floyd believed that if any of them wanted to escape, no one in the small town of Lant could stop them. Eve shouted as she pointed her small wooden stick forward. The 7 ducklings, and 1 goose, followed behind her, as they marched around the garden of the Ainsworth residence. To think that I, the feared millennial beast of the eastern regions, would become a beast companion of a little girl. If my acquaintances discover this, I'm going to die in shame. The white goose lamented his fate as he followed Eve around like a pet. While the white goose was weeping internally, it felt something off with the surroundings. As a millennial beast that specialized in sensing magic and spiritual power, it immediately noticed the unwanted pests that had intruded upon the Ainsworth residence. One of them made a beeline towards Eve, while the other 2 made their way to the main residence. Even the ducklings were unaware of the approaching danger and were parading around the garden like little soldiers off to war. The white goose was not far behind them and was paying close attention to the person that was buried deep beneath the earth. Such an adorable little child, Kel, the eldest of the 3 triplets, thought as he observed Eve from the ground. He didn't snatch Eve right away because he was scanning the surroundings for possible dangers that he may have overlooked. As one of the organization's best infiltration agents, their specialty was infiltrating heavily guarded places. Being cautious was part of their creed. After observing his surroundings for 5 minutes, Kel deemed that it was safe to continue his mission. He had already scanned the ducklings that were following the little girl around like obedient children. They were just ordinary livestock, and Kel didn't pay too much attention to them. Even the white goose that was trailing a few steps behind them was nothing special. After making sure that the coast was clear, he finally moved in to capture his target. Half of Kel's body emerged from the ground. He then stretched out his hand to grab the adorable girl and drag her away by force. He was just about to grab Eve's arm when a white blur appeared in front of her. Instead of grabbing Eve, Kel grabbed the neck of the white goose who was looking at him with disdain. So, you chose death, the white goose said in a tone filled with malice. It had long wanted to vent out the frustrations in its heart. With such a good opportunity at hand, how could it possibly let it go? A blood-curdling scream rang out from the garden of the Ainsworth residence, making anyone who heard it shiver. Not long after, 2 more screams reverberated from within the main residence. Eve was currently lying on the ground asleep and being protected by her 7 ducklings. The white goose had cast a sleeping spell on her, because it was afraid that David would once again descend from the heavens if he showed Eve something that might give her trauma. The 3 screams continued to resound within the town of Lant for 2 full minutes before the surroundings quieted down. Vlad walked out of the main residence holding a man in each hand. He then tossed them aside as if they were pieces of trash before returning inside the house. Jekyll arrived just in time to see his father close the door. He then stared at the 2 unconscious men who had ghastly expressions on their faces. The dentist of Lant grabbed the 2 men before proceeding to the garden. There, he found a bloody body and a white goose whose feathers were now stained with blood. "Don't worry, I didn't kill him, yet," the white goose said as he stepped on the man's hand, crushing all of his bones. A hoarse scream filled with pain escaped the man's lips before his eyes rolled up into their sockets as he fainted. Jekyll appraised the white goose and nodded his head in appreciation. "You're not half bad. Are you Eve's protector?" "You can say that," the white goose replied as it flapped its wings to clear the blood from its feathers. It then used a water spell to clean the blood off of the ground. "Are you done with him?" Jekyll inquired. "Yes, you can have him," the white goose replied before walking towards Eve. It then used a floating spell to lift the girl from the ground and used the water spell to clean the dirt from her clothes. He then maneuvered the floating girl back to the residence where she could sleep in her own room. The 7 ducklings followed behind Eve and chirped happily as they watched their mother float in the air. Jekyll chuckled before turning his head to the side. "Are these friends of yours?" Jekyll asked. Celine looked down on the 3 men before firmly nodding her head. "It seems that we have some uninvited guests snooping around." Jekyll smiled as he pressed his hand over the heads of the 2 men. He planned to forcefully scan their memories, which would bring them great pain, but the dentist couldn't care less. Celine watched from the side and looked at Jekyll's interrogation technique with great interest. A minute later, Jekyll dropped the 2 men on the ground and flashed Celine a dazzling smile. "It seems that we have caught a big fish," Jekyll said. "Are you familiar with a man named Floyd?" Chapter 433. Let me see how fast you will run. An hour had passed since the triplets had infiltrated Lant and there had been no news of them since. Floyd was already frowning because he thought that it wouldn't take that long to capture a teenager and a child from within the small town of Lant. Did something happen? Floyd thought as he observed the giant golden ape in the distance. Floyd's subordinates, that he had brought along, were also getting impatient. They were among Floyd's best men and had done many things for him for the past few years. These people had been with him even before he had joined Deus, and always accompanied him during important missions. Another hour passed and then 2. Finally, Floyd realized that something was terribly wrong with the lack of feedback from his 3 subordinates. He was about to send more men to infiltrate the city of Lant when Kell, the oldest of the triplets, emerged from the ground in front of Floyd. "What happened?" Floyd asked. "Where are your brothers?" Kell lowered his head in shame before pulling out a letter. "Sir, Celine asked me to pass you a letter," Kell said as he handed the letter to Floyd. Seeing that his subordinate wasn't planning to answer his inquiry, Floyd took the letter in his hand and read its contents. Perhaps, the letter would give him the reason why his men had failed to abduct the members of the Ainsworth family to be used as bargaining chips in his negotiation with Celine. "Dear Floyd, your subordinates have already told us everything and I got to say, I'm fairly disappointed with how you handled the situation. Connor and I have an agreement that forbids any member of Deus to touch my disciple. To think that you would be stupid enough to use the loophole to try and kidnap William's family members in order to use as hostages against me. Such audacity. My disciple holds the people important to him very dearly. Touching them is akin to touching his reverse scale. If you had succeeded in capturing Matthew or Eve, trust me, you would have an enemy that wouldn't rest until he cut you apart at every joint, healed you repeatedly, and did so again as his beasts feasted on your flesh in front of you. You are a scholar, and yet, you failed to understand something so simple. Resorting to violence because you couldn't have your way. Are you a child?" Floyd snorted as he paused his reading of Celine's letter. He wasn't scared of William. He was merely a bug he could crush at any time. The fact that Celine was spouting such nonsense only made his irritation and impatience grow exponentially. After forcing himself to calm down, he continued to read the hateful letter in his hand that had been handwritten personally by the person he idolized the most in the southern continent. I don't know why you are looking for my disciple, but he is certainly not here. With that said, why don't you tell me why you are looking for William? Write a letter and hand it over to your subordinate. Naturally, you may choose to ignore this letter as well. I already know how many men you have and their abilities. If you still feel like catching the members of the Ainsworth family under my watch, feel free to send your men. I have been feeling bored as of late, so having a few idiots to kill will certainly raise my mood. I look forward to hearing your reply, Celine. Arrogant elf, Floyd muttered, but a genius like you has the right to be arrogant. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'll just make you understand that you are wasting your talent by staying in this small town in the countryside, instead of conquering the world by my side. Floyd thought that Celine had single-handedly caught the triplets that he had ordered to infiltrate Lant. Although he didn't know how the dark sorceress did it, Floyd was convinced that it was not an impossible thing to do. He then asked Kel several questions, but the latter stayed silent. Even the threat of torture didn't loosen his subordinate's lips, which convinced Floyd that Celine may have taken Kel's brothers as hostages to prevent him from saying anything. Left with no choice, he was faced with two decisions. Should I just brute force my way in? Floyd thought. Or should I negotiate? Floyd pondered for a full 5 minutes before making his decision. He wrote a letter and handed it to Kel, who once again merged with the ground to return to Lant. The scholar had a sneer on his face as he looked at the sun in the sky. 4 more hours until sunset, Floyd mused. There's still time. You arrogant woman, you think that just because you know dark magic, I will fear you. How naive. Floyd had made 2 plans in his mind. One was to initiate a negotiation with Celine in order to lure her out of the town. As long as the beautiful elf decided to meet them, he would order his men to capture her at all cost. He had also considered her to be a bargaining chip to make William submit to him as well. The only reason he had aimed for the half-elf's relatives was due to the fact that Celine had refused his proposal. If things had proceeded smoothly, then none of this might have happened. His second option was to wait for nightfall. Floyd had made a dozen special artifacts that only worked at night. It allowed them to erase their presence and completely turn invisible. Although it could only accommodate 10 people at a time, it was more than enough to create a raiding team that could even bypass a millennial beast's highly sensitive perception. Floyd was able to create such an artifact from a scroll he had unearthed in a ruined temple found inside a hidden domain that he had stumbled upon by chance. Unfortunately, after he took the treasures inside the temple, the domain collapsed. Floyd was barely able to leave out of it alive, but the things he gained from it was worth it. Floyd didn't believe that Celine would be able to do anything once he and the rest of his subordinates had passed through the town's gates that were being protected by the giant golden ape and the several wyverns patrolling the sky. This Floyd really thinks too highly of himself, Celine said as she handed the letter to Jekyll, who was sitting across from her. I'm guessing that he's just using this tactic to delay time. Perhaps he is waiting for nightfall before he goes in for the kill. Jekyll took the letter from Celine's hand and read its contents. I expected more from the members of the organization you joined, but I guess they are feeling too full of themselves from the lack of opposition, Jekyll commented after reading the letter. It sure is convenient when anyone that could threaten them has been turned into a crystal statue. They think that they can move unhindered in the Helen Kingdom. Celine nodded her head in agreement. Kel stood at the side with his head bowed in silence. After his painful experience with the white goose, the eldest of the triplets was already at the verge of death. Then Jekyll took him back to his laboratory. Jekyll had made him drink a bottle of regeneration potion made from mountain troll's blood to help regenerate the loss of blood and mend the broken bones in his body. The dentist of Lant had tweaked Kel's body in a way that made him and his 2 brothers completely subservient to Jekyll, obeying his every command. So, what should we do now? Celine asked as she eyed the smiling dentist in front of her. After seeing Jekyll's true form, Celine felt more at ease about being able to protect Lant because her ally was a force to be reckoned with. If they were to add Vlad into the equation, then Floyd's group was like a group of small puppies facing off against a dinosaur. Having more subordinates is always a good thing, Jekyll replied with an award-winning smile. These triplets are good, their skills are very unique and are quite useful. If Floyd has more men like them, I would be more than happy to take them all in. Jekyll looked at Celine mischievously. He was like a little boy that had been given some toys on his birthday and was on the lookout for more. Celine gave Jekyll a refreshing smile as she nodded her head in understanding. Although she was a member of the organization, she didn't like people barging into her home turf uninvited. Also, Floyd's purpose was to make her and her only disciple submit to him by force. This ticked Celine off. William was her only disciple and was one of the handful of people she truly cared about. If the Ainsworth family was William's reverse scale, then the half-elf was Celine's reverse scale. No one was allowed to make her, and her disciple kneel, because that would be a slap to her face as his master. Floyd, you fool, Celine mused. Let me see how fast you will run after you've poked this hornet nest. I'm sure that you will not forget this experience for the rest of your life. Celine and Jekyll smiled evilly. It was now time to get the freeloader demigod to do his job. This way, the members of the organization would experience the worst possible nightmare, while all of them were awake. Chapter 434, Kinship Evolution. No, run, forgive me, I don't want to die. Floyd gritted his teeth as blood seeped from the corner of his lips. He ignored the despairing screams around him and decisively used the teleportation artifact in his possession. It was his life-saving trump card that would send him thousands of miles away from the nightmare that was currently unfolding in front of him. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would meet an existence that stood above the food chain in one of the only small towns that could be found in the countryside. If he had only known that such an existence was safeguarding Lant, he wouldn't have dared to sneak inside the town with his men to capture Celine and the surviving members of the Ainsworth family. The last thing that Floyd saw was the cold, chilling gaze of a middle-aged man with long black hair before he sent himself thousands of miles away from the person who had single-handedly dealt with the elite members of his organization. Floyd appeared on top of a mountain overlooking the capital city of Gladiolus. His shaky legs gave way under him and he collapsed on the ground gasping for breath. Curse you, Celine. Floyd gnashed his teeth in anger. He had seen the beautiful elf with her arms crossed over her chest while looking at his and his men's suffering. Celine didn't even bother to hide the disdain on her face. It was as if she was telling Floyd that he was an idiot for even thinking of going against her. The scholar cursed Celine's name over and over again until he finally calmed down. He was quite worried about the fate of his subordinates, but he didn't dare return to Lant to see if any of them had managed to escape. Floyd had barely escaped with his life, so he wasn't too optimistic about the survival of his men. He was at a loss about what to do because the traumatic experience was still fresh in his mind. The disheveled scholar stared at the city in the distance with a dazed expression. Only when the sun rose from the east did he start to stir. Floyd stood and walked in the direction of his lab with shaky steps. Clearly, even after a few hours of meditation, he still wasn't able to clear his mind from the penetrating stare of the demigod that had wormed its way inside his heart and soul. Dark Thrash, Wendy ordered, a 3-meter-tall, black husky, with blue lightning bolts streaked through its fur, and steel blades shaped like wings on its back and front legs, charged with incredible speed at its targets. Wendy sat firmly on its back as the tip of her spear thrust forward. Flashes of lightning illuminated the surroundings as Thor twisted its body to the side. Moments later, the black husky reappeared a few meters away from its target. The upper half of the blue-scaled Naga's body slid to the side before collapsing on the ground. Blue blood spurted in the air like a fountain as the boss monster of the 20th floor died under Thor's and Wendy's special attack. Wendy patted her new mount, Thor, and praised it for doing a good job as they looked at the monster they had felled together. Unlike the Goblin Crypt, the monsters in the Dungeon of Atlantis don't turn into particles of light when they died. Their corpses remain after they were killed, and would be absorbed by the dungeon after an hour if left alone. Perhaps this is due to the dungeon's high rank, or perhaps it was due to other factors. Right now, William and the system didn't have enough information about high-rank dungeons in his world. They were planning to visit other dungeons to investigate more and compare it to the unusual traits of the Dungeon of Atlantis. William threw the corpse through a portal that led to his thousand-beast domain. He had already assigned some goblin warriors and centaurs, that specialized in dismantling beast corpses, to handle the dirty work. Ragnar sat beside Ash and looked at this scene with a calm expression. However, that was only on the surface. If one looked at its back, its tail was wagging excitedly left and right as if it was itching to join in the action and kill some boss monsters as well. After the two finished their growth phase, their ranks immediately jumped to Class B mid-beasts. However, it didn't end there. For some reason, the king chess piece resonated within William's spiritual world and unlocked a special function that became available to his familia members. This function was called Kinship Evolution. William already had this skill in his quick-shot shepherd job class, but he still hadn't assigned any skill points to it. He had been so busy crafting acid bombs for his aerial cavalry that he didn't have the time to upgrade the level of his quick-shot shepherd job class. His alchemist job class had reached its max level just a day ago, which also marked the completion of his acid bomb project. This was why he decided to join Wendy, Ash, Est, and Isaac in their dungeon fight against the boss monster of the 20th floor. William knew that he would need the power of his main job class, so he decided to increase its level to the limit as well. He was able to practice alchemy with peace of mind because Ash and Wendy had been leveling his other job classes for him. This was the advantage of having a familia. William could just assign any job class to them and allow the two girls to increase its level, while the half-elf focused on equipping his King's Legion with powerful bombs that would be used in the future. His only regret was that he was unable to enter Est's dreams and accidentally add her to his familia as well. There was some kind of powerful barrier that prevented William from entering her dreams. Although William felt a little regretful, he wasn't too bothered by it. From time to time, Est would come to find him and the two of them would train inside William's world. What kind of training are they doing? Of course it was a training to allow Est to increase her knowledge when it came to the things that lovers did. Est was still very passive and allowed William to teach her the things that she needed to know. From kissing, headpats, cuddling, hand-holding, and anything in between, William patiently taught his timid lover, who had the knack of making his heart skip a beat due to her cute reactions, every time they did this and that. While the half-elf was remembering the intimate kiss he shared with East just a few hours ago, Wendy jumped off Thor's back and the latter returned to his original form, which was only half a meter tall. Maybe I should get that kinship evolution skill and try it with Mama, William thought. I wonder what form she would transform into. Don't worry, we will get our turn next. Ash patted Ragnar's head and the latter wagged its tail happily. In the past, Ian and Ragnar didn't get along. It was because Ragnar felt that Ian hated William, whom it recognized as its parent. Now, it was able to feel Ash's love for William, which made Ragnar's attitude to Ash have a complete reversal. Just like Wendy, Ash had also gained the ability of kinship evolution and her partner was none other than Ragnar. Ash had tried to use this ability a few hours ago and the result far surpassed William's expectations. When Thor and Ragnar underwent kinship evolution, their ranks immediately jumped to the centennial rank. Thor's centennial form was called Blade Shalut, and Ragnar's centennial form was Gran Cerberus. As the name suggested, Ragnar would transform into a 3-meter-tall, 3-headed dog that wielded the power of fire, wind, and earth. With Ash wielding the element of water, the two of them were able to form combination attacks by merging the elements together. Est felt very jealous about this because she knew that the two beasts were William's kids, born from his blood. Technically, they were his babies and two of these babies were now chummy with William's other lovers, which made her feel left out. Because of this, William promised her that he would ask Dia if she was willing to become Est's companion, once she woke up. This made Est very happy because Dia was also William's baby, so naturally, Dia would then become her baby also. It was at that moment when Oliver received a message from Celine through their special means of communication. After receiving his mistress' message, the parrot monkey asked William if the two of them could go somewhere private so they could talk. William knew that his second master wouldn't ask him to talk in private if it wasn't important, so he bid his lovers goodbye and told them to return to the chieftain's residence for the time being. Although Brianna turned a blind eye to their disappearances every now and then, William knew that the adorable Loli's inner curiosity would make her want to know where they went whenever they disappeared from the residence. Although William didn't mind sharing his secrets with Brianna, he still held back in the end. The granddaughter of the great chieftain was quite mature for her age. William was afraid that if Brianna discovered that he had a domain, a private army, and a couple dungeons that he could visit whenever he wanted, she would do her best to try and join in on the fun and beg him to allow her to go with them. Although William trusted Brianna, he didn't trust Prince Ernest. If possible, he didn't want any members of the royal family to learn about his secrets. He was still disgusted about the fact that Prince Lionel had betrayed their kingdom and even tried to capture his big brother and big sister. If the crown prince hadn't been imprisoned by the members of the organization, he might have already killed the bastard prince and fed his corpse to the supreme killer koalas inside his thousand-beast domain. Chapter 435, Stabbing a Tender Heart. William clenched his fists as his killing intent swirled around his body. Oliver had informed him that Deus had tried to infiltrate Lant in order to kidnap Matthew and Eve. The parrot monkey added that their goal was to use the two of them as hostages in order to make William submit to Floyd's demands. Although they didn't know what these demands were, they understood that they had to hold significant weight for Floyd to personally attack Lant with his men. "Don't worry, our freeloader demigod has already dealt with them," Oliver said. Unfortunately, Floyd got away. No, more likely, Vlad allowed him to get away. Demigods don't usually antagonize mortals because it is beneath them to do that. William took deep breaths in order to take hold of his emotions. The mere thought of having Eve kidnapped was enough to make him go on a killing spree. Fortunately, Floyd didn't succeed, or else William would have immediately left the Corinter Mountains and hunted Floyd down like a rabid dog out for blood. "Please tell Master to thank Lord Vlad for me," William replied after he regained his calm. Oliver nodded as he assured William that he would pass on his message to Celine. "Ah, Mistress also wanted to tell you something else," Oliver said. "She said that you should continue your training and do your best to recruit more allies." "Second Master, did you not tell the Master about the Dungeon of Atlantis?" "Why should I? This is your secret. If you want her to know, tell her yourself." Although Oliver had kept his correspondence with Celine about William's current affairs, he never told her about William's new goblin army or about the Dungeon of Atlantis. Although he could be devilish at times, Oliver was someone who respected the privacy of others. Unless it was truly important, he wouldn't share any secrets with Celine without the permission of the person involved. The parrot monkey would even leave William's side whenever he spent his time with his lovers. This was his stance when it came to the half-elf's welfare, whom he also considered to be his own disciple. "Thank you, Second Master," William said. He was touched because he didn't expect that Oliver would keep the secrets he held from his master, Celine. "You're welcome," Oliver replied. "Ah, before I forget, there was one more message from the mistress. She said that Ezio went to the Zellan dynasty to spy on the elves. According to him, the teleportation gates will be completed in a month and a half." Oliver paused for a while before continuing his message. He added that if you have any plans to sabotage it, you should meet with him a month from now at the border of the Zellan dynasty. "That is all." William frowned. A month may seem like a long time, but it was also too short to do anything. Right now, he still hadn't met Takkum's requirements, so he wouldn't be able to count on the titanic green-scaled trollhound for help. The half-elf sighed as he rubbed his forehead. Oliver just watched him from the side, his eyes filled with pity. Time was of the essence, and William was doing his best to make ends meet. After making up his mind, William decided to pour the next few days into advancing his job classes as much as he could. That is the only way for him to stand a chance against the elven army who was about to call for reinforcements from their homeland, royal palace of the Zellan dynasty. Arslan stared at the capital city of the Zellan dynasty, Briar Glen, with a sad expression on his face. The once lively city was now a dark and gloomy place. The occasional laughter that usually permeated the air could no longer be heard. It was replaced with a solemn atmosphere that made his heart ache. A few moments later, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching him from behind. He turned around and knelt on the cold tiled floor and waited for his master's orders. Yes, Arslan was now a slave that served directly under the elven princess. If one were to ask if he liked his current circumstances, the answer would definitely be no. However, Arslan had to admit that Princess Eowyn had treated him well and didn't order him anything unreasonable like harming his own people. Most of the time, Arslan just stayed inside the manservant's quarters as he waited for the princess to summon him. He would accompany her wherever she went and served as her bodyguard. The survivors who recognized him during these excursions outside the palace would look at him in pity. Their greatest prodigy was now a slave and serving their conquerors. This left a bitter aftertaste in their hearts. This was what Elendor had wanted to happen. He wanted the humans to despair and forget any notions of resistance. This was why he urged Princess Eowyn to go on humanitarian missions to the different cities of the Zellan dynasty to give food to the survivors who were struggling to survive. Princess Eowyn also understood the meaning behind it, but she still thought that this was for the best. The sooner the humans submitted to their race, the sooner their suffering would end. At least, that was what she thought. However, behind closed doors, the elves would trample on the humans' dignity. They would humiliate and degrade them, until they pleaded for mercy. The elves made sure that the humans knew their place and treated them like slaves. A month after the invasion, the survivors were starting to lose hope. Arslan's capture was the last nail of the coffin, and it made what little hope that they had in their hearts vanish completely. Arslan sighed in his heart. He knew that today would be just like any other day, where they would visit another city and parade him around like a monkey. I hope that Paul managed to find the crown prince, Arslan thought as he raised his head to look at the beautiful princess who looked at him with a smile. Although Éowyn was beautiful, Arslan couldn't find it in his heart to be attracted to her. How could he possibly hold tender feelings to the elven princess whose race had made their lives a living hell? No, love and affection were not the things he needed. What he wanted was a blade. A sharp, and cold, blade that would end the life of this beautiful princess who was now standing in front of him. Although he knew that the princess was innocent, this was the only way he could vent out his anger for the deaths of the children in the capital. Children that had died due to the neglect of the elves. Innocents that had been treated like trash until their dying breath. But that was not the end of it. The elves would gather these bodies and throw them outside the city gates where a giant pit was dug. There they would be set ablaze until only ashes were left. Sounds like a proper burial. It would seem that way. Unfortunately, the elves had other things in mind. In that very same pit where the ashes of his people were being kept, ash golems would emerge. These 3-meter-tall golems were Class B high beasts that the elves were planning to use as cannon fodder for the upcoming war with the Hellen Kingdom and the Crater Empire. Arslan had watched this phenomenon happen countless times already. Every time it happened, his hatred for the elves would increase. He prayed, with every fiber of his being, that an opportunity would come. An opportunity that would allow him to personally kill Elendor or the elven princess by his side. Princess Éowyn felt someone staring intently behind her. She then turned her head to look at Arslan with a smile. Just one chance, Arslan thought as he smiled back at the innocent princess whose beauty was coveted by all of the young elves in the Silvermoon continent. All I need is one chance to send you to the afterlife. I wonder, will you still smile at me as I slit your throat in front of your people? Arslan's smile deepened. He looked forward to the day where he would personally stab his blade right into the elven princess's tender heart. Chapter 436, Wars Doesn't Prove Who's Right or Wrong, Part 1. Empress Sidoni lazily opened her eyes as she looked outside the window of her room. A sigh escaped her lips as she looked towards the west, where the Hellen Kingdom was located. The kingdom where her beloved half-elf currently resided. I bet you the entire Aenarion's dynasty that he's not thinking about you. Morgana teased Sidoni from within their shared mindscape. Her other half would always look to the west whenever her mind wandered. I know, Empress Sidoni replied. Right now, we are too insignificant to catch his attention. Should we attack the Hellen Kingdom? That way, Darling will be forced to pay attention to us. Just send 1,000,000 ants over and the capital will be yours in a matter of days. That is too boring, big sister. We can't win his heart by trampling on his homeland. In fact, it would only make him hate us, which is not something we want to happen. Morgana chuckled within their shared mindscape. If Empress Sidoni had her way, conquering the Hellen Kingdom was an easy task. However, what she wanted to conquer was William's heart, not the nation he lived in. Several chess pieces are still missing, Empress Sidoni said as she walked towards the window. It is still too early to make our move. Besides, there are still the elves that are currently having fun in the Zelen dynasty. Ah, the elves. They will make good slaves. We should get some for the feisty boys in the Crater Empire. Have you noticed? Prince Jason is making it very obvious that he wants to pin you down in his bed. He's not qualified, Empress Sidoni replied as she thought of her ambitious cousin. How about you, big sister? Are you interested in him? Ha ha ha, surely you jest. The only one that I want to ravage me is Darling. Prince Jason may be handsome, and an excellent warrior, but my heart only beats for Darling. Empress Sidoni smiled sweetly. The power of lust was slowly awakening inside her body. Her desire to make William fall head over heels for her would sometimes cloud her reason, but thanks to her strong willpower, she was able to brush it away. Love and lust had a very thin boundary between them. What Empress Sidoni wanted was love. Morgana wanted lust. They loved, and lusted over, the same man, and it was driving both girls to do things they had never done before. It was driving them to feel things they have never felt before. Sidoni, the elves will finish their teleportation gates in less than 2 months. Our side needs 2 months. If we don't act soon, the advantage we have will be for naught. Our warriors may be strong, but they are still young. When the elven reinforcements arrive, it will be too late to do anything. Don't worry, big sister, Sidoni replied with a calm expression. I already thought of a way to deal with that matter. Oh, pray do tell, don't hide things from me. Empress. Sidoni giggled as her eyes looked at the setting sun. How could she possibly allow the elves to have their way? In her eyes, they were just chess pieces that she could use to make her game of love much more interesting. William's flying carriage landed at the Ainsworth residence. It had been 2 weeks since Oliver had passed Ezio's message to him, and he had done everything that he could in that span of time. Since he was able to access the dungeon of Atlantis no matter where he was, he decided to return to the town of Lant in order to formulate his plan to prevent the elves from completing their teleportation gates. Will, Eve shouted as she ran towards William, who had just stepped out of the flying carriage. William grinned as he picked up his beloved cousin and spun her around, making the little girl giggle in happiness. 7 ducklings chirped from beside his feet as if telling him to put their mama down. The white goose, on the other hand, stayed a few meters away from William and gave him an appraising glance. Not the same, but similar, the white goose thought as he used his sensitive senses to examine the half-elf who was showering Eve with kisses on her cheeks. Unlike Eve, who was overflowing with spiritual power, William's presence was only average. However, due to the white goose being at the peak of the millennial rank, it was able to subtly feel the power of the divinities within William's body. This made it consider William as someone that it needed to take precaution against, because for some odd reason, it had a feeling that even if it used its full power, it wouldn't be able to defeat the half-elf in a one-on-one battle. Were you a good girl while I was away? William asked. Yes, Eve nodded her head like a good girl. Good, I will give you your favorite lollipops later. Yay, William grinned as he carried his cousin back inside the house. Ash, Wendy, and Isaac followed behind him. The 4 girls already knew how much William cared for his family members. Seeing William spoiling Eve made them think that the half-elf would definitely dote on his own children when they were born. The Ainsworth residence became a lively place after William's arrival. Leah and Isaac worked together in the kitchen to prepare a feast for everyone. Crown Prince Alaric and Princess Aila also arrived at the residence in order to meet and talk with William. They brought Paul along, so the latter could finally meet the person whom Prince Alaric had mentioned several times during their stay in the town of Lant. It's good to see you again, cousin. Prince Alaric greeted with a smile. William smiled and made a gesture for Alaric, Aila, and Paul to join them at the dining table. You came at the right time, William replied. I was planning to look for you later after lunch to talk about important matters. The smile on Prince Alaric's face widened because he had a hunch about what William's important talk was about. Good, Prince Alaric nodded. I look forward to our discussion later. The 2 teenagers exchanged a knowing glance with each other before committing themselves to enjoying the feast that Leah and Isaac had prepared. The atmosphere was quite lively. No one talked about the invaders or the hardships that they were currently facing. Everyone knew that this was not the place for that and simply enjoyed each other's company. 2 hours later, William and his entourage, Celine, Jekyll, Prince Alaric, Princess Aila, and Paul, sat in the conference room inside the residence. All of them looked at William and waited for him to start their discussion. William briefly scanned the faces of everyone in the room. The smiles from earlier were gone, and everyone had serious expressions on their faces. The half-elf knew that now was a good time to start the discussion, so he finally told them the reason he had returned to Lant. Right now, there is only a month remaining before the teleportation gates of the elves begin their operation, William said. We can't allow this to happen, so I have decided to go to the Zelen dynasty and meet up with 4th Master to destroy it. William then glanced at the crown prince who was forced to flee from his own dynasty. He knew that if he wanted to increase his chances of success, he would need people who were familiar with the lands and cities of the Zelen dynasty. That way, he would be able to effectively initiate an attack whenever he wanted. William had long wanted to test his mettle against the elven prodigies that his master had praised many years ago during his training. He wanted to know just how strong they were. That way, he could make an assessment to know if his own private force would be able to deal a devastating blow to their forces when they clashed on the battlefield. Chapter 437, Wars Doesn't Prove Who's Right or Wrong, Part 2. Allow me to introduce to you one of the most loyal subjects of our dynasty, Prince Alaric said as he glanced at the boy that was seated by his side. This is Paul Collins. He is one of the royal guards assigned to protect the family. Paul stood from his seat and bowed towards William. It is an honor to finally meet the person that our crown prince had been praising for the past few days. I have heard the story of your valor on the peak of chivalry when you fought against the prince of the Aenarion's dynasty. I wish I was there to witness it personally. William smiled and gave Paul a brief nod. He didn't know what kind of people served as the royal guards of the Zeland dynasty, but Paul's way with words made William think that being eloquent in the art of flattery was a requirement to serve the royalty of the Zeland dynasty. Thank you for your praise, William replied. If you had been there, you would have definitely been in awe of how awesome I was. That prince from the Aenarion dynasty was just a small fry. I could have easily killed him with a single sneeze if I wanted to, but since I planned to be low-key, I decided to just use my weakest attack to defeat him. Paul used all of his willpower to prevent the corner of his lips from twitching. He had just praised William because he wanted to make a good first impression. He didn't expect the half-elf to start boasting of his accomplishments in front of him. Prince Alaric and Princess Aila, on the other hand, averted their gazes. They were also doing their best not to roll their eyes at William's boastful words. If they believed William's words that using Soleil, to completely incinerate his opponent and turn the entire arena into a blazing hell, was being low-key, then the two of them would be complete idiots. If that was being low-key, then what was being high-key? Obliterating the entire third peak of chivalry. After William finished praising himself, Prince Alaric continued his introduction. Paul is also one of the best scouts of our dynasty. He is very familiar with the terrain and will be a good ally to help you in your endeavors, cousin. Oh, that sounds promising. William eyed Paul and nodded his head in appreciation. He didn't need to hide anything from Prince Alaric because the latter was quick to pick up on things. As you may have already guessed, I plan to go to the Zeland dynasty, William declared. My reason for going there is to sabotage the construction of the teleportation gates that are currently being built by the elves. Since, once that structure is completed, all of us can just plan to roll over and wait for them to chop our heads off one by one. Due to the severity of the situation, I decided to ask for your support in guiding me inside your dynasty. It will be much easier to find our way around if we have a local to guide us in our travels. Paul pressed his fist over his chest. I swear upon my family's name that I will risk even my life to assist you, Sir William, to the best of my abilities. William nodded. I cannot promise that I will be able to help you drive the elves away from your dynasty. But, I will certainly do my best to prevent them from calling for more reinforcements. I will count on you, Sir Paul, to find us the best opportunity to conduct our surprise attack. I will do my best, Sir William. Good, that is all I ask. The two teenagers shook hands to seal the deal of their cooperation. Prince Alaric also pressed his hand over theirs to tell them that he would also go with them to fight against the elves. Princess Aila watched this exchange from the side and made her decision. She would also accompany William to aid him on his mission to fight against the elves. Although she had only spent a short time with her master, Owen, the life archon had taught her a lot of powerful spells that she had memorized during her stay in Lant. Princess Aila believed that she would be able to play an important role in healing the injuries of William and his team when the need arose. Celine and Jekyll exchanged a glance and nodded their heads at the same time. They would also accompany William on this mission and leave the safety of Lant to Vladimir. Once the elves succeeded, although Lant would be safe, the capital of the Hellen Kingdom would definitely fall in the hands of the elves after a few weeks if they did not help William with his mission. The beautiful dark sorceress had no love for her race. In fact, she was like Kusaganaga and Connor, who wanted nothing more than to burn the entire Silvermoon continent to the ground. Jekyll's main reason for going was that he couldn't allow William to fight the elves alone. According to Ezio's report, there were at least 6 saint-level fighters, 3 archmages, and 1 grand archmage among the elven forces in the Zeland dynasty. William might be able to deal with the elven prodigies, but against the powerhouses of the elven race, he was just like an egg being thrown at a boulder. Jekyll wouldn't allow the half-elf to suffer miserably in their hands because he had made a promise to William's father. Although his hate for the elves wasn't as extreme as Celine's, Kusaganaga's, and Connor's, he still found them to be an eyesore in his sight. The group discussed until late into the night before dispersing to make their necessary preparations. Just as the sun rose from the east, dozens of flying carriages left the town of Lant. Eve waved at them from the ground as she watched them disappear into the horizon. Leah placed her hand over the small girl's shoulder as she sighed in her heart. She and Matthew had also wanted to go, but William rejected their request. The half-elf insisted that they needed to stay in Lant because Celine and Jekyll were no longer around. Eve needing a caretaker was also a factor. William wasn't too keen on letting other people take care of her while they were away. Because of this, Matthew and Leah could only watch them go as they prayed silently in their hearts. Tockham glanced at this flying procession from on top of the Corinter Mountains. His age-old eyes softened as these brave young warriors went to the front lines to wage war against the invaders of their lands. War doesn't prove who's right or wrong, Tockham muttered. It only shows who's left. Chapter 438, Confrontation at the Gate of Beginnings Part 1. Is that the gateway that leads to the labyrinth of the Minotaur race? William asked as he looked at the gigantic gate that was 40 meters tall and 20 meters in width. Yes, Urchitu replied with pride. That gate is called the Gate of Beginnings. It is the gate that leads to the labyrinth where the Minotaur race has built their sanctuary. A.N. William and Urchitu are talking to each other through telepathy. Urchitu was 10 meters tall. It was as big as the diabolical Hell Ape, and the Orobro, Luffy, that protected the town of Lant. The gate was 4 times its size. It was large enough for King Kong and Godzilla to pass through without any problems. Is King Minos 40 meters tall? William inquired. Urchitu shook his head. King Minos is only half my size, but even 10 of me would not be able to be his match. He's that strong. Naturally. He is after all, our sovereign. William nodded his head in understanding. If he was able to gain the help of the Minotaur race, then fighting against the elves would be easier. However, this could not be done at this point in time. A powerful seal had been placed on the giant gates and no one could open it from the outside. Even if one were to use powerful spells and strong physical attacks, the gates wouldn't budge nor would it be destroyed. That was how powerful the enchantments on it were. After several attempts, the elves decided that there was no use in trying to destroy the gate and massacre the Minotaur race while they were weakened. They left the Gate of Beginnings alone as they focused on stabilizing their control over the Zelen dynasty. Suddenly, William's system informed him that several presences were headed in his direction. The half-elf casually opened his map and saw thousands of red dots encircling his position. Urchitu, they're here, William said as he gazed at the forest in the distance. The giant white ox turned his head to look in the direction where William was looking at and nodded. 5 minutes later, a handsome elf with long blonde hair and gray eyes walked out of the forest alone and looked at William in disdain. Who are you and what are you doing in the territory of the elves? I am your father. Don't you even know your father's name? Elendor narrowed his eyes at the filthy half-elf who dared to taunt him. Just like his father, the young commander of the elves hated half-elves. For him, they were a stain in the bloodline of their race and must be purged from the face of the world. So, you're not going to name yourself? Elendor asked. He eyed William as well as the giant white ox beside him. William smirked as he used his appraisal skill on the arrogant elf who was scanning his surroundings to see if there were any traps or ambushes that waited for him and his elven elites. Since you want to know my name so badly, then allow me to introduce myself, William replied as he flipped his hair in an arrogant manner. I am the son of Lady Arwen, the Saintess of the World Tree, and the savior of the elven race, Maxwell Von Ainsworth. William paused as he raised his chin arrogantly. My name is William Von Ainsworth. Elendor frowned as he appraised the half-elf in front of him. Princess Eowyn had approached him a few days ago and informed him that the son of the Saintess was a citizen of the Helen Kingdom. She had also told him William's name and described his facial features, so Elendor half believed the half-elf's declaration. Murmurs started to spread among the elves hidden in the trees. There had been rumors that their Saintess, Lady Arwen, had given birth many years ago, but there had been no proof of this claim whatsoever. This matter was only known to the elders and patriarchs of the elven clans. This was also why Arwen made the hard decision to call for her husband's twin, Morgan, and have him take William with him back to the southern continent. Not all the elves looked at her son favorably. Some of them even want to take his life. In order to guarantee his safety, Arwen gave birth within the Aenarion family's hidden domain, where none of the other elves were allowed to set foot. The Elven King also helped shield Arwen and her child from pursuers and even secretly assigned royal guards to escort Morgan back to the southern continent. Because of the Elven King's protection, those who wished William dead had no choice but to abandon their plans. They didn't dare provoke both the Elven royal family and the Aenarion family, who was the current head of the Elven Council. Because of this, William had safely departed the Silvermoon continent and left alone to live in Lant ever since. Oh, so, You're telling us that you're the son of our Saintess. Do you think I'm a fool? Elendor snorted. The Saintess never had a child. You dare to slander her good name. You've got guts, you filthy half-blood. William chuckled. So, this is how you repay the son of your savior. I thought the elves were a righteous and proud race. I didn't know that they were a bunch of hypocrites. Taunt us all you want, but we will not believe your lies, Elendor replied. Even if William was the real son of their Saintess, he wouldn't acknowledge it. In fact, one of the missions given by his patriarch was to kill William the moment he saw him. Wait, a soft voice called out from within the forest. Soon, a beautiful elf with long, honey blonde hair and blue eyes stepped out of the forest and looked at William with a curious glance. Are you the Knight Commander of the Angorian War Sovereign? Princess Eowyn asked. She had also been part of the emergency meeting and decided to come along with Elendor on this operation. The sword saints that guarded her stood behind her back as they, too, eyed William with curiosity. Yes, William nodded. Have you heard of me? Elendor stepped in front of Princess Eowyn and blocked William's line of sight. How dare you be rude to our princess? Elendor shouted. Kneel and show your respect to the princess of the elves. Only then will I show you mercy and let you keep your dog's life. William shook his head as he looked at Elendor with a fed-up expression. Didn't your mama ever tell you to not butt in when two people are talking? William asked. Or are you telling me that you have no mama? Sucks to be you then. Elendor wasn't someone that was easy to provoke. The reason he was preventing William from talking to the princess was because he wanted to eliminate the half-elf as soon as possible. If Princess Eowyn acknowledged him as the son of their Saintess, it would be very difficult for him to kill William in front of the elven army. I've had enough of your nonsense. Elendor raised his hand and gave the signal to attack. Kill him. Protect the princess. Several whistling sounds erupted from the forest, as all the elves unleashed their arrows. Elendor was their commander, and their patriarchs had told them that his word was law. Also, the princess was only a supervisor on this mission. She didn't have the authority to order any of the elves, aside from her entourage, from following her. And so it begins, William said softly as a fearless smile appeared on his lips. Urchatu, are you ready to rumble? Urchatu snorted and stood in front of William. The two of them didn't come here to talk. They came here to beat the crap out of the elves and make them understand that there were some people that they shouldn't provoke, no matter what. Chapter 439, Confrontation at the Gate of Beginnings Part 2. The tinkling sounds of arrows hitting metal resounded at the Gate of Beginnings. Urchatu's white fur glowed in a radiant light as the arrows bounced off its surface. The tall gate behind the giant white ox shimmered as it transferred its protection to the champion of the Minotaur race. Urchatu was standing inside the boundary of the gate, and it could harness its power at will. Right now, Urchatu's defenses were as powerful as the Gate of Beginnings, which had withstood the strongest attack of the Elven Grand Archmage, as well as the Blademasters who were equivalent to the Saint rank. If their attacks couldn't even leave a dent on the gate, then mere arrows would have no chance of breaching Urchatu's defenses. William stood behind Urchatu with his arms crossed over his chest. They had already devised a plan on how to deal with the pesky Elven army, who had no intention of showing them any mercy. As long as Urchatu stood within the boundary of the gate, he was almost invincible. Of course, the giant white ox couldn't stay in this state for too long. The magic and spiritual power of the Gate of Beginnings was tremendous, and it could only harness it for a short period of time, or else its body would explode due to absorbing too much power. Urchatu had told William that it could only last for half an hour before they needed to switch to their backup plan. The half-elf was busy paying attention to the map on his status page to gauge how large an elven force they had lured into the domain of the Minotaur race. A little more than 2,000, William frowned. I was expecting more, but I guess they thought that their current forces were enough. I hope the others will be able to accomplish their mission. Elendor raised his hand to order a halt to the barrage of arrows that had dealt little to no damage to the giant ox who was protecting the half-elf he wanted to kill. Mages, open fire, Elendor ordered. A shower of elemental spells descended upon Urchatu, who stood in front of the half-elf who was busy eating an apple. William completely ignored the barrage of spells because he knew that Urchatu would be able to handle them all. He wasn't too worried about the elves throwing everything at him. What he was worried about was that the elves would give up and leave him alone. After 3 minutes of bombardment, the spells stopped coming. Smoke rose up in the air as the elves waited to see if their attacks had turned the giant white ox into barbecue. What greeted them was William sitting on a chair, and fanning himself with a feather fan, while eating. He was looking so relaxed, It was as if he was just here to observe his surroundings. Is it already over? William asked after finishing the apple in his hand. I thought the elven prodigies were strong. I didn't expect them to be so weak. Tisk, tisk. The old grandma in my hometown can easily lift me up and spank my bum until I cry out in pain. But you elves, tisk, what a bunch of weaklings. William shook his head in dismay and raised his voice so that all the long-eared bastards could hear him. It's no wonder why my father had to go to the Silvermoon continent to save all of you from the demon race. What a bunch of pussies. William taunted. My father and I are not afraid of pussies. Ha 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 ha. William's irritating laughter grated the nerves of the elves who were itching to beat him to a pulp. Even Elendor, who had not reacted to William's taunts earlier, was finding it hard to keep the calm expression on his face as he listened to William's irritating laughter. What is a pussy? Princess Eowyn asked one of the blademasters by her side. The Saint-class warrior averted his gaze and pretended that he didn't hear the princess's inquiry. Princess Eowyn had been raised with love and care. The royal instructors, as well as the Saintess, Lady Arwen, didn't teach her anything vulgar, and steered clear from all profanities, lest they influence her in a bad way. Princess Eowyn looked at the laughing half-elf in the distance, and a frown appeared on her beautiful face. Although she didn't understand the coarse words that the half-elf was using, she felt that what William was saying was very rude. Shut up, Elendor shouted, as expected of a half-elf. Everything that comes out of your mouth is disgusting. As expected of an elf, William replied with a sneer. Your face reminds me of a pussy. Ha ha ha. Urchitu, who was standing in front of William, was fighting the urge to kick the half-elf who was seated beside his feet. Although both of them were on the same side, he felt embarrassed listening to William's vulgar words. So, what are you going to do now? William asked in an arrogant tone. Is this the best that you've got? The half-elf was paying attention to the time. Urchitu only had a quarter of an hour before it would reach its limit. Until then, he would do his best to make the elves wish that they could hack him to bits. Princess Eowyn, William called out to the princess that was standing several meters away from Elendor, and protected by two blademasters. I've heard many things about you from my mother. Princess Eowyn's ears perked up as she heard William's words. Aside from her parents, the elven princess loved Lady Arwen the most. This was why when the Saintess accepted her as a disciple, the princess danced in joy to the amusement of her parents. Lady Arwen said good things about me. Princess Eowyn asked, what did Master say about me? William's smile widened. Of course, his mother had mentioned her two disciples in her letters, so he had known a few things about the princess. She said that you like to dance when you are happy, William answered. Also, your favorite food is the red berries that grow near the world tree. My mother had said that you were an excellent disciple and that she was very proud of you. A warm feeling spread across Princess Eowyn's chest when she heard that Lady Arwen was very proud of her. However, that feeling soon disappeared at William's next words. My mother praised the elves for their pride, dignity, and valor, but I don't see those redeeming features among the elves in front of me. All I see are hypocrites and ungrateful scum who have aimed their weapons at and tried to kill the son of their Saintess and Savior. William sneered as he looked at Elendor in contempt. What pride, what dignity, you call this valor? So, your commander belongs to the elven clans who hate the human hero that saved your lands. If my father only knew that you were all ungrateful bastards, he would definitely not have even lifted a finger and left you all to be enslaved by the demon race. William's powerful words reverberated in the surroundings, which made those who heard them feel ashamed of their actions. Although some of the ancient elven clans hated Maxwell, the majority of the elves treated him as a hero. Some of the young elven prodigies even aspired to be like him when they grew up. Hearing William say that they were ungrateful bastards made them falter. Shut up, don't listen to him, Elendor ordered. He is just spouting nonsense. William ignored Elendor and shifted his gaze to Princess Eowyn. See, Princess, this is why my mother was forced to be separated from me. These elven scum don't recognize me as Lady Arwen's son. How about you? Do you not recognize me as well? Elendor unsheathed his sword. He couldn't allow William to continue with his tirades. Unfortunately, before he could order a full-blown confrontation, Princess Eowyn's firm and dignified voice reached his ears. I acknowledge you as our Saintess, Lady Arwen's son, Princess Eowyn said firmly. Anyone who dares to say that you are not my master's son will become my enemy. I swear this upon the honor of the royal family. Elendor ground his teeth in frustration. Since the princess had recognized William as their saint's son, any further act of instigation would backfire on him. The young elven commander stared hatefully at William, while the latter looked back at him in ridicule. Now that William's identity was recognized by the elven princess, it was now time for him to initiate the next phase of his plan, to ensure that their mission for coming to the Zelen dynasty would become a success. Chapter 440, William vs Elendor, Part 1. Sir William, I have a proposal, Princess Eowyn said as she stepped forward. Elendor tried to block her way, but the princess went past him as she walked towards the half-elf who was sitting comfortably on a chair. The two blade masters followed behind her. When she was only 20 meters away from William, she finally stopped walking as she eyed her teacher's son with genuine interest. He has Lady Arwen's eyes, Princess Eowyn thought. Senior didn't lie to me. Just as Princess Eowyn was appraising William, the latter was appraising her as well. Deep inside, William felt guilty because he was using the princess's innocence to set his plan into motion. Although he didn't want her to come into any harm, it was impossible not to have any conflicts since both of them stood on opposing sides. What is your proposal, Your Highness? William asked as he fanned himself with his feather fan. Forgive me if I don't stand to kneel to you. My mood has not been good as of late. I'm sure that you can understand my hardships, yes. Princess Eowyn smiled as she brushed aside William's disrespectful words towards her. If the half-elf had said this in the Silvermoon continent, he would have been arrested immediately and thrown into jail. Still, the princess tolerated William's attitude because of her respect for her master, Lady Arwen. We don't need to fight against each other, Princess Eowyn stated. I can promise you that if you cooperate with us, I will make you the regent of the Helen Kingdom. Naturally, it will still fall under elven rule, but I can guarantee the safety of you and your citizens. The elves who heard their princess's proposal nodded their heads in agreement. If William was truly the son of their Saintess, they would be able to accept his rule as the regent of the human kingdom that would soon fall under their rule. A tempting offer, William replied with a smile. However, what if I say no? What are you going to do, Your Highness? Sir William, I am only the supervisor of this expedition, and my authority is limited, Princess Eowyn. Bestowing you the regency of the Helen Kingdom was already outside of my jurisdiction. However, on behalf of Lady Arwen, and your father, the savior of the elven race, Lord Maxwell, I am willing to use the full authority of the royal family to confer upon you this title and authority. The elven princess looked at William pleadingly. Please, let us join hands instead of pointing our weapons at each other. There's no need for senseless killing because I believe that all lives are precious, even the lives of the human race. Arslan, who had accompanied the princess, and was listening to their conversation from within the forest, clenched his fists in anger. This was the first time he was hearing something like this and he looked at William with a heated gaze. He was waiting for the half-elf's reply to Princess Eowyn's proposal. How about this, princess? I find that guy very annoying to the eye, William said as he raised his chin and pointed it in Elendor's direction. I have long wanted to experience for myself how strong an elven prodigy is. Of course, if the elven commander is scared to fight me one-on-one, then he can invite a few more lackeys to help him. I don't particularly mind. William's declaration caught Princess Eowyn by surprise. She then turned her head to look at Elendor, whose expression had returned to its calmness. Sir William, you wish to fight with Commander Elendor in a duel? Yeah, unless he is scared of me. Elendor smiled evilly as he held the sword in his hand firmly. I accept this duel. To show my reverence to the Saintess, I will do my best to hold back. Of course, blades have no eyes, I will apologize in advance if I accidentally kill you. Okay. William nodded. He was unfazed by Elendor's attempt to hide his killing intent. William had already known from the start that Elendor was dead set in killing him. However, he was not afraid. Because he wasn't fighting alone. Finish this as soon as you can, Ash said from within William's sea of consciousness. You can't fight prolonged battles. Understood, William replied. He summoned his wooden staff as he stood from the chair and walked towards Elendor. He hadn't lied when he said that he was itching to test his skills against an elven prodigy. His master, Selene, had said that he wasn't strong enough to face one back then. However, he was no longer the 12-year-old boy that suffered under Selene's beatings. William was feeling excited at the thought of beating the crap out of the pompous elven commander in front of his subordinates. What William didn't know was that Elendor is also thinking of the same thing. He wanted to beat up and even cripple the son of the human hero that saved their race from the demon invasion. He wanted to show everyone that the elves no longer needed anyone's protection, especially protection from a filthy half-blood. Ensure his life, Princess Éowyn silently ordered the blade masters that stood behind her. The son of the Saintess cannot be killed by elven hands. I will not be able to face my master if that were to happen. The two blade masters nodded their heads. They were the guardians of the royal family, so their orders were absolute. I'll give you a handicap, Elendor said as he pointed his sword at William's face. I will not use any magic against you. I will beat you using only my sword technique. Okay, William replied. Are you ready? Do your worst. Half-blood, Elendor sneered. William smiled as he raised his hand towards the sky. Suddenly, a flaming spear descended from the heavens and William caught it in a firm grip. Bloom in the battlefield, William declared as he aimed his spear at the pompous elf whose face immediately turned grim when he felt the overwhelming power behind the blazing weapon in William's hands. Fleur du Soleil, Elendor roared as he unleashed his magic power to activate a magical artifact that the patriarch of his clan had given him as a life-saving trump card. A dome of light appeared in front of the young elven commander as he braced for impact. One of the two blade masters protecting Princess Éowyn grabbed her waist and instantly teleported away to protect her from harm. The other blade master summoned his sword and shield. He stayed because he planned to save Elendor if the latter's defenses were destroyed by William's overbearing attack. While everyone had prepared themselves for whatever was going to happen next, the flaming spear suddenly stopped and shot up towards the sky. It was then when a chuckle filled with ridicule and contempt reached Elendor's ears. What were you saying earlier? William asked in arrogance. You're going to give me a handicap and not use your magic powers. It hasn't even been half a minute and you already used your magic. William raised a finger and wagged it side to side. Do not make promises you can't keep. Have you woken up from your daydream, you pompous little prick? Chapter 441, William vs Elendor, Part 2. The elves watching the battle from the forest drew in a deep breath when they saw the attack that William had pulled back at the last second. Although they were quite far away, they instinctively felt that they would have also been affected by the powerful attack that the half-elf had unleashed, if he hadn't stopped it like he did. Elendor calmly dispelled the barrier protecting him and eyed William with a serious expression. His earlier composure could no longer be seen and one could tell that he now took his opponent seriously. I see that you can back up your arrogance, Elendor said as he activated the enchantments on his armor. And you can't back up yours, William replied snarkily. I expected more from the commander of the elves, but I guess I was hoping for too much. You ain't worth shit. A second later, the two teenagers clashed. The ground under their feet broke apart and pieces of soil and rocks were launched into the air around them. Elendor unleashes several swift strikes of his sword, which William countered with strikes of his own. Due to the staff's longer reach, Elendor had no choice but to take a few steps away to distance himself from William's fierce and relentless strikes. As Elendor backed away, the tip of his sword skid across the ground, creating magical sparks. He then swung it upwards in an arc, creating a wave of soil and rocks that headed in William's direction. Elemental Lord Job class equipped. William stomped his feet on the ground and thrust his staff forward. The wave of soil and rocks froze in place before blowing up into 1,000 pieces. Suddenly, these pieces of soil and rock merged together and hardened, transforming into stone bullets. With a wave of his staff, these stone bullets rained down on Elendor, leaving no room for him to maneuver. With a loud shout, the elven commander created a wind tornado with him at its center. All the stone bullets aimed at him were all sucked up and returned to William with twice as much force thanks to the tornado's momentum. William flicked his arm and a wind funnel appeared in front of him. Just like what Elendor did, he sucked up all the stone bullets, but this time, instead of sending them back, he merged them together. Quick shot war art, first form, William said as his hand made a gesture to imitate a handgun. Destroy everything in your path. Due to how fast this attack was, Elendor had been unable to react right away. If not for the fact that his life-saving artifact activated automatically, he would have been impaled by William's earth spear, that traveled at the speed of sound. A loud explosion took place and the elven commander was blown away due to the force of the impact. He received no injury due to the barrier that protected his body, but he was still blown tens of meters away from where he stood, slamming into the trees in the forest before finally coming to a stop. William summoned Stormcaller and lightning crackled upon its blade tip. Lightning God War Art, 13th form, William roared. Go for the kill, Gabolg. The lightning spear flew towards the fallen elven commander without mercy. William had already decided to kill Elendor because he could tell that the latter also wanted him dead. Since that was the case, there was no need to show mercy. The red-headed boy had no compassion for those who deserved to die. Even though the barrier protected Elendor, the impact of William's attack had briefly paralyzed his body. The barrier had also disappeared, leaving him exposed to the half-elf's killer blow. The sound of metal clashing against each other reverberated within the forest as Stormcaller's blade tip collided with a shield made from adamantium. The blade master that served as Princess Eowyn's guard had appeared in front of Elendor to block the strike that was meant to take the elven commander's life. "Ha!" the blade master shouted, and the shield in his hand glowed brightly. With one powerful push, he repelled Stormcaller's attack, sending it hurtling towards the sky. William snorted and raised his hand to recall Stormcaller. He then looked at the fallen elven commander in disdain as he rested the handle of his spear on his shoulder. "Weakling," William said in contempt. "If that's all you can do, then you'd better pack up and return to the Silvermoon continent. Make sure to tell your patriarch that I, the son of the hero that saved your race, used your face to wipe the floor." William twirled the spear in his hand and pointed it at Elendor's direction. "Feel free to challenge me in 100 years. Maybe you will stand a chance by then." The young elven prodigies who saw William's dominating performance felt their hearts tremble. They thought that they were already the strongest teenagers, not only in the Silvermoon continent, but in the entire world of Hestia as well. "He really is the son of our hero," a pretty elf said softly. "He's so strong." The elves near the girl nodded their heads in agreement. Elendor was hailed as one of the strongest prodigies in the elven race, and William dealt with him in a manner that made him look like a fledgling warrior who was fighting for the first time. "I'll kill you," Elendor shouted as he forced himself to stand. "You filthy half-blood." Elendor's face was now distorted with rage due to the embarrassment and humiliation that he suffered from William's words. Princess Eowyn almost didn't recognize the young elven commander because this was the first time she had seen Elendor's rage-filled expression. She unconsciously took a step back due to how scary Elendor's expression was. "Come and help me turn this scum into ashes," Elendor roared as he pointed his finger towards the sky. "Hear my call, Dieldrios." A silver beam of light shot out of his fingertip and formed a giant magic circle in the air. Moments later, a 10-meter-long silver dragon emerged from the magic circle and gave an intimidating roar. "Kill him for me, Dieldrios." The silver dragon, who was at the apex of the millennial rank, opened its massive jaw and prepared to fire a dragon's breath. Urchatu immediately stepped in front of William and took a defensive stance to protect the half-elf. Dieldrios was about to unleash its ultimate attack when a cry of a crane sounded from the heavens. Suddenly, a blue comet slammed into the dragon's head, making it stagger and preventing it from executing its attack. The blue comet repeatedly attacked the dragon's head with a vengeance, not giving it any chance to resist. Soon, the silver dragon crashed on the ground, due to a powerful blow that made it unable to stay airborne. Elendor glanced at his fallen beast companion before shifting his gaze to the one responsible for thwarting his plan on killing this hated half-elf. A white crane flapped its wings in arrogance as it uttered a loud and deafening cry. That crane, it's Her Excellency. What is she doing here?" The elves gasped in shock when they recognized the majestic crane in the sky. Everyone in the Silvermoon continent knew who this crane was because she was the beast companion of their one and only Saintess. She was none other than the royal Silvermoon crane that was known to make even dragons cower in fear. Skyla glared hatefully at Elendor, who had tried to kill William by summoning a millennial beast. Although she was gentle by nature, she was more dangerous than an elder dragon when someone tried to hurt the people that were important to her. Right now, she was looking at the young elven commander filled with killing intent. She didn't care if it was a human, dragon, or elf. Anyone who dared to touch one of her reverse scales had only one fate, and that was death. Chapter 442, Sweep Away All Adversaries. "Big sister, Skyla," William said softly as he stared at the white crane, who seemed to be preparing to unleash a strong attack due to anger. "Crew." Skyla dived towards the ground as she transformed into a blue comet. She planned on ending Elendor's life once and for all without caring about the consequences of her actions. The Blade Master wasn't able to react in time and could only watch helplessly as the enraged white crane went past him. "Senior sister, please stop." Princess Eowyn stood in front of Elendor with her arms stretched wide. Skyla recognized the princess and immediately turned to the side, avoiding her completely. Even so, the gust of wind that followed behind her attack almost blew the elven princess away. Fortunately, the Blade Master, acting as her guardian, held her waist to keep her in place. The hate-filled cry of the crane descended upon all the elves within the forest. Skyla had unleashed her overbearing beast aura, which forced the elves to kneel on the ground. The fallen dragon had once again regained its bearing and roared back at the white crane who was hovering in the sky. Seeing that a mere silver dragon dared to roar at her, the white crane dived down like an arrow to vent out its anger at the millennial beast who dared to defy her. The silver dragon didn't back down and flapped its wings to fight the backstabbing crane who had knocked it out of the sky. Skyla used its swing to slap the dragon's head, making it roar in pain. Although her opponent was 5 times bigger than her, the white crane fearlessly bombarded it with wind blades at point-blank range. Still, a silver dragon at the peak of the millennial rank was no pushover. Earlier, Skyla was able to get the upper hand because she had unleashed a surprise attack. The white crane was only at the middle stages of the millennial rank, and the silver dragon was considered one of the high-tiered beasts in the Silvermoon continent. Its scales were very resistant to magic and physical attacks. Even so, it was still unable to properly deal with the swift and agile crane who almost pecked its eye out during one of their collisions. Perhaps due to luck, or perhaps it had waited for the right moment, the silver dragon used its tail to lash at the white crane that was making its life difficult. The tail squarely hit the side of Skyla's body, sending her crashing towards the ground. Big sister. William's eyes became bloodshot as he ran towards the white crane that had been injured because of him. Big sister, are you fine? William asked as he held the white crane's head. Crew, do I look fine? Fool, that bastard dared to harm your big sister. Are you just going to watch as that overgrown lizard bully me? William sighed in relief because Skyla seemed to be fine despite receiving a full-powered strike from the silver dragon. Wait here, big sister, William said as he stood in front of the white crane that loved him dearly. I'll cook us some dragon meat barbecue for dinner. The silver dragon fired its dragon breath towards the half-elf and the white crane that were on the ground. It didn't want to give Skyla another opportunity to challenge him in an aerial battle because what had happened earlier was just a fluke. Sweep away all adversaries, William declared as a golden metallic staff appeared in his hands. Ruyi Jingu bang, the golden staff in his hand extended forward to meet the dragon's breath. It grew in a matter of seconds. The dragon breath was completely nullified by the 100-meter-thick golden staff. The silver dragon roared in fright as it flapped its wings to distance itself from the staff of unprecedented proportions. Where do you think you're going? William asked with a sneer as he swatted the silver dragon in the air like a pesky bug. The silver dragon was like a little puppy that wasn't able to prevent itself from being body slammed by an elephant. When the staff smashed on the ground, half of the forest was decimated. The elves that were nearby had been blown away by the shockwave that followed the impact. All of them received serious injuries as they collided with the trees in the forest. Impossible. Elendor's body shuddered as he looked at this scene in disbelief. He refused to believe what he was seeing and for a moment, he thought that he was dreaming. Unfortunately, he was not, so he could only look at the carnage with a pale expression. William raised the staff to see what happened to the silver dragon that dared to harm Skyla. Surprisingly, the silver dragon had only received minor injuries because it had made its scales as hard as adamantium. The half-elf smirked. He didn't expect that he would be able to beat a millennial beast with a single strike. However, he didn't intend to give the silver dragon a quick death. Once again, he slammed the giant metallic rod on its body. The silver dragon roared in pain with each successive strike William unleashed. The half-elf was merely toying with the silver dragon, making it suffer before going in for the kill. Stop, the blade master that protected Elendor earlier shouted. This duel is over, you already won, if you don't stop your actions, I will be forced to subdue you. William glanced at the blade master and gave him a devilish grin. You think just because you told me to stop, I will stop? William asked in a teasing manner. When you elves invaded the Zelen dynasty and the children begged you to stop torturing them, did you stop? Did you show them mercy? William sneered as he plucked out a few hairs from his head. He then blew on them as they scattered in the wind. Soon, a dozen Williams appeared holding the same golden metallic staff in their hands. William, as well as his clones, pointed at their faces as they continued their taunt. Does this face look like the face of mercy to you? William's current strength in his heroic avatar form was equivalent to a saint. Since that was the case, he didn't need to obey anyone's orders because he was now among those who stood at the peak of the mortal realm, thanks to Sun Wukong's overwhelming might. Sweep away all adversaries. All of William's clones shouted in unison as they somersaulted in the air. They nimbly landed on white clouds as the weapons in their hands extended and grew in size. Ruyi Jingu bang! The expression of the Blademaster became grim as he dodged hurriedly to the side. A giant staff slammed against the ground where he stood a while ago, which proved that William wouldn't listen to their demands. Soon, sounds of screams filled with fear rang in the forests as the elves fled in every direction. Elendor decisively activated the teleport scroll in his possession, which would take him back to the capital. He knew that staying would be pointless, so he decided to escape while he could. The Blademaster that guarded Princess Eowyn did the same as he grabbed hold of the princess. After making sure that the princess was safe, the Blademaster that confronted William earlier also used his teleport scroll to leave. William's clones snorted as they watched the beams of light streak towards the sky. They ignored these four people, and shifted their attention to the elves that were lying on the ground. The half-elf's purpose for luring the elves into the territory of the Minotaur race was to conduct a massacre. His only regret was that he was not able to kill Elendor because the latter didn't hesitate to leave his subordinates behind. Naturally, William had no intention of hurting Princess Eowyn, so he allowed her to escape back to the capital. Well, it's fine. William glanced at the ground where several injured elves lay helplessly. Kill them all. The clones swatted the fallen elves without batting an eye. Screams asking for forgiveness and mercy reached William's ears, but he turned a deaf ear to it. This was war. Wars don't prove who's right or wrong, William said as he decisively slammed Ruyi Jingu bang against the head of the silver dragon that was on its last legs. It only shows who's left. Chapter 443. A war cannot be won by a single individual. Sounds of weapons clashing echoed inside the wide cavern as elves, humans, goblins, beasts, and members of the Minotaur race fought with wild abandon. The teleportation gates of the elves were built deep under the ground, protected by several layers of enchantment. These enchantments should have been enough to prevent the freedom fighters from barging in. However, these solid defenses broke apart in the face of. Kusaganaga slammed against the elven barrier and broke it instantly. Its rainbow-colored scales were not only incredibly hard and sturdy, they were also capable of destroying barriers with ease. Aside from being called the Rolling Calamity, it was also known by another title, which was none other than Shield Breaker. The 2-meter-tall rainbow-colored wrecking ball slammed against the elven defenders without any intention of backing down. Its hatred of the elves had superseded every other emotion it had as it killed, and killed more. Due to the millennial ants it had eaten and the magical energy it had absorbed within the magic crystal cavern, Kusaganaga had managed to reach the centennial rank. It was now a force to be reckoned with, and its hate fueled its power even further. Wow, scary, Soglav commented as he pierced the body of an elf girl with its bastard sword made from dark energy. After the elf breathed her last, the demonic dog sneakily tossed her corpse inside the special ring in its possession. It had promised William that it wouldn't eat humans. But Soglav didn't say anything about not eating elves, especially dead elves that it had slain with its own hands. The heated battle continued for an hour before the alliance breached the elves' final line of defense. Hundreds of dead bodies laid on the cavern floor. There was a mix of humans, goblins, beasts, and elves. Paul panted as he stared at the gate that was nearing completion in the distance. "You've done well in reaching this far," one of the archmages said as his hands glowed with power. "But this is where your journey ends." 2 Blademasters, 2 archmages, and hundreds of elves stood to protect the gate that would connect them to their homeland. The other 2 Blademasters and archmages had been left in the Zellan capital to oversee its protection. They didn't expect that a bunch of ragtag misfits would dare to intrude upon the place where they decided to build their teleportation gate. "Really?" Jekyll inquired with a mischievous smile plastered on his face. "You think the 4 of you are enough to stop us?" "More than enough," one of the Blademasters snorted as he unsheathed his blade. "As for you, we will deal with you as well, traitorous bitch." Celine covered her lips and chuckled. She ignored the Blademaster who cursed at her and eyed the gate with great interest. "We should have killed you when you were still a child," one of the archmages spat on the ground. "Filth of the elven race." The 2 Blademasters unleashed their sword auras, which pushed back the teenagers who were standing behind Jekyll and Celine. Soglav, who bullied the weak and feared the strong, stood behind the children and watched from afar. Kusaganaga, who was at the forefront of the alliance, narrowed its eyes as it prepared to strike. "Paul, take the others and guard the entrance of the cave," Jekyll ordered. "We will handle the rest." "Understood," Paul replied. He knew that he and the other freedom fighters would only be a burden in a battle of this magnitude. The only way they could help Jekyll and Selene was to stay far away, so that they wouldn't be caught in any friendly fire. In the end, only Jekyll, Selene, and Kasaganaga remained to face off against the strong elven force that was stationed to protect the teleportation gate. "I'll handle the two blade masters," Jekyll said. "Can you handle the archmages?" "Naturally," Selene replied. "Kasaganaga, I'll leave the small fries to you." "Very well." The rainbow-colored anteater stomped its foot on the ground as it transformed into a 2-meter-tall wrecking ball. "Ready when you are." Jekyll laughed as he transformed into his true form. A giant beast that stood 10 meters tall roared as it opened its massive mouth. "It's you," one of the archmages yelled in anger. "You're that hateful human's beast companion." Dark energy enveloped Selene's body and transformed her clothing into a black latex armor that highlighted the curves of her body. If this was any other time, the young elves might have stopped to admire her beauty. However, knowing who Selene was, made them look at her in a hateful manner. Selene didn't care what they thought, because she didn't care about the opinions of the soon-to-be dead elves that looked at her in disgust. She summoned a death scythe and twirled it around before taking a fighting stance. It was not only Kasaganaga who hated the elves. Selene hated them too, which was why she joined Deus in the first place. He wanted the organization to help her massacre the hateful elves who made her life a living hell. Meanwhile, inside the palace of the Zelen dynasty, "Darling is amazing," Morgana muttered as she watched the vision that Empress Sidoni had shared with her. She watched as William pounded the silver dragon repeatedly, leaving only a strand of life in its body. Empress Sidoni, on the other hand, observed the capabilities of William's clones with a serious expression. As a military strategist, she needed to get as much information as possible about the important people that could tilt the scales of the war in any direction. Originally, she thought that William was strong. Her guess was that the boy she loved was in the middle stages of the platinum rank, which was already considered a true prodigy, even among the empires within the central continent. However, the fighting prowess that she had witnessed had surpassed her initial estimate. "A saint," Empress Sidoni muttered softly. She then narrowed her eyes as she appraised every move that William made. This might be some kind of ability that can only be used for a short period of time. "Also, I believe that Sir William has just recently gained this ability," Sidoni thought. "If he had this before the demon invasion, he wouldn't have suffered from a coma." Empress Sidoni was a rational individual. There were several artifacts that could boost a person's strength drastically for a short period of time. These were abilities that were only used as a last resort due to the extreme penalties that they had. "Well, I believe that you are right in your hunch," Morgana chimed in because she could also read Sidoni's thoughts. "But that doesn't change the fact that the difficulty of conquering Darling will have to be raised due to this heaven-defying ability of his. I mean, if he used that golden metallic rod against us, then the Ant Queen would have been dead by now, right?" Empress Sidoni agreed with her other half's conjecture. Somehow, she felt slightly irritated because William's abilities seemed to perfectly counter her own. The half-elf was immune to her charm. William also had Kasaganaga, that rainbow-colored anteater that could send all of the warrior ants running away in fear. Lastly, this new ability of his gave her a headache. It was so domineering that she felt her heart beat wildly inside her chest. Her desire to beat the boy she loved ignited the power of lust that lay dormant within her body. One step at a time, Empress Sidoni mused as she shifted her attention to the battle that was currently happening on the other side of the Zelen dynasty. A war cannot be won by a single individual. Empress Sidoni was well aware that no matter how strong William was, he was not invincible. The corner of her lips curled up as she observed the intense battle that was being waged at the location of the Elven teleportation gate. Just like watching a movie, Empress Sidoni wanted to see whether this attack against the elves would have a good or bad ending. Her finger lightly tapped the armchair of her throne as millions of chirping sounds reached her ears. These were the replies of her million-strong army that she could command anytime, anywhere. They waited, ever patiently, for the time that they would make their presence known, and trample those who dared to stand in their way under their feet. Chapter 444, Elven Reinforcement. Jekyll roared and opened its mouth wide. Right now, he was in his true form. A chimera that looked like a half-dragon and half-lion with green scales covering its entire body. He was a Teoti. one of the 4 evils that had made the southern continent his home. The Blademasters immediately unleashed their sword aura to keep their footing firm on the ground. One of the archmages cast entangling roots on their own forces to prevent them from being sucked up by the Teoti's vacuum that was similar to a black hole that would devour anything. This was not the first time they had seen Jekyll's true form, because they were also there when the human hero repelled the demons, while standing on top of this very same beast. The remaining archmage wasn't idle either. He threw a golden crystal at the teleportation gate. There was no way that they could fight against a beast that was as powerful as Jekyll, so they decided to activate the gate prematurely to call for help. A giant golden portal appeared at the center of the gate, which signaled that it was currently active. Jekyll unleashed a breath of black flames at the teleportation gate to destroy it once and for all. He saw what the archmage did and decided to just destroy the gate first, before dealing with the elven defenders. Not on my watch. The archmage who casted the entangling roots earlier activated the runes surrounding the teleportation gate and created a barrier. The underground cavern shook as Jekyll's flames collided with the barrier protecting the gate. Selene stabbed the blunt end of her death scythe into the ground and created a dark sphere to protect herself from the aftermath of Jekyll's strong attack. Kusaganaga disregarded the black flames and charged towards the barrier. It planned to destroy it, so that Jekyll's flames could annihilate the hateful elves whom it wanted to kill so badly. A cracking sound echoed within the cavern as several cracks formed in the defensive barrier after Kusaganaga's attack. The rainbow-colored anteater pressed on with determination. Die! With a hateful shout, the barrier broke apart and Jekyll's black flames advanced towards the elves whose faces had turned pale. Suddenly, a resounding clap reverberated from within the teleportation gate. Several massive lightning bolts erupted from the center of the gate, negating Jekyll's black flames, and pushing back Kusaganaga at the same time. "We meet again, you damn Teoti," an arrogant voice said. "It's time to settle our differences once and for all." A beautiful creature emerged from the giant golden portal and landed in front of the elves. Lightning snaked along his silver body as he glared hatefully at the Teoti in front of him. He had a long single horn protruding from his head that glowed brightly within the cavern. He was a creature of myth and legends. He was none other than a Qilin, a half-unicorn, half-dragon beast that was hailed as one of the protectors of the Silvermoon continent. He was only 5 meters tall, and yet, he gave off a presence that wouldn't lose to Jekyll. "Your Excellency, Enaru, thank you for hearing our call." The archmage that threw the golden crystal at the gate bowed respectfully. The Qilin gave the elf a sidelong glance before returning his attention to the Teoti. "Ah, the most hypocritical being among the myriad beasts of the Silvermoon continent has arrived," Jekyll sneered. "I regret not eating you back then." "That was your mistake," Enaru replied. "You will no longer have that opportunity." "We'll see about that, you little lightning horse." "Shut up, you disgusting abomination." Jekyll and the Enaru charged at each other, making the ground tremble. The Qilin had covered itself with the power of lightning, turning himself into a lightning bolt. Jekyll, on the other hand, unleashed the evil energy within his body and turned into a dark ray of light. Light and dark collided, causing sparks of deadly elements to rain down on the spectators around them. Kusaganaga took this opportunity to attack the elves. It was only pushed back by the lightning bolt earlier and received no damage from the Qilin's attack. The 2 Blademasters immediately repelled it because the anteater targeted the teenage elves who didn't have the strength to resist its attack. "Dark pestilence," Selene shouted, and hundreds of blood bats materialized in front of her. These bats shrieked in unison before descending upon the congregation of elves that was protecting the teleportation gate. "No, get away, don't come near me." The young elves tried their best to attack the blood bats, but they were too fast, and too agile to hit. These bats mercilessly bit their targets, drawing blood from their bodies. Immediately, those bitten by them suffered several status ailments like blindness, paralysis, lethargy, berserk, and confusion. "Don't panic. They are just made up of dark energy. Use your wind magic to repel them." The 2 archmages worked in unison to use a powerful gust of wind to repel the blood bats, but Selene had already anticipated this reaction. She then snapped her fingers and stared at the elves in disdain. "Detonate." The hundreds of bats detonated at the same time, showering the elves with a blood rain that was highly acidic. Screams of pain resounded within the cavern as wisps of smoke rose up from the bodies of the elves that were hit by Selene's attacks that were filled with anger and hate. "You traitorous bitch!" One of the archmage roared in anger as he summoned a giant fireball to turn Selene into ashes. Selene merely chuckled as she disappeared from where she stood. The fireball missed its target and exploded, making the inside of the cavern tremble. Pieces of rock and soil started to rain down on the heads of the elven defenders as Jekyll and the Qilin wrestled with one another. That and the fact that the elves had no choice but to fight inside the cavern made things worse. Soon, the cavern showed signs of collapse as more rocks and dirt started falling from above. This was your plan all along. Aenarion finally realized that Jekyll was purposely hitting the areas around the cavern to cause a cave-in, in order to bury the teleportation gate as well as the elves defending it. Selene was helping with the same as she allowed the elves to cast powerful spells at her, and dodging at the last minute. When Kusaganaga also realized that this was a good plan, it began slamming itself against the cavern walls to help speed up its collapse. Bastards! Aenarion gave Jekyll a powerful kick, sending him several meters away from the teleportation gate. He didn't dare to unleash a strong attack because it might trigger the cave's collapse. The golden portal of the elves glowed once more and a 2-meter earth golem jumped out of it. That was one difficult journey, the earth golem muttered as it glanced at Jekyll. Shit! Jekyll cursed internally because an ancient earth golem had appeared to assist the elves. He recognized the small earth golem because it was one of the guardians of the Silvermoon continent that he didn't want to face the most. He would rather fight a dozen Qilins than face this single earth golem that was known for its cheat-like ability. Jekyll's tail lashed at the Qilin and sent him flying towards the teleportation gate. He then opened his mouth to suck up Selene and Kusaganaga, who were still attacking the cavern, unaware of the current peril that they were facing. The two were immediately sucked up inside Jekyll's mouth and the latter ran away without looking back. "What's wrong?" Selene inquired. "Why did you stop us?" Kusaganaga chimed in to ask a question. Jekyll's stomach was like a special domain where he could choose to store anything he swallowed. Currently, he placed Selene and Kusaganaga in a safe place that allowed them to communicate with him. Drowam arrived, Jekyll replied as he ran through the passage leading to the cavern's exit. He needed to save the members of William's Legion as well as the freedom fighters who accompanied them to destroy the teleportation gate. Selene's face immediately went pale when she heard Jekyll's words. Among the guardians of the Silvermoon continent, Drowam was considered a pseudo-demigod. It was so strong that many grudgingly acknowledged that it was something that they wouldn't want to face in battle. Jekyll was one of them, so the moment he saw Drowam, he immediately chose to flee rather than stay and fight against the ancient golem. The Alliance had already considered the possibility of the gate being able to bring forth reinforcements from the Silvermoon continent in its incomplete state. However, none of them expected that it would be able to summon a myriad beast, and a pseudo-demigod at the same time. "This mission is a failure," Selene muttered in helplessness. Now that she was fully aware of their current situation, she felt thankful for Jekyll's quick-wittedness. Perhaps, if they had stayed inside the cavern for a minute longer, all of them would now be buried deep within the earth, unable to free themselves from a rocky prison. Chapter 445, Ignorant Child. "What's with all the shaking?" Wendy asked as she sat on top of Thor. They were guarding the entrance of the cavern and their role was to stop any reinforcements coming from the outside. Est, Isaac, Dave, Conrad, Crown Prince Alaric, Princess Aila, and Sharks the Goblin Marauder were also keeping watch outside the cavern. They had already repelled several groups of elven reinforcements who had been notified that a small army composed of humans and beasts had launched a surprise attack on their teleportation gate. The tremors intensified and all of them had to grab onto something to steady themselves from the constant shaking. Suddenly, the tremors grew stronger as they heard something like a giant running at them from behind. A draconic lion's head appeared behind them, but before any of the teenagers could even react, all of them were being sucked up into its wide and gaping jaw. Jekyll had no time to explain things, so he dumped all of them in the same space where Selene and Kusaganaga were being held. As soon as he arrived at the surface, he immediately unfurled his wings and soared towards the skies. A few seconds later, a loud shout came from the cave entrance as a giant lightning bolt flew after Jekyll. "You're not getting away, Jekyll!" Aenarion roared in anger. Jekyll knew that he couldn't outfly his pursuer because the Qilin was among the fastest beasts in the world. Scram! Jekyll roared as he slashed at the incoming lightning bolt with his claws. A powerful collision ensued in the heavens as both beasts were pushed several meters away from each other. Suddenly, a giant boulder the size of a hill was hurled in Jekyll's direction. The timing of the attack was so precise that Jekyll was unable to evade it in time. Blood seeped out of the corner of Jekyll's lips as the hill-sized boulder collided with the side of his face. "Dirty bastard!" Jekyll cursed internally as he allowed his body to fly away using the rock's momentum. The sky suddenly turned dark as Aenarion summoned a massive lightning storm. Jekyll was bombarded by giant lightning bolts left and right as he flew towards the west. Like all demonic creatures, lightning was Jekyll's weakness. However, he was strong enough to endure them because of his superior rank. Still, being constantly bombarded by massive lightning bolts was doing a number on him. That Andraum, who was an ancient earth golem, followed him on the ground like a carriage that had been given wind sails. Jekyll knew that the moment he landed on the ground, the ancient earth golem would make his life extremely difficult, so he gritted his teeth and endured the beating as he flew west. The Qilin had no intention of letting Jekyll escape, so he repeatedly harassed him with long-range attacks. He knew that he was a level weaker than the Teoti, so he just focused on hurling lightning bolts at him as he made his escape. Die! Aenarion shouted as the single horn on his head glowed brightly, like a small sun. He then fired a lightning bolt that was big enough to swallow the retreating Teoti. Jekyll's scales glowed faintly as he increased his resistance against magical attacks. He knew that he needed to endure this attack no matter what, so he braced himself for the impact. A loud clap of thunder reverberated as a bright flash illuminated the heavens. It was so bright that Princess Eowyn, who had arrived at the Zelen Palace not long ago, saw it in the distance. The Qilin's eyes glowed in power as he looked in the direction of the Teoti whom he had forced into a corner. Drowum crossed its arm over its chest as it looked up into the sky. Its ancient eyes waited patiently for the light to recede to see the outcome of its comrade's full-powered strike. Lightning snaked in the sky and thunder roared in the heavens. Soon, Jekyll's figure once again reappeared in their sights. However, he was no longer alone. Burp. William wasn't able to stop himself from burping after getting hit by the overwhelming lightning attack that was unleashed by a myriad beast. Gained express points. 225,000. Prince of Thunder job class has gained a level. Prince of Thunder level 25. Thank you for the experience points, William said as he stood on top of a cloud. He then looked at the Qilin with a devilish smile as tendrils of lightning snaked across his body. Can you do that one more time? It's quite addicting. Aenarion suddenly felt an overbearing presence that made his body unconsciously shudder. He looked at the red-headed boy in disbelief because he could feel his power was being suppressed by an ancient force that had existed alongside his race's creation. It took the Qilin half a minute to realize the reason why his power was being suppressed. Are you his protege? Aenarion asked in disbelief. William activated his appraisal skill and looked at the beast in front of him. Aenarion. Qilin. Mythical creature. Herald of Storms. Threat level, SSR. Success rate, 0.0000001%. A mythical creature known for its noble lineage and incredible power. It wields the power of lightning and can easily conjure lightning storms when provoked. This spirit beast hates demonic creatures and will immediately move in for the kill at the mere sight of them. It is also one of the few beasts that had rebelled against the god of shepherds and defied his orders. Because of this, the god of shepherds gave them a bloodline curse where their power would be suppressed by those whom he chose as his disciples. I see, so you are a rebel. William narrowed his eyes as he looked at the draconic unicorn in front of him. It was at that moment when a giant boulder flew towards William's direction. The half-elf casually waved Ruyi Jingu Bang and smashed the boulder to pieces. And you are? William glanced at the earth golem on the ground and once again used his appraisal skill. Drowum. Ancient golem. Guardian of the Silvermoon continent. One who survived the era of the gods. Threat level, SSR+. Pseudo-demigod. Oh, a pseudo-demigod. William rubbed his chin with interest. Might as well give it a try. William thrust the golden metallic rod in his hand towards the ground. Break all the walls that stand before me. Ruyi Jingu Bang. The golden staff extended and increased its size. Its width was over 50 meters as it descended towards the ground, with the intention of crushing the golem into pieces. Ignorant child, Drowum said softly as it stomped its foot on the ground. A stone pillar that had the same size as William's golden staff jutted out of the ground and met it head-on. The two attacks collided and William was surprised because the earth pillar managed to block his weapon effectively and cancel the force behind it. It's no use, Will, Jekyll said as he flew near the boy. As long as Drowum stands on the ground, it can borrow the power of the land to defend against any attacks. Only the attack of a demigod would be able to break through its defenses. William nodded. The purpose of his attack was to gauge how strong the golem was. Also, his heroic avatar was nearing its limit, so he couldn't possibly engage it in battle. William channeled the remaining power of the Monkey King in his staff as he prepared a powerful attack. Quick Shot War Art 4th Form. Grand Bazooka. The tip of the golden staff, that was currently being suppressed by the earth pillar, emitted a burst of light. Drowham's eyes widened as it immediately merged with the land and buried itself deep in the ground. Not long after, a powerful explosion took place, making the surroundings tremble. The earth pillar collapsed entirely as the power of William's attack made its way to the ground, creating a giant mushroom of light. Aenarion was forced to retreat due to the blazing flames that scorched the land, and reached into the sky at the same time. He looked in disbelief at the 2-mile-wide circular devastation from the sky. When he regained his senses and glanced in the direction of the boy and the Teodi, both of them were gone. William made the attack flashy in order to fool the two powerful beings as he and Jekyll made their escape back to the boundaries of the Helen Kingdom. Chapter 446, What I Want is Absolute Conquest. While the two guardians of the Silvermoon continent were busy pursuing Jekyll, the elven defenders were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The healers tended to the wounded and those that had suffered from Celine's dark magic, while the rest used earth magic to stabilize their surroundings. The cavern had received serious damage and they didn't want it to collapse anytime soon. One Blademaster and one Archmage left the defenders to check on what was happening above ground, leaving the rest to defend their teleportation gate. 5 minutes later, one of the injured elves glanced around her surroundings because her sensitive hearing had caught something. "What's wrong?" the elven cleric tending her asked because he noticed that something was amiss. "Can you hear it?" the injured elf inquired because the sound that she heard a while ago was getting stronger. "I hear some kind of chirping sounds." Some of the elves who overheard their conversation quieted down and listened to their surroundings. Soon, their eyes all moved in a certain direction and that place was. The ground under their feet suddenly shifted and a wide mandible jutted out of the ground. Cries of alarm echoed within the cavern walls as several warrior ants emerged from the ground right under the elven defenders. 4 giant golden ants of the millennial rank rampaged and headed towards the teleportation gate. Riding behind them were 3 sword saints and 1 archmage. The Crater Empire. The elven archmage cast a defensive spell to protect himself, but he was a second too late. His head slid to the side as a transparent blade took his life in less than a second. The elven Blademaster knew that he couldn't possibly handle the attacks of 3 sword saints at once, so he immediately used the teleportation scroll in his possession. Seeing that their only opponent had decided to flee, the sword saints of the Crater Empire ignored the young elves and immediately attacked the teleport gate. The gate was instantly demolished due to their powerful attacks. The sword saints didn't take any chances and used a storage ring to take all of the broken pieces for safekeeping. When all the destroyed pieces were gathered, they turned their attention to the young elves who were currently being thrashed by the warrior ants that completely outnumbered them. The sword saints exchanged glances with each other before nodding at the same time. They then moved in to knock as many of the young elves unconscious as fast as they could. It didn't even take 5 minutes before all the elves had been subdued and the warriors' ants carried them down into the tunnel that they had created beforehand. They made a hasty retreat because they knew that the Keelin and the Earth Golem could return at any moment. Fortunately, Jekyll had lured them far enough away from the location of the teleport gate that neither guardian beast had any idea that someone had delivered the coup de grace while they were busy pursuing the Teodi. Empress Sidoni nodded in satisfaction when she saw that the operation had been a complete success. William was not the only one who was worried about the elven reinforcements that would come to aid their vanguards in the southern continent. The officers of the Crater Empire had held several meetings on how to effectively deal with the teleportation gates that the elves were constructing. Due to the Ant Queen's countless eyes observing the Zellan dynasty, Sidoni was able to come up with a daring plan that would catch the elves by surprise. She had ordered the ants to start making a tunnel that extended from the border of the Aenarion's dynasty up to the northern regions of the Zellan dynasty, where their teleportation gate was being constructed. She already knew how many defenders were protecting the gate, so she prepared an army that numbered in the hundreds of thousands. It was supposed to be a blitzkrieg operation that would focus more on destroying the gate, using the ants as cannon fodders. The 3 saints and 1 archmage were there to ensure that things would proceed according to plan. Empress Sidoni knew that no matter how strong the ants were, a human's mind was more complex and capable of making quick decisions at a moment's notice. "Congratulations, Your Majesty," Prince Jason said with a smile. "With this, the elves will not be able to create a force that can threaten us." The prince was standing several meters away from Empress Sidonie because he was afraid that he would not be able to resist her charm, even if he was wearing a set of charm-resistant artifacts. "It is too early to celebrate," Empress Sidonie replied. "The Qilin and Ancient Golem are not pushovers. If my hunch is correct, these two beasts will launch an attack on our own teleportation gate to even out the playing field." Prince Jason smiled as he eyed the beautiful Empress. "That may be true, but I'm sure that Her Majesty had already thought of a plan to counter them. Yes. I alone will not be able to defeat those two powerful beasts, especially the Ancient Golem that is close to being a demigod," Empress Sidonie smiled. "Fortunately, the Crater Empire has their own guardian beasts that could match them in battle. If they are not here, then the elves will still be able to conquer the southern continent with the aid of their two powerful protectors." Prince Jason nodded. Just like the elves, their empire had already made enough preparations. They were not afraid of the Ancient Golem because they, too, had their own guardian beast that was just as strong as Droum. "What do you think they will do next?" Jason inquired. "Will they continue their plan to conquer more lands after this incident?" Empress Sidonie giggled, and it made the hearts of those present in the throne room skip a beat. Prince Jason was one of them, and he silently cursed himself for not being strong enough to resist her allure. "With the current situation, the elves are clearly at a disadvantage," Empress Sidonie said as she leaned her back on the throne. "They have two options. One is to attack us, and the other is to send an ambassador to negotiate." Empress Sidonie smiled before continuing her explanation. "If they decide to attack us, then they would just be cornering themselves. They can't afford to resist the combined attack of the Crater Empire, as well as the forces of the Helen Kingdom. I'm sure they will do their best to negotiate a compromise, even if they had to pay us a heavy compensation." Prince Jason crossed his arms over his chest because he agreed with Sidonie's reasoning. An elven attack would lead to the elves' downfall, so they wouldn't choose that option no matter what. His only concern was due to the fact that the beautiful Empress seemed to have no wish to unite the southern lands under her banner. "Your Majesty, can you please tell me what you plan to do?" "Me, I want to play it big." "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" Jason inquired. Empress Sidonie rested the side of her face on her palm as she eyed the handsome prince from the Crater Empire. "1 month, Empress Sidonie said softly. "If the elves don't initiate talks with us after 1 month, we will move in to invade them." Prince Jason frowned. Their own teleport gate would be completed in 2 weeks, and once that happened, the mighty army of the Crater Empire would step foot on foreign lands. If Empress Sidonie willed it, this army would march forth and conquer the entire southern continent unimpeded. Since that was not the case, Prince Jason couldn't find a reason as to why they should sit down and listen to the compromise of the elves. If he had the final say, he would immediately declare war and launch an all-out attack on the capital of the Zelen dynasty, before dealing with the Helen Kingdom, who was currently the weakest faction among the three. "Your Majesty, what is your goal?" Prince Jason inquired. He no longer asked what Sidonie's plan was, but her goal instead. "Hee, you can ask as much as you want, but you're not getting an answer." "Oh." Morgana teased the handsome prince from within Empress Sidonie's sea of consciousness. She knew that Prince Jason would definitely lose his marbles if he discovered what her other half wanted the most. Empress Sidonie chuckled internally as she met Prince Jason's inquiring gaze. "I will only say it once, so you'd better listen carefully," Empress Sidonie said in a firm manner. "What I want is absolute conquest. A move to conquer everything, including the body, heart, and soul. Nothing more, nothing less." Morgana laughed because she had already anticipated this answer from Sidonie. She even praised her other half for her ingenuity in the choice of her words. Prince Jason sighed in his heart because if what Sidonie wanted was absolute conquest, then it matched the Crater Empire's interest. If he only knew that what the beautiful Empress wanted to conquer were not the lands of the southern continent, but the heart of a narcissistic half-elf, then the handsome prince would definitely do everything in his power to erase William from the face of the earth. Chapter 447. Look at the bright side. I never thought that your true form would be this awesome, William said as he sat on top of the Teoti that was flying towards the borders of the Helen Kingdom. Jekyll increased his speed because he wasn't sure if the Qilin and Ancient Earth Golem would still pursue them after William's destructive attack. And I never thought that you'd have this kind of trump card hidden in your sleeve, Jekyll replied. I'm guessing that you can't use this ability as you please, right? There has to be some kind of restriction. Jekyll was quite thankful that William appeared when he did. He wasn't sure that he would have been able to escape from the Qilin and the Ancient Golem's combination attack if William hadn't come to his rescue. By the way, How were you able to arrive at my location that quickly? Shouldn't you be in the far south? If I told you that I could travel at the speed of lightning, would you believe me? I have no choice but to believe you at this point. But, how were you able to pinpoint my exact location? Jekyll inquired. William scratched his cheeks because he actually didn't know that Jekyll was in danger. He just felt that there was a powerful lightning storm somewhere in the Zelen dynasty, and he immediately went there to bathe in lightning bolts to increase his rank. There are many ways to level up the different job classes. For example, his Sun Knight required him to bathe in the sunlight to increase its level. Even if William killed 1,000,000 monsters, the Sun Knight job class wouldn't gain any experience points from it. The Prince of Thunder gained experience points from killing monsters. However, the most efficient way to raise its rank was to absorb the power of a lightning storm. Although William could travel at the speed of lightning, he could only do this twice a day. It was one of the cheat-like abilities that was available in his Prince of Thunder job class. I felt a very powerful lightning storm coming from the north, so I decided to investigate, William replied after careful consideration. Since the weather of the southern continent is fixed to this gloomy and cloudy state, such sudden changes meant that something abnormal was happening. Jekyll nodded his head. Although William's explanation had holes in it, he decided not to pry because everyone was entitled to their own secrets. Did you manage to destroy the teleportation gate? William asked. Jekyll sighed. No. If it was only that stuck-up Aenarion, then I could have dealt with him, but that ancient golem, Drowum, was a heavyweight that I couldn't handle in such a closed-off space. William also sighed internally because their main objective wasn't met. They purposely allowed themselves to be seen when they entered the borders of the Zelen dynasty. They headed south to trick the elves into thinking that they were heading to the sanctuary of the Minotaur race. Halfway in their journey, William and Urchitu continued south while Jekyll and the others headed north, using the hidden teleportation gates that only the members of the royal family of the Zelen dynasty were aware of. Crown Prince Alaric had led the alliance towards the northern regions with stealth, so they wouldn't alert any of the elves that were scattered to the several outposts in the Zelen dynasty. Their plan had been flawless, but unfortunately, some unforeseen events transpired. William was about to say something else when he received a message from Ezio through their special means of communication. The half-elf had a complicated look on his face as he shared this piece of news with Jekyll. The teleportation gate has been destroyed, William said. The ant warriors and several saints from the Crater Empire dug a tunnel underground and attacked when the two guardian beasts were busy pursuing you. Oh, Jekyll couldn't hide the surprise in its tone after hearing William's report. A few moments later, he chuckled wryly because he realized that they had unknowingly played the role of bait and cannon fodder that led to the Crater Army's coup de grace. This leaves a bad aftertaste. Look at the bright side. At least, we no longer have to worry about the teleportation gate. Jekyll grunted when he heard William's optimistic reply. The Teoti had no choice but to agree that although their mission was a failure, their main objective had been achieved at the same time. So, what happened to your mission? Jekyll inquired. Did you manage to eliminate any of their high-ranking officers? William shook his head. Just some small fries. The big fish got away, but I managed to kill more than 1,000 elves. In truth, William would have liked to kill all the elves that had accompanied Elendor to the domain of the Minotaurs, but Skyla stopped him from wiping them out completely. Skyla was still his mother's beast companion, so she couldn't stand by and watch William massacre all the elves in front of her. Because of this, William compromised and spared those that had surrendered to him. He knocked all of them unconscious and tossed them at the newly bought prison from the godshop that he had placed on the 36th floor of the Goblin Crypt. William had closed off the entire floor, so even if the elves escaped, they wouldn't be able to leave without his permission. Surprisingly, he found one human boy amongst them and placed him in a separate cell. He had no time to interrogate the boy earlier because he had felt the disturbance in the weather that was happening in the north of the Zelen dynasty. William had already used his appraisal skill on the boy and learned his name. He knew who he was because Prince Alaric and Paul had told him the name of the top prodigy of their dynasty. The half-elf had also discovered the slave collar on the teenager's neck. Because of this, he decided not to take any chances and imprisoned him for the time being. I'll just wait until we have crossed the borders of the Hellen Kingdom, William thought. The red-headed boy suddenly remembered the beautiful princess of the Kingdom of Frisia. They had not communicated with each other ever since she left the Corinter Mountains. William didn't know if their alliance still stood because they seemed to have parted on bad terms with each other. Even so, He was quite thankful that the princess, who had asked him for his babies, had made her move during the critical moment. If not for her, the threat of the elves would still remain like a sharp blade hanging over all of their necks that could fall off at any given moment. I will thank her personally later, William thought. For now, I still need to deal with the aftermath of this operation. Jekyll had already told William that their side had suffered several casualties during the clash with the elves. William was also thankful that Jekyll had acted the way he did in order to save everyone's lives. If not for Jekyll's decisive action, William might have lost more than some of the members of his legion. He could have lost people that held great importance in his life. Chapter 448, Dealing with the Aftermath. Elendor slammed his fist on the table inside his personal office after hearing the report of his subordinates that were stationed in the northern regions. Filthy humans! Elendor roared in anger. The messenger that had delivered the letter trembled in fright because this was the first time he had seen their commander act in this manner. Of course, the messenger understood that Elendor's reaction was quite normal because their teleportation gate had been destroyed and the cavern had completely collapsed. He thought that their commander was only acting like this because he grieved the loss of their archamge and thousands of young elven elites. What the messenger didn't know was that Elendor was still seething from his shameful defeat in the southern regions and was currently venting out his frustration and irritation. Still, as the commander of the elves, Elendor reined in his emotions as he took deep breaths to calm himself. Commander, Lord Aenarion and Lord Drowam are still in the northern regions, the messenger reported. They are asking you to report to them before the sun sets. They have important matters to discuss. Elendor nodded his head in acknowledgement. He might be the commander of the elves on this expedition, but he was nothing compared to the two guardian beasts that protected the Silvermoon continent. I'll be there shortly, Elendor replied. There are still some minor things that I need to attend to. Please, send Lord Aenarion and Lord Drowam my regards. Yes, Commander. The messenger bowed respectfully before leaving the room. Elendor watched him go with a cold expression on his face. He was still feeling bitter about the humiliation that he had suffered at William's hands. What was worse was that Princess Éowyn and the prodigies that had accompanied him to the sanctuary of the Minotaur race had witnessed it all. The prideful elven commander clenched his fists as his nails dug into his palms. It took him half an hour to fully regain his composure before he left the royal palace to meet with the two guardian beasts who were waiting for his arrival. The ant army traveled tirelessly until they reached their destination. One by one, they opened the wings behind their backs and took off to the sky. Half of the ant army headed straight towards the Xianxia dynasty, while the others remained behind to act as bait for anyone who might try to follow the tracks they had left behind. Although they had triggered the collapse of the underground cavern, and the tunnels they had dug many days ago, they were still dealing with two powerful beings. Empress Sidoni had communicated with the archmage that had accompanied the ant army in their operation, and told him about the escape route that she had devised after careful consideration. The flying ants, that were carrying the unconscious elves, traveled as quickly as they could while the remaining ants dug several tunnels headed in different directions. Their plan was to hoodwink the ancient golem and Keelin so they could not find their flying army. Even if the ancient golem was strong, it couldn't possibly find the right tunnel that would lead it to the bulk of the ant army that were carrying the elves that they had captured. Fortunately, it took Aenarion and Drowam an hour to return to the location of the teleportation gate. At that same time, the ant army had already taken to the skies. They flew along the route that Empress Sidoni had carefully selected to prevent any pursuers from finding their tracks. The two guardian beasts were unscathed from William's destructive attack. The reason why they were delayed in their return was due to the fact that they debated whether they should pursue Jekyll and the red-headed boy or return to the location of the teleportation gate. In the end, Aenarion and Drowam half-heartedly tried to search for Jekyll and William's whereabouts before returning to the northern regions. When they arrived, the cavern had already collapsed. Drowam immediately used its power to lift the debris from the teleportation gate. Hundreds of elven corpses, goblins, beasts, and corpses of several teenage humans were unearthed from the collapsed cavern. Drowam unceremoniously tossed them aside as it looked at where the teleportation gate was, but found nothing. It was then when it discovered the presence of several tunnels under the earth and immediately went to investigate. There, it encountered several ants, and killed them without mercy. After several hours of following several dead ends, the ancient golem decided that there was no use in continuing its investigation. The teleportation gate had been destroyed and there was nothing it could do about it. The only thing that it had discovered were the ants, and it was planning to ask the commander of the elves, Elendor, if he knew anything about them. That way, they would be able to find out who the culprit was and punish them for their transgression. While all of this was taking place, Connor was inside his office inside the royal palace of the Helen Kingdom, and waiting for the report of Floyd, whom he had tasked to go talk to Celine. He was hoping that Celine would be able to convince William to work with him temporarily until the threat of the elves had been dealt with. Several days had already passed, but no news returned to him. At first, he thought that Floyd had succeeded in his mission and was just working with Celine to find William. However, after waiting for many days, he still hadn't received any report from the sorcerer who was in charge of creating the super soldiers for their organization. "Callum, has Floyd reported anything to you?" Connor asked his right-hand man, who was currently stationed in their main headquarters. Callum was busy coordinating with everyone who was continuing the search for the whereabouts of the Undying Lands and filing the reports that they had made. "Floyd, I haven't heard from him since 2 weeks ago," Callum replied. "Did he not report the result of his mission to you, sir?" "No. Do you know where he is right now?" "He is not answering his communication crystal. Please give me a moment while I contact his subordinates in his laboratory." Connor nodded and cut his connection with Callum. After waiting for a few minutes, the crystal on his ring glowed brightly. He once again opened the connection and saw that Callum was frowning. "What's wrong?" Connor asked. "Sir, Floyd is back in his laboratory," Callum reported. "However, he asked his subordinate to tell you that he is currently busy and must not be disturbed at all cost." He added that the super soldiers are nearing completion and this was a very crucial moment. Only members of his inner staff were allowed to enter the inner level of his underground laboratory. Connor frowned after hearing Callum's report. Did he mention anything about the negotiation he had with Celine? Callum shook his head. "Sir, should I go there to personally ask him some questions?" "No," Connor sighed. "I'm guessing that his talks with Celine didn't turn out well, so he's locked himself in his laboratory and refused to give us an explanation." Connor was starting to regret that he gave the important task to the eccentric scholar that idolized Celine. He thought that since Floyd wanted to meet Celine so badly, he would be the perfect messenger to meet with the dark sorceress and discuss his proposal. "I just hope he didn't do anything stupid," Connor sighed internally. "Continue to monitor our agents that are looking for the Undying Lands. I will be leaving to meet with Celine shortly. Report to me if anything important arises. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, sir," Callum bowed respectfully. Connor then cut the connection as he made preparations to go to Lant. For some reason, he started to feel anxious. He hoped that Floyd didn't annoy Celine too much that the latter would refuse to meet with him. Chapter 449, Preparation for a Nasty Surprise. "Arslan, I'm glad that you are still alive." Paul wasn't able to stop himself from giving Arslan a bear hug after seeing him. "I won't live for much longer if you continue to crush my lungs," Arslan wheezed as he tapped Paul's back to tell the emotional knight to back away. Prince Alaric watched this exchange with a smile. He was quite thankful seeing that the strongest prodigy of the Zelen dynasty was safe. However, the slave collar hanging on Arslan's neck dampened the mood of the reunion. William had interrogated Arslan earlier before releasing him from the prison. Naturally, he made up a story that he possessed a legendary artifact that could store people inside it. Everyone looked at him in doubt, except the people that were in the know. In order to reinforce his lie, William decided to drag Jekyll along and tell them that the artifact was given to him by the dentist of Lant, who was also a Teoti. After experiencing Jekyll's abilities, everyone half believed William's explanation and decided to drop the topic about his artifact prison. "William, is there a way to remove this slave collar?" Prince Alaric asked. He hoped that his distant cousin would be able to find a way to free Arslan from his enslavement. "There is a way, but I think it is better to let that collar stay on his neck for a little while longer," William replied as he pointed at his own slave collar. A slave collar makes people drop their guard because they are not afraid that a slave might revolt. If we use this fact to our advantage, the Crown Prince was a smart person and he was able to catch on to what William was hinting at. "Make him a double agent?" Prince Alaric inquired. "Yes," William nodded. "Of course, if he doesn't want to then I can remove the slave collar on his neck. However, it will take some time to do so." Arslan, who was listening to their conversation, looked at William in disbelief. He never thought that there was someone that was capable of removing a slave collar from another person. When Arslan saw the slave collar hanging on William's neck, he believed that the latter was telling the truth. His impression of William also became better because in his mind, both of them were slaves and shared the same hardship. Actually, William had discovered a few things about the collar of Wisteria after having a heart-to-heart talk with his master, Selene. One of the hidden functions of the slave collar was to give its previous wearer the immunity to enslavement magic. The second interesting function of the collar was that it could actually dispel the enslavement magic of other slave collars. Now he finally understood why Selene and Celeste were forced to wear their slave collars when they were young. This was to prevent the two of them from being enslaved by anyone. Now that William had worn the collar for several years, even if he took it off, no other forms of enslavement magic would work on him. According to Selene, the collar of Wisteria had 9 special functions: unlock the hidden power of light or darkness within a person, prevent anyone who wears it from being affected by enslavement magic, grants the ability to dispel the enslavement magic of other slave collars or any other similar tools and artifacts, grants the last wearer of the collar the ability to pass the collar to others, making them their slave, allows the user to enter certain places in the Silvermoon continent that belong to the Wisteria clan. Selene had only told him 5 of the 9 functions of the collar because the remaining 4 were something she couldn't share with anyone even if she wanted to. Her grandfather had given her an absolute order, while she was still wearing the collar, that she mustn't divulge the 4 remaining functions of the collar of Wisteria to anyone. William lied when he said that he needed some time to prepare the method of dispelling Arslan's slave collar because he thought that the young warrior would play a more important role if he became a mole within the elven forces. Naturally, Arslan also understood the consequences of William's plan. On one hand, he was prone to suffer abuse and torture from the elves if he returned to the capital of the Zelen dynasty. On the other hand, he would be able to receive and pass important information to the Alliance because he served as a personal guard of Princess Eowyn. What Arslan didn't know was that William was testing his resolve. If he agreed to remain as a slave, then he would tweak the slave collar to allow Arslan a little bit of freedom. He could choose to ignore certain orders and even act independently. Simply put, Arslan was like a hidden blade that could stab the heart of the elven chain of command when they least expected it. Although this role held untold danger, it could also tilt the balance of the war during crucial moments. Arslan stared long and hard at William for several minutes before nodding his head. He had finally made his decision, and his answer made everyone look at him with admiration and respect. "I will ask you one last time." William patted the shoulder of the teenage boy who was older than him by a few years. "Is this your final answer?" Arslan nodded his head firmly. "Yes, I will return to Briar Glen and become the rat that will bring the elven race to their knees. But I have one condition." "Speak," William replied. "If it is within my ability, then I will grant it." Arslan stared straight into William's eyes before saying his demand. "Let me kill the elven princess." William frowned and firmly shook his head. "You can't," William replied. "Princess Eowyn is my moth, the Saintess' disciple and one of the precious princesses of the elven race. If you kill her, then the elves would make a blood oath to exterminate not only you, but all the citizens of the Zelen dynasty. Believe me when I say that they are capable of doing this." William told Arslan about the appearance of the 2 guardian beasts of the Silvermoon continent. Drowam alone was more than enough to raise the Zelen capital to the ground. The wrath of a pseudo-demigod was something that couldn't be brushed off easily. Arslan narrowed his gaze as he digested William's words. As much as he wanted to give the elves a devastating blow, he couldn't involve the innocent survivors of their dynasty. He didn't want to become the sinner that played a role in having their dynasty wiped off of the face of the southern continent. "Then allow me to kill," Arslan stated. "I will not compromise again." "Deal." William agreed to Arslan's condition. He didn't care about the life of the other elves, but he cared about the life of the elven princess. William's mother, Lady Arwen, only had 2 disciples. The red-headed boy didn't want his mother to be broken-hearted at the loss of one of her disciples. Selene had already informed him that not all the elves had agreed to the invasion of the human lands. The beautiful elf may hate her race, but she didn't want to lie to her disciple. After all, William's mother was the Saintess of the World Tree. "Come with me," William said with a mischievous smile plastered on his face. "We need to discuss a few things before you return to Briar Glen." William had already felt Arslan's resolve, so there was no need to hold back. He intended to have Arslan give the elves a nasty surprise that would make them regret enslaving the battle-hardened prodigy of the Zelen dynasty. Chapter 450, A Temporary Truce. "Is this really fine?" Prince Alaric asked as he looked at the lamassu that would take Arslan near the border of the Zelan dynasty. No, William replied as he stood with his arms crossed over his chest. But, having him behind enemy lines is better than having him fight by our side. The damage he can cause using his ability, when used at the right moment, could tilt the balance of the war in our favor. Prince Alaric sighed as he reluctantly nodded his head. They were currently at the fortress where James had taken command before he turned into a crystal statue. The two guardians of the Silvermoon continent didn't pursue them, which made Jekyll and William breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. There was no way that both of them could fight against the two guardians, especially since William's heroic avatar was no longer available. What do we do now? Prince Alaric looked at William with a serious expression. Do we even have any chances of winning? We have no chance of winning against the elves with our current forces, William replied. Those two guardians alone would make it very difficult. One of them is a myriad beast, the other a pseudo-demigod. We can count ourselves lucky that their teleportation gate was destroyed. However, they will build one again, and this time, they will ensure its completion. The most we did was buy ourselves a month or two. If we can't find anything to match the power of those two guardian beasts, then winning is just a dream outside our reach. The two leaders of the young generation stood in silence as they stared in the direction of the Zelan dynasty. They had done their best, but even their best wasn't enough in the face of absolute strength. While the two boys were pondering on their next move, Celine walked towards William and placed her hand on his shoulder. Will, we need to talk, Celine said. Understood, Master. William nodded. Let's talk more after we've returned to Lant, Prince Alaric. Please, tell everyone that we leave in 2 hours. Prince Alaric nodded in acknowledgement. He gave Celine a glance before turning around to leave. Celine waved her hand and a small dome of dark magic shielded William and her from the outside world. What they were going to talk about was highly confidential and she didn't want others to overhear their conversation. Will, I am a member of Deus, Celine said as she looked at William with a serious expression. William nodded. I know, Master. You do. Celine raised an eyebrow. Did you tell him, Oliver? A black mist came out of William's shadow and materialized into a parrot monkey. Oliver looked at his mistress and nodded his head. I apologize for stepping beyond my bounds, Mistress, Oliver said. I have no excuse for what I did. Celine stared at her loyal retainer before shifting her gaze back to her one and only disciple. What are your thoughts about it? Celine asked. Her eyes never left William's as if she was trying to see his true emotions in the depths of his clear, green eyes. It was a shocking revelation, William replied without batting an eye. But, I am sure that Master has a good reason for doing what you did. William paused before asking the question that had been nagging in his mind. Although Oliver had already said it, he wanted his master to say it using her own words. Master, did you take part in the creation of the continental spell? William felt that a burden had been dislodged from his shoulder. Now that he confirmed that Celine really had no part in the creation of the spell that turned his family into crystal statues, he was able to put his mind at ease. The reason why I wanted to talk to you is not only because I wanted to tell you that I am a member of Deus, but to tell you something that might aid us in this battle with the elves. Oliver has already told you that some members of the organization attacked Lant in order to capture Matthew and Eve to be used against the two of us, right? William nodded. I know the character of the branch leader of Deus here in the southern continent, Celine stated. He is not someone who would do something stupid like antagonize me and make me his enemy. Connor is too smart for that. I believe that what happened was an arbitrary action of that person named Floyd. Floyd? William asked. What role does he play in the organization? Celine smiled. She had a feeling that William would pay Floyd a visit and beat the crap out of him for trying to take his family members hostage. However, she knew that this would not be a good idea if she looked at their current circumstances. After we interrogated his men, we found out that he is a scholar who is currently working on the project that I had done research on in the past, Celine explained. The Super Soldier Project. This was an experiment where people are subjected into a specially controlled environment, where they would be exposed to artificial miasma. This would corrupt and transform their bodies to surpass its limits, turning them into mutant creatures that are very hard to kill. Celine crossed her arms over her chest. Floyd took over my research papers and put them into action. Based on the letter that he had sent me, his experimental subjects are now in the final phase of their mutation. When William heard the word Super Soldier Project and artificial miasma, his expression became grim. Now that the final pieces of the puzzle had fallen in place, he knew the identity of the person whom the trollhounds wanted to kill the most. However, what worried William was that according to Celine's choice of words, Floyd had managed to solve the flaws of Celine's research. That could only mean one thing: mass production of super soldiers that have powerful bodies and a regeneration that is on the same level as the titanic green-scaled trollhound. William shuddered at the mere thought of going against these killing machines. The trollhounds in his herd were extremely tenacious and powerful. Not only that, they were very hard to kill. Only an acid that was strong enough to melt adamantium could kill them completely. Simply put, they are nearly immortal creatures in the battlefield. Their only downside was that their hunger levels were higher compared to ordinary beasts. Fortunately, William had the Goblin Crypt before, and now, he had the Dungeon of Atlantis. The trollhounds could eat their fill with Sayakoi and Nagas, who could be hunted on the floors that they had cleared. Yes, Celine replied, right now, the organization has an army that can rampage on the battlefield without fearing for their lives. They are the perfect vanguards against their enemies. So, if we make the organization your enemy at this point in time, it would only lead to mutual destruction. William already understood what Celine was hinting at. Although he didn't want to admit it, this was not the time to have a head-on confrontation with Deus. He already had a headache with the current lineup of the Elven army. Facing both of them at the same time would be suicidal. A temporary truce, William asked. Celine nodded. I believe that this is the best course of action for now. If you like, I can send Oliver to Connor right now, so he can inquire why Connor wanted to talk to you. Depending on his answer, we can plan whether we will cooperate with them or not. William pondered for a bit before nodding his head. A temporary truce was fine. He needed to choose the lesser evil between Deus and the elves, and right now, the threat of the elves was higher compared to Connor's organization. Very well, Master, William said. Let's meet this Connor first. William already knew who Connor was because a little wren had followed him to the hidden valley where the Undying Lands had been located. Even so, what he knew about the leader of Deus was only second-hand information. Only by meeting him face-to-face would William be able to discern Connor's character and whether he was a person he could cooperate with. At least, until the threat of the foreign invaders was no longer an issue. Chapter 451, The Dice Has Been Cast Part 1. He did what? Connor slammed his fist on the table as he looked at a certain parrot monkey with bloodshot eyes. Oliver, we've known each other for a while. Are you telling me that Floyd tried to kidnap William's family members in order to coerce Celine and make him submit? Are you telling me the truth, or are you just spouting bullshit? So, you didn't order him to do anything of the sort? Oliver asked back. He eyed Connor and used his special eye that could see through all things to know whether the leader of Deus was lying or not. I didn't order such a thing. Connor denied firmly. What I asked Floyd to do was to pass a message to Celine that I want to talk to her disciple William. I didn't instigate him to kidnap his family members because I don't want to make Celine my enemy. Oliver appraised Connor's soul and found out that he wasn't lying. This proved that what Floyd did was an unauthorized action on his part without the consent from the leader of Deus. Then tell me, Connor, why do you want to meet William? Oliver asked. I will only tell the boy the reason when I meet him, Connor replied. Time is of the essence, Oliver. The sooner I talk to the boy, the sooner we can come to an agreement. I will give you the freedom to choose the time and place for our meeting. You can bring Celine or whoever else you want to bring along, but the boy must be there, period. Oliver eyed Connor one last time before flying towards the window of his office. I will come to find you before this day is over, Oliver stated as flew past the window. I will relay the boy's answer to you then. Inside the Martial Division of the Royal Academy. So this is the head prefect's room, Celine nodded her head in appreciation. Not bad. The beautiful elf sat on William's king-sized bed as she scanned the room with an appraising glance. It's quite unfortunate that I wasn't able to use it for a year, William commented as he dragged a chair to sit in front of his master. I thought that I was going to have a happy academy life. I didn't expect that I would find myself in the front row seat of one problem after another. Celine chuckled as she looked at the red-headed boy, who was looking back at her with a face filled with injustice. You are a magnet for trouble, aren't you? Celine asked with a smug expression. Master, that is slander, William replied with a righteous tone. Just look at how handsome your disciple is. A magnet for trouble? No, I am a magnet for beautiful girls. Ah, I forgot to tell you, Master, I now have 3 girlfriends. Not bad, right? Celine snorted after hearing William's snarky reply. 3 girlfriends? What's so good about having 3 girlfriends? You can't even do anything to them with your small. The beautiful elf covered her lips as she looked down on Williams, before giggling. Master, you shouldn't underestimate your disciple. William raised his head in arrogance. For your information, I am no longer. William wasn't able to continue his words because he would sound like a loser if he told Celine that he had crossed the line and into adulthood in his dreams. If that counted, then nearly all of the teenagers on Earth would have lost their V cards, right? You're no longer. I am no longer the child that you know. I am very capable now. Right. Celine nodded. I admit that you are now more capable. William didn't want to continue the conversation because his lovers were currently inside his thousand beast domain. Although they couldn't hear their conversation, he was afraid that Ash would somehow be able to eavesdrop using the gem embedded on his chest. The half-elf didn't want to take any risks because he had just suffered a beating due to the 2 blabbermouth angry birds who dropped a bomb when his lovers were around him. William was about to change the topic when Oliver entered the room through William's window and relayed the discussion he had with Connor. Just as we suspected, Mistress. Connor wasn't involved in Floyd's attack in Lant, Oliver explained. Are you certain? I see. Well then, what will you do? Celine shifted her attention to the half-elf who seemed to be deep in thought. William didn't take long to give an answer because he had already decided to meet Connor the moment he headed to the Royal Academy. I want to meet him, William stated. Master, make it happen. Celine nodded. There was no need to prolong the issue because time wasn't on their side. 5 minutes later, Oliver flew out of the window to relay William's words to Connor. William decided to meet Connor inside the Royal Academy accompanied by Celine and Jekyll. He didn't fully trust the leader of Deus, and having his master and the dentist of Lant would ensure his safety. An hour before sunset, Connor arrived at the first-year Martial Division. He came alone because he didn't want to sabotage this meeting with William. Floyd had already made things difficult for him, so he didn't want to take any more chances and decided to show William and his master, Celine, his sincerity. They met in the conference room of the Solaris dormitory. William was surprised to find out that the leader of Deus was a half-elf just like him. Connor had short, dark brown hair and green eyes that were not as clear as William's. Clearly, he had seen and done things that the boy had never experienced before. Although both of them were half-elves, the paths they chose were different from each other. Before we start this meeting, I would like to apologize for what my subordinate, Floyd, attempted to do, Connor said in an apologetic tone. It was never my intention to kidnap your family members to be used as hostages. William nodded because Oliver had already told him this. Still, he gave Connor 10 out of 10 for his acting skills because his words and actions clearly showed that he felt bad about what happened back in Lant. He sure knows how to take the lead in a conversation. William praised the leader of Deus for his ability to make himself look like the victim. Seeing William's acknowledgement, Connor decided to get straight to the point. He didn't plan to use flowery words to butter up the red-headed boy because Connor could clearly see the hidden dislike in William's eyes. Although the boy tried his best to hide it, Connor was someone who specialized in dealing with people. He could read the body language of people. Connor knew when to advance and when to take a step back, which earned him the leadership role for the branch of Deus in the southern continent. Right now, they were at the negotiation table. The leader of Deus wanted to gauge William's character to see if he would be an ally or not. If this negotiation failed, he would contact Princess Sidonie again and try to negotiate other terms. He didn't believe for a moment that he would lose in a battle of wits against a boy who had yet to reach adulthood. Connor would open his cards one by one and make sure that William understood that his only chance of survival was to work with him in order to deal with the current threats that they were facing. Chapter 452, The Dice Has Been Cast, Part 2. The reason why I wanted to meet with you is due to the 2 foreign invaders that are now right outside the borders of the Helen Kingdom, Connor stated. Depending on the result of our discussion, our organization may choose to leave the Helen Kingdom and attach ourselves to one of these powers. William's face remained calm even after hearing Connor's veiled threat. Celine had already predicted this outcome, so she had warned William beforehand that the leader of Deus might jump ship if things didn't look good for them. Celine and William both agreed that there was only one power that would accept the organization in their ranks, and that is none other than. So, you plan to go to the Crater Empire, William commented. Not a bad choice. Connor stared at William's face and he could tell that the boy wasn't surprised by his statement. He thought that he would get the upper hand by saying that he would give up the Helen Kingdom and become part of the Crater Empire's forces. I see, so he really is Princess Sidoni's ally, Connor thought. He didn't know that Sidoni was no longer a princess, but an empress that had dominion over 2 kingdoms. Although her little brother was the one currently ruling the kingdom of Frisia, it didn't change the fact that she was the one that called the shots. Connor thought that William's composure was due to the fact that he had found a strong backing. A backing that Connor wanted to have as well. Right now, only the Crater Empire had enough manpower to deal with the elves and fight them on even grounds. He had been informed by Callum that William's and Princess Sidoni's relationship seemed close. This was the conclusion that he had arrived at after observing the two from afar. So, you're saying that both of us should work together and fight against these 2 powers, correct? William inquired. Yes, Connor replied, so you will not admit that you are Princess Sidoni's ally. Too bad that I am already aware of your relationship with her. If possible, Connor didn't want to become anyone else's subordinate. Becoming Princess Sidoni's lackey was his last resort. What he wanted to gain from this negotiation with William was to have the half-elf agree to work with him to deal with the elves and have a non-aggression pact with the Crater Empire. He believed that as long as he was only fighting against the elves, he would be able to wipe them out if it was a one-on-one battle. Connor was banking on the fact that the army of super soldiers would soon finish their final transformation. Since you are being open with your goal, then allow me to tell you something about the recent event that transpired in the Zelen dynasty, William said. A few days ago, we went there to destroy their teleportation gates. Connor wasn't able to stop the surprise from appearing on his face when he heard William's words. Did you succeed? Connor asked. He waited in bated breath for William's answer. If William had succeeded in destroying the elves' ability to get more reinforcements from their homeland, then that would bring them one step closer in finishing them off. This was what Connor was thinking as he eyed the red-headed boy in front of him. No, William answered, we failed in our mission. Also, I have more bad news to tell you. 2 guardians from the Silvermoon continent managed to pass through the gates in the middle of the battle. One was the Arwen Aenarion. The other is the ancient golem, Drowum. Have you heard of them? Connor's face immediately went pale when he heard the name of the 2 guardians from the Silvermoon continent. He knew who Aenarion was because he had access to the information network of Deus. As someone who hated the elves, he had collected a significant amount of information about the forces that were present in the Silvermoon continent. This included the 7 guardian beast of the Silvermoon continent, the Arwen Aenarion, the ancient golem, Drowum, the winged serpent, Drakon Nalsrig, the Ent King, Myrandor, the guardian deer, Xiphon, the golden dragon, Escalar, the demigod, Sepharon. These are the 7 guardians of the Silvermoon continent. Sepharon was a demigod that was bound to the Silvermoon continent. It rarely left the land of the elves to go into hibernation for hundreds of years at a time. The ancient golem, Drowum, was the second most powerful being among the 7 guardians. Although it was only 2 meters tall, no one dared to underestimate its strength because it was a golem that could even fight against demigods. Boy, are you joking or what? Connor asked in disbelief. Are you telling me that Drowum is already in the Zelen dynasty? Celine, your disciple sure knows how to crack a joke. Connor shifted his attention to the beautiful elf that was seated beside William. I'm afraid that he's telling the truth, Celine replied. I was there when Drowum appeared. We barely escaped with our lives in that single confrontation with it. Connor rubbed his face in order to calm his nerves. Now that Celine had confirmed that the ancient golem was indeed present in the southern continent, he felt like running away was his best course of action. It didn't matter how many super soldiers the organization had. Against Drowum, these near-immortal warriors were like eggs being thrown at a boulder. So, what are you going to do now? William asked. Are you going to seek protection from the Crater Empire, or will you stay in the Helen Kingdom and fight against the elves? The reason why William mentioned the appearance of the Arwen and the ancient golem was to test Connor's resolve. He wanted to know whether the leader of Deus would choose to flee or remain to fight. Right now, what William needed was allies, and not people who would run away during the crucial moment. He was even willing to set aside their differences, so they could sit down to talk to one another. If Connor decided to hide under Empress Sidoni's skirt, then there was nothing he could do about it. Frankly, he was also tempted to do the same thing. However, there were a few individuals on their side that might be able to extend their help when all hope was lost. One was Takam, the demigod of the Carinthar Mountains. The other was Vlad, the strongest demigod in the southern continent. If these two demigods decided to stand on William's side, then even Drowham would have to think twice before making a move on the Helen Kingdom. Jekyll had already told him straight up that William shouldn't put his hope on Vlad because his father didn't care about the fate of the Helen Kingdom. The only thing he cared about was James. When William asked Jekyll if Vlad would come to his aid if he went to the battlefield carrying James's statue as a shield, the dentist of Lond laughed out loud before telling William that it was a brilliant idea. However, Jekyll flatly told him that Vlad would definitely kick William's bum, sending the boy to the stratosphere if he were to do that. Just like William's reverse scale was his family, Vlad's reverse scale was James. Messing with a demigod was a very stupid thing to do. After hearing Jekyll's claim, William scrapped the idea of using his gramps to instigate the demigod to help him fight against the elves. If James could have heard William's plan, he might have spanked the boy silly for using his old bones as a shield to fight against his enemies. William stared at Connor and waited for his answer. The dice has been cast. He only waited to see whether Connor would choose to fight, or choose to flee when the odds were stacked against him. Celine observed this battle of wits from the side and a smile appeared on her face. She was quite satisfied with how William dealt with Connor and felt proud because he was her disciple. If only he was given a few more years to grow up, I'm sure that he would have been able to surpass my expectations, Celine thought. She sighed in her heart knowing that in a month or two, war would be upon them. A war where many lives would be lost, never to be seen again. Chapter 453, Dungeon Upgrade. William's and Connor's meeting ended, but no promises were made between the two. The leader of Deus asked for a day to think things through and William agreed. Their talks would resume at noon the next day in the same conference room of the Solaris dormitory. An hour after Connor left the Royal Academy, William showed Celine some of his secrets, and they were none other than the Thousand Beast Domain and the Dungeon of Atlantis. William had a smug expression on his face when he saw Celine's usually calm expression crumble after seeing the domain and dungeon that were available to him. How? Celine asked as she stared at William. Her stare was so intense that William had a feeling that the beautiful elf was fighting the urge to dissect him, to see what other secrets he was hiding from her. Master, isn't it obvious? William replied as he raised his chin in arrogance. It's because I am so handsome, and so awesome, that I always have fruitful encounters. Don't be surprised if I suddenly acquired a divine artifact or weapon in the future. Just as William was boasting, a rainbow-colored anteater walked past him. Celine's gaze immediately landed on the adorable and unique creature that had fought beside her in the underground cavern. I want this, Celine said as she picked up the demigod who was minding its own business. Kusaganaga glared at the beautiful elf in front of him in annoyance. The only reason why it didn't attack Celine was because she was William's master. If any other elf had picked it up, it would have already rolled into a ball and smashed their face without showing a shred of mercy. Unhand me, woman, Kusaganaga shouted. I am a demigod. You dare treat me like some kind of toy. Celine's eyes sparkled when she heard that the adorable anteater was a demigod. She thought that Kusaganaga was just a rare beast that William had picked up along the way. You are a demigod, yes. Now, unhand me, woman. Celine looked at William with a serious expression. Even without saying anything, the half-elf could understand what his master was trying to tell him. Sorry, master, William said as he shook his head. Kusaganaga is not a pet. Also, he is not my subordinate. He is my special guest. That's right, Kusaganaga said as it wriggled its body to get away from Celine who was holding it in a vice grip. Hey, let me go. Celine clicked her tongue as she reluctantly put the rainbow-colored anteater on the ground. Kusaganaga gave her a hateful glare before walking away to join the others in clearing the 22nd floor of the Atlantis dungeon. The dungeon monsters that were located on this floor consisted of Nagas. They were serpentine hybrids that were similar to demihumans. All of them were Class C low monsters and were proving to be a worthy challenge for most of the members of William's herd and legion. Skadrez, the blood eagle, gave a mighty shriek as it descended from the sky. It unleashed crimson wind blades at the Naga that it was fighting, slicing it to pieces. The Naga wasn't able to offer much resistance because the blood eagle's rank was now Class B mid. Skadrez landed on the ground and happily ate its prey. It was a beast similar to the blood wyvern that was able to strengthen itself, and gain new abilities, by eating monsters. William glanced at the blood eagle in the distance. If he had more god points, he would have purchased more Hyperion trees and created a squad of Blood Eagles that would serve as William's elite air units. Selene was very interested in the Thousand Beast domain in the Dungeon of Atlantis. Because of this, she flatly told William that she would be staying in his villa for the time being. William was about to agree when he suddenly remembered that his villa was now his personal love nest. He would spend the nights there with his lovers, and it would be awkward if Selene did some experiments inside it. Because of this, he immediately asked the system to buy a spacious residence with a makeshift laboratory in it for Selene. God points. 642. The system bought a residence with a built-in laboratory for 50 God points and placed it near the villa. It was close enough for Selene to visit William, but far enough to give both of them privacy. Selene was surprised when she saw the residence that hadn't been there when she toured the Thousand Beast domain with William. She eyed her disciple, who was looking back at her with the "I'm so awesome" expression, and decided to not ask him anything. The beautiful elf had many secrets of her own, so she wouldn't force William to tell her things that he didn't want to tell her. "Thank you for this comfortable residence," Selene said with a smile. "I'll be staying with you for the time being since I have nothing to do in Lant. In return, I will help clear the Atlantis dungeon and use the monster body parts in my experiments." "Thank you, Master," William replied. "Having you here will put me at ease." William was quite happy that Selene chose to stay with him for the time being. Having her around would help greatly as the work of clearing the dungeon continued. It would also give him the opportunity to ask her certain things when it came to alchemy. Selene liked to do research and experiment on things, which was what William was currently doing. He hoped that with his master's wisdom, he would be able to make the things that he was unable to make, like the powerful acid that would be strong enough to melt armor made from precious metals. William parted with Selene for the time being because there were a few things that he needed to handle as well. Dungeon points. 158,865. The last battle against the elves had killed hundreds of goblins. Although the goblin crypt could spawn more of them, William felt that he shouldn't treat the goblin army as cannon fodders. Currently, the leader of the goblin army was none other than the hobgoblin witch doctor whom William nicknamed as Xerxes. His assistant was the hobgoblin chieftain whom William called Rex. Together, they were the two leaders that led the goblins to battle. William had already tweaked the goblin crypt and stopped the production of low-tiered goblins. He replaced them with stronger goblins that would become the main bulk of his army. William had also increased the numbers for hobgoblin hunters, hobgoblin warriors, hobgoblin berserkers, hobgoblin leaders, hobgoblin shamans. He purchased more floors and placed the prison that held the elves on the 45th floor. William was surprised when he found out that he had gained a lot of points after killing many of elven prodigies in the battle to destroy the teleportation gates. This allowed the half-elf to add more floors to the goblin crypt and give it another special upgrade. Originally, the 31st floor and above only spawned Dangerous goblin dogs. Now, William changed the dungeon setting and made the new floors spawn scavenger goblin dogs. These were the evolved form of the Dangerous goblin dog, and were powerful Class B low monsters that would now serve as the mount of his goblin army. William increased their production rate to ensure that every member of the goblin army would have a mount of their own. Although he had already prepared himself for losses in this war, he wouldn't let his goblin army serve as cannon fodders. He would ensure that they would be properly equipped so that they would be able to terrorize his enemies the next time they met on the battlefield. Chapter 454. The Fate of the Two Princes of the Hellen Kingdom. Prince Lionel and Prince Rufus arrived at the capital of the Aenarion dynasty, Veritas. Both of them were dressed according to their rank because Connor didn't want to give Empress Sidonie a bad impression. The young warriors of the Crater Empire escorted the two princes to the throne room to meet with the young empress who had full command of their army. Prince Lionel walked the wide hallways of the palace with anticipation. At first, he thought that the organization finally decided to dispose of him, but was relieved when he was told that he would be sent as a hostage to the current ruler of the Aenarion dynasty, Princess Sidonie. "I knew that the princess cared for me," Prince Lionel thought as he walked with a spring in his steps. "Perhaps she finally understands that I am the only man that can match her intellect and beauty." Walking behind him was Prince Rufus, who had a solemn expression on his face. Unlike his older brother that was infatuated with the princess, the second prince of the Hellen dynasty only felt dread. He felt much safer staying inside a cell in one of Deus' prisons, rather than having an audience with the most beautiful young lady in the continent. Prince Rufus already knew about the power of Empress Sidoni's charm. Since she was the one that his older brother adored, the second prince had also gathered information about her. The two of them were rivals who fought for the throne. It was only natural to know your opponent's weaknesses. For Prince Rufus, meeting Empress Sidoni was similar to walking to the gallows for an execution. Once he was charmed, he would no longer have a will of his own and would only follow Empress Sidoni's every order. No matter what happens, I will not make eye contact. Prince Rufus vowed in his heart. I don't care if this stupid brother of mine becomes a mindless puppet. I still want to see Rebecca. I refuse to be charmed. When the two massive doors of the throne room were opened, Prince Lionel immediately saw the lady of his dreams. Empress Sidoni sat on a golden throne and looked at the crown prince with a sweet smile on her face. She even made a gesture for the prince to walk forward, so that she could get a better look at him. Prince Lionel didn't need someone to tell him what to do. He walked towards the Empress with confidence and returned her smile with a smile of his own. Prince Rufus, on the other hand, kept his head bowed and stared at the floor as if his life depended on it. One of the guards that had escorted the two princes gave Prince Rufus a push on his back to make him walk forward. Knowing that he had no choice but to obey, Rufus walked forward with even steps. He only stopped when the guard told him to stop, where he and Prince Lionel were forced to kneel in front of their empress. It has been a while, Prince Lionel, Empress Sidoni said in a tone that was as smooth as silk. I pray that you have been well since the last time we saw each other. Prince Lionel's smile widened. I'm afraid that not everything went well after the two of us parted, Princess Sidoni. That's Empress Sidoni to you. Prince Jason commented from the side. Prince Jason didn't like the fawning expression on Prince Lionel's face because he was blatantly showing his adoration to the Empress whom he had already claimed as his own in his heart. Of course, Prince Lionel nodded apologetically. Forgive me for my rudeness, Empress Sidoni. It was wrong of me to address you improperly. You are forgiven, Prince Lionel, Empress Sidoni replied as her eyes glowed with power. Do you remember the order that you gave the members of Deus back at the Ravenlord Citadel? How could I possibly forget? Prince Lionel eyed the young empress with a loving gaze. I asked them to capture you and bring you to my room, so that I can shower you with my love. The crown prince of the Helen Kingdom had been completely charmed and he couldn't lie even if he wanted to. Bastard! Prince Jason exclaimed in anger as he drew his sword from his scabbard. I'll end your filthy life. Prince Jason was about to cut off Prince Lionel's head when a single word stopped him in his tracks. Empress Sidoni's order contained a hint of her divinity, which made Prince Jason's heart shudder, forcing him to stop his attack. You wish to shower me with your love? Empress Sidoni asked. Prince Lionel nodded as he felt his heartstrings being plucked one by her sensuous voice. I've always wanted you to be my wife. For so many years, I have waited. Ever since I saved you during that hunting expedition, my heart has belonged to you, and only to you. Prince Lionel's voice was so filled with his overflowing feelings and passion that the people inside the throne room looked at him with various expressions. Some admired him, some loathed him, while some pitied him. These young men and women had also fallen in love with the young empress and they treated each other as love rivals. Seeing the prince openly admit his love, which had lasted for many years, made them feel envious. I see, Empress Sidoni's eyes returned to normal as he looked at the crown prince with amusement. Thank you for loving me all these years. Right now, we are in the middle of a war against the elves and, to a certain extent, the people of your kingdom. Do you wish to serve and fight for me? Of course. Prince Lionel pressed his fist over his chest as he bowed to Empress Sidoni like a knight swearing his fealty. I, Prince Lionel Arthur V. Helen, hereby swear upon my honor that I will fight for you, your majesty, till I draw my last breath, Prince Lionel said with determination. Your enemies will be my enemies, and I will use my heart and body to ensure that no harm will fall on your body. This I swear with my life. Empress Sidoni nodded her head in satisfaction as he made a gesture for Prince Lionel to stand. From now on, you will be part of my royal guard, Empress Sidoni declared. You will accompany me wherever I go and protect me from all harm. You will do this for me, yes. My life is yours to command, your majesty. Prince Lionel bowed his head. Stand 5 steps to the left side below my throne. From this day forward, that will be your place. Yes, your majesty. Prince Lionel walked towards his designated position with a smile. Several other young men and women stood along the steps that led to Empress Sidoni's throne. Standing on the right side of her throne was the Archmage of the Crater Empire. while two sword saints stood behind her throne. On her left stood Priscilla. She was Empress Sidoni's loyal retainer and one of her most trusted advisors. Prince Jason, on the other hand, stood farther away to prevent himself from being too affected by Empress Sidoni's charm. After Prince Lionel stood in his place, the young empress shifted her attention to the second prince of the Hellen Kingdom, who had his head bowed and looking at the floor. "Prince Rufus, do you want to regain your freedom?" Empress Sidoni asked. Her soft, yet teasing voice made Prince Rufus' heart tremble. Even without looking at her, my heart can't stop itself from beating wildly inside my chest, Prince Rufus thought with worry as beads of sweat started to appear on his forehead. "Your Majesty, I would like to regain my freedom," Prince Rufus replied. "The two of us have no grudges to each other, and I pray that you show your mercy upon me." Empress Sidoni rested her right cheek over the palm of her hand. To be perfectly honest, she didn't know what to do with the second prince of the Hellen Kingdom. Unlike the crown prince, Prince Rufus had been very polite to her when she was the guest of their kingdom. Also, she could somehow tell that the prince already had someone in his heart. As someone who was pursuing the meaning of love, Empress Sidoni felt that she shouldn't tamper with Prince Rufus' feelings and grant him amnesty. Even Morgana, who was usually the one who was thirsty to turn everyone into slaves, remained quiet within their shared mindscape. Empress Sidoni's other half was giving her silent approval to whatever she decided to do with the second prince. "Right now, the southern continent is ridden with danger," Empress Sidoni said after careful consideration. "You will remain here as my guest and will be treated according to your rank and standing. From this day onwards, you will stay at the left wing of the royal palace. You will also be given a maid and an attendant to care for your daily needs." Prince Rufus breathed a sigh of relief in his heart because he could tell that the Empress had decided to spare him. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy and generosity," Prince Rufus replied. "I promise to abide by your wishes and stay in my quarters. In the future, if fate permits, I swear upon my life to return this kindness." "Good, may you honor your word, Prince Rufus." "I will, Your Majesty." Empress Sidoni made a gesture to the guards to escort the second prince to his new quarters. Only when the two great doors of the throne room had closed behind his back, did Prince Rufus breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. "Brother, the lady you chose is a fearsome person." Prince Rufus' body unconsciously shuddered as he was guided towards the left wing of the royal palace. The second prince of the Hellen Kingdom knew that his older brother's fate was now sealed in stone. Although there was no love between them as brothers, he still felt a pang of pity for his brother who had done everything in his power to claim the throne of the Hellen Kingdom. Now, he was no longer a candidate to become king. He was now a slave who had lost his freedom. A slave that was similar to a dog, whose only wish was to lick his master's foot. A slave whose fate would be decided by the mood of the beautiful master he now served. Prince Rufus said a silent prayer in his heart as his composure returned. He prayed that if Empress Sidoni ever decided to end his brother's life, it would be a swift death, and not a slow and painful one. Chapter 455, Connor's Choices. Connor stared at the map of the southern continent that was plastered on the wall of his office. It had been 2 hours since his talk with William, and he was thinking long and hard on what his next course of action would be. To the west lay the outskirts of the Hellen Kingdom. To the north the Aenarion dynasty. To the south was the Zelen dynasty. Lastly, the kingdom of Frisia in the far east. The four powers that shared the southern continent and had each other in a deadlock. After the continental spell was activated, these four powers had lost their leaders and fell into chaos. Right now, the kingdom of Frisia and the Aenarion dynasty belonged to Empress Sidoni. She was backed by the Crater Empire, and held considerable forces of her own thanks to the myriad Ant Queen. Right now, she occupied half of the playing field. One can even say that, when it came to military might and resources, she stood at the apex of power at this point in time. Then there were the elves who occupied the Zelen dynasty to the south. Although William's alliance had failed to destroy the teleportation gates, they still gave the elves a crushing blow. It was quite unfortunate that two powerful guardian beasts were able to pass through the teleportation gate before it was destroyed by Empress Sidoni's ant army. Eneru, the Keelin, and Drauam, the ancient golem. Both of them held considerable power, especially the ancient golem, who was the biggest threat among the two. It alone had the power to destroy fortifications and topple cities. Even though there would be no reinforcements coming to aid the elves anytime soon, Drauam was more than enough to deter any further moves against the elven forces stationed in the Zelen dynasty. Then there was the Helen Kingdom. Among these three powers, it was currently the weakest of them all. Connor sighed as his eyes landed on the kingdom where he currently was and shook his head helplessly. If only the hidden domain hadn't disappeared, Connor thought with regret. The resources inside would have been more than enough to create tens of thousands of super soldiers that could be used as the main bulk of our vanguard. Connor already understood that the greatest threat they were facing was Drowum. If he could somehow convince Empress Sidoni to keep the pseudo-demigod at bay, he was confident that he and William would be able to overwhelm the elves if they worked together. The problem is that I don't know the strength of the forces that Selene's disciple has, Connor mused. Since they launched a preemptive strike to destroy the teleportation gate, that means that they have an army or something similar that is strong enough to defeat the elven defenders that are stationed to protect their means of calling for more reinforcements from the Silvermoon continent. Connor had a feeling that even if he asked William to tell him how many forces he had under his banner, the latter would not tell him anything. If he was in the same position, Connor would have done the same. I only have two choices, Connor mused as he looked at the Xianxia dynasty. Swear my allegiance to the Empress Sidoni, and have the backing of the Crater Empire, or stay in this kingdom that has no hope of defeating the elven army. His subordinates, who were responsible for escorting the two princes to the Xianxia dynasty, had reported that the beautiful princess was now an empress. Connor knew what that meant and it made him frown. I only talked to her using a communication crystal, but it was more than enough to tell me how dangerous she is. Connor's fists unconsciously clenched when he remembered the talk he had with Empress Sidoni. Connor had a nagging feeling that if he ever allied himself to the Crater Empire, the young empress would not take any chances and use her charm ability on him. The leader of Deus wasn't too confident that he would be able to resist her, even if he used artifacts that would increase his resistance against charm. Connor laughed wryly as he rubbed his forehead with his hand. If you think about it, what other choice do I have? Connor gritted his teeth as his gaze landed on the lands of the Helen Kingdom. After organizing his thoughts, the leader of Deus activated the ring on his finger and relayed his order to his right-hand man Callum. Now that he had made a decision, he would see it through no matter what the result would be. William focused on controlling the flames of purification as the ingredients inside his yin-yang cauldron merged together. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was also feeling anxious about what Connor's decision was going to be. He never thought that there would come a time when he would be forced to put aside his differences with the organization and work towards a common goal together. In order to not dwell on this anxiety, he decided to just increase the level of his alchemist job class by concocting acid bombs for his Rainbow Bird Aerial Brigade. For now, he had only been able to create an acid that was strong enough to melt reinforced steel. It was a far cry from what he had envisioned, but William knew that it couldn't be helped. He was only an amateur that was throwing things at the wall to see what stuck in place. 2 minutes later, the yin-yang cauldron glowed, indicating that the concocting process had succeeded. Experience points gained, 5,000. William wiped the sweat on his forehead using the back of his hand, before siphoning the newly concocted acid to small bottles that he would later distribute to the angry birds. The rainbow-colored birds were currently helping his forces clear the dungeon of Atlantis. His lovers were in the dungeon as well because they didn't want to disturb William when he was crafting things on his own. William had just sealed the last bottle of acid when the door of his room suddenly opened. Selene looked at her disheveled disciple and the bottles of acids that were neatly arranged on the floor beside him. She sniffed and her nose immediately wrinkled when she detected the foul stench of acid in the air. I didn't know that you also knew alchemy, Selene said as she crossed her arms over her chest. Is this one of those job classes you told me about in the past? William nodded as he placed all of the acid bottles inside his ring of conquest. He then used his water magic to clean his yin-yang cauldron before storing it in the ring as well. Is there something you need, Master? William asked. He knew that Selene wouldn't come find him unless it was something important, so William focused his attention to her and waited for her answer. Connor contacted me a few minutes ago to tell me that he wanted to talk to you. I'm guessing that he has made his decision. I see. By the way, Master, what time is it? William had been too busy with his experiments to check the time, but he was sure a day hadn't passed since he had his meeting with the leader of Deus. The clock just struck midnight, Selene replied. Connor is someone that doesn't want to waste any time after he makes a decision. Go take a bath first before meeting him. We don't want our possible ally to change his mind because of your disheveled state. Selene smirked before leaving the room. Although she wasn't 100% certain, She had a feeling that Connor would agree to the temporary truce and join their alliance. William watched his master go before he breathed a deep sigh of relief. He was hoping that Connor wouldn't wait until morning before making a decision, and it seemed that he had read the man right. The red-headed boy headed to the bathroom to take a bath as per his master's wishes. Well then, I wonder what choice he made, William thought as he turned the knob of the shower, allowing the cold water to sprinkle over his body. It was not only Connor who was at the crossroads, William was there as well. If Connor decided to ally with him, then he would have no choice but to set aside the condition of the Titanic trollhound, who was hellbent to have its vengeance against the man named Floyd who was responsible for its mutation. If Connor decided no to ally with him, but to flee, then he would be forced to take full command of the Hellen Kingdom. In the absence of the king, the princes, the prime minister, and the commander of the First Knight Order, William automatically became the new regent of the Hellen Kingdom. Prince Ernest could have that role as well, but the young prince was currently at the Corinter Mountains, away from the conflict of the different warring factions that ravaged the land. If possible, William wanted to let the prince stay under the protection of Tockham. That way, there would still be a chance to reclaim his right, if ever the kingdom fell into enemy hands. Chapter 456, Taking One for the Team. The flying carriage carrying the insignia of the Angorian war sovereign landed in Laon. 3 days after William and Connor finalized the conditions of their alliance, he decided to go back to his hometown to inform Prince Alaric about the details of their cooperation with Deus. Just as he expected, Prince Alaric wasn't happy about working with the organization who was responsible for this whole mess. However, the crown prince of the Zelen dynasty also understood that it was their only chance of winning against the Elven army. Very well, Prince Alaric replied. We will travel to the city of Gladiolus to coordinate with Connor. How about you? What are you going to do? I will keep on looking for allies to aid us in battle, William stated. Although the current threat we are facing are the elves, we still don't know what the Crater Empire is thinking. It is also possible that they have plans for complete dominion of the southern continent. Prince Alaric sighed. This was also one of the worries in his heart. It was not only the elves who were planning to call for reinforcements from their homeland. The Crater army was doing that too. William and Prince Alaric shared a knowing glance at each other. It was highly possible that the Crater Empire was only waiting for the Hellen Kingdom, and the elves, to exhaust each other before they moved in for the kill. They were currently in an advantageous position, and once they made their move, it would send waves rolling in every direction. How resilient are you against charm? Prince Alaric suddenly inquired out of the blue. William smirked because he already knew what the crown prince was thinking. You want me to visit Empress Sidoni and ask her for help? Prince Alaric nodded. As fellow humans, it is only natural to unite against the threat of a different race. If we can get her aid to wipe out the Elven army, then it would still be a victory on our side. The crown prince was about to say more when he suddenly remembered that William was not a fellow human and was considered to be a member of a different race. Cousin, I apologize if I have offended you. Prince Alaric hurriedly apologized because he had forgotten that William was a half-elf and not part of the human race. It was not my intention to include you in the race that I want to be wiped out. William waved his hand in a casual manner because he understood what Prince Alaric was trying to say. There's no need to apologize, William replied. About your proposal, I think it is also a good idea to visit Empress Sidoni. This way, we will know if she is hostile towards us or not. Prince Alaric nodded his head. It was better to know who their enemies were. Although both teenagers didn't want the Crater Empire to become their enemy, they had to prepare for this possibility as well. Should I take one for the team and give the Empress my babies? William thought seriously. If I could get her help, then I am willing to make this sacrifice. If Prince Lionel and Prince Jason could hear William's thoughts, both of them would join hands to beat the crap out of the red-headed boy and feed his remains to the fishes. They would refuse to believe that their beloved Empress would extend her help to William if the latter agreed to give her his babies. In fact, they would definitely hack him to pieces before the half-elf could even touch a strand of her hair. Meanwhile, in the northern regions of the Zelen dynasty, an important meeting was taking place. Only the myriad ant queen of the Aenarionia dynasty could have commanded the warrior ants to attack the teleportation gate, Elendor said with conviction. Right now, they are the greatest threat that we are currently facing. The elders of the different clans, who had accompanied Elendor on this mission, nodded their heads in agreement. Alessio, who was the leader of Deus in the Silvermoon continent, was also in the meeting and quietly listened to the conversation. The meeting was being held in an open place because the Qilin, Aenarion, as well as the ancient golem, Drowum, were also there to participate. Drowum had already informed them that it could sense the presence of powerful beasts in the direction of the Aenarion dynasty that had the ranks of myriad beasts and above. What greatly alarmed Elendor and the officers of the elven army was that Drowum concluded that there were more than 3 of them. 3 is the minimum and 5 is the maximum. These were the words that Drowum had said when someone in the meeting proposed that they attack the Aenarion dynasty with the help of their guardians. Although Drowum was strong, it was not too keen about fighting 2 factions at once. Although Jekyll was weaker than it, the Teoti wasn't a pushover. Drowum knew that if it forced Jekyll into a corner, the latter would throw caution to the wind and fight back with everything he had. As one of the 4 evils, a desperate Jekyll was not someone that Drowum would want to face. Drowum knew that the Teoti would risk his life to devour him, or die trying. The ancient golem was not confident that it would be able to escape if Jekyll decided to bring it down with him no matter what. Your Excellency Aenarion, Your Excellency Drowum, is it possible for us to launch an attack on the Helen Kingdom with our current forces? Elendor asked. The Qilin snorted as he looked down on the young elf with contempt before glancing at Drowum, who was seated on top of a large boulder. We can, but I will advise against it, Drowum replied. If we leave the Zelen dynasty, the Crater army will move in to conquer it. It is also possible that they will ignore conquering the Zelen dynasty completely, and cooperate with the Helen Kingdom to trap us in a pincer attack. Elendor bit his lip helplessly. He had already witnessed William's battle abilities and he had no choice but to admit that he fell short of the half-elf who was also the son of their Saintess. Also, what truly made him despair was that his connection with his beast companion had been severed. It could only mean that the silver dragon, Dioldrios, that was given to him by the patriarch of their clan had been killed. Back in the Silvermoon continent, Elendor was envied by his peers, not only because he was strong, but also because of the silver dragon that had become his beast companion. Now that he had tasted the bitter taste of defeat in William's hands, the commander of the Elven expedition finally understood that he couldn't underestimate his opponents. Although William was a disgrace to their race, he was still half an elf, which gave him racial advantages as well. Half-elves were beings who had the best of both worlds. They were born with the best traits of both of their parents, making them far superior than a normal human and, at times, more powerful than an elf. Elendor didn't believe this in the past, but now he believed it. His greatest wish was to personally step on William's dead boy and spit on his face. This was the only way that he could rid himself of the humiliation that he suffered in the half-elf's hands. Then, what should we do now? Elendor asked after reining in his emotions. Should we hole ourselves up in Briar Glen until a new teleportation gate has been built? Although it was shameful, this was the only course of action that would allow them to preserve their forces while waiting for reinforcements. The elders were unhappy with Elendor's proposal, but they also knew that this was the best course of action for now. Being attacked by the forces of the Helen Kingdom and the Crater army would be too much for them to handle. Building the teleportation gate is something that has to be done, Drowum replied. I will personally oversee its construction and make sure that the last incident will never happen again. As for what you should be doing next, isn't that already obvious? Elendor clenched his fist as he reluctantly nodded his head. There was only one thing they could do, and that was to negotiate with the Crater Empire. Only by doing so would they be able to build their teleportation gate safely and bring in the reinforcements that were waiting in their homeland. As for the price that they would have to pay for such an agreement, Elendor didn't know. All he knew was that he needed to do his best to negotiate with whoever was in charge of the Crater Empire. This was why he was chosen to lead the Elven expedition and bring glory to their clans. He needed to endure the humiliation until the teleportation gate was completed. That is the only way that he could ensure that the mission that was handed to him by his patriarch would be carried out without fail. For that to happen, Elendor was willing to do anything, with the exception of bowing his head to the race whom he hated the most in his life. He would rather die than bow to the filthy humans that used their race as slaves. A race that they used to warm their bed, do their bidding, and breed the filthy half-elves that were a stain on their pure and noble bloodline. Chapter 457. In the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. Empress Sidoni looked at the capital of the Aenarion dynasty from the balcony of her room. So far, everything had been moving smoothly and in accordance with her plans. If she wished for it, she could give an order to attack the elves and she would win without fail. However, she didn't wish for that. I do not wish for dominion, is it? Empress Sidoni muttered as she remembered the red-headed boy who had refused her offer to make him the sovereign of the entire continent. She had stared straight into his eyes when he said that, and only a pair of beautiful clear, green eyes, with her own reflection on them stared back at her. There was no falsehood in William's words, only genuine sincerity. Also, when she saw herself in his eyes, when she saw that he was looking at her, and only her, she wasn't able to stop her heart from skipping a beat. Back then, you wouldn't say these words, Sidoni. You have changed. I'm not the only one who changed. You did as well, right, big sister? Well, I guess this is what they call growing up. Still, we sure have the favor of advantage. Are you sure you don't want to serve the continent to our darling on a silver platter? Empress Sidoni shook her head. Giving over the control of the continent might solve William's problems, and make him happy, but it will not make him love her. He would feel gratitude, yes, and she could guilt-trip him, and she could probably succeed, but what of it? In the end, she would only feel hollow and empty inside. It's funny, Empress Sidoni said as she faced Morgana inside their shared mindscape. I could literally pick any man in this continent, and perhaps the entire world, and all of them would happily open their heart to me. They would say they love me. They would offer me the moon, and the stars, just to show me how much they love me, and yet, I can't even make a shepherd my lover. Isn't that ironic? Yes, it's the biggest joke ever. If our charm had only worked on darling, then I would have already tied him on the bed and... Empress Sidoni could only shake her head, because she could already guess what Morgana was thinking of doing to William. Of course, she would be lying if she said that she wasn't curious. However, since they shared the same body, she had to set certain rules so that her other half wouldn't get carried away and do things that they might regret in the future. Sidoni, I may not be as smart as you, but the way I see it, the elves, Connor, and probably Darling have no choice but to seek an audience with you, in order to negotiate. What will you do when that time comes? Sidoni nodded because she had also thought of this. Since she was the one with the bigger share of the pie, and a strong army behind her back, the one that would decide the outcome of this war was her, and only her. With a wave of her hand, cities would be trampled. With a smile, a nation would fall to ruin. This was the power she possessed, and yet, she, too, didn't want dominion. In the past, she dreamed of being the sole ruler of the southern continent, but now, her goal was different. What she wanted now was love. Love that would melt her heart and make her the happiest woman in the world. A love that would make her feel complete, and a love that could sat her sin. A sin that knew no bounds. No boundaries. A sin that could bring the world to ruin. They said that behind every great man is a great woman, Sidoni said softly. However, the person we chose isn't someone great. Yes, he's not that great. He's arrogant and a narcissist. These are the people I hate the most. That's right, we hate people like this the most. Empress Sidoni smiled as she looked in the west, where the sun was supposed to set. However, due to the dark clouds that hung in the sky, she had almost forgotten how beautiful a sunset was. The most beautiful lady in the continent sighed. What she planned to do was difficult, and the rewards were uncertain. However, she was sure of one thing. All is fair in love and war, Empress Sidoni said. In the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. Sidoni, whatever route you choose, I will always be on your side. Thank you, big sister. Night came, and the countless stars twinkled in the sky. The two moons of Hestia cast their light upon the world, and yet, within the southern continent, their beauty couldn't be seen. One by one, the lights, powered by magic crystals, illuminated the city. They were like small candles in the night. Candles whose light would disappear, as long as she wished for it. Two flying carriages soared in the sky. They were being pulled by two green dragons of the centennial rank. In front of these two dragons was the Arwen Aenarion. They had just left the capital of Briar Glen and were now headed towards the Xianxia dynasty. Elendor and Alessio brought 6 of their trusted subordinates to accompany them on this journey to Veritas, the capital city of the Xianxia dynasty. They were the envoy of the elven race who would negotiate with Empress Sidoni in order to reach a compromise. Only a handful of people knew that Alessio was the leader of the organization, Deus, in their continent, and among those individuals was Elendor's patriarch. Elendor had made Alessio his advisor in this expedition, so the latter also enjoyed the limelight in the elven army. The reason why he accompanied Elendor in this mission was due to his counterpart, Berthold, who was also a big shot in the Crater Empire. He was afraid that if he didn't accompany Elendor in this mission, Berthold would make his move and put the elves at a disadvantage. There was also the threat of the young empress using her charm on Elendor. They had already brought several artifacts that would prevent them from getting charmed. There were also elves that had this unique power, so they had developed ways on how to deal with it. Aenarion came with them as insurance that the Crater Empire wouldn't do anything funny. Although the Qilin was weaker than the ancient golem, that didn't mean that he was not powerful in his own right. Also, Aenarion had the unique ability that could instantly teleport all of them away as a last resort. A myriad beast couldn't be charmed so easily. The Ant Queen was only charmed by Sidoni due to the side effects of the continental spell that descended upon the land. If not for it, Empress Sidoni wouldn't have been able to charm it as easily as she did. Remember, do not act arrogant in front of her, Alessio advised. We are the ones seeking a compromise, so you'd better control your temper, Lord Elendor. Thank you for your reminder, Sir Alessio, Elendor replied. I will play my part well. Even though bowing my head to a human makes my skin crawl, I will do it for the sake of the bigger picture. Good, Alessio nodded, as long as you understand. The two flying carriages traveled swiftly, but it would still take them a week to arrive at their destination. Meanwhile, a four-tailed fox landed on the ground, a few miles away from Lant. Riding on its back was a delicate-looking boy, who seemed ill-suited to traveling alone at night. Let's rest here for the night, Luna, Kenneth said as he dismounted his loyal companion. I will go alone to Lant when morning comes. The black fox nuzzled its partner. I understand. I will remain with you until morning, to make sure that you will be able to rest properly. We have been traveling for days, and I know that you're very tired. Kenneth brushed the side of Luna's face as the image of William, doing the same to Ella, appeared inside his mind. It's been so long since I saw you, Will, Kenneth said softly. I pray that you're doing fine. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.